When this boy steps into a duel against the top prodigy of a famous family, everyone expects him to get crushed, but instead, he completely humiliates her. The girl unleashes her strongest techniques one after another, trying everything she has just to land a single hit on him. But Leo casually dodges every attack like she's moving in slow motion. And then, with just one strike, he sends her flying across the arena. She crashes to the ground in shock, unable to understand what just happened. How could this random boy overpower her so easily? But Leo only looks down at her and calmly says, "Kids these days are way too weak." Then he tosses her one of the weight bracelet he'd been wearing during the entire fight. The moment she tries to catch it, her arms instantly give out. Even using both hands, she can't hold its insane weight and collapses miserably onto the ground. That's the true difference between their strength. At that moment, the girl finally realizes something terrifying. From the very beginning, she never stood a chance against him. But the real question is, who exactly is this monster? Well, Leo Plav isn't an ordinary boy. He's actually a reincarnated legendary hero from 5,000 years ago. The man who once saved humanity, alongside the greatest party of heroes in history. He wakes up as a baby while his mother reads him a story about the greatest heroes who once saved the world. But to our boy's shock, his past name, Kale, is nowhere to be mentioned, which instantly enrages him. He can't understand how someone like him could be erased from history, so he decides to uncover the truth. As time passes, he enters a royal school for heroes that prepares children before they join the Magic Academy. But the lessons bore him to death, and everyone around him feels painfully weak. Only when he finally returns home does his real training begin. Just as he steps outside, he's ambushed by a woman who charges at him with the force of a runaway train. Leo, though startled, manages to block her strike with his blade. It's clear from their interaction that this isn't the first time these two have crossed swords. They have a shared history, one where such exchanges are far from uncommon. The lady is looking forward to sparring with him after so long, and declares that this match to be his final test before she grants him permission to attend Lumine Academy. As it turns out, this formidable woman is none other than his mother. In an instant, she lunges at him again, and their swords clash once again. While Leo is already struggling to keep up, his mother casually remarks that she hasn't even used a fraction of her full strength. Blow after blow, the spar continues, each strike more intense than the last. Eventually, however, Leo turns the tide. His sheer skill and mastery of swordsmanship allow him to overpower his mother, forcing her to surrender. The woman is left in awe of her son's talent and growth. She stands up and, in a softer tone, asks why he's so determined to attend Lumine Academy. Before the story moves forward, a little context about the academy is necessary. Lumine Academy, the Human Hero Academy, is one of the 4 prestigious institutions of the races that house the hero record. Among them, Leo strongly suspects Lumine Academy is the most likely place to uncover remnants of his past life as hero Kyle. With such a compelling reason, it's no surprise that Leo is unwavering in his determination to join the academy. Leo's mother then reminds him that the members of the Zerdinger clan are currently visiting Daylon, and they will be staying at the Plav mansion. Though she personally isn't thrilled about having them in their home, she has a request to make. She intends to speak with Zeiss, the vice patriarch of the Zerdinger clan, hoping that he might be willing to teach Leo the Zerdinger aura technique. She believes that with the technique, Leo will become strong enough to be admitted to Lumine Academy next year. However, what she doesn't know is that her son is determined to be admitted this year. He has no patience to wait another whole year to achieve his goals. Sometime later, we find ourselves at the Plav mansion, where Celia Zerdinger is being escorted into the grounds. As soon as she steps out of the carriage, she can't help but wonder why her uncle chose to stay in a place like this when he could have easily rented an entire hotel for himself. As we know already, she is Celia Zerdinger, 15 years old, a sword princess hailing from the Zerdinger clan. Her primary focus is on the Lumine entrance exam, and she's skeptical about how a small family like the Plavs could possibly help her prepare for it. At that moment, Celia's uncle calls out to her. He is none other than Zeiss Zerdinger, the vice patriarch of the Zerdinger clan. He teasingly asks if she isn't at least a little curious to meet Leo, the very boy who boldly declared he wasn't interested in the Zerdinger clan. Celia remains nonchalant and remarks that if Leo is just a hopeful knight who can't even use aura yet, then, in her opinion, he's probably not all that impressive. Zeiss, however, doesn't share her sentiment. On the contrary, he seems quite optimistic about Leo's potential. Once they enter the mansion, Zeiss steps forward to greet the heads of the Plav household. He exchanges respectful words with Dade Plav, the patriarch, and Reyna Plav, his wife. Both hosts graciously return the gesture, welcoming the Zerdingers to their home with equal honor. Zeiss then formally introduces Celia to Reyna and Dade. The young lady promptly reciprocates their hospitality with a courteous introduction of her own. She expresses her gratitude for being hosted in their home. Reyna steps forward and takes a moment to observe Celia. She notes that Celia closely resembles her father and uncle, both in appearance and behavior. Celia, in turn, takes note of Reyna's striking black hair and red eyes. It doesn't take long for her to realize that Reyna is part of the Zerdinger family, which also makes her Celia's aunt. Later, Zeiss and Reyna, who share the bond of being brother and sister, sit back and begin catching up. During their conversation, Zeiss mentions their recent visit to the Royal School of Delan, where they had hoped to catch a glimpse of Leo. However, they were disappointed to find that he had already left the school as he was uninterested in meeting anyone. Reina apologizes on behalf of her son, acknowledging that his behavior may have seemed disrespectful. Zeiss then curiously questions his sister about Leo, asking what kind of person he is. Reina speaks highly of him, claiming that Leo is unbelievably talented. Her response prompts Zeiss to question whether Leo is truly worthy to inherit the Zerdinger flames. Reina's praise of her son continues, but she makes it clear that she's not simply speaking as a proud mother. Leo genuinely has the talent and potential to be worthy of the Zerdinger legacy. Zeiss is quite intrigued to hear this. While he trusts her judgment, he feels compelled to test Leo himself before forming a final opinion. Later, we meet Leo, sitting quietly, trying to concentrate. After finishing his little ritual, he declares to himself that he has finally achieved a vessel capable of holding everything he needs. Leo reflects on why he hadn't yet learned aura until now. The truth lies in the unique nature of his body. Accepting aura too early would cause it to naturally adapt and specialize in alignment with the aura. This would limit his ability to accumulate mana and soul energy, two essential components of his long-term plan. In his past life, he had witnessed the danger of uncontrolled power. If he had fully harnessed the abilities and essence of his fallen comrades, he wouldn't have left behind a seedling of disaster. To avoid repeating history, Leo is determined to achieve perfect control in this life. So, the first step in his journey is mastering aura, but he intends to do so on his own terms. Before he can delve further into his thoughts, a familiar voice calls out to him, pulling his attention away. As he turns over, he spots Celia Zerdinger. With a confident smirk, she comments on how he finally seems to have grasped the basics of training. While her words carry a hint of sarcasm, she goes on to offer him guidance in swordsmanship, if he's up for the challenge. Meanwhile, our boy has no idea who the hell she is, so she introduces herself as Celia Zerdinger, the world-class sword princess, if she has to be specific. With the introductions out of the way, Leo gets straight to the point. Although he's feeling quite honored that she thought about him, he has no intention of receiving any guidance from someone he considers less skilled than himself. Needless to say, the girl's annoyed to hear this because his remark comes off like he's trying to suggest that he's stronger than her. To which Leo clarifies that, in a deathmatch, she's probably stronger, since he can't use aura himself. However, sparring with only swordsmanship is a whole different game, and he's certain he can handle her like it's no big deal. Celia feels challenged by his statement, so she looks around and grabs one of the swords from the plethora available. She wants to prove that what he has is nothing more than misplaced confidence, and she plans to do that by defeating him in a duel. In her mind, even if Leo learns aura, there's no way he could possibly defeat her. She just wants to teach him a harsh lesson in reality. She further claims that if she wins during her week-long stay here, he will become her servant. Leo isn't fazed at all by the term she's thrown at him, and in response, he asks what if he wins. To make things fair, she throws back that if he wins, she'll become his servant instead. Now that the bet is set, Leo grabs a practice sword and dives right into the sparring session. He tries to strike her with his unexpectedly impressive speed, but she easily outmaneuvers him. However, she can't help but notice that his speed is actually quite concerningly good. However, Celia is sure that this won't be enough for him to win. As they both charge at each other again, Leo lands a brutally heavy strike, and the sheer strength behind it overwhelms her. She quickly steps back as the force becomes too much to handle, and when Leo's sword collides with the ground, it shatters instantly. But he doesn't stop there. He charges at her once more. The once arrogant lady is already starting to regret challenging Leo, and she's certain she can't possibly block the incoming strike. So she braces herself and takes the hit head-on. But, to everyone's surprise, she didn't take any damage, because she had used an aura armor in the last moments, even though this wasn't part of the spar, because this spar was purely meant to be about swordsmanship. This arrogant piece of work doesn't own up to the fact that she couldn't dodge his attack. Instead, she makes an excuse, claiming it was just a reflex. But Leo declares that he's already won, and it doesn't matter. Of course, this leaves her in disbelief, as she's not ready to hand him the victory that easily. Leo had expected this, so he throws off the magic weight bracelets he was wearing to hold off his physical strength. In the next hit, he literally shatters her barrier, leaving the girl completely boggled. Meanwhile, Leo shows her no mercy and gives her a taste of his full strength. Later in the courtyard, as Leo walks around, he stumbles across his mother, who promptly introduces him to his uncle Zeiss. Leo quickly bows his head to pay his respects, and Zeiss reciprocates, introducing himself as well. The two gentlemen then shake hands. His mother then asks if he's met Celia yet, to which Leo recalls how she had fainted after their battle due to fear. Before Leo can explain to her what happened, a knight approaches Zeiss with a report regarding the lady. Zeiss is fascinated to learn that Leo defeated Celia with a body that hasn't even learned aura yet. He personally expresses his admiration for Leo, saying it's nothing short of impressive. But Leo claims that she just underestimated him. Zeiss then questions what Celia lost in the bet, to which Leo happily responds that the loser was supposed to become the servant of the winner, so basically, Celia is his maid for the next week. As much as Zeiss dislikes this idea, he understands the importance of keeping one's word. Still, he makes it clear that Celia is from the Zerdinger house, so he can't possibly order her around to do maid's work. He hopes Leo will rescind the promise, and in exchange, he offers to personally reward our boy with something far more valuable. But Leo refuses the offer right away. He lets his uncle know that this was a wager between Celia and him, and as long as she retains the Zerdinger name, she needs to take responsibility. The uncle then questions him if he's also willing to let go of the opportunity to learn the Zerdinger's aura breathing method. Leo once again responds with a sassy jab. He believes that an aura breathing method given with the objective of preventing a niece from being humiliated holds no value in being learned. Since Zeiss has no other way around this predicament, he decides to get a little offensive. He questions the boy directly, reminding him that he just declared he would use the direct lineage of the Zerdingers as a servant, and that the Zerdinger aura breathing method is worthless. Leo remains unhinged and unafraid of the consequences about to surround him, simply claiming that what his uncle just said is indeed true. Out of the blue, Uncle's mood softens, and he politely questions our boy if he does not think that what he just declared is impudent and impolite. Leo once again makes it clear that he had no intention of insulting the Zerdingers. He claims that if he were being given the aura breathing technique as a reward for defeating Celia, he would have gladly accepted it. However, he has no intention of accepting it as a bribe just so she can escape the consequences of her loss. You see, if his uncle doesn't want to recognize Celia's defeat, it means they believe she is better than him and simply lost the duel by mistake. But Leo makes it clear that even if Celia had sparred against him in earnest, he still would have won. This leaves Leo's mother even prouder. Her brother is equally fascinated to hear such judgment from Leo. The fact that this kid rejected the offer because he didn't like the way his uncle behaved only highlights how outstanding a child he is. He wishes that a child like this were a Zerdinger. Zeiss then gestures to his knights and orders them to send Celia to the maid's quarters. He turns to Leo and grants him the right to address his uncle without any honorary titles. After that short conversation, Leo parts ways, and Zeiss turns to his elder sister, proudly telling her that once he gets back home, he'll make sure to convince their elder brother so they can teach Leo the mighty technique, Phoenix Breath. Later, the scene switches to Leo's room. The first thing we notice is Celia's totally embarrassed face. She's going bonkers with embarrassment as she claims herself as Celia the maid, who will be in charge of Leo for the next week. Leo is literally enjoying the heck out of it when she calls him like that. Who could have imagined that her usual fancy style would actually suit plain maid clothes so well? And this dress just looks like fire on her. Celia seems annoyed by the way he's praising her, as she knows all too well how beautiful she is. Leo apologizes, as he wasn't intending to offend her with his words, but he admits that he had a certain friend who praised beauty way too much, and that habit must have rubbed off on him. He recalls how that particular friend used to say that the beauty of eternity is unparalleled, and if peace ever returns to this world, he'll spend the rest of his life spreading beauty to everyone. The friend he's talking about is none other than the dwarven master smith, Dweno. Suddenly, Celia's eyes take note of the book Leo is reading, and she curiously inquires about it. Leo explains that he used to read it a lot when he was younger. It's the book known as the Great Hero of the Beginning. Celia remembers how she used to read this book when she was literally 5 years old. Seeing how much he likes this particular book, she walks over to the bookshelf and pulls out another one, mentioning that there are a lot of books about Kyle. In response, Leo claims that many of the great achievements in history are difficult to attribute to any single hero. He believes that many of these accomplishments, which are attributed to one hero, might actually be the result of the collective actions of multiple heroes over time. In short, he is trying to imply that Kyle's achievements have also been attributed to other heroes. But Celia dismisses such thoughts, claiming that Kyle was probably a scammer who tried to take credit for the achievements of the great heroes. At least, that's what most people think. And of course, she's one of them. Naturally, Leo isn't thrilled to hear that all people consider Kyle a phony scammer with zero contributions to the world. He then pushes aside all the talk about Kyle and decides it's time for breakfast before starting his training. Celia quickly gets into character, and just like any maid would, she humbly asks her young master if she could train with him. Outwardly, she's all pleasant and polite, but inwardly, the girl feels a lot of toxic thoughts toward him. Still, she has to play along because she wants to uncover the secret behind his strength. Leo promptly starts walking toward the training hall to fulfill her request. A while later, we see an exhausted Celia on her knees, breathing heavily. After this first round, Leo gives his feedback. During fighting, when her stamina reaches its limit, her reaction speed slows, and more gaps appear between her movements. And when that happens, she leaves herself open, and the same happens with her right now. But Celia isn't sure that abusing her body like this is actually helpful for training. Leo responds positively, because he thinks that young people these days are just too weak. You see, compared to the past, aura techniques have developed considerably, and that must be why people stopped caring about body training as much. Aura allows one to enhance their body strength, and if you train your body, the aura is also enhanced as well. The girl simply doesn't want to be labeled as weak, so she gathers her guts and stands up for another round. Before diving in, she warns Leo that he better stop underestimating her. But her reckless charge backfires when Leo just flings her away with one swing and she crashes to the ground. At this point, she's just frustrated after taking one humiliating defeat after another. Leo then offers her a bracelet, which she quickly extends her hands to grab. Little does she know this bracelet is imbued with weight magic, making it insanely heavy. Meanwhile, Leo flashes a sinister smile as he reveals his sinister intentions. He apparently plans to make her train while she wears this bracelet from this point onward. The next day we see Zeiss also watching them both train. After seeing how much Celia is struggling, the uncle is sure this is going to be a good experience for her. Before going to Lumen, it might be good for her pride to crumble at least once. He then calls out to Leo and gives him some good news that he's thinking of asking the Patriarch to allow him to inherit Phoenix Breath. The mention of Phoenix Breath catches Leo off guard because, as far as he can recall, that's basically the Zerdinger family's origin for the aura technique. He's heard that only people who are recognized within the family can inherit it. Celia also raises her opinion that her father won't allow it that easily. But it looks like Zeiss has figured this much out already. He proposes a condition to Leo. If he passes the Lumene entrance examination, he'll be allowed to learn the technique. Of course, this remark doesn't sit well with Celia because, in her eyes, Leo is just a brat who can't even use aura. And since the Lumene entrance examination consists of actual fights, it's going to be very dangerous for him. Well, Leo doesn't shy away from claiming that he doesn't have any real fight experience. But we all know that's only the case if he doesn't take his previous life into account. Zeiss awaits for Leo's opinion, to which our boy quickly agrees, as long as his parents are okay with this decision. A week passes by and the day of the Lumene entrance examination finally arrives. When they see the prominent figure of Celia Zerdinger among the participating students, everyone is in awe. Meanwhile, Celia throws a jab at Leo, asking if he's feeling nervous. It looks like after spending so much time being a personal maid, Celia has lost herself in the character because she's still referring to Leo with the master title. As they stand there, Gullivan's unmistakable voice catches their attention. He's actually here to see Celia, but he's a little shocked when he notices that Leo is with her. This piece of work throws shade at Leo since he believes that our boy does not belong here, since he doesn't even know how to use aura. At the same time, he tries to greet Celia politely. However, the poor guy is totally ignored by the duo like he doesn't even exist. He gets awkward and tries to remind Celia that he's Gullivan Tratton and he had greeted her when they met last time. But to Gullivan's dismay, Celia doesn't recognize his name and quickly grabs Leo's hand in order to leave the scene. Suddenly, they're called by someone else. It's actually two siblings gracing the scene. The taller one is Abad Llewellyn, hailing from the Llewellyn family, and he's 16 years old. And the shorter girl beside her is Chelsea Llewellyn, 14 years old, and she shares the same family name. While Celia seems to recognize these two, Leo has no clue who they are. Celia explains that they're the Llewellyn siblings, hailing from the same heroic lineage of the Lordran Empire, the children of the Llewellyn family. Celia is particularly fired up because she's not thrilled to see these two. She warns Leo that the Llewellyn siblings will be partaking in the exam with them, so they absolutely can't lose to them. She definitely can't have the Zerdinger clan lose to the Llewellyn family. But this isn't really Leo's concern, after all, he's from the Plav family, not Zerdinger. Anyway, when the two greet Celia, she doesn't have any reason to decline their greetings and reciprocates the gesture. She also makes sure to introduce Leo from House Plav, a noble family within the kingdom of Dalad. Hearing that Leo doesn't have a fancy title attached to his name, Abad Llewellyn dismisses him as insignificant. The two siblings promptly twirl around and proceed to walk away, throwing out the warning that they'll surely be in the top spot. It goes without saying that Celia doesn't like the Llewellyn siblings' guts, and is looking forward to thoroughly crushing them in the upcoming trials. Suddenly, someone representing Lumene Academy steps onto the podium, immediately commanding the attention of everyone present. The man introduces himself as Albi Zeron, a professor at Lumene Academy. While Celia's expression shifts to one of shock upon seeing this prestigious figure, Leo seems unimpressed, mostly because he has no idea who this guy is. Celia is visibly annoyed that Leo doesn't even recognize someone of Albi's stature. She takes the opportunity to educate him, and explains that Albi Zeron is listed in the Hero Record, a distinguished list of individuals considered heroes of the current era. Leo takes a moment to observe the professor carefully, and notices something peculiar: immense mana concentrated in Albi's left eye. Professor Albi then proceeds to address the gathered students. He begins to explain the format of the entrance examination. According to Albi, the trials involve two main components: one-on-one combat and monster subjugation. Traditionally, participants would take turns completing these tasks. However, Albi immediately clarifies that he finds such methods tedious and wastes no time proving his point. In an instant, he burns the sheet of paper he was holding, as if discarding the conventional exam structure entirely. And up next, he pulls out a thick, ancient-looking book. As he opens it, the teacher summons forth the first chapter titled Prologue, The Wild Forest. In that moment, a massive enchantment circle begins to glow under the feet of the entire student body. The scene is set. and no one has a clue what the professor intends to do next. But one thing becomes crystal clear, which is that Albi-Zeron despises inefficiency. He declares that he's combining all the trials into one seamless challenge and will move forward at once. To understand what's happening, we learn that the hero record isn't just a historical record. Its real value lies in its ability to manifest the hero's world, which contains the experiences of past heroes. By accessing this world, one can inherit the power of a previous hero. Simply put, it's almost like a hero training system. All the students have been transported into this hero's world, known as the Wild Forest. The professor announces that their one and only objective is to survive. Whether they join forces or eliminate each other, they can do whatever it takes to stay alive. Those who want to quit can break the orb they're holding and return. That's all there is to it. After looking around for a few minutes, it doesn't take our boy long to recognize the place. It looks exactly as he remembers. You see, this used to be an elven forest before it was taken over by the witch queen, Silatna. Meanwhile, some students just want to go back, especially since they think that this place is nothing more than an illusion. But our boy doesn't share the same thoughts. As far as he can tell, while this world might have come from the examiner's memories, everything that is going to happen here will be real. The deadly hazards here could seriously kill someone if they're not careful enough. With the mention of danger, Leo notices someone's presence and is soon attacked by an arrow that literally shatters the ground beneath him upon impact. Thankfully, he's safe, but when he looks in the direction of the arrow's source, he sees it's the girl from the Llewellyn family, Chelsea. It looks like she has mistaken him for a member of the Zerdinger family, and because of that, she's determined to eliminate him. But Leo quickly makes it clear that he's a member of the Plav family. Chelsea, however, becomes more aggressive, thinking he's lying since she had seen him with Celia earlier. Without hesitation, she casts her magic Windsickle. Leo seems impressed as he watches her chant a spell that didn't exist in his past life, but he also notices that the basics of this spell are not much different. Meanwhile, Chelsea is frustrated by how calm and composed he is while facing her. To shake him up, she unleashes her impressive ability at him, but Leo just effortlessly blocks it with a single swing of his sword, and the mana blade she sent at him simply falls away. This leaves Chelsea unsettled. From what she can tell, he didn't even use aura, so how has he blocked her attack so easily? Our boy just rubs salt in her bruised ego by casually claiming that her attack was too simple. He invites her to form an alliance as it will be beneficial for her. He reminds her that the one who survives the longest earns the most points, so as a sorceress, she should at least try to pass one test before getting eliminated. I don't even have to tell you what her response is. She quickly fires back and boasts that she is not your typical sorcerer, she's a battle mage. She's offended by his comment where he called her attack simple. Feeling the sting of his words, she channels all her power to crush him on the spot, just so she can prove she's not the weakling he thinks she is. But all of her attacks end up being pointless, as Leo isn't even standing in the direction where the blades are heading. What's worse is that she can't feel a trace of mana anywhere, so she can't even spot him where he is. But her eyes soon meet Leo, who's right in front of her with his fist balled up. We don't get to see if that punch lands on her terrified face or not, but one thing is clear. Her knees lose the strength to hold her up, which is a clear sign of victory for our boy. Leo, however, once again reminds her that the offer to join forces is still on the table if she changes her mind. Before we can hear her response, the scene cuts to the faculty of Luminae Academy, who are watching the show through a digital window. They're thrilled to see that the battle is finally heating up. Back to Chelsea. It looks like she's getting no mercy. Leo has tied her to a tree trunk, and the look on his face clearly shows he's not exactly having good intentions for this poor girl. He also makes sure to start a small bonfire since the night is settling in. The fire intensifies, and flames begin to crawl toward the damsel in distress tied to the log. Seeing the flames causes her to panic, but she could avoid this fate if she agrees to cooperate with Leo. But well, this lady is as stubborn as they come and refuses outright. She makes it clear she needs no one to ally with her except for her brother. She tries to use some wind magic, but her efforts prove futile because Leo has already placed a skill that restricts magic. Though inwardly, he reveals to us that he doesn't have enough mana to maintain this skill, so it won't last much longer. The lady finally relents, thinking she doesn't need magic to get herself out of this mess. But that's exactly why Leo is here. He's more than ready to keep a close watch to make sure she's not trying anything tricky. Without hesitation, he cranks up the intensity of the fire, and soon the flames begin to catch on her. Even her clothes start to burn. Well, that's the last straw. The girl finally concedes and agrees to form an alliance with him. But of course, a few words aren't enough to convince Leo. He tells her to swear on her family's name. The girl quickly fulfills his demand, swearing on the Llewellyn family name that she will cooperate. Finally, Leo releases the ropes that were holding her, but before she can fall into the scorching flames, he cradles her in his arms. The scene transitions back to the teachers, who are diligently watching the students perform. So far, Albi-Zeron has not seen a student who can live up to his standards. To think that most of the students chose to compete and fight each other seems utterly foolish and ridiculous. The only ones showing real strength to the point where it's noticeable are Celia Zerdinger and Abad Llewellyn, who are working closely together. At least this gives him some reassurance that there is still hope for the students. Then, his attention shifts to Leo and Chelsea, who are also working together. His eyes are particularly fixated on Leo. Although the fire stunt he pulled on Chelsea was pretty immature, getting Chelsea Llewellyn to cooperate at least earns him a passing grade in Albie's eyes, especially since he doesn't possess the power or grace of Celia and Abad. However, it seems this is where the teacher is utterly wrong, because our boy took down Celia without even breaking a sweat. Regardless, Albie Zeron considers Leo an unexpected dark horse in this competition. After slashing down a few monsters in their path, both Leo and Chelsea decide to move forward. It seems that Chelsea has finally started to realize that forming an alliance with Leo wasn't such a terrible decision after all. She then asks him what aura he's using, as she hasn't detected any mana from it. To her surprise, Leo casually drops the bombshell that he doesn't even know how to use aura. Unsurprisingly, this shocks and surprises her. While they're going back and forth, a monster is lurking behind the bushes, keeping a close eye on them. But Chelsea quickly notices the presence of the monster and fires at it instantly. Not gonna lie, this attack was way too overpowered for such a feeble monster. Even Leo admits that she does indeed have impressive strength, but the way she uses it is completely wrong. Suddenly, Leo senses something strange and tells her to halt her movements. He's noticed something odd in the sand. When he crouches down, he notices dry ground and decayed dead bodies of people. Out of the blue, an explosion erupts, but Leo quickly jumps away while carrying Chelsea in his arms. The sneaky bastards who had set the trap finally emerge from hiding. It turns out it's Gullivan and his partners. We all know that he's got beef with Leo, so it's no surprise he's here to specifically target him. He commands one of his companions to charge, and the poor fool obeys without hesitation. Unfortunately for him, he's greeted with a jaw-breaking blow from Leo, leaving him sprawled out on the ground. Leo stands tall, exuding total GigaChad energy, and calmly tells Chelsea to just watch his back. For a moment, Chelsea is startled, seeing how effortlessly he has saved her twice in a row. But she quickly gets up and positions herself behind him, ready to face the remaining goons. Meanwhile, Gullivan does what he does best, runs for his pathetic life. He abandons his crew, desperately trying to put as much distance between himself and Leo as possible. The only thought crossing through his mind is to find a partner fast. As fate would have it, Celia spots him from a distance. Instead of chasing him, she calmly walks into the direction he's running from. When they finally arrive at the scene, what they see is jaw-dropping. The area is littered with monster corpses and the bodies of students who had tried and failed to take them on. Naturally, Chelsea lights up at finally being reunited with her brother. Meanwhile, Celia throws shade at Leo, demanding to know what in the world he's doing with Chelsea. Leo proudly claims that it was his decision to form an alliance with her. Celia, however, finds it hard to believe. She would rather believe him if he had claimed to see a cockroach doing backflips than believe he managed to convince Chelsea the stubborn goat to form an alliance. To this, Leo casually and sinisterly claims that he simply convinced her. His wicked grin unsettles even Celia, who begins to wonder what exactly he might have done to convince her. Anyhow, our boy moves to help the students he just knocked out back to their feet. Seeing this, Abad questions why Leo is helping their opponents. Our boy quickly clears the air that there's no need to fight among themselves. Instead, sticking together to defeat the challenges of this world is a much better idea than fighting selfishly. Since Abad and the others seem clueless about what challenge he is talking about, Leo draws their attention to the nearby decayed corpses, hinting at a bigger issue. Seeing the corpses on the ground, one of the students comments that it looks like their moisture has been drained. Leo clarifies that this isn't the only odd thing here. He points out how this place, out of nowhere, seems completely devoid of any monster presence. It's as if the monsters are afraid of something, like a high-tier monster has appeared and scared off the others in the forest. As the pieces start falling into place, Abad finally understands what's going on. As far as his understanding goes, Hero Albie's first feat was defeating a high-tier monster. Just then, they all hear a massive roar in the distance, the sound of something close and ominous stirring deep in the forest. The roar fills the air with tension, a clear sign that the monster has finally decided to reveal itself. Meanwhile, Gullivan stumbles through the forest alone, holding a torch in his hand. He looks terrified, and despite being deep in trouble, his feeble mind is more focused on getting revenge from our boy than on survival. Suddenly, he notices a corpse at his feet, and there is also something behind this veil of darkness that causes him to trip and fall. The thing he saw in the dark is a giant monster. The monster looks like a giant spider, and it seems to be quite hungry. By now, it's clear that Gullivan is as good as dead. Let's explore what's happening with Professor Albie and the students. It turns out that a staggering 500 students all failed the exam. The real problem is the fact that the selection process requires the selection of at least 100 students, but there are only 50 of them still left in the test. Instead of forcing himself to pick, the professor believes that he's only going to select suitable candidates that meet his expectations. After all, the headmaster put him in charge knowing that he would pick the cream of the crop. Albie is a believer in discovering heroes in the time of great difficulty. He has gained an interest over Leo Plov, a dark horse with unexpected talent. The question is, will this dark horse be able to overcome the harsh exam? Going back to the scene of the students in the exam, they're fast on their feet and have trouble navigating because of the dark atmosphere. Celia illuminates her blade and claims that she's seen something up ahead. Her sword's red shimmer reveals the face of the terrifying spider who is currently devouring its prey. It strikes fear into their hearts as Abad rushes to use a mage spell to take down the threat. However, Leo is quick to stop him and advises Gullivan to break the crystal. Of course, Gullivan is out here becoming breakfast between the spider's teeth, so he can hardly move. He decides to smash the blue crystal, sending a wave of electricity inside the creature's mouth. With their preparations ready, Abad charges his Windfang spell and releases it upon the menacing creature. His attack manages to wound the monster, but fails to deal the killing blow. The four of them are horrified to comprehend the level of threat they're up against. This creepy crawly is the Spider Princess Tarantula, and she's not cute. One student foolishly lunges in with the hopes of a melee attack. He's humbled too soon with a single strike to his body, sending him crashing to the ground. Next up is Celia, who is arrogantly assuming that she'll end the fight with a single attack. Activating the Prominence spell, she releases a sharp yet destructive beam of red, piercing the creature's body and sending it waves of pain. However, the spider is as durable as a tank and quickly recovers, making Celia's approach useless as well. Abad uses this moment to talk her down, claiming that a mage and a knight's destructive power is incomparable. He releases a wind spell, Raphael, to slice the spider in an endless spiral. However, by the end of his attack, he's terrified to find the creature alive and well, staring him down. Sensing that her brother is in imminent danger, Chelsea casts her Windbreaker magic to help him out. Still, Abad suffers a cut from the spider's claw, though his sister's attack cushions the blow with her magic. She comes to check on him after he barely made it without losing an arm. They've tried everything against this monster, but its immensely fast regeneration proves them useless. Despair is setting in their hearts as the Queen Tarantula approaches to finish them. Leo comes in and explains that this creature is the daughter of Salatna. She was a deadly monster within Erebos' army, responsible for incinerating the elf forest. What's more, Leo reflects that the mana he detected in Professor Albie's left eye contains signs of the Fairy King's mana. The tarantula ruled over the cursed wild forest. Not only did she annihilate the forest belonging to the elves, but she also ate the most reliable comrade of the Fairy King who rebelled against her. At the time, Leo believed that Luna responsibly defeated Tarantula, but it turns out the reality is different. The Tarantula survived thanks to devouring the Fairy King's assistant, who possessed the source of infinite life energy in the form of an invaluable artifact, none other than the Ring of Life. Abad is as stubborn as a log, and thinks that it's only right for him to take out the monster if it's a part of the exam. Both he and Celia decide to unleash consecutive strikes in the hopes of defeating the creature on their own. The Tarantula endures their wrath, but Leo thinks it's all useless since the creature will just keep regenerating to no end. In fact, they'll be the ones to run out of mana first. In a last-ditch effort, Celia asks for his opinion on how they should handle the monster. Leo explains that it requires the teamwork of two, but his suggestion is immediately met with disagreement by Abad, who is selfishly hoping to overcome the monster on his own. The same goes for Celia too. With both of them acting like children, our boy comes and gives them a dear reality check, that if they don't work together to defeat the monster, they will all fail. His words finally get through. Abad amuses the possibility of them working together, and thinks that it will still consume some time to initiate a joint strike that kills the creature in one go. The thing is, since no one apart from them can stall the monster, it's going to be hard. Deciding to step up and contribute in their struggle, Leo expresses that he can buy some time for them. Celia thinks he's become a nutcase and reminds our boy that he can't even use aura yet. Leo confirms that he can hold out no longer than 5 minutes for them in his state. The magician Abad is afraid that their coordinated attack might still fail by then. However, Leo is absolutely certain that it will work and picks up a weapon from the ground. He adds that both fire and wind elements share a great affinity with each other, so it will be sufficient. Despite their differences, the Sword Princess and the Great Magician become allies, while Leo looks up to the ugly spider as a good challenge and a reminder of his past life. The fight begins with our boy impressively slicing off the creature's limb with a sharp swing, shocking the other two students. He goes on to annihilate the creature's face, and finds himself satisfied to find the monster of Tartaros. Exploring a flashback of the past, we see an elven child running in frightening tears. Unfortunately, the monster Tartaros captures him with its webbing. With the boy completely immobilized in the creature's net, there's just no chance of escaping anymore. The spider quickly arrives, ready to consume him whole. The boy begs for his mother's help and awaits impending doom, until one radiant being appears as a savior, a being of light that stops the creature from hurting the child. Luna felt infuriated with the creature wreaking havoc on her homeland, and going as far as to devour the contractor responsible for being the right-hand man of the elven forest. Luna releases a light attack aimed at the toothy creature. Her magic attack enveloped Tartaros, caging the creature before sending down a column of thunder. Luna wasn't expecting Erebos' army to have come and conquered the elven forest as well. At the time, Leo in his original life became responsible for freeing the kid, helping him escape the webbing net. Let's explore the current scene, where he's standing with an axe in hand, ready to buy time for his teammates. Still, he can't do much without his aura. Requesting Chelsea for help, Leo instructs her to use elemental magic, targeting him with her weapons. He evasively dodges a strike. Because of his immense speed, Chelsea is concerned that he might get caught up in the attack at this rate. However, Leo emphasizes that he's going to be just fine so long as she hurries up. Chelsea activates her magic, ready to mold any kind of weapon for him. Leo is fine with anything as long as it works. She manifests a weapon for him, while he guesses that she's preparing a scimitar and a bastard sword. With both weapons in hand, Leo unleashes his fury of slashes, cutting down on the spider. With each weapon breaking, Chelsea sends another one in his direction. He catches a dagger and a battle axe. Leo's shocking and overwhelming physical capabilities have shocked Chelsea to the core, so much so that she thinks he's an expert in martial arts. Even Abad can't help but think of him as strong. Still, it's not like he's invincible, as a sharp cut grazes his face. Leo thinks that if he can't even stop a stupid spider here and now, then his friends will never stop mocking him in the afterlife. He ramps up the intensity and cuts down the spider, requesting for another weapon. Unfortunately, Chelsea is all out of weapons in her disposal, which comes as a shock to him. Thankfully, however, Celia has already finished preparing her ultimate strike. She unleashes a roaring spiral of fire, incinerating the creature and defeating it at once. The ring of life drops is cleared from its body, and the monster is subjugated at last. Celia drops to the ground, thankful that everything is over now. Still, she can't help but focus on Leo's inhuman performance to hold back Tartaros for 5 minutes. Celia tries to praise him, but Chelsea is even faster with her words. She's become his #1 fan and thinks that his performance just now was comparable to the heroes of the legends. Leo doesn't think much of it, but this chick is going crazy for him as she wants to become a battle mage specialist. She pleads to learn from him. Funnily enough, Celia is hoping for Chelsea to receive exclusive training from him to get a taste of what suffering truly looks like. Anyway, our boy proceeds to grab the Ring of Life, which manifests Prince Silid as a fairy. He rekindles the prince's memory by saying his name. Hearing that, he goes back into the ring and accepting Silid as the Fairy King. This is all thanks to Professor Albie stumbling upon the Eye of Mana. The countdown for the testing ground is starting. Clearing Taste Stage has earned them the reward of the Fairy King's pledge. Before they're transferred, Leo recognizes someone from his past life. Fast forward to Kalian Badian, the principal of the academy, who is reviewing the exam report of the Western Territory. His assistant wonders how many students Albie ended up passing because of his strict requirements. The headmaster is rather surprised to see 40 students coming clean from the exam, which still isn't a high number. The headmaster isn't too disappointed because this dude thought he'd only see 10 students passing at most. This is still a great achievement. Celia and Abad seem to be the top candidates in his expectations. The headmaster heard that there was someone who was recommended as the representative for the year. It's shocking enough that Albie of all people recommended a student. They're almost certain it has to be either the Zerdinger or Llewellyn candidate. But as it turns out, this candidate is someone that no one's heard about before. A name that exceeds both Celia and Abad in performance. We come to Professor Albie's side of things, who is sharply assessing the boy's abilities. He recommended the student Leo Plav as the representative of the Night Division. The headmaster expresses shock for the professor to speak highly of this brilliant student. He specifically described this candidate to boast the talent of a hero. Now that the examination is all done and settled with, our boy is enjoying a hot sauna all to himself, relishing in its warmth. The reward for clearing the exam is the Fairy King's pledge. Now when it comes to clearing a hero's living world, there isn't supposed to be a typical reward, but strangely, he was given one as the exception. Leo doesn't understand why and sees his mother standing in front of him. She confronts the boy, questioning if he knows why she was expelled from the House of Zerdinger. In an effort to rescue an ally, she ended up losing control and unleashed the flames of Zerdinger. But she hasn't come to regret her decision, not even now. Fixating her attention to her only son, she wants the boy's incredible talent to be steered in the right direction. Also, she's most delighted to congratulate him on being accepted into the academy. Stepping foot in the glorious Lumeria city, the students are requested to collect their belongings before stepping foot outside the gate. Lumeria is the centerpiece of the world, and its most prized institution is the Lumine Academy. With Leo finally having arrived, his uncle comes to greet the boy and shares his congratulations for passing. Leo wonders what he's doing here, and learns that the House of Zerdinger is currently busy resolving an unending debate that has been going on for at least a month's time. He quizzes the boy, asking if he knows the reason for the conflict. Leo wonders if it has anything to do with the inheritance of the Phoenix Breath. His uncle confirms that it's exactly the case, and while his older sister isn't a part of the Zerdinger clan, Leo is inevitably her son. Then there's the fact that the elders of the clan are highly impressed by the boy's clearance of the Western exam, notorious for being extremely difficult. Leo is handed a special subspace key, which he decides to use at once by chanting a command. It unlocks access to a special book. His uncle then instructs him to stain the pages of the book with his blood. Leo follows his instructions, biting his thumb and releasing the splattering drops on the page. Now that he's shared his blood, he has access to the information inside the book. No one else will be able to know. And while it isn't easy to master the techniques of the Zerdingers, his uncle is confident in the boy's talent and believes he will get used to it in no time. With this, he officially welcomes him to the house of Zerdinger. After their meeting, Celia requests to meet Leo in an unknown location. Suddenly, a girl randomly bumps into him, causing the both of them to crash. Glasses girl over here quickly gathers her books, apologizing for her careless rushing. She goes away when Leo notices her card. He picks it up and learns about Chloe Muller, who is a freshman at the academy. Leo opens the door to find an annoyed Celia, who reminds him that they've got a lot of things to shop for and he's already late. He apologizes, as he unexpectedly ran into his uncle before coming here. Beaming with joy, Celia curiously asks what happened. To answer her burning question, the boy commands the flames of the Zerdinger family, questioning if he's doing things the right way. Seeing this, she's in utter disbelief. The confident Leo managed to master the secret technique in less than a month. His incredible achievement causes her to fall in shock and leaves her wondering if he's even human. Later that day, the Sword Princess and the Forgotten Hero are spotting a ship docking nearby. Professor Ain Elandieu introduces himself as the instructor of the night class. He wants the students to board the ship immediately, as they will be leaving for Lumen soon. The journey begins with the students leisurely enjoying their time. Leo and Celia look like a couple, which causes a confident young fellow to release a comment that gets on Celia's nerves. This an alchemist from the kingdom of Moira, and he's a merchant with everything to sell. He attempts to do business with the couple in case they need supplies at the school. Leo introduces himself by his student identity and explains that he belongs to the kingdom of Dalad. Thomas is noticeably surprised to hear this, because that kingdom took the difficult Western exam. Leo wants to address the elephant in the room, as he's finding the whole setting a little too strange. It seems too peaceful, even though Celia thinks that this is the standard treatment the freshmen should receive after clearing the exam. The boy turns his attention to their instructor, while Thomas agrees with Celia's understanding of the situation. All of a sudden, the ship shakes as a gigantic tentacle rises from the ocean. It nearly crushes Thomas, while the rest of the students are begging for their instructor to intervene. Casually sipping his wine, their teacher mocks them for ever even asking for help. He reminds them that the students of the Lumen Academy are expected to perform their best in the time of danger, so this is a challenge for them to overcome on their own. They're up against the ugliest of the uglies. A giant kraken stares down at the students. Even in this tense situation, the Forgotten Hero maintains his composure and slices the creature's tentacle with his blade. Celia's also doing fine on her own. Experiencing the fiery attack of the Sword Princess, the kraken reacts with a water spray, causing Celia to get drenched. The monster grabs Thomas, who's shouting his mouth off. Seeing this, both Celia and Leo come rushing full speed to slice the creature down. With the alchemist's greed, he offers his shock. He was expecting the Sword Princess to do well on her own because of her reputation, but he wasn't expecting another student to be just as fierce. Poor Thomas nearly gets crushed by a frozen tentacle and shouts at the person who could have killed him just now. Chloe, the glasses girl that bumped into our boy, is commanding ice magic and holding the monster off on her own. She talks down on the alchemist, who is needlessly becoming a burden in the fight instead of staying behind. Thomas confesses that people like her don't give a damn about those weaker than them trying to help. With another piece of tentacle crushed, we get to see the dynamic duo of Abad and Chelsea rising to the scene. They're still not done with their rivalry between the two clans. Still, the battle mage has her eyes set on our boy despite being enemies. With numerous monsters in the lake teeming on their way to the academy, the instructor thinks this is the perfect welcoming party for the freshmen. Enjoying his wine, he comments on the top performers: Chen, Celia, Abad, Chloe, Walden, and finally Duran, Moira. The captains of each region are performing excellently against the threat. However, beyond them is a student that has overshadowed their performance. An unknown freshman with no commanding dominance in any region. His swordsmanship is the definition of perfection, and he's reacting as if he's predicting every attack. The instructor is glad that he's going to see the boy unleash his full potential in his classes. Anyway, the useless alchemist is quick to run out of his potions as they finally arrive at their destination. Hopping off from the ship, the instructor expects the students to get used to the monster treatment, since they're going to deal with it a lot. It's time to explore the glorious entrance hall. The Lumini Academy's training grounds are extraordinary. Many spectators are hoping for the freshmen to put on a good show. The entrance ceremony is soon to begin. The night division is grouped by their instructor, who wants the captains to come to the front of the lines. The headmaster of the academy oversees the announcement, expecting great things from the hero candidates of this year. Kalian emphasizes to the students that if they ever want to become strong heroes, they'll have to risk their lives and always be expected to surpass their limits. Slamming his fist to the ground, the headmaster believes that if they can't do the bare minimum of what he just mentioned, then they don't belong to the prestigious institution. And then a second later he melts into a grandpa, acting like he didn't just intimidate the crap out of them. Kallian points out and asks why they've all gone quiet all of a sudden. His radiant reputation and image as the brilliant swordmaster slowly gets tainted by the day. Next up is a speech from the freshman representative, a name that the first years are looking forward to. It's not Celia, Abad, Chloe, or anyone else. Only Leo Plav's name is chanted, coming as a shock to even him. He quickly turns to the professor and realizes that he must have recommended him. Leo approaches the podium and addresses the professors and seniors with his speech. While this is going on, many students are bickering about the talks of this unknown student. They don't know what happened or who even is. The speech comes to an exhausting end, as Leo Plav is inquired about his goals as the representative of the year. He realizes that their goal is to intentionally provoke the finishers behind him. Leo offers his words in a very polite and professional manner, drawing attention from the other instructors. They think it's going to be a very reserved ceremony, until our boy goes crazy and openly declares that he's ready to accept any of them challenging him for the position. This hostile and bold announcement provokes the top rankers, but Leo doesn't really care about who it is he has to go up against. With the announcement settled, the students go to their dormitories. From tomorrow, exploratory classes will elapse for 1 week. This is a special grace period for the students to take any class which will later help them decide 3 subjects to major in. The students are promptly advised to rest up so they don't face a first-day late class. Leo's room is designated right next to Thomas, who is excited for his first class tomorrow. They exchange a goodnight greeting and Leo collapses on his bed. His mind is busy wondering what he's supposed to accomplish in the academy. Seizing his place in the best institution, he desperately hopes to find his long-lost hero record. The next day at the cafeteria, Thomas wants to share a seat with our boy who doesn't really care and approves the request. Leo receives an annoyed visitor, someone he isn't familiar with. This guy is Duran from the Central Region, and he's here to confirm if the challenge he stated in the announcement carries any weight. Leo understands that his speech was provocative in its fullest. After all, it invited a stranger to take him on in an aggressive manner. Duran thinks he's some hotshot of the Central Region, but Leo simply doesn't give a flying fuck and continues drinking his fruit juice. Pissed for being taken lightly, Duran lashes out by releasing a thunderous kick, sending the table flying. However, Leo's inhuman speed helps him rearrange the ingredients and reform his perfect cheeseburger. This man is the definition of class as he made a meal out of the occasion. Leo provokes him, stating that he just couldn't ignore free food to waste away like that. Duran, on the other hand, is in the mood to kill this guy with his every word. He thinks the freshman representative is much weaker than he is, which his ego can't stand. Intervening the fight, their instructor casually rests both his arms around the 2 students. He politely mentions their ranks as the representative as well as the captain of the region. The instructor is hoping they're prepared to receive due punishment for engaging in a fight on the first day. You can just see both their faces crying for help. Let's jump ahead and visit the first exploratory class of the night department. For some reason, Celia is concerned why Leo isn't around. He emerges at last, completely exhausted for breath. His condition invites Celia's attention, because she thinks he fought with someone. Leo decides not to say anything for the time being. Class is about to start. Ain introduces himself as the instructor of the first-year night classes. Thomas notices that Duran is on bad terms with Leo already, while their teacher Ain talks about the 3 main powers derived from mana, the first being magic energy, the second is soul energy, and finally we have aura. Of the 3, aura is deemed the most difficult to handle. Celia adds that it's because aura requires losing mana fluidity during the conversion process. Her answer is spot on, as magic and soul energy tend to use mana in its natural state. But aura, on the other hand, absorbs the mana and converts it to suit the body. He demonstrates what an aura looks like and wonders if any of them knows how to use the processed aura from their bodies. Collecting her thoughts, Celia fails to come up with a reasonable answer. The freshman representative breaks his silence and explains that utilizing an aura's power requires the burning of mana. He's reached the right conclusion as pointed out by the instructor, which then makes him ask about the most crucial aspect of the process of burning mana. Leo quickly responds, stating that it is stamina. Impressed by the boy's understanding of aura, Ain asks if he's ever studied the concept before. Turns out he hasn't, which is yet again another impressive feat. A person who hasn't even studied aura somehow extensively managed to grasp its true essence. Deciding to put an end to the theoretical explanation, Ain thinks it's about time they do a little exercise. Using his aura, he casts a wave-like platform called the Aura Step. This fundamentally relies on concentrating one's aura power into their legs. Ain descends to the ground and excitedly mentions that the applications of aura are practically endless. Some of the other students experiment and spar with each other, while Celia teases our boy. She's ready to teach him how Aura Step works, so long as he calls her sister. Leo doesn't feel the critical need for her help, as he's fine with knowing the principles of aura. Noticing Duran on the side, the instructor thinks it's a good time to address the commotion scene in the cafeteria. Some students like Chelsea don't know what happened, and Thomas strokes her curiosity even more with his commentary. Both Leo and Duran are called to the front by the instructor. First, Ain confronts Duran and asks what ticked him off so much. After hearing Duran's dismissive reply, the instructor decides to offer the perfect suggestion. He wants the Central Region captain to square off against the freshman representative in a running competition, all to decide the student fit to lead the class. Ain outlines that both students are openly allowed to use their aura without any restrictions stopping them, which seems like the perfect advantage to Duran. The day of the competition is here. Thomas, being the expert businessman, is busy hosting a betting system. The first contestant is the genius of the House of Moira and the master of the lightning aura, Duran. Facing him is the dark horse without a special background, a man who leaped ahead even the captains of the regions and became the freshman representative, Leo Plav. The students are expecting great things from the freshman representative. After all, they're extremely underwhelmed to find that he can't even use a simple move like Aura Step. They all think his position is unwarranted, and someone like the captain of the Central Region is more fitting for the role of a representative. Realizing that it's the perfect moment to start, Ain lays out the rules. The first to hit the finish line will win, and their opponent will have to accept the results of the outcome without fail. The race is about to begin. Even Celia thinks this competition is a stretch for Leo to win. Duran specializes in speed, not to mention his blazing fast lightning aura. Even against those odds, Celia is hoping for Leo to subvert everyone's expectations by pulling the impossible. The race begins with Duran accelerating and in the lead. As soon as the professor yelled go, the racers blasted off. Duran Moira cloaked himself with a lightning aura, confident that his speed would leave Leo in the dust. With impeccable running form, our boy was unfazed by the weak trash talk near the starting line. As the crowd expected, it looks like the cool representative of the Central Region is going to make quick work of the track. On the other hand, the freshman representative is lagging behind. Leo started infusing a bit of aura into his feet to kick it up a notch. The audience quickly labeled him a bastard who scammed his way into getting the representative role. In the midst of the crowd, which unanimously opposed him, a lone flower is cheering on Leo. Chelsea Llewellyn's passionate shout of support stood out. Focused on crushing the opposition, Duran continuously lived up to his family's signature attribute. He really is lightning fast. Seeing him cross the halfway point in such an inhumanly short amount of time got Carr worrying about his buddy. It seems like Leo will be on the losing end if he doesn't step it up. So, the young man looked around the track. Much to everyone's surprise, he did not push to go faster but decelerated instead. Once his momentum was dead, Leo started running out of the track and into the walls. While it's true that Celia Zerdinger believes in him, there's just no logical explanation for his actions. He looks like an idiot. As everyone watching was puzzled, confused, and lost, Leo was focused on increasing the aura density in his feet. With multiple successive inhuman jumps, he fully went off track into the grass and finally leaped up into the stands. He turned around and watched nonchalantly as Duran stretched his lead with consistent speed. Leo's aura density reached its peak, the fiery force in his feet cracking the stands he was standing on. With one powerful leap, he launched himself back into the track with immense momentum. It was so staggeringly impactful that the jump left a small explosion in his wake, distracting Duran for a moment. From that explosion, Leo came lifting off like a red meteor blazing through the rest of the track. The cheeky devil even taunted his opponent as he flew past Duran, calling the arrogant brat a slowpoke. The speeding meteor quickly reached the finish line. His graceful landing was a sight to behold. Duran watched a few meters away, dumbfounded. His lightning cloak has been banished. This is a clear and utter L. Leo craned his head back and confidently smiled. He won, but the damage in the stands was quite heavy. It was worth it, though. The crowd, who was talking smack just a second ago, was bewildered. They knew that whatever they just saw was no joke. As far as they know, Duran is the fastest among first-year students. To think that anyone would beat him is just absurd. Moreover, he lost to a kid who hasn't properly learned aura yet. Among everyone in the crowd, one of the few that caught what Leo truly did was Celia. She knew that he didn't use aura step. What he showed was a full-blown phoenix step. Since Leo won, Carr and Chelsea were brimming with joy, full of compliments for their friend. The professor quietly deliberated what he had just seen. Duran used his specialty, lightning aura, and increased his speed. That was already expected, but the speed that the boy displayed was still mind-blowing. Meanwhile, Leo Plav was significantly slower in the traditional sense, but he was far better at handling aura. He gathered and focused his fire aura on his feet to blast off. He created a single formidable aura step in the process of doing so. It was a flawless application of a simple concept. Being the sportsman that he is, Leo came up to Duran and offered his hand while telling him that it was a good match. He even admitted that if this was a long-distance race, the results would have been different. Still salty about his loss, the brat refused to shake his hand, and even bumped his shoulder out of the way. The professor is positive that among the current generation of disciples they have, a formidable hero might finally be born again. As soon as Leo reached the corner of his friends, Chelsea immediately showered him with compliments. He was so cool that she expressed her desire to train with him. Carr asks Celia why Chelsea is so into Leo and not him when the answer is so blatantly obvious. Since the class was over, Carr invited everyone to the cafe, even offering to treat everyone. Leo apologized as he couldn't tag along for leisure. Without saying another word, he quietly walked away from his clique. When asked where he was going, he simply answered that he was going to listen in on summoning classes. Confused, his friends asked why a night student would sit down in a summoning class. As usual, the reason is for research purposes. There's still something Leo can't wrap his head around. Why did the Fairy King give him the pledge as a reward? As far as he knows, the rewards of the hero's world are connected to the world owner's power. The reward he received is seemingly related to summoning, but Professor Albie is a pure magician and not a summoner. By that logic, Leo should have received a magic-related ability. Furthermore, to make contact with a fair, one must go to Fairyland. Whatever reward he got won't be of use for now. While Leo was waiting at the site of the summoning classes, a familiar voice asked if he was also a summoning student. It turned out to be the Eastern captain and top scorer, Chen Xia. Unlike the other captain who just raced, this lady is polite, cheerful, and kind. They exchanged pleasantries, and she insisted that he just call her Xia from now on. She was sure that Leo was a student of the night division, so seeing that he also had an interest in summoning was very unexpected. He asserted that he's simply interested in spiritualism. If that's the case, then they are going to see each other more often in a lot of classes. When asked what spirit she made a contract with, Xia summoned a beautiful water sprite out of thin air. Unfortunately, Leo hasn't made a single contract yet. As kind as always, Xia insisted that if he ever needed help with spirit summoning, he should feel free to call her. Leo is not one to turn down help and connections. Then he made the mistake of asking a lady how old she was. Xia smiled and answered that she was 17 years old. She also knows that Leo is younger than her at just 15. In Leo's mind, he was thinking of how young Xia looked. She looks even younger than Chelsea. Sina noticed his brief pause and confronted him if he was thinking of something rude, which Liao denied. That's right, boys. Always deny. Anyway, she just came up to him to say that she was deeply impressed by his race against Duran. She was actually in the crowd while it was going down. The sight of him blazing through the track has been imprinted in her mind. With determination, she asked him to accept her challenge to one of these days. Amused, Leo smiled and didn't back down. After meeting all sorts of bombastic characters, it's nice to finally meet a normal person. And so, the Summoning Division's exploratory class has officially started. Right from the get-go, their venue was unusual. Instead of a classroom, they are out in the fields. A few notable figures are present. These two have faces and white hair, so they must be real characters instead of extras. Leo scanned the area and saw a very low number of students congregating. She already expected as much. Summoning isn't a popular choice after all. Just as he was wondering why the class was being held outdoors, the answer came flying down from the skies. A massive, scaly body with wings that covered the sun flew over the students' heads. The creature landed, displaying its fearsome figure for everyone to see. It was a black wyvern. Some of the students with paltry willpower lost strength in their knees as soon as they saw the beast. Then, the woman riding on top of the wyvern smiled and asserted that her wyvern seemed to have taken a liking to this class. She jumped off her mount and introduced herself as Yura Marin, the summoning teacher who's going to teach the freshmen for the entire school year. Yura is a grade A beauty with her long white hair, toned body, and devilish features. The hormonal students just wanted to become their teacher's summon at this point. Leo reckoned that if Pervy Dueno had been here, he would have lost his mind at the sight of a woman with a different type of charm than Luna and Lycinus. He would surely be inspired to make more cultured art. Going right into business, Miss Yura addressed her little greenhorns. The fact that they are in this prestigious program must mean that they have some talent in the field. The freshmen answered affirmatively. Miss Yura liked how confident they were. So they will be moving to the practice area immediately. She called in Carlo, the first-year summoning class associate professor, to bring out the griffins. Miss Yura explained that they would be riding together in groups of 2. They have enough griffins to accommodate everyone's asses. The problem is, this is everyone's first time handling something as finicky as a griffin. As soon as she heard a complaint, Miss Yura's eyes turned hostile as she asked if they wanted to listen to her lesson or not. Jumping on top of her black wyvern, she announced that those who think they can't ride a griffin should just quit and go back. Her scaly beast mirrored her intensity. It roared and flapped its wings, taking off while establishing dominance. While everyone was shaken, a long student stood proudly and unbothered. Associate Professor Carlo interjected lightly, telling the kids to hurry and follow the professor. Once they got over their initial fear and uncertainty, most students found out that the griffins were gentler than they thought. Some of these four-legged birds are very tricky to deal with, though. It's just the luck of the draw. Leo and Xia partnered up for the activity. She politely asked if she could hold the reins, and Leo gladly gave way. And so the students were lifted off the ground 2 by 2. Those who adapted quickly caught up to the professor's pace, bypassing the sea by taking to the skies. They were not expecting to be allowed to do something so bold as to ride a griffin on the first day. As expected of Lumine's top-notch programs, everyone's uneasiness regarding the griffins is practically erased. Some students were even bickering as to who should hold the reins. Xia and Leo were breezing through the sky with Xia as the driver. She was a bit worried, but the griffin they got is a real sweetheart. But it's still best to be careful. Griffins are difficult to control for first-time riders. Seeing that everything was going swimmingly, Miss Yura decided to shake things up and pulled out a whistle. She blew on it with strength, emitting an imperceptible sound that only the griffins could hear. As soon as the four-legged birds heard the tune, it was as if something primal awakened inside of them. Their talons protruded in full display, and all of the birds started behaving erratically. The weak-willed students turned to the professor for help, not knowing that she's the reason why the beasts are going out of control. Miss Yura reckoned that those who can't even handle an out-of-control griffin should not call themselves a student of Lumine Academy. Even Zia, a reasonably experienced young summoner, was struggling with their bird. While she was trying to wrestle the bird with the reins, Leo grabbed her hand and waist to stabilize her seat. He warned her that griffins are prideful beasts. Trying to overpower them with strength will only make them act out even more. He was gentle with his touch. Leo finessed her fingers in subtle ways to keep the rampaging mount in control. Taking over from behind, he shifted gears and made the griffin fly faster than ever. They were going so quickly and steadily that they eventually passed the professor and her associate. Miss Yura praised his control over the beast. She turned to Carlo and confirmed if the first-year representative was an applicant for the night major. According to the records, that should be the case. He's riding so good that she wonders if he has a personal griffin back home. However, according to Carlo's records, Leo is not from a noble household that can afford one. That must mean he's operating purely on talent alone. It's still early in the class, but Miss Yura is optimistic that she might have just found a hidden little gem. After that sky debacle, every student eventually reached the island of summons, every summoning major's practice grounds. A lot of the kids were throwing up on the beach after such a nauseating wild ride. On the other hand, Leo is just roaming the white sandy beach in search of a suitable fruit. When he finally found one with the right size and ripeness, he motioned to pluck it off the tree and saw a burnt feather. His mind started racing with possibilities, but he kept it to himself for now. After grabbing the ripe fruit, he fed it to the griffin as a sign of gratitude for bringing them to the island safely. With everyone accounted for, Miss Yura called everyone to gather up. From now on, they will be taking a practical exam on the first day, no less. Some of these kids just wanted to check out the exploratory class period, but now they're facing an impromptu exam. Miss Yura explained that compared to the other two majors, the path summoners must walk goes much further. Everyone should already be aware of that. For summoning, just having control over mana is not nearly enough. In order to make a proper contract with a suitable spirit, one needs the proper spirit affinity. To command your summons adeptly, adequate taming ability is a necessity. The path is hard and complicated. That is why the number of summoner heroes is vastly lower than that of the other two traditional classes. However, compared to other heroes, summoners who rise to get the title accomplish much more than the vast majority. Great summoners have deeply etched their names in history. That is the allure of being a summoner. Every student here wishes to become that sort of legendary figure in their own right. Eliza Hergen, from the renowned summoner hero family of the North, the Hergen clan, stepped up to the challenge and asked the professor what sort of exam they must face. Miss Yura explained that, as the name suggests, the island of summons is full of beasts and spirits. Since a summon is considered a form of weapon for summoners, the exam will test every student's taming ability. With that in mind, the contents of the test are simple. They just have to tame a summon in the forest and bring it back to the beach. After taming and making a contract, they are free to keep the summons. The students erupted in celebration. It's not every day that they get an opportunity to tame their own beast. While everyone else is rabidly running into the woods, excited to find their new pets, Leo just calmly walks into the forest. Surprisingly, Eliza followed him from the entrance. The rumors of his victory over Duran have quickly spread. Seeing him in the summoner class, she can't help but say hi. The other prominent students in the class took note of this interaction. Leo waved Eliza off and nonchalantly insisted that he was just doing the best he could. Seeing him dismiss her like she's some random commoner infuriated Eliza. Observing her students from afar, Miss Yura can already see the key members of her freshman class. A few minutes later, quite a few students had already started the process of taming their chosen beasts. None of them caught Leo's attention, though. Some of the students noticed that the freshman representative was going a bit too deep into the forest. Some were praying for his downfall, thinking that he'd fail to tame a summon, receive a 0, and run back to being a barbaric night major. Unbothered by all the hubbub, Leo followed the trail as deep as he could. His guiding light is the feather he saw from the orange tree earlier. A few minutes ago, its tip was burnt badly, but now it's back to pristine condition. He found a clearing in the middle of the woods, and after making sure that he wouldn't be interrupted, he summoned the Zerdinger fire inside him and scorched the feather into ashes. Feeling an oppressively burning sensation coming from behind, his suspicions were confirmed. Back in Leo's hometown, life had slowed down now that the kid had flown off the nest. Reina is cooking some Ghibli movie quality food outdoors. Even so, she's still worried about her little boy. It's technically his first day of school, so there should be no need to get so worried and riled up, right? If Reina could see what her boy was getting into, then she would know that getting worried was not unreasonable. She tried to assure herself that Leo would be fine. He's a strong boy. Meanwhile, that boy is being cooked by the most intense heat one can imagine. He's being surrounded by the fire from one of the 3 great summons, the legendary Phoenix. With a voice that commanded flames, the Phoenix was confused to see a mere child using the flame of Zerdinger. The legendary beast only showed up when smelling Reyna's flame. Hearing his mother's name, Leo asked the Phoenix how he knew his mom. It seems like the Phoenix showed up just in time then. The legendary beast is surprisingly acquainted with Leo's mom. It asserted that it owed Reyna a great debt. This is Farina, one of the 3 mystical summons, the elusive Phoenix. She properly introduced herself, giving Leo the respect worthy of Reyna's blood. Leo Plov returned the respectful introduction with one of his own, and asked Farina to elaborate on her relationship with his mom. The Phoenix confessed that Leo's mom saved the life of Farina's summoner, Ellen Lunda. Hearing the name made him jump in fright. Ellen Lunda is a proper hero. The incident happened while Ellen was clearing a dungeon in Siren. She had lost all her comrades and was in danger of losing her own life at that time. Then, Reyna Zerdinger came in scorching hot to save her. She was a dignified knight, but in the process of saving the hero, Reyna lost her blazing aura. If it hadn't been for that event, Reyna would have surely reached the coveted seat of the heroes. It's Leo's first time hearing the whole story, but his mother always said that she did not once regret what she did that fateful day. Farina laughed, knowing that Reyna really was that kind of knight. Changing the subject, Leo asked why a legendary phoenix would be in Lumen. Unfortunately, she can't tell her the reason. Farina was also confused as to why a little knight would be on the island of summons. When he professed that he was also taking summoning lessons, Farina was prompted to take a closer look at the boy. After seeing such a rich aura inside of him, almost as though he's not a child, Farina roared in laughter, deeming their meeting as fate. She can finally repay the debt that she owes his mother. Farina urged Leo to reach his hand out and hold her flame. The fire danced around his palm and eventually took the shape of an egg. Inside was the child of a phoenix. Farina hopes that one day, when he becomes a great summoner, Leo will make a contract with her child. It's unfortunate that the summoner was arranged to receive the egg, but Farina prefers Leo. When the young man asked if it would be possible to hatch and tame it now, the phoenix almost dropped to the ground in surprise. Before she could stop him from trying to initiate the process, a fiery light had already appeared around the boy's body. Farina tried to warn him that it was far too early to do this. If things go wrong, he might even lose his life. With unshakable concentration, Leo reached the point of no return. Farina was forced to accept that his willingness to challenge the impossible without even flinching is a trait he got from his mother. All she can do is bid him luck. In the process of hatching the egg, it was as though it was only him and the fire inside it existed in the world. Leo reached his hand out, enamored by the beautiful blaze. As soon as his palm touched the little fire, it grew into an unstoppable wild flare. Leo panicked and pulled his hand away. The heat is starting to make it impossible to breathe. This is the caliber of Phoenix Flame. This trial must be a way for him to experience what the mythical beast goes through. As a result of burning their bodies to emit powerful flames, a phoenix must endure unbearable pain every day. They live with burning flesh for an eternity while continuously regenerating at a monstrous rate. Even if just a little, Leo can understand their pain now. So he stopped fighting the pain and accepted the fire. It swallowed him whole as he joined the phoenix in its pain. The blaze reached its tipping point, rampaging all around his body. Suddenly, the egg in his hand started to crack and shatter. Leo opened his eyes, a newfound wisdom and acceptance for the agony imprinted in his soul. The fire that burned his flesh slowly coalesced around the egg, hastening the hatching process by a lot. Farina curiously asked if he had succeeded, and he confidently replied that he did. She smiled and stamped him into a true genius for pulling off such an insane move. If a phoenix tells you that you will be the world's greatest summoner, you better believe that shit. Before the egg can completely hatch, Farina is already congratulating the young man for making a successful contract. The eggshells burned to ashes, and what remained was an adorably tiny little chick named Fiora. Farina was so excited that she transformed into her human form as she entrusted her kid to Leo. By all accounts, Fiora just looks like an ordinary red chick. She's really cute though. By midday, the majority of the students had already returned to the beach. Almost all of them brought back inoffensive summons that can be easily found in the outskirts of the woods. Miss Yura turned to her associate, Carlo, and asked how much time the rest of the students had left. Well, those who haven't returned only have 5 minutes remaining to do so. And as she expected, the only ones left were the 4 standouts she singled out. From deep in the woods, a rumbling can be heard. A giant fucking bear came running out, bulldozing the trees and everything on its way. On the back of the cuddly predator was none other than the scruffy Chen Xia. She managed to tame an aqua bear cub as a prospective knight. That is an impressive feat. Her entrance was quickly overshadowed by the shadow cast over her tamed beast. The quiet dude bagged a shadow crow as his summon, and is now aura farming by riding one of its talons all the way to the beach. Even famous summoner families would find taming a shadow crow difficult. He only managed to tame one but hasn't made a contract yet. He is up to par with Miss Yura's expectations, though. He has done more than enough. A minute later, the students started freaking out at the sight of a flawless white serpent crawling onto the beach with Eliza riding on top. Eliza haughtily asserted that she went ahead and contracted this Gorgon snake just because they don't have one in their family yet. She's just farming for the Pokedex. Carlo finally called time, signaling the end of the exam. Thankfully, the last student reached the beach at the last second. Compared to the previous grand entrances of the other three, Leo just casually strolled onto the beach with a little chick nesting on his head. If his classmates inspired fear and awe, his image simply exudes cuteness. His dumbass mediocre classmates burst out laughing at the sight. They reckon that he tamed a chicken after sensing his incompetence in summoning. While everyone else was chortling, Miss Yura felt a chill running down her spine. She could not help but curse out. This son of a gun just brought in a phoenix for the first exam. By sunset, the freshman summoning class had officially ended, and the students were escorted back to the academy. While everyone else's day is over, Leo still has some business to discuss. He fixed his tie and knocked on the office door. A sweet voice beckoned him to come inside. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Professor Yura in her casual fit, the light of the sunset highlighting her features. She immediately set what she was doing aside and invited the young man to come and take a seat. Miss Yura confessed that today was the first time she had ever seen a baby phoenix. In fact, she didn't even know that there was a mystical summon on the Summoner Island. A freshman forming a contract with a phoenix is no joke. That is an unprecedented achievement in the entirety of the Academy's history. Miss Yura closed in on the young man, trapping him in the hair, and with an inquisitive look, she tells him that she knows what he really is. Leo nervously swallowed. Maybe he flexed too hard and unwittingly revealed his real identity. But his worries dissipated as soon as Miss Yura pulled him into a tight hug and called him an unprecedented summoning genius never seen before. While she wants to praise and acknowledge what he achieved, the professor thinks that they should keep his contract with Phoenix a secret for now. If such a massive piece of news is revealed, things will get very noisy very quickly. For now, she wants him to make sure to choose summoning as his main major the very day the exploratory classes end. In her eyes, this young man has the raw talent to become a summoning hero who will be remembered for ages. By the way, I know what you think, guys, but reality is harsh and there's no way for you to become her summon. The next day, Lumine Academy and its residents woke up to a beautiful morning. Chloe walked through the halls, still sleepy and yawning from not getting enough rest. Carr caught her yawning and teased her about her mouth being torn if she kept it up. Chloe feels and looks tired since she's been staying up late reading magic books. Seeing the girl that he bumped into a few days ago, Leo pulled out Chloe Mueller's ID from his pocket and returned it to the owner. She thanked the freshman representative for saving her the hassle of applying for a new one. What she found odd was the fact that Leo was also going to listen to magic classes. He reasoned that since they're still in the exploratory period, he might as well attend as many lectures as he can. Chloe, on the other hand, is only interested in magic, so the only classes she attends pertain to the subject. Carr quietly whispered to his buddy that this Chloe chick, this ice woman, was aiming for the top of the magic division. You see, Carr's mouth doesn't have volume control, so Chloe Mueller heard all of that. Carr immediately noticed the temperature drop as soon as she stared at him. Just as he was about to wriggle his way out of trouble and move to the back, a massive ice pillar stood in his way. It was a perfect crystallized pillar that nearly locked Carr inside the iceberg. With nowhere else to go, Chloe dragged him into the front seats to behave and pay attention to the class. The next second, another familiar face showed up in the lecture hall. Two of them, in fact. Unsurprisingly, Abad and Chelsea Llewellyn, the prestigious mage family, are also present for the magic class. Suddenly, the door swung open and the atmosphere of the entire room shifted. As soon as he walked into the door, he effortlessly commanded everyone's attention. As he walked into the podium in front of the class, the girls started blushing and murmuring just how handsome their magic professor was. With a clean, slick back look, a dapper tie, and an overall immaculate drip, Len Hors introduced himself as the first-year Magic Division professor. He brought with him a thick stack of paper. Before starting today's exploratory class, he wanted to do something drastic. With a flick of a finger, the stack of paper in his desk flew all over the room and eventually found themselves neatly arranged on top of each student's desk. For introduction, everyone will take a magic theory exam right from the get-go. Of course, everyone was surprised to find that they were being tested in magic theory before a single lecture. Professor Lenhorst asserted that students who fail to meet certain standards will be banished from his class. Since all of them are Lumine students now, this much should be the standard. Upon finishing the exam, they are to hand the paper to his assistant, Anna. Contrary to the intensity of Professor Horse, Assistant Professor Anna is like a ball of sunshine. The one screwed over the most by this first-day exam is undoubtedly Leo. All it took was one look at the first question, and bro immediately knew he was cooked. He is clueless when it comes to current magic trends. The increasingly complex formulas in his paper are simply indecipherable to his eyes. While the clock ticks, every student tried their hardest to squeeze the last bit of their brain juice to answer the intricate questions. As grains of sand fall to the bottom of the hourglass, tensions rise. Their futures as magic heroes depend on this exam. When the time was up, the students discussed how surprisingly easy the exam was. But none of the best and the brightest managed to answer the last question. Compared to them, Leo was stressed. He only managed to answer one question even though he really tried his hardest. As he shakily submitted his paper, he regretted not learning more about modern magic before coming here. Thinking that it was hopeless, he immediately left. He couldn't stand staying in the lecture hall out of embarrassment. He reckoned that he should just study magic on his own time. For the past 100 years, magic has evolved by leaps and bounds. Magic that once required a perfect understanding of complex concepts can now be used just by memorizing mind-numbing activation conditions. Professor Horse quickly checked the papers. Bro didn't even need any supplies. He's raw dogging it with his fingers. Meanwhile, Leo concludes that magic's development towards memorization has worsened the overall level of magicians in current times. After checking the exams, the professor flexed his magical muscles to his students a little bit. He summoned a bright orb of light that illuminated the entire lecture hall with strange runes and other worldly concepts swimming around. This is the essence of the magic he personally crafted. From start to finish, he built this magical algorithm brick by brick. The goal of his class is to create students capable of researching and making their own brand of magic. That is also why he made them take a test on the first day of exploratory classes. There were 49 questions worth 1 point each, based on simple memorization of increasingly difficult concepts. The last question, worth 51 points, analyzes the true essence of magic. Professor Horse hopes that in the future, his students can become magicians capable of solving that last question. Chelsea breathes a sigh of relief. Now she can rest assured that no one else got the last question correctly. She didn't even know where to start solving it. She looked up and saw Leo's seat empty with his exam paper neatly laid down, thinking that he had given up. That bummed her out. It would have been nice to attend magic classes with him. After the professor's impassioned speech, his assistant came up to him and whispered something with urgency. Anna quietly told him that there was a student who solved the 50th question correctly, shocking the stern professor. The stoic and firm Len Hors vanished. He heartily laughed in front of the class upon hearing such good news. He asked his class who among them just made history as the first student to figure out the 50th question in one take and get a perfect score. Professor Horse was blushing and salivating at the thought of molding a generational magic genius. But Anna quickly corrected him and said that the student didn't get a perfect score. That was fine too. He didn't let that bother him. He reckoned that the student must have missed a few items due to spending so much time at the last part. Then Anna just dropped the bombshell with another whisper. The student who got it right only solved the last question and left the other 49 untouched. The professor demanded the name of the student, and Anna gave him Leo Plov's student file. Professor Horse called Leo's name out loud, ordering him to stand up. But it was too late. Even his friends didn't notice him slinking out of the classroom after shamefully submitting his work. To break the awkward silence in the room, Chelsea carefully raised her hand and explained that Leo left right after finishing the test. His test score is an utter anomaly. He technically scored the highest out of everyone else by solving the last part and nothing else. The subject of the magic class's uproar is already in the cafeteria, hanging out with Celia. He shared what just happened, and she laughed at his face for fucking up the exam. He got a cute baby bird in the summoning class, and he crashed out in the magic class. In Celia's opinion, Leo must realize that he's doing something wrong with his school life. She insisted that he should just focus on his swordsmanship. He's a knight major after all. When asked if she would like to do some stamina training, she immediately changed the subject. Their friendly conversation was interrupted by a ghastly presence zooming in behind Leo. Professor Horse is fuming. He thinks this knight major kid just made fun of his class. He confronted him about leaving after just one question. He asked if the questions were so easy that they weren't worth answering. Leo stood up and respectfully cleared up the misunderstanding. He confessed that he genuinely thought he had zero chance of passing that exam. For him, every question except the last problem was way too hard, and he had no clue where to even start with any of them. He slyly explained that he studied magic on his own by reading old magic books, so he wasn't up to date with any of the modern ones. A thought started forming inside the professor's mind. He then picked up the young man off the floor like he was a cat or something. When he let go, Leo had never been so confused in his entire life. Meanwhile, the professor's eyes are gleaming with joy and possibilities as he urges Leo to follow him for a moment. Leo did not even get the chance to refuse or ask where they were going. Professor Horse grabbed his collar and dragged him out of the cafeteria like a child who had just found his new favorite toy. Celia was frozen in her seat. This was her first time seeing the Academy's professor of magical theory, and he made quite an eccentric impression. Poor Assistant Anna missed his boss by a few seconds. She failed to make sure that Len Hors didn't do anything strange. The poor lady didn't even have the chance to catch her breath as she tried to chase after the madman. The professor brought Leo to his office, started scribbling magic theory problems on his chalkboard, and asked the young man to solve them for him. He reckons that if the boy did not solve the final question out of pure luck, then he must already have his own established magic system in his mind. Professor Hors stood on the sidelines waiting for the young man to show him a new magic system through the solutions. But not even 10 seconds passed, and Leo had already finished writing his final answer on the board. Shocked and a little frightened, he asked if Leo had mentally solved all the questions he had presented. That's more or less what Leo did. The professor just hit the jackpot. After all these years of mediocrity, he finally found a seedling worth cultivating into the highest echelon of heroes. Professor Brojo Satoru is right outside, minding his own business and walking through the halls. Unbeknownst to him, his calm day is about to be pestered by his overenthusiastic colleague. Professor Hors came running to him with a broad, innocent smile and eyes full of life. Bro was not having any of it. He knew that whatever his coworker was smiling about would ruin his perfectly calm day. So, he turned around and walked back in the direction he came from. Len Hors grabbed his feet while repeatedly thanking him like an overstimulated dog. Professor Albie had to use magic to keep him away. This is not the first time he has seen Len Hors act out, but he's going a bit too far today. Professor Hors didn't give a damn even if he's suspended midair. He just wanted to express his gratitude for discovering the genius that is Leo Plov. Albie was confused. Why would this magic fanatic call a knight in training a genius in magic? Hearing him mention knighthood and Leo in the same sentence made Professor Hors irate. He insisted that the kid must become a sorcerer at all costs. He won't stand by and let such a talent rot away while wielding metal sticks. Finally, his assistant and part-time babysitter Anna caught up with her boss. While he was ranting about how sending Leo to the knights would be an insult to the field of sorcery, Albie dropped him to the ground. At least the professor is very appreciative of Anna catching his fall. After running all over the campus, the sunshine and rainbows demeanor of the assistant is gone as she insists that they return to class. Speaking of the devil, Leo walked past the commotion, and Professor Albie gave him a reassuring smile. The young man reckoned that sorcerers have not changed at all with time. Even to date, they're all lunatics. A week after the magic theory debacle, the exploratory classes finally ended. Leo is just chilling on the roof, reading his book away from any drama and over-the-top commotions. As usual, he is researching his own legacy. Today, Kyle, the supposed hero of the beginning, is widely known as a fraud. Seeing how the world moved without him and the change of perception is still weighing on his mind. While he was quietly contemplating the passage of time on the rooftop, the first-year professors were running around the campus halls. Without even knocking, they barged into the principal's office with complaints. In Professor Elan's hand is Leo Plov's application form. Listed on the kid's major course are knighthood, sorcery, and summoning, all three of the major hero disciplines. After seeing the kid's untapped potential in every field, the professors are engaged in a war to get him to their side. Moreover, a student taking on every major discipline is unprecedented in any hero military academy. They think that their students must devote themselves to a single major. Principal Badian just laughed at their squabbles, saying Leo reminds him of that fictional hero from all those grandiose storybooks. Hearing the principal made the professors pause their chaotic debates. Principal Badian cited that the fifth great hero, also known as the hero of the beginning, Kyle, is the only person who allegedly mastered all classes in history. Meanwhile, Celia and Chelsea are currently panting in exhaustion as they run around the track. Carr found Leo lounging under the shade of a tree and asked why the girls are training so heavily on a weekend. Chelsea asked Leo to train her, and he obliged. That doesn't explain why they're just running circles, though. Leo simply answered that, above all, even more important than weapons, a hero must possess unlimited stamina. This cardio exercise will enable that. Even Chelsea has completely bought into the idea that stamina is the most important aspect of a battle mage. On break, the girls flocked to Leo as he handed them water bottles to hydrate. Surprisingly, Chelsea seems to like training her stamina on the weekend. She wants to run with Leo. As soon as Celia heard the poor girl say that, she spat her water as the trauma of training with Leo surfaced in her mind. Since he's already planning to run anyway, he might as well direct the ladies. But Celia has vowed to never run with him again. Noticing their interaction, Carr asked Celia and Leo what was going on between the two of them and why they seemed so close. He even thought they were dating at first. Celia ended the confusion by dropping the bomb that they are nothing more than cousins. Leo is her paternal aunt's son. The revelation that Leo has Zerdinger blood running through his veins utterly shocked Carr and Chelsea. Leo finally got off his ass and started stretching to join the ladies for the next round of hellish cardio. Not one to waste his time training, Carr made his exit. He's planning to explore Lumeria City a little bit more. Celia tried to tag along with him in the blissful city, but Leo had already grabbed his cousin by the hair. Today is a training day. Carr could not help but think that every noble in his circle doesn't have an ounce of dignity. Time passed, and the much-awaited class assignment day finally arrived. Leo walked to the classroom he was assigned to, namely Class 1-5. Inside, he saw Carr sitting down, calling his buddy over to the seat beside him. The sly businessman was the first one to arrive since he already knew what class he was going to be assigned to. Say what you want about Carr, that boy is good at gathering information. There's another familiar face in their class. Chelsea is in her seat. It's hard to tell if she's dead or alive after the hellish weekend of training with Leo. Carr asked what kind of hell Leo put the girls through, and he answered that they just went over the basics. Suddenly, a pair of lowly extras peeked through Class 5, also known as the Class of Anguish, and mockingly wondered how many of their pitiful juniors would remain after the first semester. A lazy voice interrupted their jeering. He asserted that these two seniors mocking the freshmen are much more pitiful in his eyes. The pair of extras turned around and immediately felt their blood run cold. A man with uncombed dark hair and an unkempt beard stood before them. His aura was suffocating and overwhelming. He is Herod Edmund, homeroom professor of Class 1-5, also known by his nickname, the Wailing Wall. This dude told the extras to form a chair with their bodies, and they did it out of fear. He sat on his human chair and addressed his students as worthless dregs. Class 1-5 is the class for failure, which scored the lowest among the incoming students. Professor Edmund is pretty sure that the kids have already heard rumors about him. He asked his class if anyone knew why he chose to assign himself as the advisor of this cursed class. Carr carefully raised his hand and answered that the Wailing Wall must have stepped in to help everyone improve their grades. The professor already knew Carr Thomas by his full name. His answer is fitting for someone ranked dead last in the academy. Professor Edmund changed the question and asked if anyone in this inferior class understood the duty of a Lumine Academy student. Chelsea bravely raised her hand and answered that it's their duty to capture the hero's world through practice missions. That is the correct answer. But all the professor can see are the faces of kids who would die a few minutes after entering the hero's world. So, wouldn't it be better if he just expelled the pathetic bugs who would only hold their comrades back? This is precisely the reason why he took over Class 5. That is also the reason why he is widely known as the Wailing Wall. While he was scaring the shit out of his students, Leo stood out as the only one unfazed. The professor quietly assessed that this kid would probably be fine if dropped into a hero's world right now. He then ordered everyone to change their attire to exercise clothes and head to the drilling grounds afterward. It's the first day of classes, so it's time for some combat studies class. Class 5 followed his directions and quickly assembled on the track. While his students were exposed to the harsh sunlight, the professor set up a huge umbrella, a lawn chair, and even some tasty drinks to relax on the sidelines. It's time to fix the rotten mindsets these kids have developed since joining the prestigious academy. He asked another question. He questioned what would save them in the real world, where life is so fragile when push comes to shove. Nella Carvin, a timid knight major with a rare healing attribute aura, meekly answered that she would be saved by her fellow comrades by her side. That's the wrong answer. Professor Edmund asserted that their only saving grace is their own ability. Only when they hone their skills in the face of danger can they even begin to lend help to their comrades. As a follow-up question, he asked if anyone here is confident in their ability to protect their comrades. A jolly, fiery, and poised voice sounded out from the crowd, asserting that she was confident in her capabilities. To explore that answer, the professor asked the girl to create a fireball so they can see if she's an adequate magical knight. The girl in question is the spunky and upbeat Eliana Layden, a dual-class magical knight. After displaying her fireball, the professor wasn't convinced that she had what it takes. He even insulted its size and intensity, telling her that it's not enough to even kill an ant. Challenged by the professor's comments, Eliana injected even more mana into her spell, creating 2 fireballs while warping her surroundings into a pool of flame. Not only did she increase the number of fireballs, but she also doubled both of its sizes. Professor Edmund sarcastically called her spell impressive while sipping his juice box. He summoned a little orb of wind and asked Eliana to try hitting the little fellow with such an amazing fireball. That orb of wind eventually turned into a wind spirit and swiftly flew in the air with its own will. It flew close to Eliana and mockingly laughed at her fire while touching her nose. The easily excitable young lady was naturally pissed. She started dishing out fireballs left and right, desperate to clip the annoying wind spirit. After wasting her mana with attacks that can't even make contact, the professor interjected, "What's even the point of increasing the number and size of an attack if you can't even hit the enemy?" This exercise is to make his students feel the thing that they lack most, the ability to use their skills effectively in practice. They must hone their skills and push past their limits. That's the hero's way. The Wailing Wall smiled and announced that the class would not be dismissed until one of them caught his wind spirit, Sylph. Leo is just listening quietly. The professor's words may be harsh, but he can confirm that all of it is true. Maybe he should try this class a little and try catching the Sylph. While his entire class is running around the track, Professor Edmund's eyes are fixated on Leo Plov. With all the conversations around the kid, he is determined to sniff out if he's just full of shit like the fictional hero Kyle. Unfortunately, even with the whole class participating in the hunt, the Sylph is simply running circles around them. From a distance, Leo emitted his aura, controlling and directing it to focus on his feet. With one mad dash, he launched himself like a scarlet cannonball, leaving destruction in his wake. His speed skyrocketed to its limits. His focus is impeccable. Maybe he really is the first true all-class hero to be born. Carr and Chelsea were already winded after trying to catch the unreasonably fast wind spirit. Then came our boy, his feet and body clad in a burning aura. Using the enhanced concept of aura step, he made his way to the skies, the blind spot of the unruly sylph. With gravity and momentum from the aura step, he launched himself downwards, leaving little to no window for the sylph to dodge or get out of the way. His first try ended in a fail by a millisecond. It looked like he botched his first attack, but the smile on his face says otherwise. He subtly manipulated the streaks of aura in his hand, forming a thread that attached itself to the sylph's foot. This effectively held the wind spirit in place to be grabbed. Unfortunately, none of the Class 5 students got to the stunned sylph first. It was captured by the lighting-fast brat Duran instead. Just as expected, his speed is really outstanding. But he only captured the sylph due to Leo's aura thread restricting its movements. Nevertheless, the smug look on the brat's face is still annoying to look at. Another person walked into the field while cheerfully clapping his hands. This pompous-looking man is Sejin, the homeroom professor of Class 1-1. Right now, he is second in the graduating voting class. He took this chance to flex the talent of his class, even offering to teach Class 5 a thing or two. Meanwhile, Professor Edmund isn't even looking at the field. He's snug as a bug in his chair while sipping on juice boxes. He then asked his colleague to take over his class for the day. While Professor Sejin is number 2 on graduating class voting, this chill guy is consistently bagging number 1 every year. The students, especially Carr, are hyped to see the clash of the two pillars of Lumene Academy. These two professors have worked at the academy for over 2 decades. Professors Ain, Yura, and Len were apprentices of these two. Overhearing his yapping, the adorable Nella Carvin asked Carr how he knew so much about academy affairs. Unfortunately, this boy has no riz at all and is prone to scaring the hose. Professor Sejin haughtily laughed. While he doesn't know what his rival is scheming when he takes charge of the worst class of freshmen, Sejin is eager to find out. So he requested a competition between classes 1 and 5. As for the event, they are going with Lumene's historic ball sport called Bastera. Professor Edmund stood up from his chair and called Sejin a genius. He shook his bro's hand and added that learning through practical experience is the best. After accepting the challenge, he slumped back into his comfy chair and left all the officiating and supervising to Sejin. Professor Sejin can't fathom just how he keeps on losing the graduating class vote to this lazy-ass man while his students look at him with pity. At least the Wailing Wall addressed his class one more time, saying that this Bastera match against Class 1 is an opportunity for them to practice their skills. And one last thing, he warned them that if they lose, everyone in the class will be expelled. Hearing that, even the students are shocked since it's their first class ever with him. Not to mention that their opponent is Class 1, a class with 3 captains on their side. Herod doesn't care about their excuses and tells them to try even harder in that case. Also, he thinks there's very little for them to worry about when they've got the freshman representative of all people in their class. He instructs Leo to choose 6 candidates for the competition. Contemplating his teacher's request, Leo is certain that he's being tested for some reason. It's not coming through a place of disgust. Rather, the kids in his class have all lost their spirit after just 1 week of enrollment. With their spirits crushed, Leo thinks that Herod wants to use him as a means to lead the defeated students of Class 5, since they've lost all hope already. Class 1's teacher uses his magic to create the arena, while Leo thinks that there has got to be some kind of way out in the Bastera competition, a way to help his classmates from their despairing situation. Lumene Academy's top brass are facing Class 5. Even Chelsea is sweating bullets in fear. She tries to explain the rules of the Bastera game because Leo doesn't know a thing about it. The game is a combat sport that stood the test of time at the academy. Based on that description, it doesn't sound more special than just a ball game. Thomas explains that it isn't so simple like that. In reality, it's much more threatening than a simple game. The Sword Princess Celia eggs on Chelsea for looking pale in defeat. Her provocation ends up with Chelsea lashing out in anger, refusing to lose to a Zerdinger. Leo, on the other hand, is as cool as cucumber and urges them to relax, since they won't be losing anytime soon. Celia is pissed and wants to show him the results of her training soon enough. As for Chloe, she's hell-bent on scoring a win against the freshman representative, unlike their previous outcome. Anyway, Sejin tells the participants to approach the arena. Leo looks to his classmates to ask who's going to join. 2 of them step forward, those being Chelsea and Eliana. The stakes are high as losing guarantees expulsion, which is why they're willing to do whatever it takes to win. Thomas and the others also quickly follow suit, as Leo signals to the professor that their class is ready to begin. Sejin whips out the ball and tosses it up in the air. Each participant from both teams has their eye set on the ball. The game begins with Duran and Leo reaching for the ball, but Lightning Boy is a second faster and manages to snatch the ball, seizing the initiative. The game has literally just started, and this man Leo decides that now would be a good time to learn the rules. Turns out the rules are quite simple. All he has to do is infuse the ball with aura, shooting it into the goal without using one's body. The first team to reach 11 points will win the game. Duran is on a rampage and releases the ball at a thunderous speed, causing Leo to evade it at the last second. As for Thomas, he couldn't even see the ball as it cut past him and scored right into the net. The first goal has been secured by Duran of Class 1, and has already caused even greater despair for Class 5 students. Tide is feeling the pressure and thinks they're all going to be expelled at this rate. So now Leo wants to know about how one could acquire the ball. There are basically 3 ways to do that. They can do it if the ball goes out of bounds during their opponent's turn, or if someone can catch the ball. As Tide is about to explain the final method, their conversation is interrupted with Eliana getting brutally taken down by Celia's explosive throw. The Sword Princess mocks them for carelessly talking when they should instead be focusing on the match. The situation is really bad for Eliana. Players can't directly attack or block opposing players, so the third way is to cause the participant unable to continue. The only way to do that is by attacking others with the ball. Leo has heard enough and seizes control of the ball, believing that it's the right time for them to fire back. Eliana is rendered unable to continue, leaving Class 5 with one less classmate to fight with. Both professors are observing the match. Sejin reflects that any team with an advantage of the fire element usually possess overwhelming advantage in the game, and when it comes to the House of Zerdinger, their flames are the most powerful. He can't figure out why Herod decided to entertain the challenge, knowing that the Sword Princess is in Class 1. He thinks that there's just no way for Herod's class to fight back. In response, the lousy professor simply yawns at him, as if to think nothing of his words. Addressing Sejin, Herod brushes an old memory of his first student from the House of Zerdinger. That woman is known as the Empress of Bastera, a complete monster in the game. Herod is happy to share that her child is playing the match for Class 5, a piece of knowledge that shakes Sejin. Back to the game, Class 5 is acting like a whiny bunch, selling themselves short and regretting their decision to join the academy. Celia sees Leo casting his flames and realizes that he's finally getting serious. Charging an ever-burning fireball, he releases the ball at such a monstrous speed that it requires Chloe's icicle mountain to stop its wrath. She acts all high and mighty, thinking that she's successfully deterred his strike. But Leo shockingly appears next to her, having read her like a book. Leo confidently declares that he'll score regardless. He jumps up and punches the shit out of the ball with his fist, causing Chloe's barrier to tear away like butter. Even Sejin is impressed by the boy's impressive battle IQ. Class 5 cheers in support for the freshman representative. The professor of Class 1 understands now that the true game has just begun. We then see a bunch of goals scored, causing the number to jump up to 9 against 10. Many players were even incapacitated during the match. Finally, the lightning-fast Duran releases his strike, hoping for this throw to end the match. But in the end, Thomas sacrifices his body, putting his everything to stop the ball from scoring. He manages to catch the ball at the brink of mana exhaustion. In the end, Thomas collapses, causing both classes to stand at an equal footing. However, Class 5 only has Leo left, while Class 1 has all 3 of its captains intact. It seems like a great disadvantage for their class in terms of numbers alone. Ice Mage Chloe is ready to exact her revenge after her crushing defeat in the previous exam. She forms numerous copies to further increase their defenses. Leo is about to take his one final leap against Celia and Duran. His feet arched from the ground. He blitzed with inhuman speed, shocking the 3 captains with how fast he vanished. Leo flash steps at such an incredible pace that he dribbles past Celia without her noticing. He has no intentions of taking them head-on, which means he's aiming for the goal. This leaves everything to Chloe to defend. She's trying her best to locate the real Leo among his own copies. Just analyzing this level of magic leaves her winded as Leo zooms past her. Chloe collapses in defeat, questioning how a mere human is capable of using the magic of the elves. In the end, not even the 3 captains could stop him, and the conclusive winner of the match is Class 5. Leo's name is chanted as Class 5 students celebrate in joy. They were so close to getting expelled. Sejin is surprised to learn that Herod put them on death grounds just to win the match. The 3 captains, on the other hand, are left devastated in defeat. Sejin realizes that he's got to deal with them and approaches Chloe, asking if she's frustrated at their loss. He reminds her that even if they lose, they must always salute their opponents as tradition. He acknowledges their efforts to try and secure Class 1's victory. Sejin is really proud of the students who worked hard and even those who cheered for their allies. His beaming words of encouragement steal their hearts. But Herod isn't so kind and poetic. He straight up calls them losers and annoys them for it. Both classes performed their best in the sport. Class 1 managed to show off their talent, while Class 5 boasted perseverance and fought hard until the end. Sejin emphasizes that their ability to break past their limits allowed them to take the win. He hopes for both rival classes to learn from each other. In earnest rivalry, they shake hands. Celia pisses off Chelsea, who returns the insults in her own way. Thomas, on the other hand, is overly cheerful with his handshake against Duran, who is staring at him like a pale ghost. Chloe is sent to the brink of tears and shame. Leo extends his hand, praising her for her performance. He thinks that with just a little bit of effort and experience, she could really become someone of amazing stature. She takes his words as mockery at first, but seeing the boy's sincere expression, she changes her mind. Chloe hopes that she'll overcome Leo one day and shakes his hand. A month has passed since then. Our trio is enjoying a meal when Thomas curiously asks about their club selection. Instead of joining a club, Leo is interested in making one, causing Thomas to lose his damn mind. Chelsea being his #1 supporter, she's willing to join it immediately. The club he's wanting to create will be called the Hero Research Society. It's a strange name, but Leo has an ambition to investigate the forgotten hero, Kyle, who is considered a fictional character with no real relevance in history. Thomas thinks that no one will join that kind of club, but Chelsea is seriously a real one with how ready to join she is. There's some kind of commotion going nearby, which makes Thomas suddenly remember the special thing about today. Today is the day the 5th-year senior classmen mark their return after clearing the dungeon. Since the fragments of the hero record are scattered across the world, occasionally, they are responsible for creating dungeons on their own. These are called the hero dungeons. The senior students of the academy clear the hero dungeons and retrieve the fragments. They're supposed to leave for at least 2 weeks, and oftentimes even months. Leo thinks that his mother must have gone through similar dungeon raids before. Chelsea sees the senior classmen and realizes that they're the best of the best in the academy. Introducing the muscular Easterner, Lee Jamua. The southerner beauty next to him is Torua Yan, and finally the comfort clothing enthusiast is Ulta. Still, one guy seems to be missing. The strongest person in the academy, the council president Reese. Thomas is about to explain about him when all of a sudden, our boy is nowhere to be found. The feds took him for being too OP. Just joking, Celia hurriedly rushed him outside. It turns out that Reese, the council president himself, has requested a private meeting with our boy. Leo is perplexed and asks why he's being asked to meet him all of a sudden. Celia thinks he's a dumbass when it comes to anything school-related. She thinks he'll understand why when he gets there. So he goes there, sitting in a place that strikes odd to Celia. And then we see the sword princess jumping to hug her brother. Yeah, you heard that correctly. Reese is her brother and thrilled to meet Leo, who is aiming for all class. They share a dumpling meal together, but for some reason, Celia is nervous because she's never tried them before. She takes a bite and finds herself delighted by the taste. The big brother has been meaning to take her to this restaurant ever since she came here. More importantly, he's intrigued to meet Leo, whose mother used to boast a high reputation in the family. He also remembers how Leo's mother was known to be famous during her school years. She was a student who did way too much to achieve legendary status. For example, she confidently talked shit about the desserts served at the academy. She once gathered all of the students to invade the principal's office. Celia is shocked to learn about her involvement regarding the famous incident. The brother-sister duo talk to each other in joy, while Leo is impressed by Reese and thinks that he's worthy to be called the best of the best at the academy. Before long, this guy is destined to become a hero. Reese thinks it's time for them to have fun with dessert. He tells them to go out while he's finished paying. As they're leaving, Reese is surprised to find a strange object in his blazer, not knowing why he found it there. The scene cuts to Herod's class, where Eliana is dying to ask him a question. This guy straight up calls her question pathetic before even hearing it. He's got no chill. Eliana wants to know why they've yet to choose a class representative for Class 5, since the other classes have already decided. Herod thinks lightly of the suggestion and casually admits that he forgot about selecting one. Being the lazy asshole, he literally just tells Leo to become the representative. Eliana and Tide have to remind this clown about the democratic selection process. However, they quickly learn why it's for the best to stay shut. Herod wants the chosen class representative to take care of all the notes so he doesn't have to work. Through a transmission, the students are told to take the Hero Studies joint class. The first-year students are requested to go to the auditorium at once. Leo asks if they should be leaving immediately, and his suggestion is approved by the teacher. They meet at the auditorium where Leo and Thomas stumble into an exhausted Chloe. This girl is looking like a zombie and begging to purchase some recovery potions from the alchemist. The purchase is made and she receives the only potions he has. Leo thinks she might be doing too much when it's only the start of the year. Chloe chugs the potions and refuses to accept Leo's advice. Since she's the top student in magic theory, she's extremely anxious about her position. After all, it's only a matter of time until Leo learns modern magic and quickly bulldozes her in that exam too. Thomas, being an idiot, doesn't get what's so bad about being second place. Chelsea has to remind this dumbass about Chloe's position as the tower magician. Battle mages don't ever have to worry about falling behind in theory, but for Chloe, it's everything. The magic investigation and research is the heart of the magic tower, so her very pride is at stake here. Chelsea is annoyed and really wonders if the alchemist is a magician at all at this point. Meanwhile, Chloe isn't looking sharp despite the potions and notices something. Right then, we see Headmaster Kalian observing the strange reaction of the damaged hero's page. Reese has brought the hero's page and claims that it reacted to something. It ended up damaged to a certain extent that it should never have reacted, and yet it did. There wasn't even a relic around for it to happen. The headmaster asks if it reacted after the incident, and learns that it didn't react again. Kalian is deep in thought and has decided to focus on this matter on his own. He tells Reese to rest up as he just returned from the mission. The headmaster asks his assistant Elena to take the damaged hero's page to the auditorium in the Hall of Beginnings. He wants it to be present in the first year's joint class session. We come to learn that fragments as small as this are capable of reacting if the person mentioned in the hero's record comes in contact with it. In this case, it's Leo, but none of them know that yet. In the Academy's auditorium, The first years are sharing their first joint class session together. There's too much noise, which is why the cute Professor Artian has to request them to remain silent. Ignoring her warnings, they still bicker about carelessly. Artian is fed up and releases her fiery rage, reminding them with a shivering warning to shut up unless they're looking to die. Her cute and shy demeanor suddenly turned into cruel and killing intentions. She cusses the heck out of them for being morons. Artian experiences a jolt after learning that they've all gone quiet. She returns to her dainty and shy demeanor, acting like nothing happened just now, while the rest of the students are sweating bullets. They've simply come to accept that she's scary as hell when she needs to be. Leo has observed her powers and regards her as a spiritualist, which were extremely rare even in his previous life. Artian initiates the class session with a dagger in hand. She talks about the appearance of the hero record, and what caused the hero clans to appear in the first place. In order to open a hero's world, an object holding sentimental value to that hero is required. Basically, a medium of some kind. That's why it's much easier for the hero's descendants to open a hero's world without much difficulty. It's also why the Academy reserves the hero's records, treasuring the relationship built between their families. To give it a perfect analogy, it's kind of like the relationship between a key and a treasure chest. Leo's impressed by the explanation and is all ears to hear what's next. Artian continues to emphasize the importance of hero studies, which is crucial for uncovering clues about a hero's world and increasing their understanding. As the students advance through the years, they'll end up choosing a hero to draw strength from and clear their pages. The professor's explanation is cut short by Elena's sudden appearance. She showcases them a hero records fragment that the 50-year students recently collected. Seeing the mystical object, the students roar in excitement. She opens it up slightly before closing it shut. Artian wants to tell them anything before experiencing what it's like to see the fragment. She wants to know about their intentions after becoming heroes. Celia jumps ahead and claims that she wants to become the strongest knight in her family's lineage. Artian is impressed by her ambitious goal. Meanwhile, Chloe is interested in writing a spellbook that acts as a record of her original creations. Many students exchange their ambitions all the same. Thomas wants to play a supportive role to the hero candidates. At last, Leo stands up to declare his outrageous goal. His objective is to fully destroy Erebos for good. This declaration catches the attention of not only the students, but also the professors. Artian tries to transition smoothly, despite being shaken by his words. The rest of the students from the other classes are gossiping about his fancy goal, believing that they're just empty words. As for the professors, Herod is kind of stumped, knowing that Leo just doesn't say things without intention. It's been 1,000 years since Erebos was divided into multiple pieces and sealed. However, he's also resurrected in similar ways over the recent years. Even a single piece is responsible for unleashing much destruction. But this kid just started the impossible. He doesn't just want to eliminate one piece of the demon, but the entirety of Erebos itself. Artian wants to help explore the hero's record at last. She wants to give each class a chance to guess the hero's page, before moving on to her explanation of how one can clear a hero's world. She also advises them in the case of unexpected situations, reminding them that the professors will always be monitoring them, so they shouldn't be messing around carelessly. The students are excited and stammered to finally experience the joy of touching a hero's record. Artian thinks it's only right to call the representatives of each class to step forward. Celia from Class 1, Leo from Class 5, then Abad and Chen from the remaining classes. There were actually 2 fragments retrieved from the dungeon, but for the purpose of their lesson, they'll only be using one. The second piece is quite small in comparison, but it's still here to show them the different shapes. First up is Leo, who proceeds to interact with the piece, prompting the hero record to open. The hero's name and chapter are both hidden, but even the professors are worried that the record is reacting harshly. All of them are transported inside the nameless hero's world, baffled to discover an environment of chaos and destruction. The class representatives and the professors have been transported to a different world. What greeted them was a mountain of monster corpses littered all around what can only be assumed as a battlefield. Trying to get on top of the unexpected development, Professor Edmund warned everyone to brace themselves as they were now inside a hero dungeon. Professor Sejin, with his quick thinking, found a landmark they could use to figure things out, a fortress wall situated away from their spawn spot. Oddly enough, Leoplav recognized the place from the Age of Catastrophe, the last line of defense for the last city, the walls of Gardaslan. If his line of thinking turns out to be correct, and the timeline is right, then Leo is the only one who knows what is happening. From a distance, he heard a familiar voice calling him by his old name, Kyle. The voice apologetically admitted that her unfulfilled wish was indeed a foolish one. The voice belonged to a woman that the modern times hail as a legend, one of the original heroes and Kyle's comrade, Lycina's. As foolish as her wish was back then, she wholeheartedly believed that they would eventually save the world. And they did. Seeing a friend who existed thousands of years ago stirred all kinds of emotions inside Leo. Facing Lycina's on this crumbling battlefield was outside of his wildest dreams. Her smile lit up the entire hero's dungeon, shattering reality and knocking everyone back to the real material world. This quick and bizarre event stemmed from Kyle grabbing the little piece of unknown hero's record, which was solely meant for display. Chensha worriedly asked the professors what had just happened, but none of them knew what to do. With an exasperated look, Professor Edmund hurriedly declared that classes were suspended. He urged everyone to stay calm and exit the auditorium in an orderly manner. While everyone makes their confused exits, Leo stays at the podium, still holding the tiny piece of ripped paper, deep in thought. He was certain that what he was holding was his own page. Kyle's page. In his hand is the biggest clue for his mission, a fragment of his own record. Seeing Leo in such deep contemplation fascinated Professor Edmund. Once the hubbub died down, the students scattered to find empty classrooms to hang around since the rest of the classes were suspended for the day. In one of the classrooms, Leo explained that they briefly saw the legendary Lycinas, the King of Wisdom. Thinking that the Academy unearthed Lycinas' hero record, Chelsea's eyes sparkled as this marked a historic event. Eliana pumped her fist in frustration, regretting that she did not fight for the class president's seat harder. If she did, she would not have missed such a massive opportunity. Carr gave her a look as though she did not stand a chance in the race. Picking up on the mockery, Elian rightfully rained down punches on the poor boy. Hearing the commotion, Professor Edmund entered the room to scold them for being so noisy. He gave them a choice between self-study or expulsion. With his eccentric ass, it's hard to tell if he's joking or not. When the professor exited the room, the students did not dare cause another ruckus just to be safe. Deep in thought, Leo asked himself why his hero record had been reduced to a complete mess compared to other records. It was in such a state that even he had a hard time recognizing whose world it was supposed to be. The opening prompt also hid the name of the world and the chapter of the record. It was almost as if someone intentionally destroyed his record to possibly erase his legacy. Since hero records are relics of the past that make it possible to inherit a hero's power, sabotaging one indicates that someone does not want to see the birth of a new hero. The only feasible suspect with the motive and means is none other than Erebos. He might be shattered into multiple little pieces, but his power knows no bounds. This incident just lit a fire in Leo's ass to investigate why his hero record had been reduced to such a state. After the hero record debacle, a whole month of uneventful school life passed. Let's turn our attention to the magic department class. In there, the absolutely dripped-out Professor Horse is explaining the contents of their midterm practical exam assignment. The first years are tasked with creating their own original magic. Hearing the mention of unique magic struck fear in the hearts of the young mages. Original magic is a type of magic that distinctly showcases a magician's individuality, creativity, and power. In today's era, where activation techniques have become mainstream, magicians rarely strive to create spells of their own. However, original magic can become one's secret technique to use in critical situations. This stems back to the star magic that every elf learns. As a matter of fact, star magic is also a minor copy of original magic. There had only been one person in history who wielded the true and complete power of star magic. That is none other than its creator, the founder of Nebula and one of the founding heroes, Luna. Hearing the professor emphasize the importance of the upcoming midterms made Chloe lock in. Sitting beside her, Leo could not help but notice an odd book on her desk. Simply being near the book gave him the heebie-jeebies. It emanated an oddly dark and familiar feeling. Seeing Leo taking an interest in her book, Chloe hurriedly hid it away inside her bag. If he's not mistaken, that was a grimoire. As if on cue, Professor Horse dismissed the class and wished them luck with the formulation of their own spells. As the first years slowly trickled out of the classroom, Leo ran after Chloe and grabbed her by the hand. Surprised, she shot her with an indignant look. Leo smiled and invited her to have lunch together. Of course, he did so with ulterior motives. He saw how sketchy she acted when she hid that grimoire, and he wanted to know more. Forcefully swatting his hand away, Chloe turned his invitation down, citing that she did not have time for such nonsense. Her mind is preoccupied with the thought of beating Leo in the upcoming practical exam. Just in time to diffuse the tension in the air, Carr interjected with his upbeat energy. He called Leo a rascal for daring to challenge the top spot in the Ice Queen's magic studies. Chloe is still taking her loss against Leo in terms of techniques. However, when it comes to pure magic, she refuses to let anyone surpass her spot. With clenched fists and commanding determination, she vowed to win the midterms no matter what. Leo knew that if he backed out or phoned it in, it would be disrespectful to Chloe's convictions. So, like a true sportsman, Leo offered his hand and gracefully accepted the challenge, promising to prepare well. Chloe shook his hand with an empty look in her eyes. I've never seen anyone more locked in than the Ice Queen. Goofball Carr was watching from the sidelines, absolutely in awe of his boy's natural technique to trick a girl into holding hands. Before the sunset, Leo found himself in the massive and monolithic Tower of Heroes. He's been told that somewhere in this gigantic place, Lumeni Academy's forbidden library can be found. If he can get into that place, he might find some clues about the mystery of his lost hero record. As he ascended the stairs, some seniors were charmed by his aura. Halfway through the top, someone called him by his full name. It was a senior with tanned skin, curly hair, and big round glasses. Dare I say, an absolutely baddie. Blowing her bubblegum, she asserted that she's been hearing a lot about the young prodigy from Professor Len Hors. This baddie is Torua Yan, a 5th year in Lumine's Department of Magic. Leo politely bowed and extended his greetings, not thinking much of the interaction with the senior. He tried to continue walking up, but Torua extended her long legs, stopping him from going any further and asking what business a first-year student could possibly have at the Tower of Heroes. Leo truthfully answered that he was simply here to meet with the student council president. Seeing his confidence, Torua's interest was piqued. She insisted that if he joined the magic department exclusively, he'd have plenty of opportunities with regard to the tower. She was quite pushy, even though he was already taking classes in the magic department. Torua finally stopped messing with him and moved her leg away. Leo continued on his way and thanked her for understanding. With a hint of threat, she reiterated her desire for Leo to declare magic as his main focus before the semester ends. She made herself clear, and it's up to the boy how to interpret her words. Leo responded with his perfectly polite smile. Once he reached the top of the stairs, he ran into a few more seniors heading even higher in an elevator. He joined them inside and pressed the 9th floor button. Much to his embarrassment, the button refused to activate no matter how many times he pressed down. He continued pressing and pressing, and the faulty lift continued to test his patience. Leo would have been stuck on this floor if it hadn't been for a friendly voice explaining to him that the buttons only activate when mana is channeled into it. The manly voice belonged to another senior who recognized Leo. This one sounded a little more upbeat and polite than Torua. This kind-looking big man is Lee Zamua, another 5th-year student in the night department. He flashed the rumored first-year class representative a toothy grin. Once more, Leo gave a polite bow to his senior and returned the greeting. Like Torua, Lee asked him what he came to the Tower of Heroes for. Upon saying they had some business to discuss with the student council president with a smile, Lee's interest was piqued. It is rare to find a freshman in the entire academy who is not even a bit scared of him, let alone someone bold enough to barge in straight into the student council president's office by himself. Impressed by his solid mental fortitude, Lee proposed that Leo should seriously consider joining the night department as his main affiliation. Tired of having the same conversation over and over, Leo just dryly laughed. Finally, after various interruptions that drained him before the main topic even began, Leo reached his destination. He knocked on the door, introduced himself, and asked President Reese if he could come in. A warm and welcoming voice from the other side of the door invited him in without a fuss. It looks like President Reese is knee-deep in paperwork, even though it's nearly sundown. But he welcomes Leo with a smile. Without wasting the president's time more than he already has, Leo got straight to the point. He asked to have access to the Academy's forbidden library. Hearing such a request shifted Reese's mood to become more serious. He knows that Leo is not the type to mess around, so he gladly explains the gravity of this request. You see, there are only 2 ways for an ordinary student to access the sacred forbidden library. The first and most straightforward way is to conquer a hero dungeon, which is easier said than done. Upon a successful dungeon run, it is customary for the conqueror to personally return the retrieved pages to the hero record stored in said library. Knowing that he was far off from getting access through that method, Leo asked for the second way in. President Reese leaned forward, and with a wily smile, he promised to spill the secret of this second method once Leo finally joined the student council. A few days after getting cornered by seniors and the student council president, the day of the night department's practical exam arrived. For the first day of this monumental practical exam held in the Academy's open track stadium, a lot of people, students and faculty alike, have come to watch. Being the natural businessman that he is, Carr brought out a whole popcorn cart to peddle his goods to the audience. His sales talk was pretty straightforward. One can't watch the upcoming matches without munching on some popcorn, right? Seeing their friend bust out the big guns, Chelsea doesn't know whether to be impressed or embarrassed. Eliana, on the other hand, felt like Carr would have already gotten filthy rich if he wasn't stuck in Lumani. Leo lined up with his freshman night department peers and scanned the audience. Sure enough, Chloe did not come to watch. Professor Ain stood on the track, mean-mugging his students to instill the seriousness of this upcoming assessment. Without further ado, he called on the first pair that will be sparring in the first and opening match. The first one is Class 1's Hall Snafe, a snaky-looking young man with eyes and a smile that cannot be trusted. His opponent is none other than our boy, Class 5's Leo Plov. The combatants stepped onto the stage, hyping the whole arena up. In the stands, Carr is busy looking for more customers, and his eyes are locked in Professor Sejin's direction. He cheerfully ran towards the grumpy professor, eager to earn some more dough. With samples in hand, he asked Professor Sejin if he would like to buy some popcorn and drink combo to go with the match that was about to start. Being the snob that he is, he harumphed as if the idea of eating popcorn was below him. He believes that only slobs like Professor Edmund Harlan would buy such a thing. Sensing that he was not going to break the professor so easily, he looked in Class 1's direction for an assist. Thankfully, Celia was there. One look was all it took for her to understand what Carr needed. Using her secret technique, she turned her cutesy charm up to 11 and asked if the professor was buying the whole class some delicious popcorn. With the trap set up, All that's left for Carr to do is egg on the rest of Class 1 to cheer for their professor's generosity. Seeing his kids chant his name with such vigor, Professor Sejin's defenses slowly crumbled. He might be a snob, but he's also a hard-working professor who just wants his students' affection. The great professor caved in and asked Carr to hand his students a popcorn and drink combo, but strictly limit it to one per person. While Carr is cashing in on his booming business, the combatants for the opening match have taken their starting position. With a confident, bordering on a cocky smile, Leo called his opponent lucky to be the first victim. Hall Snafe could sense that the first-year representative did not see him as a real opponent at all. He is determined to make Leo regret that. This snake boy, Hall Snafe, hails from the heroic family of the Snafe lineage. Before the first round officially starts, let's hear the assessment's basic structure from our favorite popcorn vendor. You see, midterm practical exams for the night department consist of a simple series of duels. Those who achieve 5 sparring victories will get a passing grade. An air of uncertainty filled the stands. Although they're all aware that Leo is the first-year representative, only a handful of them have seen him in action. Since Leo is also majoring in 3 departments, they believe that he should have a gap compared to those solely focused on just one. Not to mention, Hall is the third best in Class 1, behind the absolute monsters Celia and Duran. His weapon of choice is the spear, and his aura contains a sharp and toxic form. Brandishing his spear with impressive accuracy, Hall demonstrated his skill. In his mind, he only knows Leo as the arrogant guy who's always hanging around Celia. Professor Ain gave the final reminder that the one who renders their opponent unable to fight back will get the W and treat this sparring match as if it were a real battle. As soon as the starting signal was given, Leo was taken aback when he felt a dark aura that he had not felt in a long time. Surprisingly enough, that dark aura did not come from the enemy in front of him, but in the direction of Lumine's campus instead. The slick and disgusting dark energy lingered in his brain and spelled a deadly premonition in his mind. Unbeknownst to Leo, this worrying aura originates from the library, where Chloe is burying herself in countless magic books in preparation for the magic department's midterm exam. The formula she's writing joined the many torn pages of underwhelming ideas she came up with. The pressure is starting to get into the Ice Queen. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't seem to create a winning and unique magic with her abilities and knowledge alone. Reaching her wit's end, she took out her frustration on the books scattered all over her desk. The ghost of Leo's talent is living rent-free in her mind, and it's slowly eating Chloe up from the inside. Her refusal to lose against the boy wonder pushes her to her limit. When she looked at the books she scattered all over the library's floor, one stood out as if it was calling to her. It was the grimoire she had been carrying for a while now. With nowhere else to turn to, she firmly believed that this thing was her only hope of winning. With her desire and need to retain the #1 spot in the department, her mind was left vulnerable and open to foreign influences. Her dilemma and the dark energy emanating from the grimoire were so palpable that they caught Leo's ability in the middle of his first match. Seeing that Leo was distracted by something, Hall took the opportunity to close the distance and punish the enemy's carelessness. He stabbed his spear, aiming for Leo's head. Thankfully, our boy regained his bearings and dodged in the nick of time. Pulling away, Hall presented his family's signature technique, turning his spearhead into a poisonous winding blade that reeks of toxicity. His snake spear moved in an unpredictable fashion, eventually finding its way closer and closer to Leo's chest. Maintaining his composure, Leo grabbed the spear with his bare hand without faltering or even blinking. Hall Snafe was taken aback. The power required to stop his attack must have been enormous. Making the mistake of being surprised, Hall lost the grip of his weapon as Leo pulled it out of his hands. Refusing to let go, Hall was dragged along with his spear. Not knowing what to do, he looked like an amateurish fool. Once he was pulled in close enough, Leo compounded the embarrassment by giving Hall a kiss on the cheek using his hardened fist. It sent the poor snake boy barreling through the track like a rag doll. He might have been distracted for a little bit, but a seasoned veteran like Leo would never make the mistake of being careless in a fight. Insulted by the embarrassing first exchange, Hall Snafe pushed his aura to the limits, filling the arena with toxic gas. He urged Leo to stop showing off as the real duel is yet to begin. Constantly pumping the green aura out of his body, the perimeter was filled with poison mist. Hall reckoned that since there are talks about how Leo can't even use aura, he can capitalize by leaning on his strength. Even if Leo is physically stronger, it's impossible to make up for a fundamental weakness. Seeing the green mist wafting in the air, Leo summoned his fiery aura while reveling at how rare poison auras are. As the mist tried to enter his effective range, Leo efficiently burned the poison without much trouble. Still confident with his supposedly superior technique, Hall ramped up his aura use. He believes that unless those flames are on Celia's level, he'll win the battle in the end. While the snake boy was stroking his own ego in the middle of the spar, Leo had already closed the distance unscathed. It's time to make this boy pay for being so arrogant and careless. Leo walked the rest of the gap between them like he was a JoJo character, his fire absolutely mogging the fuck out of the poison. Seeing the colorful display of auras in the arena, the audience was hyped as they chomped on their popcorn. In Class 1 seats, Duran watched the battle with his permanently furious expression. Celia was dumbfounded while Chelsea cheered for her man. Everything Leo does is cool in her eyes. Celia never would have thought that Leo had already increased the power of his flame aura to such a terrifying degree. Poor Hall Snafe also felt the unexpected of Leo's flame as he got closer and closer. By his estimation, Leo's blaze is already on Celia's level, the #1 knight in their batch. Who would have thought that a guy who's taking every major in the academy would be this good as a pure knight? Still, Hall steeled his resolve and prepared to pull out a move that he'd been saving in hopes of defeating Celia at the right time. He never expected that he'd be forced to use it on Leo Plav in the opening match of midterms. He shaped his aura into an image of a poisonous serpent, summoning a snake prison and launching it in the opponent's direction. Curious about the technique, Leo lets himself be caught by the snake prison, standing still while analyzing the serpent's image with interest. Hall really thought he was doing something impressive, even shooting Celia a glance in the stands while his cheeks blushed. The poor guy had been working on this skill to catch up to Celia's flame, and he was quite optimistic about this debut. In response to his timid blush, Celia sighed and pointed at the opposite side of the arena. Hall's momentary arrogance distracted him from the fact that Leo was already boiling his snake prison alive, causing the serpent's body to bubble and sizzle under the heat. With one final push, Leo completely eradicated the pitiful aura spell without much trouble. Hall's eyes widened. The technique he worked so hard on was burned away like it was some trash spell. Frustrated, he stopped using aura altogether and lifted his spear to attack. Throughout the entire battle, Leo had never even drawn his sword. When he finally did, he parried the spear with enough force to knock it out of the enemy's hands. Putting the tip of his blade against the brat's neck, he warned Hall to never take his eyes off a flame, or he might get burned. While the brat falls to his knees, Professor Ain announces the winner of the first match. In a fiery display of dominance, Leo Plav took the W. His biggest fan, Chelsea, felt her heart flutter as she cheered for Leo. Carr, always believing in his buddy, knew that Leo would win this one without breaking a sweat. Hall walked back to his corner and accepted that Leo was built differently, even when it came to real fights. No wonder he can be by Celia's side all the time. Much to his surprise, a familiar voice praised his performance even though he lost miserably. Looking up, he saw Celia smiling from the seats, celebrating his cool technique. Even though he lost, Hall just got complimented by the girl she's been chasing after. So it was not that bad. He'll hold on to that compliment for the rest of his life. Proceeding to the next match, the professor called Class 5's Elian Layden to the stage. Jumping right into the fray with his fiery energy, Eliana demanded to know who her opponent would be right away. When Professor Ain called Chenxia of Class 10 to the front, Eliana's pumped-up energy was dashed. She was so hyped to whoop some ass, but she drew the short end of the stick, and now she has to fight one of the Knight Department's top 3. The ladies took their position, standing opposite one another while waiting for the go signal. With a smile, Chenxia wished her opponent good luck with a serene bow. Even her politeness felt powerful. Still, Eliana is not one to back down, even if the odds are against her. She returned the polite greeting with a determined smile. As soon as the starting signal sounded, Chenxia's hand gracefully moved to summon her water aura. The waves danced around her body like a serene ocean. In contrast to her vibe, Eliana's fiery will took the form of wildfire while she held a rapier in her hand. Leaning into the strength of her blade, Eliana pushed her speed to the limit with a stab. Chenxia prepared to receive the attack by surrounding herself with a water sphere. Watching from the stands, Leo can tell that tanking that rapier would hurt like a bitch. But so is running at full speed and bumping into a solid shield made of water aura. Eliana was too hasty. She tried to end the bout in one attack and was punished quite heavily for it. Chenxia's water sphere wasn't just a purely defensive skill, it could cook her enemies too. For the second match, her serene power grabbed the W handily. Eliana stood up and wiped off the pain of getting clobbered in one exchange. Despite the embarrassing loss, she believes that she didn't do too badly. Leo had already expected this result. It was a horrible matchup to begin with. Still, the battle could have lasted much longer, and it could have gone better for Eliana if she had fought with a level head. For the third match of the day, Professor Ain called the Knight Department's leading figure, Celia Zerdinger, of Class 1. Much to everyone's surprise, the third match would be a blockbuster matchup that no one expected this early. Celia's opponent will be none other than Duran Moira, who will perpetually be in second place in Class 1. Celia looked at her grumpy classmate and smiled. She can already tell that this fight would be fun. Contrary to her smile, you can tell Duran is taking this spar with utmost seriousness. Back in the stands, Carr somehow managed to get a 3D glass while he got high on his own supply. He shoved the whole bucket to his seatmate, Leo, to share. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the stage. It's not every day you get to see the clash of titans. The vibe did not disappoint at all. The stage started heating up, and the energy was electrifying. Both of their offensive-oriented auras roared. With both blades drawn, the fight to determine the de facto top student of the Night Studies department is about to commence. As soon as the starting signal sounded, Grumpy Duran made the first move with his lightning-fast first step. His whole body and his sword looked as though they melded together in a thundering form. but Celia is a talented swordmaster in her own right. She had fast enough reflexes to parry the first few attacks without a problem. To most of the first years, this is their first time seeing the top scorer's combat power. Completely engrossed in the nail-biting battle on the stage, Carr asked Leo who he was betting on. Casually shoveling handfuls of popcorn in his mouth, Leo shared that Celia would lose if the bout continued at this pace. Carr was surprised by Leo's callousness. Still, he's not counting his cousin out just yet. Even from the stands, he can see the calm and collected look in her burning eyes. He reckoned that this girl must be hiding something up her sleeve and waiting for the right moment to dazzle everyone. Picking up the pace, Duran increased his speed to another level and continued his relentless assault. Caught off guard, Celia almost got nicked in the neck if her instincts didn't take over to move ever so slightly to the side. Confident that he could start overwhelming Celia, Duran entered a close combat showdown with his #1 rival. That was a big mistake. Celia raised her ornate blade and summoned a flame that eclipsed any blaze shown today. It burned so wildly and brightly that the arena's protective barrier started flickering, struggling to contain the power. Most of the freshmen had never seen a fight of this level before. Leo praised Celia's patience and timing in bringing out a brilliant move perfectly. Carr was confused, so Leo elaborated. You see, the freshman sparring field is fairly small and contained. Celia must have figured that since she can't keep up with Dura's raw speed, she can just turn the entire field into her own burning stage. Even the playing field. With home court advantage, she essentially forced Duran to a tough spot, forcing him to be more mindful of his movements unless he wanted to get burned by the blazing fire. On top of that, the heat will make it naturally harder to see. Celia was already a great fighter, but she had gotten even stronger and craftier in using her abilities. This lady just opened his domain expansion. With the heat slowly frying the grumpy blondie, Celia took advantage of the lapses in his defense and seemingly blinked behind Dura. Her fiery slash could have ended the fight if it wasn't for Duran's pesky reaction speed. Pushing himself to the limit, Duran gritted his teeth and brandished his sword in an act of desperation. Losing his calm in a spar against someone as competent as Celia is a death sentence. She completely neutralized his blade by grabbing it with her bare hands. Right when she covered the entire arena with her blaze, she's been absolutely dominating #2. Her immaturity and savagery showed by ending the bout with an unconventional attack. Instead of her blade, fist, or legs, Celia bashed her head against Duran's and knocked the grumpy blondie out cold. Dispelling her flaming aura, Celia Zerdinger won the third match of the day, and the crowd went absolutely bonkers. While wiping the dust off her uniform, she smiled and suggested that Duran should do some more strength training instead of relying solely on speed. Finally regaining consciousness after momentarily passing out from the headbutt, Duran took her helping hand to get up from the grassy floor. The Academy's press team and those that shipped the #1 and 2 reveled at the sight of the lovely pair. Leo was pleased to witness that his cousin's harsh training paid off. Suddenly, nosy-ass Professor Edmund spawned behind the boys while indulging in some popcorn of his own. As it turns out, he's been listening to his class reps commentating from start to finish. He found Leo's tasks insightful. By the end of the day, every match in the night studies practical exam wrapped up smoothly. Celia Zerdinger ended the day with 4 wins and 1 loss. Duran Moira finished with the same record. So did Chen Xia. All of them had only 1 loss to their names out of 5 matches. Leo Plav, on the other hand, ended the day with a perfect 5-0 sweep, officially taking the crown as #1. A week after the eventful night studies practical exam, the written test for general linguistics wrapped up. Professor Edmund, looking disheveled as usual, praised his classroom's hard work for the past semester. While he waves goodbye and heads for the door, he warns them that some may still flunk out because of a bad score. As soon as the door shut, Class 5 erupted with various reactions. Eliana, as fiery and energetic as she is dreading expulsion herself. Meanwhile, most of the nerds gathered around Chelsea to see her answer sheet and how high she scored. As the nerds clawed at each other for a chance to see the golden answer sheet first, the class president was just quietly napping at his desk. Sitting in front of him, Nelia woke Leo up to ask how he did with the written test. He says he didn't do too badly, but his expression betrayed him. Nelia was amused that the all-powerful class rep could look like a normal student too. She added that if he has any aches or pains, she'll be one call away to heal him with her magic. Overhearing the generous offer, Carr interrupted, claiming that his shoulders and back had been feeling really stiff lately. Before he could scam his way into free healing, Chelsea gave him real pain to endure with a bonk to the back. After getting rid of the distraction, Chelsea turned to Leo to ask about his practical summoning practice. She heard from Tide that Leo hardly ever shows up to practice at the summoning field. Well, that's because Leo has been diligently practicing out of everyone's sight. Knowing Leo, it felt on character for him to do so. Chelsea eagerly asked what rank he'd be aiming for in the upcoming exam. That's a dumb question. If it's Leo, of course, he'll be taking first place. On the day of the summoning practical exam, a lot of seniors and faculty staff gathered to watch this year's traditional event. The biggest event of the first semester for all first years is the summoned creature race. Today, Rumba Tess, a third-year student from Lumene's summoning department, will comment live. Seeing all the pageantry, Celia asked her student council president's brother if this was really a test. He explained that the summoned creature race had become a long-standing tradition in the summoning department. Moreover, it's one of the chosen events during the interdepartmental exchange, making it a constant hot topic. If there's an event, Carr always smells customers and the possibility of making money. So he busted out his popcorn and cola business once more. The race hasn't even started, and he's already selling out like crazy. The crowd is making a lot of noise and having fun. This is a stark contrast to the unnerving silence on the stage where the participants are gathered. The summoning department freshmen already feel nervous, and the uproar of the spectators does not help. Meanwhile, the top dogs of this race, Leo, the white-haired lady, the white-haired dude, and Chen Xia, are concentrating on the challenge ahead. Eliza Hergen, the white-haired lady from the renowned summoner hero family of the North, came up to Leo to praise his exceptional display in the Night Studies practical exam. Then, she prodded him about his preparation for this summoned creature race, seemingly unconvinced of his skills. You can't blame her either. For someone claiming to be well prepared, she had never seen him once during group practice. Hearing Leo get called out, the bandwagons immediately jumped in to question his preparedness. They urged Leo to step aside if he's not going to take summoning seriously. None of them have even seen him properly bond with a summoned creature before. Tide tried to quell his classmates' unprovoked anger, telling them to chill out. But the dumbasses continued to yap and yap, yelling at Tide to not side with the golden boy who was completely disrespecting their summoning department. Chen Xia is getting worried about the increasingly tense atmosphere before the test begins. Sen Liu, a summoning department freshman from Sia's eastern continent, came up to her. He reckoned that since she already had good grades in her night studies exam, she shouldn't try as hard and worry about summoning studies. Having enough of the needless chatter, the captain of the southern continent and the #1 student of the summoning department, Walden Tyden, stepped up to shut all the noise down. He asserted that they were going to argue about how much they'd practiced with their summoned creature. They should do it somewhere else, away from his ears. Hearing his arrogantly boastful remark, Sen Liu flared up in anger. Walden doubled down. He affirmed that it's annoying to listen to noobs brag about riding summons as if that's some kind of accomplishment. Still not getting the hint, Sen Liu asked the captain if he felt guilty, given that he had never shown up for taming practice either. Well, Walden never bothered to show up because such elementary training is simply not worth wasting any time on. He's not an idiot who has to train to handle mere griffins properly. Sen Liu, the dumb fuck motioned to take a swing at Walden the Sigma. Leo jumped in to keep the peace by grabbing the fool's arm. He warned that if a fight starts before the exam, it won't end with just a penalty, but disqualification. That was enough to get the dumbass to back off. Tide apologetically went up to Leo, uncomfortable with the tense atmosphere among the freshmen. He explained that the Summoning Studies department boasts a naturally significant skill gap between majors and minors. Since Chen Xia and Leo, who aren't single majors in summoning, are ranking so high on the ladder, the second years came to lecture and scold the freshmen for letting such a thing happen. In addition to not showing up for practice, they see Leo as a negligent golden boy, even though he has no intention of doing the race half-heartedly. From afar, it seems like some unsavory forces are watching with interest. A dark power loomed over a hooded man. He seems way too invested in this race, more specifically, in one student. That student is Sen Liu. The dumbass is emitting some unnatural power within him, and he fully intends to use that power to cause harm and even death just to win it all. Before the race begins, Runba will give a brief explanation of the rules. First, the freshmen will only be allowed to use their summoning skills during the test. That means even dual-class students are prohibited from using aura or magic. Once the clock starts, they must tame a random griffin in the stables. They must take to the skies and pass through the vast island of summons. Once through, they will use the Silent Lake as a turning point before heading back to the academy. Who will claim the spotlight in the first semester midterm? Will it be the captain of the South or the East? Will Eliza live up to her family's legacy, or will Sen Liu's hidden trump card change everything? Or maybe our boy Leo Plav will scoop up yet another all-time banger of performance to cement himself as the top dog yet again. All the racers lined up at the starting line, waiting for the starting bell to ring. Miss Yura addressed her students with passion. She urged them to shake the nerve off and stick to what they've practiced. Anyone who panics and messes up will be left behind after the race. Her message to shake the nerve off just ended up causing more anxiety to the racers. Miss Yura then proceeded to call their marks and get ready. With a shout that reverberated throughout the arena, she officially kicked off the annual summoned creature race. While most students clamor towards the griffin stables, a certain group started the race by using their summoned creature skills of various elements. Without a lick of warning, the group shot their techniques at Walden and Leo. Even the commentator was shocked at the opening buzzer. The summoning students are turning on the crowd favorites. Leo yelled at Tide, saying not to worry about him and to go ahead, to focus on the exam. Heading his words, Tide stayed on top of his tamed griffin and left the class rep. The stands made their stance clear. They think it's unfair that the summoning department guys would target the supposed front runners. Leo knew that these dipshits never liked him, but he never thought they would go this far to mess with his game. Rumbates claimed that even while the crowd is jeering, this is still a somewhat valid strategic move. Moreover, Walden quickly dispelled the elemental magic by brute force in just a few seconds. With traces of elemental magic still lingering around his body, he calmly strode over to the griffin stables. He quickly tamed one without much effort and mounted the beast. He turned to Leo and offered help if he was having a tough time. Leo dismissed his offer, knowing that this child's play was not much of an issue. Without uttering another word, Walden took off flying with his trusty steed, quickly accelerating to the skies faster than anyone else. Leo was left as the only racer still stuck on the stage instead of roaring in the skies. Chelsea watched her man surrounded and trapped by elemental magic with eyes filled with concern. Miss Yura looked at the field with furrowed brows. It looks like the rift between the freshmen is deeper than she expected. They went as far as openly ganging up on the top student. As far as she knows, Leo's main ability isn't in spirits, but in summons. Freeing himself would be immensely difficult. But she thought wrongly. A dazzling light filled the arena, demanding everyone's attention. Leo closed his eyes and steadily chanted a rhythmic script to beckon elemental spirits to break his chains and open a path forward. Immediately, sylphs of different elemental affiliations heed his call. Nowadays, it's rare to know a few words from the ancient spirit language, let alone a whole chant with utmost fluency. The gift of surprises known as Leo Plav just keeps on giving. Miss Yura looked at the young man's determined eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. She was worried for nothing. One thought emerged in her mind. She needs to lock this kid into the summoning department. While Leo is still at the starting line, the others have already covered quite a bit of distance. The bastards who trapped Leo and Walden laughed as they talked trash about their victims, confident that the best of the South would get last place. When the goons asked Eliza what she thought, she argued that she could have beaten Leo Plav and Walden Titan without any underhanded tricks. She's also worried about the public image of the summoning class. The goons just wanted to let the geniuses taste a little bit of humiliation. Done with their stupid drivel, Eliza sped up and warned the goons to think before they acted in the future. Sen Liu heard her holier-than-thou attitude, and his anger crept up. At the current pace of the race, placing second behind Eliza shouldn't be a problem for Liu. Other than her, he's the best when it comes to controlling flying summons. As he was lost in thought, a speeding griffin cut through the flock of goons. Riding on the saddle was Chen Xia. Instead of riding, surfing might be a more accurate description of her style. Whatever she's doing is working. Her speed was peerless, even without using soul energy to strengthen the summon. Threatened by Zia's appearance, the goons, led by Sen Liu, turned their targets on the eastern representative. A girl summoned a spirit of light and launched it to Xia. The aerial acrobat sensed the incoming attack and shifted her position forward, riding one of the griffin's wings. When the light spirit got close enough, Chen Xia jumped in midair and performed a graceful flip in the skies. The poor noobs seeing her parkour out of harm's way were taken aback. After making her landing, Chen Xia's leg became as taut as a bowstring before launching herself away from her mount. Her destination was the girl who attacked her with the light spirit. Using her momentum and body weight, she delivered a staggering kick. The girl fell from her griffin as she panically protested that Chen Xia must have cheated. She's just dumb. Chen Xia didn't even use an ounce of aura. She just attacked using pure martial arts. After dealing with the immediate problem, she focused back on the race and sped up. On the way, she greeted Sen Liu. They came from the same region, so they've been acquainted before. He returned the greeting with hostility, claiming that making him an enemy was a big mistake. While it's true that Xia is a bit disadvantaged in real aerial combat, Sen Liu has bigger problems to deal with. She can sense that a person who was pissed off by the starting line mischief is coming in hot. Suddenly, a massive fiery explosion painted the sky hot red. Walden is frying chickens in midair with his terrifying spirit manipulation. It looks like he's the type to seek payback in full with interest. He eliminated the bastards who put the childish plot into motion in vain hopes of slowing him down. This aerial massacre is just a little something he cooked up in return. Seeing their comrades fall one by one, the goons scattered like headless chickens. But Walden was persistent and incredibly skilled. Each spell he unleashed claimed another griffin, effectively disqualifying their riders. The clouds burned. Back in the starting area, the commentator continued focusing on Leo's attempt to catch back up to the rest of the class. The first-year rep is in danger of having a horrendous race performance. After freeing himself from the spirit lock, it's time to tame the last remaining griffin in the stables. If he fails in this part, it's over. Leo gave the bird one good scan and found a nasty wound on its left wing. With how fresh and deliberate it was, it's easy to conclude that the goons who trapped him did this too. For aspiring heroes to play such cruel tricks is unforgivable. Leo grabbed the reins, and the griffin immediately started losing its marbles. It's widely known that it's not wise to forcibly mount a guarded griffin like this without establishing trust first. The Zerdinger siblings were watching from the stands. She's worried, and he's curious to see Leo's plan. It looks like the young man is just going to brute force his way through the taming and mounting process. While he knows how angry and scared the griffin must be, he has to expedite the process as fast as he can. He looked the rampaging bird in the eye and struck fear in its heart with a cold glare. Leo ordered the griffin to kneel. Feeling like its life was on the line, the bird stopped resisting. The griffin visibly calmed down as the rider and mount formally established a bond for the race. Leo reached his hand to the bird's left wing and removed the shard stuck on the wound. With one fluid motion, he mounted the saddle and prepared to finally get started. He expertly controlled the giant bird to exit the stables and go forth. Zooming in on the last student left on the starting line, everyone in the audience saw the wounded wing. The commentator is starting to toy with the idea that the first-year representative might get last place. Leo quietly empathized with his mount. He can feel that this big guy has been enduring a lot of pain. So, in accordance with the contract, he commanded his sole contracted beast to appear. Fiora the Phoenix manifested herself in midair, as adorable as always. With a thought, Leo ordered the little chick to help with the wounded wing. Phoenix flame surrounded the clueless bird. Not knowing what was happening, it tried to resist. Celia watched what was happening on the screen and was surprised that she couldn't identify the flames. Her big brother quietly ascertained that it wasn't Zerdinger flame or an aura flame. It's an entirely different force. Back in the front lines, most of the goons had been severely injured, and those who survived tried to speed up and steer away from crazy Walden. They're all just trying not to get last place at this point. Unfortunately for these kids, the real main event has been unlocked, and he is fiercer than ever. Clad in Phoenix flame, Leo's griffin soared like it never had before. Now that he can see traces of competition, it's time to test out the speed limit in this bad boy. But just as he was aiming to go ahead and win it all, someone pulled up with a freaking dragon in the skies. At least that's what it looked like. But for someone who lived through the past like Leo, that draconic creature is painfully familiar. It's a Fafnir. He thought his eyes were deceiving him, but it was real. A few minutes prior to this encounter, Eliza circled back from leading the pack to facing Walden in combat. She knows she must stop this monster if she wants to take first place. With a simple snap of his fingers, Walden threw spirit fire in Eliza's path. The spirit fire exploded in a cloud of destruction. She skillfully flew out of the range without a scratch. Furthermore, she figured out that Walden is making explosives using wind and fire spirits. It's not something one can do without Walden's monstrous talent. Eliza was totally caught off guard. Riding on his griffin, Walden looked like an impenetrable wall capable of crushing everything on his path. Still, Eliza is a proud heir of a prestigious summoning family. She has a few tricks up her sleeves too. No matter how strong or destructive the attacks are, they're all useless if they can't make contact. So, her brilliant plan was to rely on her speed and reaction time to weave her way through the onslaught of attacks. Seeing her expertly maneuver the griffin out of harm's way, Walden tried something else. He ditched the fire and wind spirits to manipulate an entirely different element and form ice spears. The icicles were massive, sharp, and numerous. Each of them was visibly enchanted by another elemental spirit. Eliza just harumphed at the sight of it all. She started stimulating her mount's latent potential, making the bird beast grow bigger and more vicious. As if it's a Pokemon battle, her griffin unleashed flamethrower to neutralize the icicle spears. She steadily manipulated the raging fire to melt everything before reaching her position. Walden's attack was suppressed thanks to Eliza's fortified summons. Watching this boss fight, the commentator was cheesing on his booth. But as the top students were locked in a clash against one another, Chen Xia took advantage of the situation and slithered right past them to take the lead. Eliza wasn't about to let this girl get ahead without paying the price though. Using a purple magical rope, she caught Chen Xia by the neck and dragged her close. With her mobility literally tied up, a flicker of flame appeared out of nowhere. She knew that a disaster was about to fall on her if she doesn't scram. Chen Xia and her griffin managed to parkour their way out of harm as soon as Walden's spirits combined to produce another massive explosion. Still in midair, she forcefully destroyed Eliza's magical rope. Calling to her mount with perfect timing, Chen Xia regained the lead with sly maneuvers. Instead of feeling fear, she was actually hyped to experience the might of the summoning class aces. Up ahead, she saw a silhouette of an odd aerial beast. Chen Xia was confused upon focusing her glance on what looks like a black wyvern. Riding it was Sen Lu, who's slowly losing his grasp on reality, his mind filling with killing intent. Chen Xia tried to remind her fellow Eastern student that riding a summon other than a griffin is against race rules. But he doesn't care anymore. His hatred for talented jerks sitting at the top of the ladder is at an all-time high. Eliza and Walden finally caught up upon sensing an odd presence. With her extensive monster knowledge, Eliza was confident that this is not a black wyvern, but an irregularity. It was at this point that Leo Plav had finally caught up to the front runners with his flaming griffin. His speed was top-notch, and the Phoenix flame bolstered it further. Sen Lu doesn't care if he has to fight against 3 or 4 geniuses. He's confident he can kill them all. Leo simply called out to everyone with a chilling tone. He looked down from above, demanding to know where this stupid kid got the lizard. Sen Lu laughed, thinking that Leo must be jealous. He asserted that he tamed and contracted the beast with his summoning skills. Leo looked at the dumbass who doesn't even know that he's sitting on top of a Fafnir. It was a monster the magicians of Tartaros used. It's also supposed to be one of the monsters that Kyle and his party hunted down to extinction during the Age of Despair. If that was the case, how can a snotty brat from the academy summon a supposedly extinct demon? Calling Fafnir a black wyvern, Senlu ordered it to attack. Its laser breath tore through the skies with immense power. Leo and Walden managed to stumble their way out of the laser's trajectory, while Eliza was forced to awkwardly spin out of danger. But none of them were the main target. The laser beam is homing in on Chen Xia. Leo tried to warn her. Xia hurriedly summoned her aura shield in hopes of defending herself. But it was too late. She couldn't manifest the whole thing fast enough. The laser smashed through the flimsy shield, its destructive power spreading cracks all over the protective field. Finally, the shield completely shattered. Chen Xia's griffin was grievously injured, losing its consciousness. Both of them barreled down from the skies, skydiving without a parachute. Leo quickly jumped to action with his speed. Catching up to a free-falling Chen Xia was pretty simple. Right now, his priority is to get the young lady to safety. He took charge of Walden and Eliza, asking them to land on the ground for now. Trusting his judgment, the arrogant top students followed suit. Meanwhile, the Fafnir surveyed the skies like a hungry predator. Something is starting to get a hold of Senlu's mind. He can finally feel what it feels like to look down on people, and he likes it very much. According to the commentator, the contestants on the lead went off the path and left the recording's field of view. The last thing the audience saw was Senlu summoning a black wyvern and attacking the department aces. Miss Yura climbed up to the commentator booth and kicked that kid out of the microphone. This is not the time to be casting. Yura seized the mic and called all the summoning class professors and assistant to ready more flying summons. The race shall be on hold and top priority is rescue. Professors Len and Sejin entered the booth, worried and confused. Miss Yura explained that one of the students has contracted with a high-tier demonic beast and is going on a rampage. Hearing the mention of demonic beasts shook the professors to their core. They knew that the beast's influence would eventually break the poor kid's mind soon. Professor Edmund entered the room and proposed the possibility that something else was controlling that murderous beast. Taking over the operation, the disheveled professor tasked Yura with stopping or capturing Sen Liu, while the other professors scattered to protect the students. Although they might have a contentious relationship, Professors Sejin and Edmund know when to set their differences aside. If it's for their precious students, they would gladly team up to form the most diabolical duo. Back in the field, Leo found a hidden spot where he can lay the unconscious Chen Xia down to assess her injuries. Eliza and Walden landed soon after him. Their peace was short-lived as Senlu quickly spotted them. The Fafnir made its landing, eyeing the top students like a hungry predator, but Senlu is under the false assumption that Leo is running away from him. He tried to explain to the dumbass that what he's riding isn't a black wyvern. It's not even a summoned beast, but the demonic beast, Fafnir. Hearing that put everyone on their toes. As Leo walked closer and closer, the image of the mythical hero, Kyle, seemingly overlapped with his figure. He recalled the time when all he did was slaughter these vile beasts until not a single one of them was left. As a former hero and an aspiring one, Leo came here to add one more to his disgusting creature kill count. It will be a nostalgic bout, no doubt. He steadily walked up, the Fafnir towering over him. Senlu, the dumbass, laughed at Leo's words. At this point, the kid is not thinking straight anymore. His eyes were strained, and his aggression was off the charts. His inferiority complex was magnified to the highest degree, and he was desperate to prove that he was not below the aces of the summoning department. Once more, he beckoned the Fafnir to unleash the destructive laser breath. Just as the devastating power was about to reach its target, a giant hand made of stone burst out of the ground. The hand then pulled itself up from the floor, revealing a stone golem that stopped the incoming laser using its body. Hearing Leo mention the slaughter of disgusting creatures is a goal that Walden can get behind. For once, he seemed enthusiastic. Seeing the attack getting neutralized by golem magic, Senlu started panicking. Eliza formally teamed up with Leo too. She knows what's at stake and resents Walden for acting cool. And so, the three aces drafted their plan of action. They have to knock that bum off the demonic beast first. Walden's golem won't be able to hold much further. Before it breaks apart, they must be ready to attack. Seeing Eliza and Walden bicker while in the middle of a life-or-death scenario painted a nostalgic smile on Leo's face. Heroes are oddballs in every millennium. As the golem slowly but surely crumbled, Senlu regained his arrogance, daring Walden to summon something stronger. Once the golem turned to nothing but loose boulders, the trio was nowhere to be seen. Eliza kicked off the offensive with her magical purple rope. It twirled and stretched according to her whims, ultimately entering Senlu's range. While she was taking care of crowd control, a finger snap kicked off the damage. Sparks of fire appeared all over the Fafnir's body as it reloaded for another laser beam. Walden strategically placed the detonators in critical areas and detonated his spirit bombs all at once. With his part out of the way, it's time for Leo Plov to pull his own weight. As the smoke of the explosion cleared up, Leo closed the distance between him and Senlu in the blink of an eye. He grabbed the bum by the hair and delivered a full-powered kick across the face. He nearly knocked Senlu out of the Fafnir, but something else has taken over the kid. Whatever or whoever has possessed. Senlu praised Leo's idea of getting the boy away from the demonic beast. But with a proper vessel, whatever this thing is has already taken over. Sensing the increasing danger, Leo was whisked away to the skies in the back of the demonic beast. Walden and Eliza were left on the ground. The possessed bum asked if Leo was starting to feel fear right about now. He simply replied by clocking the spirit of a demonic beast handler for Tartaros possessing Senlu's body. The handler had never experienced something like this. No one had ever seen through his real identity before. Leo's disturbing calmness in the middle of a stormy situation reminded the handler of the heroes from the past. Of course, that also means he can't let Leo develop and flourish even further. He's a massive threat. Using a more refined spirit technique, the handler swiped Leo away with ferocity. He couldn't establish a proper foothold and began free-falling from the skies. Still, he remained calm and summoned Fiora to bail him out. Phoenix Flame danced in the skies as Leo joyfully manipulated a flame orb. This whole situation reminds him of the old days. He was Kyle, the hero of the beginning, but he'd be the first to admit that he was good at everything but never mastered a single discipline. Jack of all trades, master of none. When talking about aura, Aaron and Dueno had him beat by miles. In magic, he was admittedly inferior to Luna. As for summoning, Lucina's was a different beast altogether. That being the case, being an all-arounder allowed him to combine abilities and explore ideas that had never been explored before. Using aura, magic, his bond with Fiora, and everything he knows about summoned beasts, Leo cast a powerful spell. Aura, magic, and soul energy are distinct, unending paths. However, when combined with one another, it can result in some overpowered outcomes. Fiora, the little chick, is gone. In her place was an adolescent phoenix. Mighty and graceful, her flaming red feathers lit up the world as she caught Leo with her talons. Seeing the transformation, the demonic beast responds to the phoenix's energy with agitation. The handler seemed more serious when he asked Leo who he really was. He playfully responded that they could exchange information. He just wanted to know where Sen Liu got the Fafnir. But this anomalous student is way too knowledgeable about the Age of Despair, someone that can't be allowed to live. Anticipating the Fafnir's attack, Leo drew his sword and manipulated the Phoenix Flame to coalesce at the tip. Luckily for Leo, Zerdinger's secret sword technique is tailored for Phoenix Breath. As a result, his secret technique, Prominence, can reach a higher realm. The Fafnir's murderous laser beam and Leo's mythical fire collided. It was a Dragon Ball fight. Leo held his ground, not letting up for a single second. Sen Liu, on the other hand, looks like his brain is scrambled from the possession. Fafnir stumbled in the air, groaning in pain and knocking the handler out of balance for a moment. Leo did not miss the opportunity to press his attack, seeing as the demonic beast's soul energy was starting to weaken. He screamed and poured every bit of power he had stockpiled to overwhelm the enemy. All the handler could do was curse the young man. Phoenix flames entered Fafnir's body, wreaking havoc and burning the demon from the inside until the fire exited from every orifice. Leo won in an explosively disturbing fashion. He praised Fiora for coming in clutch as he huffed and puffed for air. It's about time to go back, but the Phoenix transformation limit has been reached. Leo realized that he must have miscalculated, and now he's on track to fall to his death. As he screamed on the way down from thousands of feet, the real body of the demonic beast handler for Tartaros continued his meditation, hidden in the woods. Just as he was about to pull another bullshit attack, a radiant light enveloped the entire forest. Next came an overwhelming pressure that pushed the handler down to his knees. Professor Sejin has arrived and successfully sealed the perpetrator's movement. Alongside him was Professor Edmund, who emanated darkness around his body. The handler immediately recognized the two pillars of Lumen. Knowing that he couldn't handle all that smoke, the handler opened a rift in space and bid his farewell. It's disappointing that he failed, but he'll have to wait until next time to cause some chaos once more. From the rift in space, a smoke creature with countless eyes and mouths filled with sharp teeth burst out. The creature turned to the man who summoned it and slammed its unfathomably heavy body against the handler. Once the smoke dissipated, the rift in space and the handler were gone, leaving only a few loose rocks and some nasty vape clouds. The professors feared that the forces lying in the dark were starting to move in earnest now. Sejin retrieved some of the remnants for examination. The two pillars of Lumina knew better than anyone that the academy might no longer be a safe place. Back to Leo, he's still falling to his death. Grabbing the small phoenix, he urged Fiora to go back to the summons realm instead of accompanying him in this fall. Thankfully, a scaly-winged beast grabbed Leo before he became meat paste splatted on the ground. Sitting on the black wyvern saddle was none other than Miss Yura. The smile of relief on her face was glorious. She thanked the gods that she had arrived just on time. They softly landed on a prairie, the black wyvern still holding Leo like a cub. Mr. Demonic Beast Handler has retreated to a cave in God knows where, the headquarters where he performs all sorts of fucked up experiments. His supervisor stood over him, his eyes filled with disgust and embarrassment. The fool was taken down by a measly hero candidate. The handler, clutching his wounds, argued that what he faced wasn't some normal hero candidate. Upon hearing that the kid had a phoenix as his contracted beast, the supervisor's ears perked up with interest. but upon hearing that the kid knew of Fafnir's true identity, transformed that interest into caution. With a sly smile, the handler's supervisor licked his lips, looking forward to what that interesting hero candidate had in store for them. Back in Lumen, the practical summoning midterm race was cancelled due to an unforeseen incident. Sen Lu, the poor kid, had his mind broken so badly that he ended up dying. The new students are starting to realize the gravity of being at Lumene. After the whole debacle, it's natural that everyone was curious about what really happened to Sen Lu. But at Miss Yura's orders, the 4 students involved decided to tell people the cover story of a rouge-black wyvern. Today, Leo needs to put the sprawling web of conspiracies aside. It's the day of the magic class practical exam after all. Professor Len stood in front of the class, waiting for everyone to pour into the lecture hall. Carr and Chelsea were already inside. Looking at the entrance, they spotted Chloe walking in. Her hair was disheveled, and judging by the bags under her eyes, it seemed like she hadn't slept in days. Following closely behind was Leo. He also took notice of Chloe's poor condition. After a few more minutes of waiting for everyone to arrive, Professor Len finally spoke up. His gravitas made the reality sink in that this exam won't be a simple one. The professor expects everyone to showcase their original magic and display their own personality. He deemed it a waste to be the only one to witness the amazing magic of the next generation, so he called for some help. Professor Len asked 3 people to join them in class today. These 3 are seniors who graduated from the magic department 3 years ago. They have since established names for themselves in various fields of magic. The sharp Rilda Pedney, the hardy Edmund Slack, and the cheerful Sean Hodge. They will be the ones judging the freshman exam today. The 3 extended their greetings to their juniors, lifting everyone's spirits up. Carr is feeling lucky. He thinks the judges are the lenient type who give high marks. With introductions out of the way, Professor Len called the first student, Eliana Layden, to the front. With an optimistic smile, Eliana jumped to action. She confidently stood on the stage with his head held high. She turned up the cuteness up to 100, her eyes shining like stars as she extended a formal greeting to the seniors. Hearing her introduce herself like a charming, prim, and proper young noble almost made Carr hurl in disgust. He knows this girl is trying to play a character. Moving on to the demonstration, Eliana summoned a beautiful light show inside the lecture hall. She can conjure up something this shiny due to her rare affinity to the light attribute. But the light show was just the first part. She figured that adding the flame attribute would create some interesting results. As fire and light fused together, Eliana was surrounded by the winding flow of scorching rays. Combining 2 of her best elements, she can emit some powerful thermal ray magic. Sean Hodge looked at the display with wonder. Then she commented that this thermal ray magic is no different from the basic laser-type magic that anyone can learn. Eliana thought her demonstration was going well, but the judges were already penning her grade without further questions. The 3 diligently considered the criterion of judgment to give an appropriate score. After a short deliberation, they handed the final assessment to Professor Len. Hodge and Rilda gave Eliana a C-, while Slack was a little more generous with a C for an overall score of C-. Seeing that Eliana Layden's impressive showing got such a low score, the students tensed up. One after another, magic department students were called up front only to be disappointed that their hard work only amounted to a C and C-. There were some exceptions though. Surprisingly, Carr Thomas scored a B+ thanks to his impressive display of manipulating metal and gold. As expected, Chelsea Llewellyn scored the highest thus far. She received an A for her breathtaking wind magic. The fox and the cat celebrated their back-to-back win. They were relieved that the exam was a massive success. Unbeknownst to the freshmen, the judges are actually quite disappointed by all the performances. Professor Len lured them to participate in this exam with the promise of remarkable students, but no one has stood out in the crowd just yet. Looking at the pile of papers, there are only 3 remaining students to be judged. Idman Slack can tell that these 3 are the real deal, the cream of the crop that the professor arranged for last. Next up on the stage was Abad Llewellyn, Chelsea's brother. The moment he stepped up to the plate, the ladies couldn't help themselves. If they were judging, they would give him A+ just for his face alone. Contrary to the ones that came before him, Abad didn't start with a flashy performance. Instead, he went in-depth on the theory behind the spell that he created. After laying out the theoretical framework, he announced the name of his original magic, the Tempest. Professor Len was pleased, and the judges were fully engrossed in Abad's explanation. The magic genius claimed that once completed, his Tempest would reach an estimated rank of top class. You see, Abad has been preparing for this exam for a while now. Back in the Llewellyn family territory, he performed countless experiments, continuously refining Tempest. He had to enlist the help of family elders to create a protective perimeter in case something went wrong. With utmost concentration, the Abad family magicians held strong. In the middle of the perimeter, Abad was free to tweak and unleash the terrifying power inside him. Launching his body off the ground and softly floating in the air, the initial stages of Tempest showed itself. With a bloody roar, he stimulated every bit of power in his cells to beat the wind itself to submission. The wild winds eventually coalesced into a destructive storm that can erase everything in its path. The tempest held so much power that even the protective perimeter manned by 4 capable magicians couldn't contain it. When Abad opened his eyes, he saw the tempest lifting an innocent animal up to the heavens. He panicked. He doesn't want his lack of control to endanger an innocent life. The desire to save that little animal gave him the last push to completely bend the will of the wind to his whims. Abad is a great guy, perhaps the most fitting hero candidate aside from a certain someone. Back inside the lecture hall, Abad showed the judges a compressed version of Tempest. Summoning its full form might destroy a portion of the academy after all. A magic that intensifies the wind's power to the utmost degree. It sounds simple, but the judges knew that it was rooted in a difficult system of high sorcery to use. As a result, Abad Llewellyn walked back to his seat with the first unanimous A+ score, the highest thus far. Chelsea quietly and supportively bragged that her brother is just built different. Speaking of built different, Professor Len's face lit up at the thought of seeing the next student showcase his talents. Of course, it was none other than the golden boy, Leo Plav. Our boy stood and spoke with conviction as he addressed the judges. The high sorcery he will be presenting is a no-attribute sorcery system. He won't say it out loud, but it's the same system that he used back when at the top of the world as the hero of the beginning. Leo stood on the stage and announced his no-attribute high sorcery system. The panel of judges has never heard of such a thing. Curious, they asked him to elaborate. Leo gladly expounded. It is common knowledge that every single basic magic spell has a base attribute. It is a necessary condition for any type of spell. His thesis is simple. He created a high sorcery system that will streamline the entire spellcasting process to a higher level. Hearing this, the panelists had a mixed reaction. Some were skeptical and some were shocked. To clarify, they asked him if he was really going to create a whole new system for spellcasting. While the 3 seniors refused to believe such a ridiculous idea, Professor Len was practically smiling from ear to ear, his eyes shining like diamonds, overcome by the desire to recruit Leo as an exclusive mage. Idman Slack thinks Leo is just bullshitting and was disappointed. They are here to judge magic with sound theory, not to listen to fantastical stories. Contrary to his bitterness, Professor Len couldn't help himself and chimed in to beg Leo to write down the system's theory. Since the professor himself was enthusiastically open to seeing this through, the judges had no choice but to keep an open mind. Leo Plav picked up a chalk and started writing down the theory on the board. For a while, the room was absolutely silent, apart from the sound of chalk tapping and sliding on the board. Rilda Pedney asserted that only a single mage in the entire history has ever used an entirely different casting system as their high sorcery. Leo casually answered that he was well aware of that fact. Only the poet of the stars, Luna, had ever succeeded in doing such a thing. Sean Houge wasn't happy that this little freshman was basically implying that he was planning to stand on the same level as one of the most celebrated heroes in history. Leo humbly dispelled that idea. Of course, he's not planning to do that. He can't ever compare to Luna when it comes to magic. He clarified that one does not need to be a monstrous genius like her to make a new spellcasting system. All the panel of judges have to do is look at what he wrote on the board to see how. Much to their surprise, every line of spell theory seemed airtight. The kid wasn't just making it up and trying to look cool. From what the spell construction indicates, it's a system that can utilize any magic attribute without penalties. Chelsea, who's pretty confident with her theoretical knowledge, can't even interpret what Leo wrote down. On the other hand, Carr has given up trying to read what Leo has written since the first line. Throughout the whole process, Chloe never took her sunken eyes off her rival. Now that the judges have a rough idea regarding Leo's genius, they ask him what his reasoning is behind developing such a magic system. The answer was pretty simple. He just wants to be able to freely use any magic in existence. Idman's disbelief had turned to interest in the crazy freshman. Now, he understands why the professor insists that this year's batch is special. When asked what this system's name would be, Leo grinned, raised his hand, and summoned an incandescent thread of mana that lit up the lecture hall. The incandescent mana coalesced and formed an unfathomable orb of pure magic. Leo dubbed this system as the Bible. Sean Hooge was taken aback. Digging through her extensive knowledge, she knows of only one person in history who has used that term, the allegedly fictional hero, Kyle. She's looking forward to what Leo will do in the future. Maybe the kid will prove that Kyle really existed. After the shortest deliberation of the day, the panel of judges handed their scores to the professor to announce. As soon as Professor Len saw what was written on the cards, he smiled. As expected, Leo Plav got an A+. Walking back to his seat, Leo thought about failing to complete this magic system during his years as Kyle. This time, things will be different. He will make sure that it will be. Finally, the last student to present their personal magic stood from her seat. It's Chloe's turn to wow the judges after Leo blew their minds. Before sitting back down, the concerned Leo asked if the locked-in Chloe was fine. She certainly doesn't look like she is. Chloe Muller stood on the stage with her back straight and solid. The panel of judges was informed ahead of time that Chloe is the reigning top student of this year's magic class. They have high hopes for her showing today. As soon as Chloe started her presentation, her demeanor changed. She announced her success in creating an imperishable flame. In her hand, A crimson fire dancing aggressively blazed. Her classmates were left scratching their heads. As far as they know, Chloe is an ice attribute mage. Choosing a polar opposite of her highest affinity attribute as her high sorcery just seemed counterintuitive, inefficient, and plainly insane. While she stood on the stage, unmoving, the panel of judges was a little disappointed. Compared to the two previous performances from Abad and Leo, her flame seems awfully normal. If that's all she has to show for this exam and there's nothing more to see, she will score horribly. So, Chloe started the actual display of how valuable this magic really is by summoning water to dance in the air. With a flick of a finger, she made the water drop down like a waterfall that would extinguish any ordinary flame. But this is no ordinary flame. Abad was shocked, and Leo felt a bad premonition. There's darkness behind Chloe's eyes as she explains how she added permanence to the fire. Unless she cancels it out consciously, it will burn forever. She concluded her showing by doing just that, extinguishing an inextinguishable fire. Chloe picked up a chalk and wrote down the theory behind her groundbreaking discovery. In this world, spells follow a common rule that without direct mana support, any spell will vanish. Throughout the whole process of explaining her theory, her peers were slack-jawed. She basically made a spell that broke a rule that had existed since the genesis of magic itself. It was too bizarre, and even the panelists found it hard to wrap their heads around her grand ideas. Chloe Muller dubbed her high sorcery as the Eternal Flame. Out of everyone in the room, Leo was the only one certain that this thing should not be possible. Still, her theory seemed sound enough, and her demonstration left a powerful image in everyone's mind. For that, she scored the same grade as Leo, an A+. Leo doesn't buy it. Something is fishy here. Creating an undying flame is a conundrum that even Luna failed at. As far as he knows, only a single being has ever used such a flame. The Cataclysm himself, Erebos. The moment the exams concluded, Leo tried looking for Chloe, but she was already back in her dorm to sleep. That girl hasn't slept since the test was announced days ago. Her test prep was insane. Leo kept his questions to himself for now, letting Chloe get some rest. Celia then raised some concerns of her own. Over the past few days, she noticed Chloe getting more and more sensitive. She fought with some of the kids in their class a couple of times. Celia also heard rumors that she's been hanging with some of the delinquents from the Magic Studies program. Mulling over his thoughts, Leo went back to the empty lecture hall. He summoned Fiora for the first time since the race. She's back in her Phoenix chick form now. The mythical beast and the tamer were both glad to see each other again. However, Leo also called someone else to consult about his suspicions. In the middle of a swirling flamestorm appeared a beautiful woman who embodies the very essence of fire. She's none other than Fiora's mom, the guardian phoenix, Miss Farina. Literally the hottest MILF out there. Sitting haughtily and with full poise, Miss Farina asked Leo to get straight to business, asking why he had called for her through Fiora. Leo curiously asked why she's been staying at Lumeni for an extended period of time. Given that the phoenix stands as the total opposite of demonic beasts, there must be a deeper reason for why she's still hanging around the academy. Miss Farina confessed that 5 years ago, there was a horrible terror attack in Lumeni. 2 students and 3 staff perished in the incident, and the culprits were never identified, let alone found. In the end, the desperate headmaster, Kalian Badian, called in a favor and left the Phoenix in charge of searching the school for any clues. Since then, Miss Farina has been looking for any trace of the culprits. If that's the case, she must have heard of the demonic beast handler appearing during the recent summoning exam, resulting in the death of yet another student. When asked if she thought Tartaros was involved, Miss Farina regrettably clammed up. She's suspicious of the evil organization, but that is all she can tell Leo for now. Since he's not going to get any new info from her, Leo just left her with a tip to convey to Headmaster Kalian. He put forth the possibility that Sen Liu may not be the only student Tartaros has influenced. The next day came, and the gauntlet of exams continued. This time, every freshman gathered for the Heroics and Combat Studies joint practical exam. Supervising the exam was none other than the laid-back Professor Edmund. Since every student is accounted for, he dumped the job of explaining the contents of the exam to the class representative, aka Leo. Leo gladly stepped up to the plate and informed his peers about this Heroic and Combat Studies joint practical exam. Today is about forming teams and raiding a hero's world. The world they will be running is the infamous Chedmer incident. As soon as they heard that name, every student anxiously froze in fear. The only one who hadn't heard of the Chedmer incident was Eliana, even though it was part of the written exam. Seeing that the joint class was getting rowdy, Professor Edmund's voice boomed to silence his students. He demanded that they show respect and pay attention to what Leo had to say. Leo continued detailing what they will be tested on today. Everybody will enter a hero's world from 30 years ago. It was an incident involving a group of first-year Lumene students who went on a mission to the central Chedmer forest. They were unexpectedly attacked by Tartaros. Professor Albi, the sorcerer of the Magic Eye, a second-year student back then, was dispatched with a rescue team. Thanks to his efforts, they prevented a complete massacre. The goal of this exam is to rescue the injured students and exterminate hostile demonic beasts, while assisting the image of second-year Professor Albi. Professor Edmund added that this is not an average midterm. They will have to learn to be more cautious and alert, to stay sharp at all times. Anyone who is judged to have no heroic potential by the end of the exam will be immediately expelled. Hearing such a harsh punishment for doing badly worried those who weren't too confident about their practical application. Softening up at the sight of his worried students, the professor assured them that they'd all come so far and had become strong enough for this challenge. They just need to trust themselves. He might look like a bum, but Professor Edmund really knows how and when to give the carrot and the stick. Proceeding with the test, it's time to begin organizing the teams. Everybody was asked to come forward one at a time, starting from Class 1. It seems like they are not forming their own teams. They might have to work with people they haven't even met before. A random draw might determine whether you get into a stacked team or a horrible one. When it finally came to Leo's turn to draw, he pulled out number 11, the very last team in this exam. With the teams set and acquainted, Team 1 was called to stand before the summoning portal. Led by Celia Zerdinger and Chelsea Llewellyn, Team 1 looked perfectly balanced. It's time to show all these other nobles the strength of the Lordran Empire. Making this exam possible was, of course, Professor Knockoff Gojo himself, Albie, the Aura Farmer. With a wave of a hand, he opened Albie's world, prologue chapter, The Chedmer Incident. A sweeping torrent of bright magic swallowed Team 1 whole, transporting them to a vision of the past. A giant magical screen was set up on the field as a recording device followed the team's every move for everyone to see. Everybody was impressed. Even though Team 1 had just got in, they were already blazing through the hero's world. With Chelsea's magic and Celia's tenacious swordsmanship, they were practically speedrunning this exam. Children from prestigious hero lineages really are built different. Sitting next to Professor Edmund was his bothersome rival, Professor Sejin. Since Celia is Sejin's student, he naturally talked her up as Team 1's X-Factor. Edmund argued that Chelsea's actions are even more impactful. The two pillars of Lumen just can't resist battling each other every chance they get. Interrupting their bickering, the headmaster made his entrance while praising Team 1's outstanding pace. They are truly worthy of being called rising stars. The headmaster must have known that the two pillars were going to fight like children, so he pulled up a chair between them. He just wanted to see how much the first years have grown. Turning to Professor Albie, the grizzled old man apologized for using such an unpleasant memory for the exam every year. Albie asserted that he should be taking Headmaster Kalian instead. He vowed never to forget this incident, and he needs this yearly reminder to stay on track. Finally, Team 1's raid came to a swift and bloody conclusion as Chelsea and Celia tag-teamed a beast. The headmaster took note of the Zerdinger and Llewellyn girls. They worked impeccably together despite how heated they usually get. They really are the pride of their country. Team 2 didn't do anything too impressive, while Team 3 blitzed through the hero's world in a dominating fashion. They let the two strongest first years, Abad and Duran, stand vanguard while the rest of the team played supportive roles. The headmaster approved of their fast and efficient methodology, which led to victory. Team 4 surprisingly entered the upper echelon too. Nilla Carvin's healing aura is definitely special, but what carried the team was Chen Xia's abnormal movement. The headmaster made a mental note of the girl from the east. Team 7, led by two of the most promising summoners, made quick work of the hero's world too. Headmaster Kalian and the professors couldn't take their eyes off the live feed. While there are a lot of exceptional students who showed what they're capable of thus far, the most promising one has yet to take his turn. Finally, Team 11 was called to come forward. Aside from Leo Plav, there was another familiar face in the last squad, Chloe Muller. Headmaster Kalian was lost in thought. Watching the kid makes him feel nostalgic for his heydays, back when he was a young and valiant hero taking on missions with Miss Farina herself. Team 11 stood on top of the magic circle. Leo and Chloe stared into each other's eyes. Professor Albie flicked his magic book open and opened his hero's world for the 11th and final time. Albie's world, prologue. Chapter, The Chedmer Incident, loaded. No one noticed a hint of darkness dropping onto the magic circle, corrupting the intricate etchings. While the light swallowed Team 11, Leo's instincts were telling him that something was wrong. Different from all the previous hero's world openings, the light seemed to move more aggressively. Much to everyone's surprise, only 2 people were transported out of the field. Aside from Leo and Chloe, the rest of Team 11 was left where they were standing when the magic circle died down. Professor Sejin stood from his seat, worried about what was happening. Headmaster Kalian Badian consulted Albie as to what had just transpired. With a hint of fear in his voice, Albie demanded that the exams be halted. The hero's page in his book depicting the Chedmer incident has been tainted by foreign forces. What shouldn't happen just happened. It's an unprompted hero dungeon manifestation. Leo ends up just as stunned when a strange screen pops up instead of the usual quest window and realizes they've been thrown into a hero dungeon. Chloe looks around in confusion since there were no lost pages, and it's unheard of for a page from the records to glitch like this. Leo tries contacting the professors, but no one answers. Chloe starts losing it and prays that the professors come save them, but Leo brings her back to Earth and points out that if they could have done anything, they would have already shown up. So they're left with one option, the hero dungeon's calling, and they have to answer. Shaken, Chloe questions whether he's completely lost it since barely anyone survived the last time people got summoned there, and they're just walking into Tartarus's trap with a death wish. Her knees give in, and she mentally collapses as her last bits of hope crumble, but our boy keeps calm and reminds her she's still the sharpest mind in their class. With the unbeatable power of teamwork, there's no way they're losing. The brat bites her lip, clearly jealous of how Mr. Perfect manages to keep it cool even in this situation. She forces herself to pull it together and demands to hear this brilliant plan. Leo explains that there are two main goals: rescue the freshmen and make sure they get out safely. To do that, they need to get stronger. Chloe immediately shoots that down, pointing out they can't power up without access to the outside. But Leo casually reminds her they're not the only students dumped in this forest. And that makes Chloe pause as she remembers others should be here too. Then without batting an eye, he looks at her and tells her to ride him. Chloe nearly combusts from embarrassment at the sheer audacity, but Leo stands firm like a Chad. They can't let their seniors confront Tartarus first, and mages like her seriously lack stamina, so there's really no other choice. At the same time, deep in the forest, a demon named Chubarn spies on the students through his creepy little magic cameras. He seems mildly surprised to see just a duo sent in as the rescue team, but he's not sweating it. He's fully confident he'll wipe out these wannabe hero candidates with zero trouble. That is, until his head whips around and his whole mood shifts. He spots that one of the rescuers possesses an all-class, and immediately drops the cocky smirk. His target switches instantly from the party of 4 to the guy who is a walking circus act giving a piggyback ride to his mage. Meanwhile, Leo notices his vision starting to fade the deeper they go into the woods, so he decides it's time to activate Aaron's aura farming technique. By wrapping his body completely in aura, he forces his senses to max out and heightens every instinct. As they push further in, he warns Chloe there's a pack of orcs up ahead, but she's already on it. She waves her wand once and sends a volley of icicles right into the pack, dropping them like bowling pins. Or so she thinks. One of them survives and pulls out a horn to call backup, nearly giving her a heart attack. But our guy steps in and slices the thing down before she can even blink. Chloe watches that and instantly feels the difference in their levels, wondering if she'll ever be able to outdo him. After that, the two of them stumble upon a bunch of demons surrounding a party of 4 students. Without hesitation, Leo darts into the middle of it all and yells at Chloe to support him like a good little mage. The girl up front scrambles to finish her spell, but the big bad demon easily outspeeds her and is seconds away from ripping her in half like wet paper. Before she can even scream, Leo appears right in front of her and slices it clean, leaving the rest of the demons frozen. The other students just stand there gaping like goldfish while Leo strikes a cool pose after saving the day. Impressed, the girl he rescued asks if he's here to save them, and Leo gives a simple yes while shifting his attention to another demon in the back. This one is already charging up his strongest spell and yells about getting revenge for his brothers. Suddenly, a storm of disgusting fleshy leech demons rains down from the sky, but our guy doesn't flinch. He turns around like he's some bootleg Diluc from Genshin, flames up his sword, and turns the parasites into grilled meat skewers. Once again, the students are left speechless at just how absurdly cool this guy is, but Leo doesn't let them slack off. He immediately tells the female student to use her spell. She charges up Arc Ray and fires it off to erase the demon from existence, not even leaving a pixel behind. Chloe stares at her in disbelief and instantly recognizes who she is just from the magic alone. As the sun starts to set, the girl thanks Leo over and over again for saving her, but Chloe doesn't even look at her. She just says there's something more important to talk about with her partner. The girl glares daggers at her audacious move, but Chloe ignores her and leans in close to Leo to whisper that the girl is Aaliyah Zeron, the younger sister of Professor Albie Zeron, who died in the incident 3 decades ago. And then Chloe reveals the part that's really bothering her. Since this party belongs to Aaliyah, it's destined to meet the same tragic end in this dungeon, no matter what. Chloe shares that Chubarn, a knight-ranked demon from Tartarus, launched an attack 30 years ago, and that Aaliyah's party was the first one to get flattened. After all, the core plan behind that operation was to wipe out Aaliyah, a genius among hero candidates, which led to her name getting sealed in the hero records for good. She tells Leo they should be focusing on survival now and fulfilling the dungeon conditions with a different party. Leo asks if she really means to just leave them behind, and Chloe fires back that she has no other option. This is a hero dungeon, and no matter how tragic it gets, the dead can't be dragged back. Still, our boy refuses to back down and says he won't abandon them, which immediately gets on Chloe's nerves. She screams at him with so much fury that even Aaliyah's group watches like they just got caught in the middle of mom and dad's latest meltdown. Steaming with frustration, she yells that she knows he's cool and powerful, but now's not the time for showboating. It's time to grow up and stop playing the hero. She breaks down in tears while Leo stays calm, reaches out, and gently pats her head to settle her storm. He says she shouldn't talk like that, because they're both hero candidates, and this isn't some game. It's part of the process for becoming the real deal. Then he reminds her they've already messed with the original timeline, leaving her more than a little lost. Leo explains that the sky turned dark long before they even crossed paths with Aaliyah's team, and by now, they were supposed to be long gone, hunted down by Chubarn. Seeing that honest look on his face, Chloe pushes down her conflicting thoughts and agrees to follow whatever plan he's cooking. He tells her they need to focus on getting out together with Aaliyah's group. From behind, Chloe watches Leo's aura shift, and that moment hits her hard that he's once again miles ahead of her. She clenches her fists, eaten up with jealous frustration, and thinks about pulling out her book. Meanwhile, the green-haired student named Teao wonders out loud why only 2 seniors were sent to help them. Dina and Belloc instantly start suspecting he might be a spy planted by Tartarus. But Aaliyah shuts that down and reminds them he literally saved their lives by slashing up demons like they were toilet paper. Then, she lets her actual thoughts slip and admits she finds the guy pretty attractive and very much her type, which earns her some serious side-eyes from the rest. Aaliyah doesn't get why Dina is that shocked. So Dina explains she thought only their senior Albie could ever match her impossibly high standards. Cutting into their girl talk, Leo tells the juniors to get it together and that they need to get out of this forest immediately. Teao doesn't see why they're rushing now that backup has arrived, but Leo throws a cold dose of reality, saying a night-rank demon is lurking around here. That gets everyone's full attention. One of those monsters is enough to solo an army of 100, so the urgency suddenly makes a lot more sense. Leo repeats that avoiding a fight is top priority and staying alive comes first. Aaliyah quietly stares at him and thinks he really does feel a lot like her brother. With that, they all sprint through the forest like their lives depend on it. Though Chloe's still clearly bitter about the argument earlier, and Aaliyah picks up on her feelings fast, being as sharp as ever. Back at the academy, the staff scrambles through old records, digging for anything about hero pages turning into hero dungeons. The headmaster tells Professor Albie it's a good thing no outsiders have been able to interfere yet, and the blonde guy confirms that only 2 living beings are inside. The headmaster figures night must have set in by now since 3 hours have passed, and he asks Albie when he took down Chubarn last time. Albie says he finished off the trash demon around midnight. Right then, Elena bursts into the room to report a lead on whoever sold the demonic creature summoning catalyst to Liu. Before she can even finish, the headmaster's attention snaps toward a powerful surge of magic about to explode in the room. He sees Albie losing control of his emotions and quickly steps in to calm him down. But Albie jerks his arm away and says he needs to step out for some fresh air. Elena quickly figures out what's really fueling his rage. His hatred for demons runs deeper than Sasuke's grudge against Itachi. And it's no surprise since he lost his sister in that incident, and not even a trace of her body was ever found. The headmaster tells Elena to keep going with her report, and she adds that the black market seller who sold the goods had been active in the city for a while, and was a hit with the freshmen. Hearing that, the headmaster suspects Tartarus managed to sneak in a spy, but Elena clears it up and says the man wasn't directly affiliated. It seems Tartarus smuggled things through him using backdoor channels. Stroking his glorious beard, the old man wonders what on earth they were after, until his eyes shoot open as he catches Chloe's name on the buyer list, right next to an entry for a black book. Without a second of hesitation, he tells Elena to send Professor Len immediately. After she leaves, his old battle-hardened instinct, which only comes from years of dancing with death, kicks in, screaming that something really, really bad is coming. Meanwhile, back in the hero dungeon, Leo and the others take a stop at the foot of a massive tower. Inside the hero dungeon, our boy keeps cutting down monsters left and right to clear the path, but it starts to wear him out since he's been running on super sense way longer than planned. On top of that, Aaliyah's team and even Chloe are barely holding it together, so he calls for a short break. Teao and Belloc gawk at him in disbelief, wondering how the guy looks fresh like he just walked out of a spa instead of a bloodbath. During the break, Chloe sits quietly reading a book on Chubarn, when Aaliyah strolls up and casually drops the question about her relationship with Leo before flat out asking if she has a crush on him. Chloe looks like she might throw up at the very idea, but Aaliyah grins and points out that her disgusted reaction seems just a little too dramatic to be innocent. Chloe sighs and glances at the so-called genius girl who supposedly existed 30 years ago, but looks no different than any high schooler in her own class. She flips the question right back and asks if Aaliyah is the one catching feelings instead, and without missing a beat, Aaliyah says he does make her heart go doki doki. That reply instantly irritates Chloe because not only is this girl a literal legend from the past, but she apparently fell for him at first sight too, which only proves how absurdly amazing Leo is. Still, Aaliyah admits she's not sure if it's romantic or just that weird fluttery feeling she gets when her brother struggles and finally pulls something off. Chloe asks if she's talking about Albie Zeron, and Aaliyah nods, explaining that her brother lives to take on insane challenges, the kind no sane person would ever try, like mining bedrock in vanilla Minecraft. That little detail only makes Chloe even more convinced that Leo's practically a copy and paste of the guy. Out of nowhere, she ends up blurting everything out, confessing to Aaliyah how she used to be a friend to Leo until jealousy messed everything up. To her surprise, Aaliyah says they're shockingly similar. The genius girl reveals she's always been jealous of her own genius brother, since he looks like a clown but still stumbles his way into making groundbreaking discoveries. She admits her own unique magic is really just a rework of a system her brother came up with since she kind of sucks at inventing original stuff. Then she stuns Chloe by laughing about the time she failed the entrance exam twice, which only deepened her complex and made her hate him more. Eventually, those toxic feelings turned into full-blown admiration, and Chloe realizes that's exactly what happened to her too. Before she can process it, Leo suddenly stands up and warns everyone to get ready since their escape route just got shut down. The terrified students grab their weapons and brace themselves, but our guy reminds them they're all future heroes, and fear's not part of the curriculum. Still, Aaliyah's party starts sweating bullets as a massive demonic figure steps into view and announces he's finally found the seed of a great hero, then fires off a blast of destructive magic right at Leo. As he dodges, Leo remembers that this guy was supposed to crush potential heroes before they could bloom, yet now he's using the word great for someone like him, which doesn't sit well with our boy. Even so, he calls out to Chloe, who already has a magic circle ready, and she summons a massive iceberg to block Chubarn's attack. In the meantime, our main guy charges his sword with magic, slips behind the Night Rank demon, and delivers a deep, satisfying slash to the vile monster's girthy neck built like an F1 racer. The girls hold their breath thinking it's over, but their hope dies quickly when Chubarn's disgusting flesh transforms and stitches itself back together like it's made of cursed jelly. Seeing that, Leo tells everyone to get back fast as the demon activates cursed magic that nullifies all attacks like a black hole called Void. Tayao and Aaliyah start panicking, wondering how anyone's supposed to win against something so broken, but Leo stays sharp. He knows Void isn't absolute and there's always a limit on the user. Chubarn taunts Leo, mocking the idea that the remnants of a hero think they stand a chance, but our boy shoots right back that if he's so mighty, why's he losing sleep over a mere sprout? He calls for everyone to launch a coordinated strike, and while they all do their best, it's Aaliyah's unique magic that really hurts him as she rains down a cluster of stars on his head. Chubarn starts to believe his mistress Lady Salatna was right to order him to destroy the hero seeds before they grow too dangerous. Surrounded, he suddenly lifts his weapon and forces Leo to back off. The moment our guy sees what's coming, he yells for everyone to get down. Unfortunately, one of the spikes slices through Belak's side, so Leo grabs him and falls back behind an ice wall Chloe quickly raises. He checks on everyone and tells them he can stop the bleeding with his aura, then tells Chloe to line up a finishing blow. With that, he rushes off to buy her the time she needs to prepare an attack strong enough to push through Void's limits. Chloe opens the black book she's been holding onto this whole time, and as she flips through the pages, she realizes it holds the perfect spell to roast that ugly demon alive and erase him for good. All the freshmen watch in stunned amazement as Leo blitzes around Chubarn using afterimages to smack him from every direction at a speed no one can track. The demon swings at one image only to whiff and get clocked from another side. Seeing the chaos, Tayao wonders if he'll ever pull off a move that cool, though Dina shoots him down without even pretending to be nice. Meanwhile, Aaliyah stands frozen, both impressed and confused, because the magic Leo is using clearly is magic of the stars, which means he's no ordinary guy and hiding his true identity. Before that bomb can even settle, Chloe yanks all the attention with a sudden rise into the air, summoning a sinister black magic circle. With a wild grin that honestly makes people question who the real demon here is, she claims she's about to erase this monster from existence. Aaliyah panics and yells at Leo to get out of the blast zone because there's no way anything nice is about to come out of Chloe's hands. Chloe throws in a quick warning that she won't be held liable for property damage and fires a blazing death ray straight at Chubarn, which sets off alarms in Leo's head since this is supposed to be an ice girl, not a pyromaniac. Watching the demon get absolutely wrecked, Chloe laughs like she's fully lost it and boasts about her undying flames, telling Chubarn to go burn where he belongs. As the fire swallows him whole, the flames shift into a black fire like it is Amaterasu, which sets off alarm bells in Leo's mind, and he yells at her to shut it down before things go wrong. But she flat out refuses and insists trash like Chubarn doesn't get mercy and deserves to suffer properly. Seeing that she's clearly on the villain arc now, Leo charges in and swats the cursed book right out of her hand like it's the kind of book his mom found under the bed. A short while later, Chloe finally comes back to her senses, so Leo calmly asks her to be honest if she really created that endless flame magic or if she picked it up from somewhere. She admits she's no genius and confesses the spell was straight out of that book, confirming as he suspected that it is a copy of the Flame of Erebus. Chubarn starts regenerating from the flames, so Leo quickly lets Chloe know that the spell she used is black magic, and the book is actually a disguised sorcery machine. The news makes her feel sick over what she's done. With a sad look, she mutters that she is way too corrupted now to be called a hero, but Leo snaps her out of that negative spiral. He explains that even he didn't know Chubarn had the Void Curse until now, which means the demon must have used it during his battle with Aaliyah and her friends. Back then, they were just students who got outmatched in an impossible fight, but still refused to back down. He reminds her that their academy's motto is to go even further beyond like Goku, and that's when it finally clicks. Chloe realizes she doesn't resent Leo for always being ahead. Rather, she admires him because he's got way too much swag to even compete with. After that, Aaliyah steps up and tells Chloe that she believes in her, giving the blonde the final push she needs. With the void curse now gone, Leo gets ready to end the fight once and for all. Just before that, he senses a powerful surge of magic, and it turns out to be Chloe, finally breaking her limits to become someone who can stand beside him without feeling like a shadow. Backed by a new waifu candidate, Leo's memories of his past life come rushing in as he recognizes her magic, which reminds him of the allies he once fought beside. The familiar light fills him with a fresh wave of courage. Chubarn suddenly lunges forward and smashes Leo with a finisher strike. Leo blocks the first hit, but the demon sneaks in a second blow that breaks his guard and launches him straight into a tree. As he struggles to stand, Chubarn saunters up and declares that it's time for the so-called remnant of a hero to take another nap. But right then, a snowflake drifts down in front of Leo, and the whole forest begins to freeze. His fear melts away as he stands back up and fires back that demons like Chubarn never beat him before and they're not starting now. The demon stares at him, confused what kind of high-quality copium he's smoking, unaware that Chloe is behind him and about to drop the biggest spell of the night. She silently thanks Leo for helping her reach the breakthrough she needed and unleashes her original magic, a spell called Ice World, that covers the battlefield in a chilling wave of pure power. With a wave of her staff, the whole field below her locks up in ice so thick it deserves all 3 seas. Chloe floats in the air and calls down massive crystalline lances meant to wipe out anything unlucky enough to stand below. But Chubarn doesn't even flinch, since he stays frozen solid like a cursed popsicle that forgot how to breathe. Leo walks up to the ice-covered demon, and the moment he places a hand on it, its soul fades into a pure black smoke. Right after that, he finds the black magic book, channels fire magic into his sword and drives it straight through, triggering a violent burst that scorches it to a crisp. System notifications roll in congratulating him for both saving the freshman mid-crisis and taking out Chubarn. But what really gets his attention is how Chloe totally stole the spotlight by pulling off a whole new magic type on the spot. It turns out to be field magic, which is something he wouldn't even think about copying unless he suddenly lost all survival instincts. To his surprise, Chloe says she's planning to come clean and wants to risk it all, even if it means getting expelled. He reassures her right away that someone as amazing as her wouldn't get kicked out over one mistake, and that she's more likely to end up as a full-blown hero. Aaliyah and Dina rush over to the duo and hype them up with praise for their insane rescue, not holding back on how heroic they both looked. He returns the love and compliments their fearless energy, while Chloe hands Aaliyah her staff back and thanks her for it, saying it helped her tap into her real potential. But then Aaliyah throws a curveball no one sees coming and tells Chloe to keep the staff as a reward for saving them, while Dina hands her sword to Leo as a solid thank you gift. Our guy takes it with zero hesitation, and just as things start to settle, they hear voices from a rescue squad calling out that survivors have been located. That's when Albie shows up out of breath, dripping with sweat and pure panic for his little sister. Chloe nearly breaks down when she sees her professor looking like her classmate, and both of them get slapped by the fact that they're just trapped in an illusion from 30 years ago. They watch the big brother lose it over his sister, and Aaliyah tells him about the heroes who saved her, saying one of them is almost as cool as he is. That's when Albie's version of the world starts flickering and slowly fading out, and Chloe stands there feeling proud she gave everyone a second shot at life. Aaliyah tries to show her brother the mysterious hero who saved her, but by the time she turns around, they're already long gone. The hero dungeon crumbles bit by bit, and right before it all disappears, Leo catches a system window telling him he scored a new reward. The last thing he sees before blacking out is a young Albie breaking down in happy tears, thanking him for saving his sister. The scene shifts to a hospital room where our boy finally wakes up and sees Albie again, this time the real one. Cool as ever, the professor gives him a heartfelt thank you for saving his little sister and tells him to pass the message along to Chloe once she wakes up too. With that, he strolls out of the room like it's just another day, and right after, the headmaster steps in. The sharp-looking old man asks Leo how he's holding up, and then moves straight to the point, saying he already knows about the black magic book Chloe had on her. Leo is low-key stunned that this walking relic figured it out, and the man explains he's got receipts from the place where Senlu bought the summoning catalyst, and where Chloe ended up retrieving it later. The headmaster admits he was floored to learn that a sorcery machine somehow slipped into the academy unnoticed. These cursed devices are forged from pieces of Erebus, originally meant only for demons, and when anyone else uses them, their mind starts to rot from the inside like they are watching Coco Melon. Leo decides to lay it all out and gives him a full rundown of what went down, which makes the Grandmaster start wondering whether the Black Book itself caused the whole mess. Leo agrees, saying the world snapped back to normal the instant he destroyed it. At that moment, Chloe suddenly bolts upright in bed, totally thrown off by the sight of the headmaster standing there. He tells her to stay calm and then calls for Elena. His ever-efficient secretary walks in carrying a big and long object wrapped in a cloth, which turns out to be the sword and crystal Dina had handed over earlier, as well as Aaliyah's staff. Chloe's eyes go wide as she watches Aaliyah's staff suddenly materialize in the real world, and the headmaster shoots Leo a suspicious look, asking how in the world he managed to receive a reward that shouldn't even be possible. Our guy realizes from Chloe's reaction that he was the only one who got rewarded, and remembers how this is just like what happened during the entrance exam. Normally, it's supposed to be impossible to receive an attack reward from the world of a hero who's still alive, and that rule has never been broken since the beginning of forever. Leo wonders if this whole thing ties back to the Fairy King's pledge. He openly admits that it was, in fact, an attack reward, but the old fossil presses him again, asking if he's absolutely certain it came from Albie's world. So, our guy throws together an excuse that sounds just reasonable enough to pass, blaming the entire thing on how the black magic transformed the hero world into a dungeon. The excuse holds up for a second, until the headmaster hits him with a follow-up question why Leo got a reward while Chloe didn't. Thankfully, the new best girl candidate steps in and says maybe the system recognized Leo's role as the most critical in the mission, so he got all the loot. The headmaster accepts the logic for now and announces that he'll be starting a quiet investigation behind the scenes. He tells them they can hold on to the rewards for now, but adds that they'll be returned to the rightful families once the investigation wraps up, all to keep the sorcery machine under wraps. Chloe looks confused and shocked at the same time, asking why he's covering for her, to which the headmaster flashes a smile with his majestic mustache and says that not every threat comes from outside the academy. After dropping that subtle bomb, he tells them to get some proper rest and takes his leave for the time being. As soon as he's out, Chloe's whole vibe shifts like a character flip, and she starts twirling her fingers like she's about to write a love confession in cursive. She nearly confesses her feelings to Leo right then, but Anime Jesus silences her confession with 3 girls barging into the room looking extra worried about him. To make things even more chaotic, the old geezer slides back in from behind because he apparently forgot to mention that there's a celebration party for the cadets tomorrow and they better come prepared with some formal drip. In celebration of everyone making it through the midterm exams alive, the academy decides to throw a party for the students. The announcer looks like he's living his best life as he hypes up the arrivals and wonders whether it'll be more pretty girls or charming guys this time. What shows up instead are the NPCs from Class 5, who start acting like royalty the second they step in and act like the midterms were a breeze. As the crowd builds up, more people start pouring in to enjoy the food, and just as quickly, the gossip starts flying around from every corner. The duo attacks the food like starving orcs, but then Carr pauses between bites and wonders why their class hasn't arrived yet. Right then, the announcer's voice blasts out again, revealing the next pair of heroes making their grand entrance, which catches the two completely off guard. Nella and Eliana step in like they just walked off a runway, looking absolutely breathtaking in their dresses, which instantly turns the boys into drooling messes. Meanwhile, the girls waste no time roasting their suits, asking if they borrowed it from their dads. The announcer continues hyping it up and announces the Llewellyn siblings who enter looking stupendously sharp in formal wear, while the crowd loses it completely. Carr points out how quickly they're surrounded while Eliana shrugs that it's no surprise given their celebrity status. The announcer cuts in again to tease a couple making their entrance next, as Celia and Leo walk in side by side, giving off strong power couple vibes. Celia looks visibly stiff about walking in together, while the class rep flashes everyone a playboy smile bright enough to cause blindness. Nella jumps up in surprise, and Carr and Eliana can't help but cheer for their dashing class rep. The mic somehow ends up in the hands of the spirit-possessed girl again, who excitedly asks the crowd how they're enjoying the party. Carr immediately turns pale seeing her again, though thankfully some students yell out that they're having fun, which keeps her from snapping. She stays surprisingly calm and says she's glad to hear that, but then casually drops a bombshell announcement that she's about to reveal the midterm exam results right now. The energy in the hall dies instantly, and Carr mutters that dinner's officially ruined now. The girl says she expected that reaction, and explains that the faculty decided only to announce the top 3 students from each major tonight, while everyone else will get their results through their homeroom teachers tomorrow. The students seem relieved and cheer a bit when she adds that professors from each major will be the ones making the announcements. Ayin steps up to the stage next, and Eliana quietly comments that he's looking especially dashing tonight. The sword professor wastes no time as he praises everyone's effort and begins listing the top names in the night major. A hologram appears showing Celia at the top, followed by Duran and Chen. Celia looks puzzled, clearly expecting Leo to be at the top, and Leo seems to notice it too. The professor from the magic major comes up next and announces Abud, Chelsea, and Emio as the top 3. Chelsea looks uneasy now that Leo's name still hasn't shown up, but Leo reassures her that stuff like this happens, and she shouldn't worry about it too much. Carr adds that it's odd Leo's name hasn't appeared even once, and notices that Chloe's name is also missing. Chloe tenses for a second, but then manages to smile it off. The professor recalls that although she had to fail Chloe for using a spellbook, Her passion and skill as a magician were seriously impressive. Sejin is also of the same opinion and stands up like a proud father, but Herod smirks and tells him to sit down, while Celia quietly comforts Chloe. Then the real star of the evening, Yura, takes the stage to announce the results of the summoning major, and the simps immediately yell out to be her summon pet. She starts calling out the names, and once again, Leo's name is missing from the list. Celia starts getting a little worried, while others also begin to whisper about how strange it is that he hasn't ranked once. The mic ends up back in the hands of the same chaotic girl who asks if everyone's still having fun, and immediately announces that it's now time to reveal the top scorer who will represent the academy next year. Letting the tension simmer for dramatic effect, she finally announces the name Leo Plav, which sends his classmates into a full celebration mode as they hype him up. The applause is short-lived though, as a student suddenly speaks up with an objection. Emio questions how Leo could possibly be the top scorer when he didn't even rank in any of the majors, saying the whole thing seems suspicious. Leo admits that he's just as surprised and turns to the announcer, who now starts fumbling over her words, trying to piece together some sort of justification. Then she snaps as her other personality kicks in and takes over and starts yelling at the students with insults that would get anyone expelled under normal conditions. She growls that she's only going to explain this once, so they better listen carefully and stop yapping. Herod watches amused and wonders if she's being possessed again, and Sejin nods in agreement that he finds this entertaining too. She launches into a rant explaining that students who have dual majors don't count in specific major rankings because their stats are spread between classes. She uses an example saying that a magical knight has a weaker aura than a pure knight and weaker magic than a true magician, but the combined strength is still far more powerful than either alone. She adds that Leo's joint practical exam scores were higher than anyone else's, though Emio still mutters something under his breath about the others having better theoretical marks. She roasts him mercilessly and reveals that Leo completed the mission in the hero's world, going so far as to exterminate Shubarn, which leaves everyone stunned into silence. Meanwhile, Leo tries his best to act chill and keeps aura farming like it's nothing. The other students just look at Leo in stunned silence, while Eliana and Carr both blurt out how in the world he managed to clear that dungeon with only one other person. Leo stays perfectly composed and does not even bother to respond as the announcer girl slips back into her awkward personality and begins stuttering again, though Sejin casually mentions that her part's done now anyway. She ends her speech by telling everyone to enjoy the party, which immediately shifts the mood as gossip fills the room. Yura takes a break from her meal and turns to Len, asking what the rankings would have looked like if dual-class students had been included in the major scores. Len answers without hesitation that the entire result board would have seen a massive shakeup. He calmly states that everyone's ranks would have dropped by 1, and when Yura asks if that means Leo placed first, the magic professor confirms that it was indeed our boy. Yura is visibly surprised and states that it would have been the same for the summoning major, while Ain also confirms that it applies to his department as well. Yura tries to wrap her head around it, though Ain mentions that Leo's all-class goals suddenly seem far more realistic now. Len cuts in again and declares that regardless of all this, Leo's future path will definitely be sorcery. Yura doesn't take that quietly and insists that she wants Leo in the summoning major instead. Meanwhile, the Glacial Knight listens to their yapping and calmly declares that Leo seems like a natural-born swordsman, making them yell out profanities, while the assistant professors exchange a very concerned glance in the background. The next morning, Carr is completely wiped out from overdrinking, and Chelsea mentions that she's never seen anyone chug 2 whole liters of orange juice before. Professor Herod walks into the classroom and tells everyone to quiet down. He brings up a world map and announces the destination for their upcoming class trip, revealing that they're heading to the land of the elves. The students instantly light up, knowing that this trip lets them choose where they want to go, and they start fantasizing about various destinations. But Herod quickly points to the map and announces they're going to El Salbekia, which instantly crushes all their enthusiasm. The place is infamously cold, so it is no surprise that everyone starts complaining. He shuts them down by revealing that the decision was made by the class rep, which catches everyone completely off guard. However, Leo wears his most innocent face while Carr turns to him and demands to know why he picked such a hostile location. Leo simply tells them to quit whining and start packing already, so they better buy their supplies quickly. Eliana dramatically sobs and declares she's buying gloves, while Chelsea is just excited to try out all her winter coats. Meanwhile, Leo dives into deep thought and recalls that while people believe El Salbekia is nothing special, it's actually the hidden home of the fairies. He gets a bit nostalgic as he wonders how Silrod has been doing all this time. When they arrive in the city, Leo tells Nella he'll take care of getting the food and equipment while she should handle the potions. After a bit of intense bargaining, he finally scores a solid deal and sets off with the supplies. Leo is completely worn out from the errands, but just then he snaps to attention when he senses something off in a nearby alleyway. He realizes this is the 13th block and heads toward a specific building, recognizing it as the same place where Senlu and Chloe had bought their sorcery machines. Dropping his bag, Leo steps inside and finds the shop completely empty, aside from one cute little teddy bear sitting awkwardly in the middle of the floor. Nothing seems out of the ordinary, which makes sense if the investigation team already swept the place. But something feels off. His mind catches up a moment later as he realizes that the teddy bear shouldn't be there at all because Lumern should have collected everything, and the shop had been sealed. He immediately goes to slash it, but the bear suddenly spins midair and spits out some black goo that Leo instantly recognizes as a demonic entity. This one isn't a standard demon either, as it's dripping with high-level curses and foul energy. As the twisted lump of darkness begins solidifying into a form, it tries to speak. Leo narrows his eyes as the voice seems oddly familiar. The demon mocks his sharp senses for catching the curse so quickly, and locks eyes with him, and he finally recognizes that it is the witch queen Salatna, who is one of the 3 Legion commanders the heroes failed to eliminate back then. However, this body is not her real one. The demon questions whether he's a magical knight and taunts him that his heightened senses will now lead to his downfall. It lunges forward, and Leo barely manages to dodge the attack as it grazes his arm. Our hero realizes that he doesn't stand a chance against her like this, while she slowly slithers forward, and thanks him for such a delicious offering. Just as she prepares to finish him off, Leo cracks a smirk as a flash of light erupts behind him. A holy blast slams into the demonic creature, knocking it back into the ground hard. As it tries to crawl away, it shrieks out the name of the sorcerer of the magic eye, while Professor Albie just stands there at the entrance like he is some kind of anime protagonist. The demon hisses in frustration but decides this is even better, claiming that having an audience always makes things more fun. But when it tries to sneak up on Leo again, Albie's already one step ahead as he throws out verbal abuse like confetti and activates a massive glowing spell circle, calling the demon nothing but a steaming pile of cursed trash. Huge beams of light blast out, slicing the giant demon's head clean off as she gets called demon trash. It tries to lunge at Golden Boy and hisses about how it'll devour those juicy fairy eyes, but he snaps back that he's not into some knockoff clone garbage like her and yells for her to just die already while firing off a massive Miko beam. The thing gets obliterated into nothing but scattered teddy bear bits. Meanwhile, Leo remembers that Professor Albie's other name is the Decimator of Tartarus. Rumor has it he only became a Lumen professor to get clearance beyond the borders so he could hunt demons. Leo takes a breath of relief and feels thankful to this era's hero, but Albie just stares him down and asks what the hell happened here. Leo explains that the demon appeared during his investigation and was hiding inside the teddy bear using a high-level curse. Albie grabs the teddy's head and says the investigation department is definitely taking the blame for this mess. He turns back and says he'll let the solo investigation slide this time, but tells Leo to ask for backup next time if he needs it since he still owes him for what he did. That catches Leo off guard, and he picks up his supply bag as he quietly thinks that House Xeron is one of the 3 great families, so he might just lean on Albie to access the Forbidden Library. Heading back, he finally spots Nella, who looks thrilled to see him, only to instantly panic when she notices he's injured. She hurries over and casts healing magic while asking what went down. However, Leo is lost in thought that this incident pretty much confirms Salathna's the one behind the demonic beast and that cursed book of sorcery, but he still can't figure out what their endgame is. A week passes, and the students gather before a massive gateway portal as Leo goes over the checklist with his class to make sure they've got all the essentials. Celia strolls over and asks why his group's headed to El Salbekia, and he tells her it's like a summer vacation to escape the heat. She grins and says she hates the cold, then tells him to have fun before leaving with her own class. He sees her off and then turns back as he tells the students it's time to move. Chelsea looks fired up while Carr groans that he hates the cold too. Leo turns around to check if everything is set, and finally steps through the portal into the Elven domain. Meanwhile at Siren Academy, 2 elves are ganging up on another student, mocking his outfit and questioning how someone like him could belong at the Great Siren Academy. They call him a half-blood while the boy just lowers her head in shame until someone else steps out and tells them to quit bullying and act like actual students. The bullies try to twist it and ask if she's not bothered by a half-breed dressing like that, but she's already had it and starts cursing them out. She yells that if they don't like his clothes, they can strip and give him theirs instead. The 2 are stunned by the language and tell her to act dignified, but she fires back, asking if they're not ashamed to gang up on one innocent kid. She tells them to scram while they grumble about her acting like a rabid dog. Turning to the boy, she asks why he's dressed so thin. He says someone stole his clothes and introduces himself as Luca Inaris. Runia instantly starts fuming at the guys, while Luca keeps trying to give her the scarf back, feeling a bit shy, but she brushes it off and tells him not to worry. He notices she seems weirdly happy, and she admits her contractor finally hatched. Luca lights up and congratulates her, and she flashes a grin before heading off. Runia races straight to her dad's office, who quickly reminds her not to call him that at the academy. Her dad is sweating a bit as he confirms that Fernia's child has hatched, making her light up like a kid on their birthday. But he admits there's a problem that a contract's already been made, which drains the energy straight out of her face. He says he's looking into it, but she slams her hand on the desk and demands to know who the hell stole her contractor. Meanwhile, Class 5 manages to reach the academy safely, and everyone immediately starts whining about freezing to death. but Leo tells them to suck it up. Herod cuts through the noise, tells them to line up, and asks if anyone knows this place's history, to which Chelsea raises her hand. She explains that the capital Velkia was named after a fairy knight who was one of the disciples of Luna, the poet of the stars. Leo remembers it a bit differently, that Velkia was more like the bratty disciple of both Luna and Aaron, and jokes that for all his attitude, the guy still managed to get the title of fairy knight. Professor Herod confirms she's right and adds that House Ezrar are the ones in charge here, since they are the descendants of the fairy knights. Just then, someone begins to approach from the fog, which Herod notices as the group starts to come into view. Carr immediately panics and asks if they're thieves, and the professor says bad people can be anywhere. But even he's caught off guard when a familiar voice greets him and asks how he's doing. A squad of elves finally steps out of the fog, led by a sharp-looking one with white hair, and the girls start fangirling like they've just seen a celebrity. The white-haired elf steps forward and says he's been expecting them. He turns out to be none other than Lune Ezrar, chair-member of the council. Herod nods and remarks that he's just the same as ever, while the girls practically melt, claiming they've finally met their future soulmate as the thirst levels are hitting the roof. Leo interrupts their happy moment and asks if age really doesn't matter to them. Eliana starts nudging him and asks if he's jealous, but he stays cool, pointing out that elves live long and barely age. He then flips it on her and asks how old she thinks Lune actually is. The two adults catch the chatter and comment that this batch is a lively one, unlike the previous groups who were a lot more disciplined. Herod just excuses them as first years having some fun. Eliana steps up and boldly asks Lune his name and age, and he apologizes for the late intro and says his name while dropping the bomb that he's 97. Eliana's fantasy crumbles instantly, and Carr casually shoves the frozen girl aside and asks if he's maybe their trip guide. Lune extends a hand and states that he's the council's chair member. Carr awkwardly shakes it, while he is dying inside as Professor Herod mutters that they'll need to talk later. A while later, they find themselves in a dusty old place, and right on cue, a mouse scurries by. The students freak out and demand to know if they're seriously staying in this dump. Leo shrugs and offers them a backup spot to crash, and Eliana immediately starts buttering him up as their respected class leader. Leo offers them the tent he set up outside, but Carr suddenly changes his mind and announces they've got a lot of unpacking to do. After cleaning the place up a little, some boys sneak toward the stairs as Carr gets that mischievous grin and says the best part of school trips is sneaking peeks at the girls. But at the top, they freeze because Chelsea's already standing there, looking beyond pissed. She doesn't waste a second and launches a gust of wind magic that blows them off their feet as they scream for mercy. Leo watches in amusement and says it seems like everyone's enjoying the trip and figures he might look around too. Before he gets far, a voice refers to him as Lord Leo as he turns around to an elf in uniform who informs him that the head of the house wants to speak with him. Moments later, Leo steps into Lune's office, and the chair member barely glances up from the mountain of paperwork and tells him to come in. He apologizes for the wait and asks if he can hold on a bit longer, but instead, Leo asks if he can look around as the office seems to have some interesting stuff, which Lune is more than happy to let him. Leo walks over to the weapons mounted on the wall and notes they look pretty old. His eyes narrow when he spots one in particular, Urquint, as that name instantly draws a reaction. Lune looks surprised and asks how Leo could possibly know about it, since its history is only passed down to the heads of House Ezrar. Leo starts sweating but plays it off by saying he read about it in the ancient library of Lumerne, which Lune eats up without question. As Leo touches the blade, he senses the infusion of stellar mana, but quickly realizes it's not the original and is just a copy. His thoughts drift into a flashback from his past life as hero Kyle. His companions had been hyping up a new weapon back then, and Luna proudly showed it off to Kyle as she asked his opinion, but roasted her instead that she looked like a goblin thief, which set her off instantly. The real Urquint had originally belonged to Luna, but was later handed down to her student Berkia. However, it was lost before the expedition to Tartarus. Lune comes up behind him and explains that Urquint was retrieved by his ancestor who conquered Berkia's hero world, but weapons from hero worlds can't be used by anyone except their original conqueror. That clicks for Leo that no wonder it felt like an empty shell, and Lune gestures for him to sit. He says Herod told him Leo is an all-class student, and also the first-year rep, which Leo confirms. Lune then says he has an odd request that he wants Leo to speak with his granddaughter. She's a top-tier student at Seirun Academy, but ever since entering school, she's lost all motivation. Lune figures that someone like Leo, being of a different race, might shake her up a little. Leo walks up to her room, questioning if it was really okay for Lune to hand him the key, but he still knocks and enters, only to be met with what he calls the mother of all messes. He coughs and comments that the room's dusty as hell, then starts noticing the posters and figures that she must be a fan of the great heroes. He's seen kids collect this stuff before, but this is next-level obsession. He spots a uniform hanging up and guesses it belongs to Seirun Academy, but just then, the girl walks out and assumes it's her grandfather in the room. She starts ranting about how it's not okay to barge into a grown girl's room, only to freeze in pure shock when she sees Leo standing there instead. Her face turns bright red as she screams that there's a human in her room and immediately dives under the covers. Leo introduces himself and says her grandfather wanted him to meet her, but she stays silent, wrapped like a burrito in her blanket. Not getting a response, Leo casually picks up a book and comments that she's collected almost as many on Hero Kyle as he has, and he's curious how the elves portray him. As he flips through the pages, he's genuinely impressed by how neatly she's organized the notes and praises her for understanding Kyle's achievements so well. Finally, she peeks her head out and asks softly if he likes Hero Kyle too. She asks him about the Battle of Darnos, and he explains it was where Taberka was defeated and was the first battle where the heroes fought side by side. Her eyes light up as she quickly follows up, asking if he knows where Commander Zerga's forces were crushed, to which he answers without pause that it was Edvilik. She nearly bounces with excitement as she is impressed that he knows what most people overlook about the great heroes. In her eyes, Leo suddenly shines like a knight in armor, and she looks down shyly as she introduces herself as Aaron and asks if her nerdy rambling scared him off. But Leo reassures her and says that the great heroes would be thrilled to know someone out there is still enjoying their stories. She continues on that she believes Kyle is an undocumented fifth hero. Leo agrees and says he believes Kyle's a true hero too, and even plans to join a club that researches his legacy. That perks her up until the mention of school sinks in and her mood dips again. Leo notices her quiet and reserved nature and gently asks why she doesn't want to go back. She admits she doesn't think she belongs in a place like Seirin Academy, as everyone there is aiming to become a hero, and someone like her with a weak heart doesn't deserve to stand among them. Leo notices that her uniform is well maintained and figures out that deep down she still wants to go. He tells her he's not the only human around here, and that his classmates would probably love to meet her and hear her thoughts. She's surprised, but he adds that other schools that train heroes from different races also exist. He tells her with a smile that if she's curious, she should come see for herself, and with that, he takes his leave. As soon as he steps outside, Loon is waiting with starry eyes and the sudden appearance startles Leo, but Loon leans in and excitedly whispers if he was really talking to Aaron this whole time. He wipes a dramatic tear, overwhelmed that Aaron managed to hold a full conversation for once and now wants to reward him with a magic item. Leo agrees, since it would be rude to reject a gift, and Loon leads him to the treasury, telling him to choose anything he likes. Nothing really jumps out at first, but then Leo spots something odd. He picks it up and Loon casually says it's just a jewel imbued with fairy power, though he thinks of it more as decorative. Leo simply says it's fine and that he wants this one, to which Loon agrees happily. However, our boy realizes that he's certain the fairy inside isn't carved and is alive. Later, Class 5 stands in the hall as Professor Herod explains their new schedule. Starting tomorrow, they're waking up at 6 for personal training, followed by mission practice in the afternoon. Eliana tries to object and points out they already train non-stop back at school, but Herod shuts it down that this trip isn't a vacation. Instead, it is meant to sharpen their weak points. Then he casually drops the bomb that this entire schedule was planned by their own class rep, and instantly, everyone glares at Leo with looks of pure betrayal. But Leo beams and says this place is perfect for combat training, to which Eliana gaslights herself into believing he must have noble intentions. Herod wraps up the meeting, telling them to enjoy this final day because it'll be their last bit of free time. Later that night, Leo sits in his room studying the jewel and comes to the conclusion that it contains the Fairy King's magic. This makes it understandable why Loon regarded it as just a decoration, as after all, the Fairy King's contractor vanished after the Age of Calamity, and no one has used that magic since. But Leo knows it well that this is Silrod's power. He pours his own magic into the jewel, which causes it to glow. It's finally time to activate the pledge of the Fairy King he received before, and with that the jewel starts to crack and open up. A small voice stirs, asking if Father has broken the seal at last. But when the fairy spots Leo, confusion takes over as he demands to know why a random human is standing there, to which Leo simply asks who he's supposed to be. The fairy gets offended and declares that he's Kieran, the firstborn of the Fairy King Silrod. He starts ranting like royalty, but Leo calmly preps his fingers in tight as Kieran smugly says his name. Leo flicks him on the forehead. Kieran freezes as he tries to process this human's audacity, but Leo's expression shifts and he says that even Silrod treated him with respect, making him wonder who the hell this brat thinks he is. Kieran gets enraged and starts hurling racial slurs, but as he keeps going, Leo keeps flicking his head one after another like an angry mother. Eventually, Kieran summons some manners and stares at Leo in awe, realizing that he must be the pledged one his father spoke of. Leo leans in and warns him again that if he's got a problem he should speak up, but Kieran backs down, deciding that a pledge with a human might not be so bad. Leo pats his head, casually noting that for Silrod to take all 6 of Kieran's wings, the kid must have been a royal pain. Kieran's surprised Leo knows that, but before he can say more, Leo tells him to go summon Silrod already. Kieran looks smug again, saying he can only summon his father after reclaiming all 6 wings, and adds that the first one is nearby in the forest. Leo smiles, calling it fate that they crossed paths, but then gives him another flick for good measure. The next day, the class heads into the forest under icy winds. As they push forward, they all freeze again, this time in shock as Chelsea just got wiped out by wind magic. Leo helps her to her feet and smirks as he tells her she'd better train harder if she wants to keep up. A few minutes ago, Eliana blew up when Leo claims she can't harmonize her swordplay with her magic, which is why she assumes he's off training solo. Leo doesn't bother answering that part, and instead shifts focus and tells the duo their summoning needs serious work, which sets them off since that's the one thing they thought they had down. Then Chelsea jumps in, saying he told her something similar during the entrance exam, that she lacks a proper understanding of wind magic. Drawing her weapon with a smile, she challenges him to see what he's really got, and Leo gladly accepts. She thinks his performance so far has gone above and beyond, and she's curious what else he's been hiding. But she doesn't give him a chance to prepare anything as she fires off her windbreaker spell without warning, sending a massive gust roaring toward him. Leo doesn't even blink and casts his own windbreaker in response, which cancels out her spell, leaving her stunned. Eliana is shocked to the core since high-speed casting was supposed to be Chelsea's edge, but Leo just matched her pace exactly. Chelsea keeps pushing and activates Wind Chain, but Leo only sighs and reminds her that when they first met, he warned her not to use wind magic that way. Then he fires off Wind Bolt, an absolute monster of a spell that rips straight through hers and barrels toward her, catching her wide open. The impact sends her flying into a tree, and like nature adding insult to injury, a pile of snow falls on her head right after. Leo walks up and points his sword at her as he calmly declares his win. Chelsea still looks dazed as she questions if that was real wind magic. Carr throws in that he didn't expect her to lose, and Eliana can't wrap her head around how their class rep got this strong. Professor Herod gives his 2 bits that while Chelsea isn't weaker in raw power, but the real gap lies in their understanding and control of wind magic. Leo pats the grumpy cat's head as the professor continues, explaining that even as they learn new skills in higher grades, they shouldn't neglect perfecting what they already know. He wraps up by telling everyone to sharpen their abilities under the class rep's lead, which immediately triggers a bunch of complaints about the freezing cold. Later on, Leo walks alone through the snowy forest gathering herbs for a mission. He remembers how the others completely tapped out and promised they'd do their missions later and smirks, thinking they're probably still passed out back at their inn. Out of nowhere, Kieran zips in and proudly announces he's collected a huge stash of herbs. Leo gives him a pat on the back for doing good work, which has the little guy all puffed up and glowing in his tiny fairy pride. With that, Leo decides the haul is enough and stashes the bag away. He starts wondering if it's time to get serious about investigating the forest, and states that the hunt for Kieran's wings officially begins now. As they move ahead, he suddenly stops and asks when Kieran was exiled, which the fairy answers it was around 100 years ago. Leo narrows his eyes, telling him to look closely because there's illusion magic at play here, which Kieran quickly picks up on and confirms it's the Fairy King's magic, but not his father's. Leo pieces it together and figures the spell belongs to Silrod's father, the Fairy King during the Calamity era. It's been a century since the magic activated, so judging by the timing, the energy fueling the spell must be Kieran's wings, as he somehow repurposed into an ancient formula. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air that he heard something valuable is hidden nearby. Both of them go on edge as a nasty aura floods the area. The stranger steps closer and asks why humans are wandering around elf territory, but Leo flips it back, saying it's weirder that the undead are hanging around here. The nasty-looking skeleton roars that this land has long been under Tartarus's influence, but Kieran shoots back and shouts that this place is a fairy sanctuary. The skeleton laughs and mocks him that how could a weakling like Kieran could even call himself a fairy. That gets under Kieran's skin as his magic flares and he charges the skeleton without hesitation. The thing barely reacts in time before Kieran blasts a hole clean through its chest and reduces it into a pile of bones. Kieran mutters that it crumbled too easily for something that loud and full of itself. Leo just raises a brow and asks why a fairy is fighting like a raging barbarian. Kieran stretches and says it worked out since fairy and undead powers naturally cancel each other out. But then he freezes as the skeleton starts speaking again, admitting that while Kieran may be low level but he's still a fairy, and begins reforming right in front of them. Kieran holds his nose at the rank stench and charges in again, vowing to crush the thing properly this time. But mid-attack, something feels off and Leo yells at him to get out of the way. The skeleton slams its sword into the ground, releasing waves of that foul aura. Kieran dodges at the last second and crashes straight into Leo. Our hero steadies the dazed fairy who asks what in the world that thing is. He answers that it's an ancient monster from Tartarus known as Death Knight. The skeleton stands tall and finally introduces itself as Kargor. It declares its loyalty to the Lich King, and just like that, it lunges toward them again. Leo steps up and tries to counter with his blade, but Kargor vanishes and reappears behind him like Houdini. The Death Knight lifts his sword and coldly announces that he's here to lead Leo straight to his end. Thinking quickly, Leo activates spectral form and forms a barrier just in time to block the Death Knight's strike, the clash echoing through the eerie silence of the forest. The monster steps forward, and is surprised that a human could pull off an aura shield in such a short time, then gives a crooked smirk and swings again, However, this time Leo successfully blocks the attack. The Death Knight mocks his efforts and calls it futile as he begins to press Leo back with brute strength. Kieran panics and rushes in to help but gets blasted into the ground without effort, groaning as he rubs his forehead and mutters that he is already drained of power and bitterly wishes he had his wings back. Without wasting another second, Leo begins chanting and is soon engulfed in red flames, which catches the Death Knight off guard. Suddenly, Phoenix wings burst from his back and their brilliance lights up the dark woods. Kieran watches in awe as he realizes Leo must also be a contractor. Our hero then delivers a swift and precise strike that slices the Death Knight clean in two. The tiny phoenix lands proudly on Leo's shoulder, followed by Kieran, who immediately starts fussing over the fiery fluff ball. Kieran tries to shoo it off and the annoyed bird puffs up, but before the squabble escalates, the Death Knight's voice bellows once again as he swears that none of them will leave this place alive. He drives his sword into the ground, unleashing a curse that opens a dark pit and summons an army of undead from beneath. One by one, skeletal warriors start to rise with weapons drawn, and Leo realizes it's a curse that endlessly revives the dead. He lowers his shield, which makes Kieran alert, who asks if he's giving up, but Leo only smirks his response as he strikes a confident pose and says that he finally got a hold of Kyle's mana. Without hesitating, he casts Earth Ripple, which sends shockwaves bursting outwards and causes the undead to lose their balance. Leo charges forward as he slices through them with ruthless efficiency, using his Vortex Slash, and ignores the Death Knight entirely. The monster roars in frustration and demands that Leo face him properly, but our hero simply calls him out for hiding behind his summoned horde. Using a jump boost, he propels himself high into the air, while the Death Knight screams after him. Eventually, Leo stops running and figures he's gotten far enough, though he can't shake the feeling that something is off about a Death Knight showing up in a fairy forest. As he tries to make sense of it, a skeleton stumbles out of the trees. He readies his blade and assumes it's a straggler, but before he can act, the creature is shredded into pieces. An elf appears who raises his sword to Leo and demands to know if Leo was the one who summoned it. Leo calmly explains that he's just a Lumern student with no involvement. Leo identifies him as a Seiren student as he recalls Aran's uniform, but the elf doesn't buy it and lashes out. Leo sidesteps with ease and knocks him down using the base of his sword. A voice interrupts and asks him to stop as a red-haired elf steps in and apologizes for the other's rudeness. She introduces herself as Runia and assures Leo that not all Seiren students behave like that trash bag. He accepts the apology and asks what brings her here, to which she replies she's on field training, while Leo explains that his class is here on a school trip. He excuses himself to report the incident to his professor, and Runia sees him off, though he pauses for a moment as he tries to remember why her name sounds familiar. Meanwhile, she's already yelling at one of her students for messing up and calls her an idiot sandwich. Back at the academy, Loon seems sus about the whole Death Knight situation, and says while monsters have been appearing, things haven't gotten that extreme. Professor Herod backs Leo that he wouldn't lie about something like this. Just then, someone calls out to them and states that misunderstandings can be caused by ignorance. A dark-haired elf steps out and scoffs at the idea that a first-year candidate met a Death Knight. He introduces himself as Professor Herdium, and Loon motions for him to speak. Herdium goes on to suggest Leo likely mistook a skeleton knight for a Death Knight since the real thing would have killed him instantly. He questions if Herod genuinely believes such a story, but Herod firmly replies that he does because Leo is the all-class representative. That surprises Herdium, who now considers that Leo might be worth keeping an eye on if he can really change the way Seiren students see things. He then asks Leo if he's skilled in magic as well, and proposes a joint class between Lumern and Seiren. Sometime later, all the students are enjoying themselves at a party, while Carr wonders how grand this event is, but Chelsea adds that it makes sense since the Emperor himself is hosting it. Eliana and Nella buzz with excitement at the thought of experiencing Seiren's teaching firsthand, though Leo remains a bit sus, and figures Herdium is the type who only believes what he sees with his own eyes. His thoughts are interrupted when Runia shows up again and asks if he wants to dance. They move in sync as if they've done it for years, and she gets thrilled to learn that he knows the elven dance to which Leo tells her he learned it long ago. She realizes that she never asked his name, and asks what to call him. The moment he introduces himself, her mood completely shifts, and she grabs him by the collar and yells that he's the one who stole her contractor. Her grip tightens on his collar as she declares that she is going to end him on the spot, though Leo doesn't even flinch. Just then, our hero recalls what the Phoenix Lady said about someone else being chosen to become Fiora's pact bearer before him, and figures Runia is that person. Her body starts trembling with rage as she glares at him and calls him a shameless thief, but Leo only smiles and tells her that Fiora is doing well, which pushes her further over the edge. She screams at him to die and lunges forward without thinking. Sometime later, Runia lowers her head and apologizes for her outburst, while Leo doesn't make a big deal out of it, and forgives her on the spot before walking off with Professor Herod. Meanwhile, Herdium immediately begins scolding Runia and warns her never to make such a careless mistake again, especially since she is the first-year representative. Runia looks dejected and nods that she understands. But the professor continues that they now have to prove Seiren's superiority over Lumerne, and starts shaking her like a blender. He loudly declares that they must rise above all other hero academies, but then suddenly panics that maybe he overdid it. However, Runia starts yelling with renewed fire that she will absolutely crush that nasty thief for the sake of Seiren's pride. The next day, the joint class finally begins, and Professor Herod introduces himself to the students from Seiren while explaining that today they will get a first-hand taste of how things work at Lumerne Academy, which instantly sparks their curiosity. He calls on Kar, Eliana, and Thad to step forward and instructs them to lead the class, which clearly surprises the trio. Herod calmly explains that they are among the top students who have survived so far at Lumerne, and that it is now their turn to show what they have learned, which practically melts their hearts. Chelsea quickly realizes that one student from each department has been selected to teach, while Leo just suspects the professor is trying to avoid work again. The three begin teaching everything they know about their respective magics, and their enthusiasm easily captures the attention of the elf students, while Professor Herdium smiles faintly and notes that exposure to other races can sometimes unlock entirely new approaches to magic. However, he wonders to himself why the class representative hasn't stepped forward yet. Chelsea cheers them on while they take a bow, and the elf professor compliments their efforts, saying he can sense how much devotion each of them has poured into their training. Picking up the chalk, he begins explaining that at Seiren they follow a different teaching method, and though elves naturally use magic as a foundation, they make sure not to rely solely on it in order to maintain balance. Leo immediately calls him out in his mind because even though they pretend to teach everything, the curriculum is still soaked in magic. He thinks elves have always been pretentious and nothing really changes. As the professor starts explaining a complex spell theory, Leo starts yawning from boredom, and Herdium silently notes that not only did the boy claim to fight a Death Knight, but now his attitude in class is absolutely trash. Deciding to switch gears, he abandons the theory and forms a glowing golden star in his palm, which he calls the essence of Seiren, and even Leo starts to show interest. He continues explaining that elves are a race born from magic, and then sends the star into the air, where it explodes into countless smaller stars that scatter toward the students, who react with wonder. Chelsea's eyes sparkle as she yells out that this must be the star magic, which is an original spell system developed by elves. The professor nods and proudly says that this is the core of their magic and draws on the board, a spell directly derived from the Great Luna's legacy, and it forms the foundation of all star magic and includes countless variations. He smiles and asks the class if it is not beautiful, but then pauses as a hand goes up and he allows the class rep to speak. Leo thinks he doesn't really care about star magic, but calmly says that the interpretation of the spell is wrong, and that immediately turns the room ice cold. The professor nearly bursts a vein while Leo explains that the magic simply will not activate. Everyone stares like he just kicked a sacred relic, and the professor tries to recover by saying it's obvious that it won't, since the spell is incomplete. He explains that their ancestors deciphered the progenitor's records and managed to restore the spell to its current version over time. Leo quickly pieces it together that this is one of Luna's lost spells and figures that most people wouldn't know, because Luna originally created this magic just for Kyle when she developed the star magic system. The professor doesn't take the comment lightly and throws down a challenge, asking Leo to demonstrate where their interpretation went wrong. Professor Herod tries to step in and defuse the situation, but freezes when Leo actually walks forward. Meanwhile, Leo is already thinking that the magic elves are using now is just a watered-down replica, because he received the complete version directly from Luna, but died before he ever got to pass it on. He stares at the board and wonders if fate brought them back together like this. Herod starts sweating bullets since he knows how important star magic is to the elves, and tampering with the progenitor's legacy could be a disaster. However, Leo moves without hesitation and begins rewriting the formula using his own magic, while the elf students whisper in confusion since none of them have seen anything like this. After a few moments, Leo announces that it is ready and the newly formed formula begins glowing intensely. The professor stares at the magical pattern with teary eyes, softly asking what kind of spell this is, and if Leo has used it before. Leo is suddenly pulled into a flashback as he stands on the edge of a cliff, where Luna calls out to him and proudly says that she has completed the magic. She smiles warmly and tells Kyle that she will now teach him this spell, which can make flowers bloom as he stands there holding a golden glowing flower in his hands. Leo repeats the magic Luna once taught and releases a wave of glowing flowers across the lecture hall, instantly lighting up the room as the students grow even more excited. Eliana turns to Nella and wonders if the class rep just pulled off something wild again, and Nella nods without saying a word. What grabs Runia even more is the professor's stunned reaction, and she starts to question if Leo really just cracked the founder's legacy in front of everyone. The professor drops to his knees in disbelief as he holds a golden flower in his hand, and mutters that he can't believe the magic they've all been using is just a flower-blooming spell. Leo calmly corrects him and says it's not that simple. He explains how flowers nearly vanished during the Age of Calamity, and suggests that they probably meant something important to the founder of the nebula. Back then as Kyle, He remembered once telling Luna that this kind of useless magic wouldn't help them survive battles. But she told him that flowers were beautiful and that someday she wanted to see a world blooming with them. The professor agrees that the founder must have embedded a deeper truth in the spell, and as the flowers start fading, the students begin whispering as they try to figure out who this guy even is. Leo quietly tells the professor that he learned the magic on his own through ancient texts, and that he's a dual-class natural-born mage, but has no elf blood. Professor Herod steps in to apologize for Leo's behavior, and offers to end the joint class for the day. He reasons that it's still too early to judge Leo without any official stance, but before he can finish, Professor Herdium interrupts and grabs his hands out of nowhere. He asks directly if Leo can be transferred to Siren Academy, completely catching Herod off guard as the whole class erupts in chaos. Later on, they return to their lodgings where Chelsea proudly serves a mysterious soup that looks more like a one-way ticket to the afterlife, while Eliana presents a risotto that's just as lethal. The boys immediately start weighing which dish will end them faster, but Eliana doesn't wait, and force-feeds Carr a spoonful. He freezes for a second before barfing it up with no hesitation. Loon walks in and finds the whole thing hilarious, but Herod doesn't waste time and pulls Leo aside for a private talk. Loon informs him that the Grand Assembly has reached a decision regarding the Death Knight incident. Meanwhile, Nella sneaks off to eavesdrop as Loon reveals that there have been multiple sightings of undead creatures, and even a Death Knight within the fairy forest. He says a formal investigation is being planned, and a joint search party will be formed. As the others secretly listen in, Loon adds that the mission will be too dangerous for first years, so they'll be teamed up with Seiren seniors, but Leo then asks if that's the only reason Loon showed up. Loon shakes his head and says he actually came for Leo since his granddaughter wanted to see him. Erin steps forward shyly, asks how he's been and says she came because he said she could. Leo turns to introduce her to the others, but the girls immediately dive in and start fangirling over how adorable she is. Erin gets overwhelmed and runs upstairs while apologizing to everyone. The girls wonder if they messed up somehow, and Loon informs Leo that he's counting on him. Without a word, Leo heads upstairs and finds Erin curled up silently on the balcony. He puts his jacket around her, which surprises her, and she quickly tries to hand it back, but he tells her not to worry about it. He asks why she left Seiren, and she answers that she did it because she thought she was not suited to become a hero, which Leo is already getting tired of hearing. She explains that when she was struggling, she met someone who shone like the sun and then states with admiration that it was Runia, who seemed like a real hero in every sense. From then on, she began watching her from afar and realized that Runia was everything she wasn't, so she decided to follow in her footsteps. She even made it to the top of the class, but something must have gone wrong during the duel assessment because after that, Runia started to hate her. Leo finds it a bit strange since Runia doesn't come off like that, so he decides to ask her about it later. He thinks Iron reminds him of Verkia and asks if she knows her story. She perks up right away since it's her ancestor's tale, so Leo tells her that Verkia followed in the path of the great hero mentors, and that's how she became a hero. He reassures her not to worry about what others think, and that she should walk her own path, which instantly lifts her mood. With a smile, he invites her to come back down, and assures her that his class is filled with kind and fun people. Sometime later, as everyone gathers for the expedition, Runia storms up and demands to know how Leo won Aran over like that. Leo answers that he just told Aran there was no need to be afraid of Runia, which clearly throws her off. He adds that Aran told him Runia had given her a terrifying look which made her believe she was hated. Runia says she was just focused since Aran is genuinely talented, and Leo tells her to look out for the girl because she probably needs her. Just then, Professor Herdium calls out to someone who grabs their attention as a group of third years approaches. Lauder steps up to greet him, and the professor says he's impressed with the work Lauder submitted before. Leo glances at Runia and asks who that guy is, and she says he's her senior who suddenly jumped from 0 to hero this year, which Leo finds a little suspicious. Professor Herod then gathers everyone and announces that it's time to assign teams. He says each team will have 3 members, and right after, Herdium reveals that the first team will be Leo, Runia, and Lauder, which doesn't feel like much of a coincidence at all. Runia starts complaining the moment they leave as she grumbles about the professor's suggestion to use this as a chance to grow closer. Leo throws in a jab about the thief comment, which instantly sets her off again as she snaps that she still hasn't acknowledged him, but he just ignores her like he's tuning out background noise. Instead, she looks around and wonders where Lauder went since they're supposed to be moving in teams, and Leo recalls that Lauder said he'd go separately, guessing he must have something else in mind. Placing his hand on the ground, Leo suddenly senses that something feels off, and Runia comments that for all the ground they've covered, they haven't seen a single undead yet. But Leo is caught up with something else as he notices the surface around them doesn't seem any different from before, and remembers the conversation he had with Kieran. There's a curse of the dead laid over this land, but only someone like him who lived through the age of catastrophe can feel it. The Death King Hellkaiser was Erebus's most loyal follower and the Legion commander of Tartarus. Leo doubts he came personally and believes that instead he sent Kargor, the Death Knight, as his agent. Standing up, Leo figures out that beyond this point lies something inside the fairy lord that Silrod is desperately trying to guard. Runia looks at him in confusion and asks if he sensed something, but before he can answer, the sound of footsteps breaks the silence as they realize someone is heading their way. Leo instinctively points his sword forward, only to be met by Lauder, who casually asks how the investigation is going. He checks if they've run into any undead, which they deny, and then asks if Leo was the one who first reported the presence of a Death Knight. Leo confirms and shakes his hand, though he notices something strange about the black ring Lauder is wearing. Lauder then claims Leo may have jumped to conclusions and suggests that he might have gotten too hyped up as a first-year student. He asks if they're aware that high-level undead like Death Knights can't stay summoned without a necromancer feeding them mana, which is why demonic summoners usually accompany them. Runia realizes that if that's true, there must be a demon hidden somewhere in the forest. But Lauder argues back that this is the capital of Elsalbekia and reminds her that as a Seiren student, she should know about the star magic that surrounds Berkia. Runia agrees, but Leo cuts in with a firm tone and says, "There's no rule that states the necromancer must be a demon. Other races are fully capable of using dark magic, including elves." Lauder laughs and fires back that elves are way too prideful to stoop that low. He drops the argument there and tells them to just finish the investigation, though Leo can tell he's searching for something. Even Runia starts picking up on how off his behavior feels. Later that evening, the students gather to compare notes, and everyone agrees they didn't even spot a single undead, let alone a Death Knight. Chelsea immediately finds it suspicious how everything just disappeared the second they started investigating. Carr tries to dip out early and pretends he's going to bed, but Chelsea drags him back anyway. Meanwhile, a certain someone who clearly has nothing good planned jumps out of his dorm window and lands without a sound. Leo makes his way to the academy dorms and slips into Lauder's room like a professional. He already guessed Lauder would sneak out, but once inside, he spots a strange map with the entrance to the fairyland clearly marked. Just then, Runia barges in and shouts at Leo as she demands to know what the hell he's doing here. Leo immediately clamps her mouth shut until she calms down and explains that he's here for the same reason she is, though Lauder has already left. Before they can argue more, voices echo from outside asking if Lauder's asleep, and Leo grabs Runia without warning as he jumps straight out the window. Aaron hears a noise and peeks out just in time to see Leo holding Runia in his arms. Her face turns crimson, and she drops her book in a panic as her brain fills in every possible romance scenario. Meanwhile, the two disappear into the woods, and Leo finally asks how long Runia plans to tail him. Runia demands to know if he still believes Lauder is involved, especially since he only arrived that morning and Leo saw the Death Knight days ago. Her thoughts get cut off when someone else's voice joins them as Aaron turns up, who was chasing after them this entire time. Runia looks like she's about to short-circuit and asks how long she's been following them, while Leo casually admits he already knew. With a bright red face, she suddenly yells that dating is strictly forbidden between students, which catches both of them completely off guard. She nervously explains that she saw them sneak out of the dorm and starts rambling about how beautiful and cool they both are. But this is still wrong. Leo holds his head and mutters that she's got it all wrong, then asks Runia to help clear up the misunderstanding. But Runia is just as red and barely manages to stutter out that it isn't what she thinks. Just then, Leo freezes as he senses something dangerous, and a decaying hand bursts from the earth as one by one, the undead begin to rise. Leo doesn't hesitate and draws his sword immediately as a chilling voice greets them with a slow welcome to the fairy forest. As the dead begin to rise, Leo pulls out his weapon and warns the others to stay sharp since they're facing high-ranking undead knights. He calls out behind him to check if Runia is ready, and she slams her hand onto the ground, summoning flames in response. She activates Firestorm and lights up the entire area, grinning proudly as she asks how she did while being completely unaware that a knight is still charging straight for her. Leo notices too late to stop it, but Iron suddenly jumps in and blocks the attack like a true Amazonian warrior, making our boy realize she's wearing animus armor. She wastes no time and cuts straight through the skeleton and turns it into another victim of sudden head loss syndrome. Runia cheers on the shy elf, who starts blushing hard, while Leo casually adds that she looked just like Berkia, which pretty much sends her to heaven. But then the shy elf switches gears and asks what they were even doing here all alone. Runia finally starts speaking properly, as she explains that they were sneaking into the third-year dorm to investigate something. She gets flustered again and declares that any sort of love drama would only get in the way of her studies, making Leo do a solid bruh moment. Aaron doesn't let that slide and says that Miss Runia will always be the #1 student because she's going to be a hero. That hits Runia hard as she realizes Aaron always saw her that way. Her mind drifts back to the duel they had where Aaron barely blocked her attack using a mana shield. Runia smirked in response as she realized that only Aaron is strong enough to be her rival, so decides to go all out while channeling a powerful fire spell. However, Runia's angry face scares Iran, who drops her guard, but by then it's already too late as the fire spell goes off and collides into her in an explosion. And now she finally realizes what Iran's look meant. She lets out a sigh as she realizes it was her fault that Aaron stopped showing up, to which she tells Aaron that she wants her to come back to school because she is her friend. The shy elf looks unsure, but Runia hits her with full confidence, saying they're absolutely friends and wants her to keep competing against her as a rival. Right after that, Eren suddenly hesitates again and asks if Runia is really sure they're not a couple, which makes Leo deadpan on the spot. Runia gets completely flustered and shuts that down fast while Leo just acts like a wise old grandpa and calls them kids. Meanwhile, in an unknown place, the Death Knight growls that the mage has hit his limit as intruders are crawling all over the place, but the cloaked mage snaps back that it's the knight's problem, not his. The hood comes off and the person is revealed to be none other than Lauder, who the skeleton calls a brat. Getting annoyed, the skeleton steps forward and demands to know why he's being treated like some low-tier servant, despite being a Death Knight of the Great Lich. Lauder doesn't flinch and just flashes his ring as he taunts that the Great Lich chose him instead. As he walks away, he casually adds that once the summoning circle is finished, there'll be no need for Tartarus anymore, and says he's counting on the knight till then. The skeleton just lets out a mocking laugh and agrees to do exactly as he says and definitely is not planning to backstab him. Back with the hero squad, Eren says she still can't believe their senior Lauder would team up with demons, and Runia shares the same disbelief. But then Eren starts complaining that it suddenly feels colder, and even the red-haired elf begins to notice something's off while Leo stays quiet as he picks up on something. He whips out a few magic circles like he's flipping open a phone and says they should get ready before heading any deeper. He summons his two trusty spirit beasts, and Runia instantly loses her mind when she sees the red chonk of a bird, immediately going in for the squish while Eren asks who they are. Leo introduces Fiora and Kirin, which makes Eren even more impressed, but he quickly refocuses and says, "That's enough, and it's time to head into the forest core." They step into the darkness as Leo states that things are about to get rough. As soon as they enter, the trio immediately starts running and fades with the monsters, and Runia finishes things off with a fireball. But right after that, the charred corpses begin leaking dark energy, and the undead rise again, making Runia realize that there's probably a necromancer nearby. Anyways, Leo starts swinging and decimates the skeletons completely and answers that there is no summoner nearby at all, but Runia doesn't buy that. He explains that what they're seeing is a curse of the undead, which catches both of them completely off guard. Runia admits she's never heard of anything like that, but then Eren steps in, explaining that it's a curse which constantly summons undead in a region, turning the land into a place of death. Leo finishes the thought as he adds that the spell can only be cast by Tartarus's general, Hell Kaiser, the Lich King. Runia starts to panic hard after hearing that name and says they should report it to the professor right away, but just then, a sudden blast of cold smacks them like they opened a freezer door. A sinister voice welcomes the hero candidates to the land of the dead, and the Death Knight makes another appearance as he rushes in and clashes swords with Leo. It starts laughing like a lunatic while claiming there's no way out, but Leo doesn't even bother with a reply and blocks the attack with zero effort. The Death Knight starts taunting the students while the undead march toward them. Leo steps forward and declares that he will take care of the Death Knight while the girls handle the undead. The monster laughs at him for actually fighting this time as they clash swords. He blocks another blow and activates his family's secret technique called Providence. With the technique, he forces the knight back with ease and cuts off one of its horns. The skeleton retreats and asks if that was Phoenix Fire, but Leo keeps the pressure on and adds that he mixed it with Zerdinger's Flame Aura. The monster looks shaken as it studies the melted blade in its hand. Another strike sends the knight flying back where it lands among its undead soldiers. The Death Knight stares at him, wondering how a kid could become this strong and have such a wild look in his eyes. Before it can react, a massive flaming ball drops from the sky. Runia smirks as she activates her blaze skill and roasts the entire group of skeletons like nothing. She throws a proud victory pose while Iron is too stunned to speak since the girl just scorched half the forest without blinking. Sometime later, Kirin asks Leo if the redhead is really an elf because she acts way too violent to be considered one. Leo stops walking when he sees a track in the ground and says that the battle is not finished yet. As they walk through the ruined forest, the girls feel overwhelmed by the thick death aura floating through the air. A voice calls out from the side, asking what they are doing in a restricted area, and Runia nearly jumps when she recognizes Senior Rauta. He says he is investigating the appearance of the undead in the forest. The redhead replies that the cause is a powerful curse, but Rauta looks doubtful. She is in shock since the curse energy around them is way too powerful and might choke anyone. Leo taps into his inner Sherlock and recalls that some Lumerne students recently touched objects that came from Tartarus and unknowingly used the dark arts. He raises his hand and activates a reveal spell that shows the trace of dark magic, which leaves the girls horrified. Looking at the exposed remnants, he calls Rauta out and says that he willingly used black magic and worked along with Tartarus. The senior clenches his fist and mutters that Leo is annoyingly persistent. He then announces that Lady Luna's hero record fragment is buried somewhere nearby, which sends another wave of shock through them. Rauta mocks the council, saying they do not even know it exists, and claims it is his right to reclaim the artifact. Eren shouts that it is offensive to the great hero and that Rauta plans to keep it for himself anyway. Runia gets fired up and tells Leo that they should beat this guy up and drag him to the teachers. He draws his weapon and warns the two that the fight from here is life and death. Rauta suddenly launches a deadly lightning spell which catches everyone off guard. Leo reacts instantly and copies the spell, which cancels out the attack. He tells the girls to get ready because this is what a real fight with evil looks like. Rauta laughs in amusement that a human can use original elven magic and asks who he really is. Deep down, he feels a crack in his confidence because the kid not only countered him expertly, but also saw through his plans. He realizes that if the girls join the battle, things will get messy, so he raises a finger and releases a dark aura around him. Leo notices something wrong and yells at the girls to get down, as the senior unleashes another devastating spell. Irin activates her animus armor and shields Runia as the blast dies out. She cannot believe the basic spell was that strong, but her shock turns to panic in an instant. Leo lies on the ground with Rauta walking toward him like a predator. She shouts that they need to help him, but just then, the Death Knight suddenly appears again. He blocks their path and tells the two girls that this is their end, which only pumps Runia up even more. She tells Irin to keep the knight busy while she prepares a spell. Rauta stands over Leo and asks if he has any final requests. Leo fires back that he seems way too overconfident and signals Kirin. The fairy darts in and hits the purple energy orbs around Rauta, which makes them explode and sends the elf flying. Leo gets up with his sword ready while Rauta struggles to sit upright. Looking at the cold look in the kid's eyes, he starts begging for a chance, but it is too late, and he loses the right to keep his head attached. Kirin cheers that they can now finish off the Death Knight, but freezes as Rauta's body twitches again. A blast of magic hits the fairy, and the elf rises while placing his head back on his neck like he is fixing a toy. With a twisted look, he tells Leo that he cannot wait to be the one who sends the shining prodigy straight to his grave. The elf starts monologuing that once he adds Lady Luna's power to the skeletal knight's power, he can crush talented bugs like him without effort. Leo notes that the demonic ring has started to seep into his mind and watches the elf hurl another dark magic spell. He deflects it with a clean swing of his blade while thinking that the mind control is not complete yet, and the guy is still holding on. Like a lightning bolt, he moves in and slashes off Rauta's arm, then drives his sword into the elf's shoulder. Our boy mocks him that people like him never worked on their combat skills and only know how to rely on borrowed power. He tells him to keep regenerating so he can cut him apart till he dries out. The ring whispers in Rauta's mind again and taunts him for struggling against a kid, even though the boy is not the main target. It reminds him that he should finish the summoning circle instead of wasting time. While Leo keeps him busy, the severed hand slowly crawls across the dirt. Leo checks the girls from the corner of his eye and sees that they are holding up fine. He turns back to the elf but wonders why the right arm is not regenerating yet, which makes his spidey senses tingle. Kirin suddenly points at the ground in panic as the severed hand finishes the summoning circle. Rauta coughs up blood and announces that it is too late for them to stop him as his body glows red. The girls freeze as the circle lights up and even the Death Knight looks back at the scene. Leo jumps back as he senses something dreadful rising from below. The ground shakes and cracks open as a giant hand pulls itself out. Kirin asks what this nightmare is, and Leo answers that it is a skeleton king, and that they are facing a truly formidable monster. Rauta laughs like a lunatic as he feels new strength rushing into him and wonders if it belongs to Lady Luna. Leo realizes that the senior has fully given in to the black magic and rushes forward. He leaps into the air and yells that such vile and disgusting power could never belong to the founder. Rauta smiles in amusement as the skeleton king raises a massive hand to strike. Leo barely dodges the hit and lands a few feet away. The senior laughs even louder and says that he now controls the skeleton king completely. Kirin asks if they should retreat, but Leo says something feels off about the monster king. While dodging the monster, he explains that the summoning was rushed and Rauta cannot maintain it forever. He recalls that the most basic rule in summoning is to have enough mana to support the creature. He tells the fairy that they only need to stall it till the power burns out. He pushes some mana into the fairy and asks him to back him up. Kirin shoots off to distract the creature while Leo blasts it with a light spell. The Skeleton King barely shows damage, and its eyes glow red as it raises its sword for another attack. Leo jumps again and thinks that the gap between their powers is massive, but he only needs to buy some time. Rauta does not stay idle and fires another spell at Leo as he lands, catching him off guard. Just then, Runia leaps in at the perfect moment and raises a wall of fire that blocks the blast. She says she will keep the senior busy while Leo finishes the Skeleton King. He asks if Aaron can handle the Death Knight alone, but she reassures him that Aaron is not some fragile girl. The scene shifts to the shy elf as she blocks the knight's sword with her shield, but the force sends her sliding across the ground. The monster mocks her for choosing to fight him alone. Kargor swings again, sensing her presence approaching him, but she ducks and avoids the blow. She tells herself that she must push through or her friends could get hurt, and drives her sword through his body. The Death Knight laughs as the blow does nothing and sends her flying with a brutal kick. She struggles to stand while he taunts her that she is a beginner noob, and that he will take her skull as a trophy. She counters the monster, saying that great heroes were always supported by people who believed in them, and then stands back up. Irin taps into a power inside her and says that her ancestor Berkia also followed the hero's path, and made a vow to never waver in her belief. She then raises her sword with renewed resolve. The Death Knight starts sweating since the energy looks like fairy magic and charges at her. She grows confident and tells him that this is a secret technique passed down to the fairy knights. As the Death Knight closes in, she activates the skill Evergreen and slices through the skeleton with fierce determination. After taking the full Gojo treatment, the Death Knight starts fading away, unable to accept that it was a kid who defeated him. Irin tries to stay on her feet and tells herself she has to help the others, but her vision turns blurry and she drops to the ground. Back to the main fight, Rauta asks Runia if she is ready for some more. He fires a lightning dragon spell, determined to end her right there and then. Runia summons her fire turtle at the last moment and uses its shell to deflect the spell. The senior's eyes stretch open as the lightning shoots straight back and drills through him. Runia mocks him and asks if he thought she would just stand still. She fires another blazing strike that engulfs him in flames. Rauta drops to the ground, smelling like charred meat, while the redhead turns away. Her expression twists in shock as he suddenly fires an attack that sends needles through her body. Leo calls her name and breaks focus, letting the Skeleton King close in. The monster slaps him so hard that he gets blasted away in an explosion. Far from the battlefield, Leo drags himself out of a cracked tree trunk and holds his arm while Kieran circles him in panic. The fairy asks if he is alright and points at the injury. Leo tells him to calm down since he is still breathing, then starts walking back. He stops mid-step as the Skeleton King unleashes a curse skill that makes the whole field spin. To counter it, Leo summons Fiora and tells her to make some noise. The baby phoenix lets out a sharp cry that breaks the curse and heals both Runia and Iran. Asking for her help again, Leo lights up like a Super Saiyan and focuses on the enemy. The Skeleton King swings with another massive strike, but Leo pulls back right in time. Watching him fight, Runia realizes the boy has zero fear of death and moves with the heart of a real hero. She recalls the flame turtle and praises it for doing well. She then fires another burning attack that hooks onto Rauta's hand. He mocks her again and says her flames are as useless as she is. She reminds him that her house has always been linked to the phoenix, and her ancestors swore to reduce Tartaros to ashes, along with every demon in it. Rauta tells her to stop spouting nonsense, but then senses something wrong. The flame on his hand refuses to die, which puts him on edge. Runia continues that as long as she lives, the oath lives with her. She reminds him that his left eye is demonic, so the flames will not stop till he is a charred brisket. She closes the distance and tightens her grip on his arm, making the flames rise even higher. She reveals that the technique also burns the caster. Rauta calls her insane, but she has already decided to take him with her. Out of nowhere, the flames vanish without warning, which makes him relax for a heartbeat. He tells her he will return the favor, but his ring goes berserk. A vortex opens and starts dragging him in while he screams at it to stop. The ring devours him whole, and he disappears from sight, leaving Runia collapsing in disbelief. She wonders why the Skeleton King is still here even though its summoner is gone. The ring then starts glowing with a different aura, and Leo tenses up as he senses a familiar, terrifying presence. The Demon King orders the Skeleton King to continue the mission, and the monster raises its sword again. Leo braces himself while thinking that the energy feels exactly like Hell Kaiser, who is now using the ring as a vessel. He guesses that the Demon King is aiming to break the barrier protecting the zone. Leo rushes in and yells at Kieran to cover him. The Skeleton King slams its blade down and Leo intercepts it with everything he has. He realizes he is losing ground fast as the barrier cracks behind him. The monster then launches him away and sends him crashing through the collapsing shield. Kieran screams his name as Leo flies across the battlefield and smashes into a distant building while the barrier finally shatters. After some time, Leo's eyes slowly open, and his two familiars rush over, but they have been reduced to tiny little orbs. He stares at his hands and realizes that his spiritual energy has run dry. Pulling himself up, he starts checking the ruined landscape around him and feels his chest sink as it hits him that fairyland has really been reduced to this miserable state. Just then something catches his eye. He turns toward a knife resting on a slab. His eyes widen in recognition as he recognizes the weapon. A memory from his former life hits him, dragging him back to the day he handed that dagger to Berkia. She fired back instantly, asking if he was trying to get rid of it. She threw a whole tantrum and said that it looked like something useless, while our boy roasted her that this thing carried him through countless battles. His old party called out to him right then, and he realized it was time to leave. Berkia looked crushed, but he only patted her head and told her that he had to go. He walked into the portal while she stared at him the whole time. Snapping back to reality, our hero picks up the dagger and calls Berkia a gremlin. He remembers perfectly how she said she never needed the stupid weapon. Suddenly it glows bright, which catches him by surprise. A ridiculous amount of mana bursts out of the dagger, and it responds to its true owner, Leo. Feeling the charge shoot through him, he wonders what spell he should throw at the Skeleton King. He then looks at a fire spell that smacks the monster in the face and realizes the girls are still fighting. Runia and Aran can barely stand as the creature focuses on them. Iran's eyes widen when she senses a massive shift in magic somewhere behind them. A bright golden light blasts out of a nearby building and they brace for impact. Runia then states that if the guy really did make a contract with the Phoenix, then he should be able to pull something like this off. Changing into a Temu version of Alien X, Leo claims that the spell is still nowhere near the original version, but it should do fine. He figures the girls will enjoy it, and quite literally makes stars rain from the sky. The duo is thrown into shock while Iran instantly turns into a walking Wikipedia and explains that she read about this in the ancient texts. This is finale, the strongest spell ever recorded. The raining stars crash into the Skeleton King and wipe it out of existence. Leo strolls out like he is just taking a walk and summons Kieran. The fairy pops up ready to fight, but Leo breaks it to him that the battle is already over. He then tells Kieran to go get his wings back, and the fairy zooms away instantly. The girls call out to him and he asks how they are holding up. Runia starts yelling that he is supposed to be the injured one here, while Aran is just relieved he is still standing. Runia then asks about the spell, and Leo explains that it was only possible because of the dagger. Aran lights up since this is a great hero's artifact, while Runia wonders if Tartarus was aiming for this the whole time. Kieran then reappears and proudly announces that he found the wings his dad stashed away. He asks Leo to help him get the bandages off while Runia stares like her brain just blue-screened. She then blurts out if that object is a hero fragment as it starts glowing. The hero record unfolds and the whole group suddenly gets sucked into another world. Runia spins around wide-eyed, but then a voice calls out and asks if they really plan to defeat Erebos. The voice calls them stupid for even attempting such a thing, but then casually agrees to tag along since she likes the idea. Leo turns around slowly and sees her introduce herself as Luna, the one who shines stars in the night sky. Only then, Leo finally processes the fact that this hero fragment belonged to him back when he was Kyle. Meanwhile, the two teachers rush to the scene, worried sick for the students. Runia calls out to Professor Herdium and shows him the hero's fragment they managed to recover. He stares at it in disbelief while Professor Herod tells Leo he did well and asks if anyone else is missing. Leo answers grimly that there was one more, and Iron breaks the news to her grandfather as she tells him about Senior Rauda. The group walks away while Leo glances back one last time, remembering Luna again. The scene then shifts to the final day of the visit as the students gather in front of the portal. The professors exchange goodbyes and shake hands before parting. Runia tells our hero that she is going to get much stronger and demands a rematch the next time they meet. Just then, a voice calls out as Iran rushes toward him at full speed. She announces that she has decided to return to her classes, which makes him smile. He ruffles her hair, tells her they will meet again, and then starts heading toward the portal. Back at Lumerne Academy, Kieran is more excited than ever now that he has finally reclaimed his wings. He uses the baby phoenix as a moving target practice and zips after her, but she dodges every single attack with a perfectly timed glare. She gives him a bombastic side-eye while he looks ready to launch round 2. He tries to corner her as she lands and warns menacingly that he will show her true fairy magic. Just then, Leo plucks the fairy straight out of the air and warns him that he will confiscate his wings again if he keeps acting up. A voice calls out, and Fiora's form begins to shift. She transforms into a young girl and introduces herself properly. Our boy figures that it is Kieran's magic causing the change. He crouches down and tells her there is no need to act so formal. Meanwhile, the fairy immediately tries to attack her again, which only irritates her further. She grabs him tightly in her fist and tells Leo she wants to show this form to her mother. He agrees and opens a portal, telling her to take the fairy along. Kieran protests with everything he has, but it is useless, and the two vanish into the portal. Our boy finally relaxes on his bed for the first time in a while. He had to hand the dagger and the hero fragment over to Siren Academy. First, it was the Queen of Monsters at Lumerne, then Hell Kaiser at Siren. He thinks that it seems pretty clear now that Tartarus is trying to wipe out every trace of the great heroes. There are still hidden moles inside Lumerne Academy that need to be rooted out. Just like Rauda, there must be direct traitors lurking within the academy. He figures Lumerne needs to identify them as fast as possible. The scene then shifts to the main academy hall as the night department's head announces that the headmaster will arrive shortly. Meanwhile, the students whisper among themselves, confused as to why everyone was gathered according to their field. The headmaster steps onto the stage and asks if they enjoyed their vacations. He then announces that he gathered them here for the upcoming event, the department tournament. The students finally understand why they were divided like that. This is the major event that decides the top department for their grade. The old man explains that the professors will guide them and that they have invited special lecturers for the event as well. Chelsea is thrilled while Carr yawns, completely unbothered. Just then, someone calls out to him and says she read his magic report. Torua roasts Carr on the spot, saying his report was complete trash. She loudly announces that she thinks all the first years are trash in general. She calls them out, saying she knows they only wrote their magic essays just to pass and nothing else. Emio then asks if she read his report too and nervously wonders what she thinks of it. She recalls perfectly that it was 17 pages and says it was still just basic common sense. She launches into a long rant, but the students zone out instantly, unable to follow a single part of it. She gets cut off as Senior Lee walks in and introduces himself. Flexing his muscles dramatically, he lays it on thick that knights overcome problems with their bodies and that training is the only path to success. The students immediately flock to him, fleeing the lecture at full speed. Another senior shows up by the name of Ulta, who asks the crowd what the most important thing for a summoner is. The students try guessing one after another but fail miserably. Ulta then reveals that the most important thing for a summoner is love, which earns a collective deadpan stare from the room. The principal continues and announces that these top students of Lumerne will guide everyone for the upcoming event. The old man then suddenly freezes in confusion and asks why Leo is standing there all alone. Everyone turns toward him, not understanding what is going on. However, Leo just smirks and declares that he is standing in the all-class zone. Meanwhile, Torua asks what he means by that and if he is feeling alright in the head. The principal explains that this is an interdepartmental competition. All the departments immediately try recruiting him one by one, but the old man smiles and says that maybe he is right. He then tells him that this is a rare chance to get special teachers, to which our hero answers that he does not plan to waste the opportunity. He continues, explaining that he intends to take all the classes. However, the principal grows serious and asks if he realizes that he will have to face off against all the departments alone, but Leo does not back down. After a brief standoff, the old man admits defeat and asks for a little time. Meanwhile, Torua and the magic professor focus intently on getting him on their side. On the other hand, Lee observes him standing alone like an alpha and comments that he is perfect for the night department. Yura suddenly appears and puts Ulta in a headlock for not being more involved with the students. The principal then resumes his speech and announces that this year's competition will be a battle royale, every department for itself. In his office, the teachers are not in agreement with the idea since fighting each other could damage their unity. The principal counters that fighting together strengthens bonds instead. Professor Len persists, arguing that such a thing has never been done before. The principal then reminds them that this year they have a very unique student. At first, everyone was surprised that he was an all-class student, and the teachers thought he would reach his limits soon. However, against all odds, Leo continues to defend the top spot. He then reveals that the Academy's board has taken a personal interest in him, which surprises the teachers further. The night professor asks if the board seriously wants Leo's name to go down in the hero records as an all-class. Yura looks uneasy, recalling the board members, and realizes that they are the ones who are backing our boy. Professor Len is overjoyed for his student, as it also means a future generation could inherit the all-class status. The principal interrupts these thoughts and says that eventually Leo will have to choose a department. The scene then shifts to the training grounds, where everyone starts complaining about the cold. Professor Ain calls them to attention and explains that he created the ice wall to help teach aura skills. He then calls Celia forward, who looks surprised. He challenges her to see if her flame aura can break through the ice wall, which excites her. She gets confident and unleashes her fire skill, releasing a massive attack that causes a huge explosion. Meanwhile, Leo hits a JoJo-style pose in the background. However, to Celia's surprise, there isn't even a dent in the ice. Professor Ain then reveals that he will be teaching the aura technique known as Hero's Breath. He walks up to the ice wall and explains that it was derived from the beast people, and it was modified for humans to use. Celia is caught off guard as the ice professor suddenly unleashes a flame aura and launches an even more powerful attack. The students start sweating as the ice shatters into pieces, wondering if that special breathing is the reason behind his aura's power. One student shouts in disbelief that the professor is an ice user, but the blonde explains that the teacher once conquered dungeons and must have gained a new power. The professor confirms that Duran's theory is spot on. He explains that despite being opposite to his innate ability, the strength is greater than Celia's because it amplifies his aura. He then announces that the training session officially begins, while Leo stares at him, dumbfounded. He quickly realizes that it was Arian's technique all along. Sometime later, everyone is busy practicing the technique. The professor smiles, thinking that the students are progressing quite well. Eliana collapses to the ground after the session. Chen offers her a tissue and she lights up, saying that she really is a good person. They then notice Leo, who is deep in concentration, and wonder why he is struggling. The professor smirks, thinking it is rare to see Leo like that since he hasn't manifested the skill yet. He figures that this is a perfect opportunity for him to focus more on his night studies. Just then, Ain's eyes widen in surprise as he realizes something about his breathing. He then walks up and asks the boy who taught him that breathing technique. The professor reveals the truth that Hero's Breath originally came from a beastkin who studied at Asnia Academy. He modified it so humans could use it, but Leo's breathing style closely resembles how a beast person would wield it. Our hero confirms that this is correct. Professor Ain then asks if Leo can shift the point in his body where aura manifests, and charge mana from there. Guided by the professor's advice, Leo ignites his aura in an impressive flame that rises sky high. Duran is blown away by the power of that ability, and the students start gossiping, wondering what has just happened. The teacher smiles and compliments him, saying that he is unlike anyone he has ever seen before. Leo just smiles back and thanks the professor for his words. The scene shifts to the hallway, where Chloe is carrying a pile of books, struggling with the weight. Leo shows up and comments that those look heavy, then offers to accompany her since they're both headed to the magic class presentation. She turns red for no reason, wondering why she can't maintain eye contact with him even though he isn't doing anything special. Just then, Torua appears and immediately starts teasing the poor girl. Chloe is shocked that the senior even knows her, but Torua explains that she read and enjoyed her paper on Northern Magic. She then bluntly asks our boy when he plans to join their department. He counters that forcing him to pick is literally against the rules and thinks that she really is way too forward with her approach. The group heads up toward the clearing and Toruwa suddenly freezes. A second later, she rushes ahead, demanding to know what Professor Albi is doing here. He explains that he's been hired as a special lecturer starting today, which shocks her even more. She immediately starts throwing a fit about how he never agreed to give their batch a special lecture, while the students behind them enjoy the display. Leo watches her lose her mind and thinks that any student would want to take the professor's classes since the man uses fairy magic. Professor Len finally shows up and announces to the class that the Golden Professor will conduct the class. He then notices a strange-looking first year lurking around and ends up dragging Toruwa away like a misbehaving child so she can prepare tournament materials. The professor starts the class and introduces himself with his well-known nickname, the Evil Eye Magician. Many also call him the Tartarus Destroyer, considering the number of demons he has blasted into the afterlife. He then asks the students what they think is the most important element in a magic battle. Emio confidently claims it's mana quantity, but gets shut down on the spot. Chelsea suggests chanting speed, but her answer gets rejected too. Carr guesses that it must be the type of spells, which also gets tossed aside. Leo raises his hand and the professor calls on him. Leo answers that mobility is the most important factor, and the Golden Professor immediately agrees. Still salty, Toruwa mutters that she obviously knew that already while Professor Len tells her to keep enchanting. Emio argues again, saying that mobility doesn't matter anymore because it has been surpassed by magic. Professor Albi asks if he is referring to wing magic, and the other students murmur that it should indeed be enough since everyone has it. Diving into lore mode, wing magic is actually a levitation spell that surpasses the fly spell with sheer speed. It can even lift objects through the air. The professor then calls both Emio and Leo to the front. Emio shoots daggers at our boy, who wonders what he even did to deserve that stare. The Golden Professor asks Leo if he thinks Emio is right, and Leo instantly says no. The professor then tells them to test their theories to see which one is correct. He asks if they brought their own magic devices, but Leo doesn't have one. The professor simply smiles and tells him to manage somehow, and Leo looks ready for whatever challenge comes next. The teacher announces that they'll race to the Isle of the Beasts and then return to this spot. Emio gets fired up on the spot and pours magic into his board. He launches forward at top speed, tearing toward the isle. After a while, he looks back and is about to start mocking Leo but gets interrupted by a lightning bolt hitting him out of nowhere. Carr demands to know what Leo thinks he's doing right as he fires another lightning spell. Leo calmly explains that this test is about mobility, so naturally, he's testing his opponent's mobility. The professor agrees with the idea, though Carr still appears unconvinced. Our boy then activates his aura skill, Phoenix Step, and rockets into the sky. Carr shouts in protest that Leo is using aura in a magic class, but the professor just calls his name and explains that they'll be fighting departments in the tournament that absolutely can use aura, so this is nothing unusual. The scene then turns back to Emio, who somehow manages to maintain his balance on his wobbling board. He vows not to let this humiliation slide. However, his expression shifts into shock when he sees our boy already catching up from behind. He watches his doom approach helplessly as Leo slams straight into him, sending him off the board. The gray-haired kid screams as he falls, but he gets caught before he hits the water. Back in class, Emio jolts awake while the professor wraps up his lecture that wing magic is inferior in mobility. The fly spell is superior in every way, and wing magic was derived from it. However, the newer spell lacks control. Professor Albi then instructs the students to focus on the fly spell from now on. The demonstration hypes up the students, and everyone immediately starts practicing. Leo approaches the professor afterward and directly asks if he can enter the forbidden archives. Professor Albi tells him it's forbidden even for teachers, but Leo calmly clarifies that he's asking a member of the Jiran family, not a lecturer. While staring at the class, the Evil Eye Magician asks why he wants access. Leo answers that he's searching for a document about an unknown hero. The professor agrees to prepare a recommendation letter for him. He then tells our boy that to actually enter, Leo will need the permission of the head, his brother, Altek. Leo remembers that Altek is known as the Infinity Mage, famous for memorizing countless spells. The Golden Professor then lets him know that the head is away on a mission, so Leo will have to settle for the representative. Leo asks who that is, and Albi reveals that the representative is his senior, Elena Jiran. The scene shifts to the summoning island. Leo overhears whispers that the other departments have already started their special sessions, and even Professor Albi dropped by for the magic class. He then recalls the conversation he had with his friends about Elena. Chelsea explains that the girl is basically campus royalty and also the third-year representative. At only 18, she already sits at the top of the magic department as the current rank 2. Carr jumps in and says that she is also insanely hot, which is why people call her the Queen. She has crowds of followers, and will likely be one of the strongest candidates for next year's Student Council president. Our boy sinks into thought and wonders how he should even approach someone with that kind of reputation. He gets snapped out of it as Professor Yura starts yelling and demands to know where Ulta ran off to. The students light up since this means their special summoner training might finally begin. Just then, Ulta barges in with a dramatic apology and a pile of strange equipment. He marches forward with a proud expression, but everyone freezes when they spot what he is holding. Professor Yura nearly explodes and demands to know why the hell he brought that many butterfly nets. Ulta simply answers in awe that a fairy was spotted, which shocks everyone. Leo instantly recalls the tiny menace Kieran and wonders if it is his doing. The professor looks ready to combust and asks if this is really what he plans for their training. Her patience finally snaps and she tries rushing him, but the associate professor jumps in to calm the situation. Ulta simply turns to the students and asks if they ever dreamed of capturing one of the legendary 3 beasts. He asks if they are excited to see a fairy, which gets everyone worked up. Yura calms her voice and asks for the real plan. Ulta reassures her that it is not only about fairy hunting. Then he asks the students what he told them earlier about the most important quality for summoners. Eliza answers with tolerance, but he corrects her and repeats that it is love. He explains that true summoners must love not only their contract beasts, but every creature in nature and must learn to move alongside them. He says that is the real essence of summoning. Leo sighs and thinks the guy is still weird, although his message makes sense. Professor Yura adds that they must also learn to connect with beasts that are not their own. She tells them they will be staying here for 3 full days for the special lessons. Ulta adds with a threatening smile that he already submitted their dorm papers, so they have no reason to leave. Students panic at the idea of surviving out here and complain that they had other plans. Eliza is not that bothered by the situation, but Ulta quietly puts a butterfly net into her hands, which makes her surprised. The twist then lands that they are forbidden from using their summons, aura, or magic. They must survive the forest with their own strength, which makes the entire class panic. Ulta then leaves, but students create a ruckus that the forest is full of danger. One of them tries to reason with the professor, but she tells him that summoners are different from the other departments. They are humans who form bonds with other beings, and that is why they must learn to adapt and understand nature on its own terms. She continues that this is why Ulta focused on love and asks how many of them have seen a true summoning. She points out that many of them rely on their family's mediums instead of witnessing a beast's real form. She then smiles and tells them she will see them in 3 nights and wishes them luck. The days pass as the students learn basic survival while sharpening their instincts through different activities. The story then shifts to Leo, who is gathering berries. He admits that the summoning classes are way more challenging than the others in a good way. Suddenly, someone screams that they found a fairy. Our hero turns toward the sound and sees one unfortunate student swallowed halfway by a massive plant. The others stare at their classmate without rushing to help. Instead, they roast him for charging ahead without checking his surroundings. Leo then spots the little troublemaker watching from a tree branch and decides the fairy needs a lesson. Kieran takes off and wonders which student he should torment next. However, he gets caught completely off guard when a trap springs and a butterfly net captures him. He cannot believe he got caught by such a cheap item. Leo picks him up and reminds him that he warned the fairy to behave. Kieran claims that he was not causing trouble and says he is just investigating the weird changes happening in the forest. Leo is not convinced, but the fairy swears that something strange is going on. A while later, the two sit next to a fire and Leo asks what he knows. Kieran explains that the beasts on the island have started behaving violently. During his search, he ran into the students, which then led him to become instantly famous. Leo then points out that this territory belongs to the phoenix Purina, who would have normally reacted if something was wrong. Kieran then reveals that Purina is not even on the island, which catches him by surprise. The fairy explains that when they arrived, Fiora found a message saying her mother had gone to visit the Oathbearer. This made the baby phoenix sad since she wanted to see her mom. Then they both noticed the forest beasts acting odd and decided to investigate. Fiora ventured deeper into the forest, and Kieran followed behind her. The story makes Leo think that Fiora is the second strongest beast here, so she should have noticed something serious. He wonders why these incidents started only when Purina left, and if it is really just a coincidence. He tries contacting Fiora through telepathy but gets no response. He assumes she must be distracted and then grabs the fairy. Leo places him on his shoulder and says they are going to find the girl. He tells Kieran he sensed a strange aura somewhere on the island's west side, but the fairy keeps complaining about being dragged in this stuff. The scene then jumps to a glowing lake in the quiet forest. A soft voice calls out as Fiora crouches near the water with stars in her eyes while admiring a strange stone she is holding. She whispers that it is beautiful. The baby phoenix pops the stone into her mouth and chews happily. She suddenly gets alert when a voice asks what she is doing. She tries to play innocent, but Leo looks down at her and asks if she has been eating magic stones here since the day she came here. He recalls that magic stones easily form in a place filled with spirit beasts, and young beasts use them to grow and evolve. Fiora tries making an excuse that eating a lot helps her grow up faster, but Kieran reminds her that she is a top-class spirit beast. Our boy tells her the stones are delicious, but driving the other beasts away is not the right thing to do. She throws out another excuse that she intends to share some, but then Kieran calls her out again, and the two start bickering like always. Leo breaks up the fight and asks instead about the strange things happening in the forest. She explains that she felt a weird energy in a certain part of the woods. Before she finishes, the two freeze as an ominous aura fills the air. Our boy instantly recognizes it as the same energy from the beast summoner from before. Feeling something is wrong, he summons his weapon and tells his familiars to get ready. All of a sudden, he yells for them to dodge as a giant mouth of a monster closes in on them in a flash. Our boy manages to dodge it and stares down the attacker. The beast summoner makes a second appearance with new tentacles mixed into him. The guy starts monologuing that he was wondering why the magic stones were decreasing in number. Laughing like a madman, he then tells our boy that fate must have led them to meet again. Leo smiles back and says that this rivalry goes back to their previous lives as he readies his weapon. The evil summoner launches a tentacle at him, wanting to finish things early, but Leo ducks in time. The tentacle grabs the tree behind him instead, and lifts it as the summoner declares that this ends now. Another tentacle bursts from the ground and grabs his foot, which locks him in place. He realizes the enemy must have hidden a few tentacles underground. It managed to catch him off guard since he did not sense anything at all. The summoner then launches the tree at him full speed. Leo closes his eyes for a second and lets out a powerful scream, releasing his phoenix aura in a blazing shockwave. The blast cuts off one of the tentacles, but it grows back almost instantly. He turns to the summoner and says he has a question. He asks if the tentacles at his feet belong to a gorgon and if this is a chimera hybrid. The evil summoner smirks and asks Leo who he really is to figure that out so quickly. Our boy smirks back and says he is just a first-year hero candidate. He then commands Fiora to charge. She rushes at the summoner at full speed and the hit causes a massive explosion. Kieran compliments the baby phoenix's attack power, but Leo warns them the fight is far from over. The beast summoner throws a tantrum that his beast got destroyed, but then decides he will return the favor. He dips his hand into the water and summons a giant death slime like he is some kind of Pokemon trainer. Kieran complains about the sewer smell rising from it while our boy summons a windshield. He finds it thrilling since this is one of the strongest slime monsters out there. The evil summoner smirks and says that this battle is as good as over now. A voice suddenly calls out and demands to know what the evil man is doing with his junior. A bolt of lightning drops from the sky and strikes the summoner, who lets out a high-pitched scream. Ulta swoops in on his majestic Pegasus, while the enemy is left smelling like burnt brisket. The thug finds it unbelievable that his beast armor got destroyed so easily. He then admits it is to be expected from the strongest summoner in the department. Kieran focuses on the winged horse instead, asking what it is saying. Our hero explains that it is a Pegasus, a mythical great beast like them. Ulta comments that the monsters look as ugly as ever and tells his Pegasus that it is time to clear them out. The summoner realizes he needs time to regenerate and orders the death slime to attack immediately. Another powerful lightning strike falls and zaps the monster before it gets far. Kieran asks if they are truly supposed to be on the same level, but Leo explains that it is not just the Pegasus's power. He continues that what makes the attack so overwhelming is the summoner's domain power working with it. The beast summoner tries to play it cool, but then activates another summoning circle. Someone suddenly steps in front of our hero and asks if the thug would keep the same confidence if he were about to die. Professor Yura appears and shouts at the evil mage for using spirit beasts to make chimeras. She activates her own summoning circle and the air ripples with energy. The beast summoner calls forth a towering cyclops and mocks the professor, claiming her summons will be useless no matter what she brings out. The professor summons a tiny rat, which makes Kieran lose his composure. Leo warns him not to underestimate it because devour rats may look cute, but they are deadly deep inside. The rat starts multiplying until a swarm surrounds the entire area. Professor Yura then commands the rats to move forward and have a full mukbang with the Cyclops. The Cyclops screams in pain as the rats rush him and start eating him alive. The summoner begins sweating hard, realizing this is not looking good. He pulls a scroll through a portal, but Ulta orders him to stop and fires another lightning bolt. Even while getting hit, the beast summoner manages to rip the scroll and vanishes in black smoke. The senior looks at the fading smoke and wonders if his attack did not reach in time. As the area grows quiet, Professor Yura begins lecturing Leo for entering a restricted zone. He explains that he was following Fiora, who was the one eating the magic stones by the lake. That calms the professor down and Ulta starts crying tears of joy that our hero loves his familiars so much. The professor gets serious and says the beast summoner was most likely trying to corrupt the magic stones here. She mounts her black wyvern and says she will report this to the headmaster immediately. Yura then asks Ulta to continue the training, but to be careful. After she leaves, the senior then turns to Leo and comments that he is the Phoenix's contractor. He even notices Kieran, who is invisible, but chooses not to say anything. Our hero changes the subject and asks if the small Pegasus belongs to him. Iria walks up and introduces herself politely. Leo pats her head and she melts under his touch. This surprises Ulta since the Pegasus do not usually like being touched. He then asks if our boy has ever handled one before, which he denies. Leo recalls his previous life, where he handled a Pegasus, and the memory brings him a warm feeling. The senior tells him to continue the training, but notes that he will consider the fact that he used his powers. Leo agrees without complaint. He then goes deep into thought that since the beast summoner is that strong, the enemy hiding within Lumerne is likely a professor. A few days later, the entire class gathers for the first time in a while. Carr asks his friend about the summoner training, but the guy is too tired to reply properly. Eliana asks where the class president went, but Carr reminds her that all the representatives were summoned separately. Meanwhile, Leo walks into a large tent, and Reese greets him immediately. Luce, the second-year representative, is head over heels for him, while Hark, the fourth-year rep, sleeps soundly in his seat. Our hero looks around, searching for someone, when a hand touches his cheek and calls him cute. He recognizes the voice as the girl asks if he is the shining first-year rep. He realizes it is Elena, the one with access to the archives, and she asks him straight up if he wants to be her boyfriend. Leo rejects her immediately while Luce enjoys the scene with popcorn. The senior leans closer and says that big sister will take good care of him. Being a true man of culture, he tells her she is too young for him. His comment catches her off guard and she bursts into laughter, saying that this is going to be fun. Luce finds it amazing that Leo is as dashing as the rumors and that he is not backing down against Elena. Reese then asks the third-year rep how her mission went, but she dismisses it as boring. He moves over to the fourth-year rep and shakes him awake. Hark gets up and immediately challenges Reese to a fight. Reese just smiles and tells him he will deal with him later. Elena begins trash-talking him for wanting to fight the moment he wakes up. The fourth-year rep fires back that a faction mascot like her would not know what a real fight is. The two begin bickering non-stop until Luce interrupts them and warns that they will get in trouble. Reese asks Leo what he thinks of the representatives, and he nervously replies that they seem like good friends. Fast forward to the gathering. The principal enters and greets all the students before explaining why they were summoned. He announces that from today onward, all academy staff and students will be cut off from the outside world until the competition ends. Everyone will be placed under strict lockdown without further notice. Leo grows tense and realizes the principal must be planning to catch the traitor. The scene shifts to the classroom where Eliana and Chelsea complain about being cut off from the city. A student suddenly calls out that the location for the battle royale has been chosen. It is a restricted place named Negrang. Carr looks up the details in a book and reads that it is a city in the southeastern area that was destroyed by a stampede from the hero dungeon. Even though the dungeon was conquered, the land became cursed and no one could live there afterward. Nella looks worried about going to such a place, but Chelsea reassures her that the rumors say it is not that dangerous. She brushes it off and reveals that only mid to low tier monsters are scattered around, but that still frightens the students. Leo studies the pictures and realizes the place looks familiar. He starts sweating a bit as he recalls that this is where he teamed up with Lycinas to defeat a Legion commander for the first time. Going to the library, Leo digs through documents like a man on a mission. He finds out there are 5 lakes inside the restricted area, and starts wondering which one is Urdia. He wants to find the lost Oathkeeper of Lycinas, the Spirit of Radiance, Luminous. The scene then jumps straight to the day of the tournament. The announcer starts his dramatic speech about the first years while parents in the stands worry about their kids. Meanwhile, the principal and Yura overlook the whole place and talk about how dangerous it was to invite a crowd this big. The professor wonders if the lockdown should have stayed longer, but the principal reassures her that their defensive forces are back. Purina flexes her flames in the background while Yura silently fangirls over the phoenix, dying to talk to her. Just then, Sejin steps up on stage and announces that he will be the overseer of the competition. He confirms that the battle royale will proceed as planned. The students will put everything on the line until one emerges the victor, and that student's department wins the whole thing. He then reveals that each student gets a bracelet that monitors their body. If it senses that a student might die, it will teleport them to safety immediately. Sejin then drops the bigger news that this tournament also serves as their final exam, which shocks everyone. He explains that surviving the longest won't be enough because if they hide the whole time, they get low marks. All their actions will be recorded from start to finish by the bracelets. The professor continues that a person who fights early and gets eliminated can still score higher than someone who camps throughout the match. He then wishes them good luck. Leo smirks, thinking that if someone takes one for the team, then that student's exam score is basically toast. The announcer declares that the department tournament starts now as a golden light wraps around every student. Carr opens his eyes and realizes they have been thrown out of the Fortnite battle bus and are now free falling. Students panic as they fall victim to gravity, but our boy doesn't react at all. He assesses the area and sees curses spread all over the land, activating and dispersing on their own. Leo senses the only clear spot devoid of curses sits at the center of the map. He figures everyone will rush to that safe zone, which makes it perfect for him to slip away and search for the lake. Students start adjusting to the fall and begin activating their powers. Suddenly, Prince Duran and Eliza come face to face and size each other up. They decide to fight right there, but then out of nowhere, Leo flashes past them with his Phoenix aura. He ruins their aura farming moment, which ticks them off. They yell his name out in unison, but he is already too far to hear them. Landing beside a wrecked building, he remembers that Lycinas sealed Luminous somewhere around this area. Then, a curse washes over him and dulls his senses. However, he manages to overpower it. Just as he thinks that the others will struggle with it, Chen drops down next to him. He tells her that the ruins are in the opposite direction. She says she knows that, but she has unfinished business with him. She takes her stance and asks for a one-on-one battle. Leo teases her for dropping that out of nowhere. Chen says that from the moment they met, she wanted to know the difference between their strength and rushes forward. She activates her water martial arts skill, but Leo hardly reacts. She compliments him for using his flame aura to cancel her water attack at that moment. Then she tightens her posture, and Leo senses it instantly that she has a high-ranking water spirit. Chen launches another attack, but he summons a flame in his hand. A massive wall of fire cancels her attack, but then he realizes that it was only a distraction. Feeling for her presence, he catches her coming from behind and blocks her cleanly. Chen slides back, surprised that he countered her last attempt. She knows she has lost the element of surprise, but she refuses to back down. Leo then lectures her that water is a force that can take any shape. Marching forward with his flame sword, he tells her that her movements are too rigid. Chen sweats as she knows a direct hit would end her. She summons a water shield, but then her eyes widen in surprise. He appears right next to her with a fireball and tells her again that her movement needs work. When the smoke clears, he points his sword at her throat and says that he has won. She admits defeat and says that he fights like a seasoned veteran, but then he tells her to head back. She is shocked he is not eliminating her, but he says it is his choice. Walking away, he then tells her to deal with the two who are heading towards them. Chen hesitates, but then realizes what he means as those two powerhouses from earlier rush toward them at full speed. Duran and Eliza rush past while arguing over who gets to fight Leo, both acting like children. As they close in, Chen looks at them like they've lost their minds and asks why they are even here when the ruins are literally in the opposite direction. The prince assumes she must have eaten a loss and asks where the class representative disappeared to. Chen admits the obvious, but then says she is injured, so they should head to the center. Duran gets fired up over that, but she cuts him off fast and reminds him that they are in the same department, so there is no point denying her request. That shuts him up on the spot. Chen then turns to Eliza and asks if she can carry her back, but the white-hair girl immediately reminds her that their departments are different. Chen fakes being offended and even brings up the times she helped Eliza cram for her tests. That hits a spot, and the white-hair girl says she does pay back every favor, but she really can't right now. Chen drops the puppy eyes like it's her final move, and that ends the debate, forcing the two to agree at last. Eliza warns her that the truce only lasts until they reach the central ruins, while Duran just stands there awkwardly. Looking back, the water girl hopes that Leo finds whatever he is chasing and wraps this up fast. The scene shifts to a red-haired NPC, Juridan from the summoning department. He is sprinting at full speed toward the castle in the center. The boy mutters to himself that he can finally be free from the curse, but a huge fireball slams into his path and forces him to a halt. A voice tells him not to get too confident. Celia stands tall as she summons another fireball, having taken over the north gate with zero hesitation. Students in the area scramble away toward another gate. They try their luck again, but the same fate hits them as Chloe guards the west gate with her ice magic. The red-hair student gulps and thinks that only the south and east gates remain. He recalls that Eliza is chasing after Leo and hopes that Walden handled at least one gate. Before they take another step, a giant shadow spreads over the horizon. One of the students panics and yells that it's a black wyvern, but Juridan corrects him fast and says it is the cursed variant from the summoning exam. Everyone breaks into full panic mode, wondering what the hell the beast is doing here. Meanwhile, Zeiss Zerdinger checks the battlefield and notes that Celia is handling things well, but finds it strange that Leo still has not entered the ruins. Looking at Chelsea, her uncle compliments her and says she has finally become a proper mage of their house. The two share a moment talking about how adorable the younger students are, but Zeiss shifts immediately as he senses something off. A massive monster appears on the battlefield without warning. The teachers rush into the control room and demand to know what is going on. The mage inside yells that they lost contact with the other control room. Herod tells Sejin that they need to evacuate every student right now. The white-hair professor pours magic into the crystal, but nothing responds. He announces that it isn't working, but Herod doesn't stop and bolts toward the headmaster, telling him to keep trying. The scene jumps to a group of students locked in a fight. An NPC wipes sweat and comments that the other departments are built different as he tries to catch his breath. Walden chills on a broken rooftop and decides he has to wrap things up before the monster reaches this area. Right then, the cursed black wyvern flies into view and shocks everyone. Someone yells for cover as the creature fires an energy blast. Walden reacts instantly and raises a firewall to shield them, despite being in different departments. He calls his teammate and orders him to open the gate so they can get everyone inside. The guy gets cocky and says he doesn't take orders from him. Walden casually chokes him out with one arm and says that time is limited. He declares himself captain and repeats the order to open the gate with no room for debate. Somewhere else, Leo is busy crossing out lakes one after another as his search still comes up empty. He figures that everyone must be fighting by now and thinks he should join them soon. Just then, his eyes widen as a nasty aura spreads across the land. He notices that this curse of severance doesn't match anything in the local area. It hits him that he last felt this curse during a fight against Tartarus. He activates his Phoenix aura instantly and rushes forward at full speed. Leo recalls that the curse doesn't attack people directly, but it cuts off every form of outside communication, trapping them in a giant net. He wonders if the traitor inside the academy finally made their move. Zipping across the terrain, he tells himself he needs to find the others as fast as possible. In the central ruins, Nella tries to heal Carl while telling him not to fade on her. Another NPC trembles and asks why the bracelet didn't activate to teleport them away. Meanwhile, Chelsea refuses to back down and takes on the Minotaur at the east gate alone. Out of nowhere, the monster swings its axe down on her and catches her off guard. Someone blasts the Minotaur back before it can land another hit. Her brother, Abad, appears and reminds her that she can use multiple spells at the same time and tells her to focus. Chelsea struggles to get up and tries to figure out what is happening, but a roar shakes the ground and cuts her off. Her brother locks in and announces that the department competition is cancelled for now. He adds that everyone needs to join forces now if they want to deal with these monsters. He assumes that the smart students will head toward the inner castle and says that their job is to prepare to hold down the fort. From afar, Eliza, Sia, and Duran closed in on the castle as soon as they caught a glimpse of the rally signal. They had no idea what was going on, but it was an abnormal situation to say the least. Duran decided to lead the charge, while the ladies offered support. Using his potent lightning affinity, he made quick work of the monsters along the way. In the inner castle of the central fortress, those manning the watchtower signaled the opening of the gates for the last group coming in. Eliza, Chenxia, and Duran cut it close, but they made it. Celia Zerdinger thought Leo would be with them, but that dude broke off from the pack and headed to the outer area. The rookies knew better than to theorize about his reasoning. They were also certain that the class representative would be fine out there. But for those present, exchanging relevant information was the highest priority to better grasp the situation. First, they have found that the artifact bracelets have stopped working. Those with fatal wounds aren't being teleported out. Moreover, beasts are spawning around and even inside the castle. Aside from the basic curse on Negrang, Chen Xia sensed some sort of communication blocker. To sum it up, they are isolated and trapped, besieged by monsters, with only the castle walls to defend themselves. While the top rookies were discussing a plan, Emio Luchan, third place in the Department of Magic, argued that they were simply in the middle of a spontaneous event arranged by the school. He did not want to hole up and lose points he could be earning. Celia snarled at the dude's stupidity. They have many severely injured on their side. Without Nella's healing magic, several might have died. Carl was one of them. Despite the blatant signs that something was afoot, Emio chose to believe that the professors were just testing them. He was obsessed with getting points for his finals. Duran tried to talk some sense into the freak. They don't even know the criteria for scoring, for certain. Still, Emio ignored his warnings and headed for the gate. He would have continued marching out of there if a Minotaur's corpse hadn't suddenly dropped under his feet. It was Walden's prey. Upon arrival, the absolute Giga Chad voted to defend the inner castle. Celia took charge and split the entire batch into 5 groups to guard the gate and each wall. The monsters worked fast. Just moments later, a Minotaur was able to break through the castle gate. Duran flawlessly dealt with the threat by cooking its furry ass with lightning. The magic boys contributed some damage as well. Up on the walls, the strategy was to take down the ogres first. These boulder-lifting monsters were surprisingly resilient against normal magic attacks. Since that was the case, Celia Zerdinger showed off her aura in the shape of a phoenix. One flame wing attack toasted every ogre within her lethal range. Second and third year reps, Lil Luce and Elena Giron, were watching everything unfold with bated breath. Though the freshmen were holding on, Elena reckoned that the situation would continue to deteriorate. If the enemy went through all the trouble of tampering with a Lumerne event, they won't stop with just a few scares. In the worst-case scenario, everyone inside might die. The next phase had already started. The sky was torn open by a magic circle, and a gigantic furry hand emerged from the spell. They've discussed this possibility in the classroom. That time, they covered the hero record of Hermelin's Spear Knight, Battle of Bjorn Field. In that battle, heroic forces were terrorized by a 15-meter-tall anomaly. It was a monster known as Gigantes. One look was all it took to plunge the inexperienced crowd into despair. The Gigantes was fast, muscular, and ready to charge in. While the rest were just watching the monster in a daze, Chloe Mueller put some new holes in the creature's body using ice. Her actions woke up the useless sitting ducks. Chloe added that the Gigantes in front of them weren't in full form. Thinking rationally, most scrubs would rather just run, scatter, and wait for the rescue team. Chloe had bigger balls than these fools. She admitted that she was scared, but that doesn't matter. To make matters worse, the Gigantes showed off its uncanny regenerative ability, healing gaping wounds in its body in just a few seconds. While the noobs skedaddled out of fear, Chloe stayed. Someone recently taught her that a hero stands tall in moments of crisis. No matter how hopeless the fight might seem, Chloe Mueller will deliver, because that's what heroes do. She was so focused on icing out the Gigantes that she neglected defense. Celia ran to her side, but she was too far. She won't make it in time to pull Chloe out of the Gigante's claw. It would have been GG for Chloe had someone not swooped in to chop the monster's whole arm off. She recognized that ruthless slash. So did Celia. Leo Plov, the goat in human form, had finally joined the siege with style. His fairy buddy disapproved of his flashy play. Fairy magic's healing ability isn't omnipotent after all. Leo did not have the bandwidth to listen to Kieran's nagging at all. He shoved that fairy back inside him. He landed and checked on the ladies first. He made sure to give Chloe the compliment she deserved for standing on business, unlike the noobs who ran. For a moment, she truly looked like a hero. She learned from Leo after all. Afterward, they reconvened with everyone to get an updated status report. According to Carl, severe injuries have halted since they took over the inner castle. However, everyone was terrified of the naked, horned giant monster roaming around the vicinity. Leo proposed a simple and straightforward plan. Work together and kill that thing. If these kids really dream of being heroes, they should be jumping at the opportunity like this. Ilyana voiced out that a head-on battle against Gigantes was insanity, but Leo volunteered to lead the charge because he was confident that he could smoke that monster. Princess Eliza opposed the plan, but Walden was surprisingly open to having Leo as shot caller. The guy was normally arrogant and stoic, yet he knew when to set aside pride to defeat a fearsome enemy. Since Leo was confident in his chances, it's only right to let him lead. Chen Xiao was already on board with the plan. Eventually, Eliza softened up and joined in. Chelsea had seen the same thing happen in the entrance exam. Leo loves throwing himself into impossible fights. Leo personally invited Duran to cooperate, but the prideful young man insisted on being the one to land a heavy blow on the beast. Out in the real world, concern turned to hype. With such an incredible batch of promising prospects, victory might be possible. Elena Duran felt what happened the moment Leo showed up. That kid changed the group's atmosphere. There are many great heroes in the world, but she could tell that Leo Plav is on a whole other level. He's the type of man who can turn despair into hope, the light in the darkness. In other words, that boy is goated. Within the length of the group's discussion, the monster had reattached its arm. This time, Eliza and Abad formed a surprising airborne duo. She handled the transport, wowing Abad with her flying skills. Finally, they successfully baited a ranged attack straight out of the monster's mouth. Eliza swiftly pivoted her summoned spirit out of the way, while Abad wound up a spell. Using the pure destructive power of Tempest, he put that Gigantes in a giant blender. Despite the brutality, the monster survived. The next wave of attacks immediately followed. This time it was fiery and spicy. Celia scorched the skies and landed on top of Eliza. With 3 people aboard, a wind wyvern's mobility drops. Even so, Abed couldn't stop rizzing up the hot-headed Zerdinger. Bro was talking about how well wind and fire go together. From the castle walls, Chloe Muller walked out clad in icy mana for a second-round bout against the ugly bastard. She silently chanted another big spell, and the Gigantes did not want to let her finish. Her icicle spears were formed and active. They will be the perfect companion to the duo up next, Duran and Zia. Zia's water spirit was versatile, perfect for opening a path for Duran's serious damage output. Her sparkling fluids could coil around the enemy and harden into restraints to bind them. Once the Gigantes were sufficiently under control, Duran could finally go apeshit. His lightning attacks gained a perfect pathway through Sia's water. It was a combination attack that was equally striking and inescapable. After inflicting some diabolical damage and momentary paralysis, the next guy up joined in. Walden restricted the Gigantes with his spirit magic chains. The mad lad held down a whole beast with pure muscle power. As the chains tightened, Celia and Abad decided to chip away at the monster with a combination attack of their own. Everyone perfectly played their role. It was now up to Leo and Chelsea to deliver a fitting finisher. Desperate and immobile, the beast stayed still and loaded up another ranged attack. It decimated the castle walls, but the targets leaped out of the way. Chelsea retaliated with a swirling pool of wild wind magic. All sorts of spells and aura techniques have pushed the Gigantes to the brink of annihilation. Leo Plav was up there to push past that brink. Mixing his old Kyle Vortex and Phoenix Breath resulted in something far more desiccating. After he cooked the monster's rancid meat, Chloe cooled it down to absolute zero with Ice World. All in all, it was a successful subjugation, even though the Gigantes still looked geeked out inside all that ice. Thankfully, it despawned when the frost shattered. It was a concerted effort between the top rookies of the batch across every department. As soon as Chloe retreated to the inner castle, she was hounded by Carl. He truly admired her for looking like a real hero out there. While everyone was catching their breath and celebrating, the MVP, Leo, was nowhere to be seen. Right after annihilating a giant naked bullman, Leo Plav went right back to his real mission. He found the spot Lycinas hid from the world and fulfilled its activation condition. It had been a long time since he had seen someone from his old life. The spirit known as Luminous had been awakened. Thanks to his prior knowledge, tapping into the seal wasn't an issue. At first, Luminous failed to recognize the man who woke him from slumber, so Leo introduced himself by his previous name, Kyle. Luminous quickly adjusted to the fact that his old friend had changed appearance and asked where Lycinas was. Leo had to break the unfortunate news that their comrade was dead. Luminous scanned his surroundings and saw an unfamiliar blue sky up above. He must have slept through the age of calamity. 5,000 years passed, but the spirit had only started grieving those who were lost. Even though Kyle and his friends brought light back into the world, Luminous could still feel an unsettling power lurking in the land. To protect the peace that he started, Leo will fight again. Eager to help him in his mission, Luminous passed him a special jewel hidden by the great spirits of light for generations. It wasn't especially powerful, but it would secure equal treatment to a great spirit from any spirit of light. Leo was just happy to get a bonus gift. His real reward was sharing the view of the beautiful sky alongside an old comrade. Back in the academy, an internal team compiled a list of suspicious individuals on campus. There were an awful lot of people recommended by the board on that list. To prevent any more buffoonery, starting from the second semester, Headmaster Kalyan will bring back the vice principal. While the faculty was stressing, the students were celebrating. Despite the hiccups, Leo's class survived the first half of the year. Professor Harland reminded them not to cause trouble during the incoming break. When the gloomy professor left, the rookies discussed their vacation plans. Some of them didn't even know that Leo was from the kingdom of Dalan, the frontier kingdom of the western region. It had been a while since he went home. It sounded like a great idea until he finally returned. He came home to his mother and the entire household proudly waving banners listing his accomplishments in Lumerna. It was embarrassingly sweet. Leo was glad he came home. Later that day, at the dinner table, his mom and dad tossed him a constant barrage of questions about academy life. Mom is really looking forward to having a parent-teacher meeting with Professor Harland. While enjoying their meal, a guest arrived for the young master. Mom didn't want to stress her son out with noble bootlickers, so she told the maid to dismiss the visitor. But when they heard that the guest was from Azonia Academy, interest was stirred. The messenger spirit guest let himself in and addressed Lady Raina Zerdinger. He approached Leo and handed the young master a letter. It was a formal letter offering him a recommended admission to Azonia. As far as he knows, Azonia is a Beastman Hero military academy in the middle of Aztec, the city of Beastmen. Unlike other schools, they hold the entrance ceremony during the summer. Azonia is known as the toughest academy to get into. When Leo's mom was young, she assisted them with some stuff. As a token of gratitude, they promised to recommend her son for admission. She was out there signing contracts recklessly. Since Leo's attending Lumerne now, the best Leo can get is a field trip. He's heard about the infamous Azonia entrance exam, a deadly marathon across the desert. Naturally, a Beastman Academy worships strength and instincts above all. Curious what kind of hero candidates the Beastmen have, Leo put on a disguise and started his field trip. Kieran helped him by using polymorph to appear as a mixed-blood Beastman. According to the letter, the exam venue was Aztec's Colosseum. On the way to the Grand Arena, he came across a monument in honor of Aaron, the warrior of indomitable courage. The statue was fire, but the text was a bunch of bull. Leo knew Aaron as a scaredy cat quivering before every battle. When he entered the Colosseum, Leo saw a bunch of beastmen waiting for the program to start. It did not take long for a bunch of asshats to crawl out of their hole to mess with the newcomer. Due to his mixed-blood disguise, the racist furries saw him as unfit for the glorious Azonia Academy. They kept calling him a mongrel rabbit, but Leo was unfazed. These kids are acting high and mighty, even though they haven't even passed the entrance exam yet. When this fact was pointed out, the asshats immediately escalated the situation and laid hands on Leo. The moment he felt the tightening grip on his shoulder, he wrestled the asshat to the floor. When Leo left the commotion, the guy he slammed to the ground had changed his tone. 5 millennia have passed, yet beastmen still worship the strong. Unbeknownst to Leo, a bored cat girl was watching him from the roof. Cat girl's interest was piqued. The preliminary exam started. The last group the instructor tested passed in 36 minutes, a solid upper-mid ranking. Instructor Berga too was unsatisfied with this year's Azonia hopefuls since he heard about Lumerne's stellar freshman batch this year. Still, he can't be too bitter since they have some impressive cadets in the mix too. Instructor Berga's daughter R2 is coming in as a freshman this year. He was certain that his little girl could easily be the class representative soon. While eyeing the examinees, he noticed a familiar-looking black rabbit boy in the crowd. He asked the deputy director for their file on the kid, but he wasn't on the watch list. As far as they know, the rabbit boy's name was Kyle, and he was a recommended admission. Berga looked into the boy's eyes and noticed their uncanny resemblance to an old friend, Raina Zerdinger. Leo was put in the final group for the so-called Beast Carnival. Alongside him was the prospect everyone was watching, R2, heir to the two family. Since she's a rising star in a culture that reveres strength, Leo wondered if the cat girl was worthy of inheriting Aaron's techniques. Other than that, Leo was confused by this whole Beast Carnival business. He thought he signed up for a desert crossing marathon. Naturally, he asked R2 about what's going to happen next, citing his mixed blood as an excuse for cluelessness. R kindly explained that Azonia's entrance ceremony is also one of the city's biggest festivals. The Beast Carnival is a very popular celebration and form of entertainment for visitors. For admission candidates, it was also a long-standing rite of passage. Amid the unending threat of Tartarus, this is their way of proclaiming that beastmen have arrived. Today, R is expecting Rabbit Boy to fight as well as she saw earlier. The beast assigned to them was a normal and pissed-off Cyclops. The monster single-mindedly charged forward, and the examinees scattered out of the way. This one-eyed freak made the error of focusing on Lady R2. She took to the skies in one giant leap, clawing away at the monster's flesh on the way back down. When she landed, R noticed another Cyclops heading towards the Rabbit Boy. There wasn't any need to fret. Leo's extended fist met with the monster's momentous punch. Suddenly, the poor Cyclops was reduced to a blood pulp. Just blood, guts, and gore. Leo had gotten so strong that he was acting like One Punch Man with hair. Upon witnessing such an abnormal display of lethality, the crowd took note of the Black Rabbit as a promising candidate. The closest one to the scene, R2, saw something odd. Just now, that Black Rabbit Boy beast transformed. When the moon rises, it draws out beastly powers within beastfolk. Their ancestors studied and attempted to replicate that transformation for a long time to no avail. There was a singular exception to this limitation, the beastman hero himself, Eren. The Beast Carnival concluded smoothly. As soon as she had the chance, R2 tried to corner Leo for an interrogation. Unfortunately for her, the boy's performance attracted too much attention from their peers. Dion Den, a wolf beastman, casually approached Leo with a cheerful introduction. R2 inserted herself into the conversation to push the muscle-brained Dion out. She really wanted to ask the Black Rabbit about what she saw in that Coliseum earlier. R didn't get the answer she wanted since Instructor Burga II, her dad, joined the candidates. He came by to inform them that tomorrow's exam needed no introduction. They will be crossing the Great Azurek Desert. The rules are simple. Depart from Azurek, cross the Great Desert, and finally arrive at Azonia. Beastmen know just how harsh this region of the continent is. Burga's only piece of advice was for everyone to never confuse recklessness with courage. Recommended admits who haven't attended the free Azonia lectures with everyone else are encouraged to introduce themselves. Normally, attending free lectures to secure a letter of recommendation is the standard. Recommended admits are special cases, prospects with overwhelming abilities who are exempt from lectures. The first two were R2 and the Black Rabbit named Kyle. There was Stea Rual, a mage, Rate Vega, a spirit summoner, and Dion Den from earlier. 5 special admits for the freshman class. The deputy director encouraged them to check the bulletin board for assigned lodging before being dismissed. While everyone else was filtering out of the room, Leo was halted by Instructor Burga for an interview. Without wasting time, the beastman asked him if he was Reina's son. Leo thought his disguise was impossible to see through. Well, he was wrong. Burga beamed with joy upon getting confirmation that the boys were Reina's. They were old friends who used to compete against each other as representatives of Lumerne and Azonia. Instructor Burga would have thought Reina would at least mention him to her kid, but that wasn't the case. Leo's mother never really talks about her school days, something Burga understood. If it wasn't for that fool Ellen, Reina would have turned out differently. Nevertheless, Leo knew for a fact that his mom never regretted her choices. Burga was pleased to hear that. Reina Zerdinger, the Wildflower, was a beautiful and splendid woman then and now. After seeing Rabbit Boy's Beast Carnival performance, Burga will be paying closer attention. Afterward, Leo found his assigned dorm. It was surprisingly better than El Shalbekia's accommodations. He was fresh out of the shower when R2 busted through his window to continue their conversation. She immediately realized that she had picked the wrong time when he saw the Black Rabbit naked. Leo dressed up and gave R2 the floor to speak. She accused him of being able to turn into a beast just by willing it. He confirmed her suspicions by casually demonstrating his beast transformation. Strangely enough, while polymorphed into a beast man, he could access Hero's breath. Of course, the drawbacks are severe if he activates the state for too long. Nevertheless, the last and only beastman in history to freely use the technique was Lord Eren himself. Much to R2's surprise, Rabbit Boy offered to teach her how to do it herself. He might as well pick Eren's successor now. He is going to need the power in the upcoming war against Tartaros anyway. Maybe this was the purpose of his reincarnation in this era. As long as R could prove herself worthy of becoming a true hero, he'd gladly bestow her with Eren's legacy. She took his condition as a challenge. R's instincts were telling her that this boy was looking down on her from a mighty high place. The second day of the Azonia entrance ceremony kicked off merrily. Every admission candidate lined up for the Azurek Great Desert Crossing test. Among the spectators were Professors Ain and Yura from Lumerne, scouting the competition. One name stood out in their report, a boy named Kyle. Ain wondered if the boy would be Kyle the Braggart or Kyle the hero of beginning. The topic of Kyle reminded him of Leo. When they saw R2 on the stage, she was huffing and puffing as she marched towards the competition. She just approached the Black Rabbit to remind him of their agreement. R could not sleep a wink from excitement, so he had better watch closely. The professor's intrigue towards the boy named Kyle grew upon seeing his interaction with this year's frontrunner. Like lightning, both professors were struck with the realization that the Black Rabbit was just their Leo in disguise. Before the entrance ceremony began, recommended candidates were required to take an oath. They were asked to place their hands on Lord Eren's hero record before reading a declaration. In the name of the Eren, they shall not act cowardly. While R2 and Leo were reciting the second part of the oath, the pages of the hero record lit up. The light grew into a powerful beam of radiance, piercing the sky. The professors and instructors were taken aback. Those kids just triggered something impossible. They have opened up Eren's world, a hero's beginning, Eren's prologue. Burga's deputy panicked. It would seem that their ancestors' hero's world just opened. Lord Eren's page had never opened for thousands of years. Even if this was due to dungeonization, clearing it could open a rare chance to inherit Lord Eren's power. Unfortunately, 2 admission candidates were the ones to trigger the opening. When R2 opened her eyes, she awoke in a place and time when darkness pervades the world. She tried to make sense of her surroundings to no avail. To calm her down, Leo directed her attention to the sky. Instead of clear blue skies, the emptiness of gray darkness blanketed the view up above. Leo remained composed. He was used to this world. They were transported to an era of 5,000 years ago, when Eren lived, the Age of Despair. He even recognized the city they were in, a refugee city called Laysar. During Hero Studies class, Leo went through a similar situation. When he touched his own hero's page in Berkia, he was sucked into a hero's world. Synchronizing with his own pages was one thing, resonating with Aaron's page was another. To clear the page, they must fulfill the objective of finding Aran in Lysar. An objective indicates that this wasn't a typical hero dungeon. Still, contact with the outside world was impossible. Leo saw R2 trembling and was worried for the poor girl. In truth, she was trembling with excitement, since the objective suggested that they were bound to meet Lord Aaron himself. She reckoned it would be easy to locate someone so famous and powerful. This girl foolishly believes that they could find Aaron just by simply asking around. Her decision made sense for someone from the modern era. Recorded history is different from reality after all. He let himself get dragged along by Lady R, but their strategy to ask around was not fruitful at all. They got yelled at, dismissed, and ignored for the most part. Some pervy elf coming out of a broken-down pub even tried to invite them to his room. For the sake of safety, Leo decided to find a place to stay before it got darker. He estimated the year to be 1462, 20 years since the Age of Calamity began. If his estimation was correct, there is someone in this city they need to meet. Trying his best to recall the place, Leo led the way through the gloomy back streets of the refugee city. They've covered quite a bit of distance and never saw a proper inn to stay at. Suddenly, a man tried to sneak up on R2. Her sharp instincts instantly took over, throwing the first strike. Leo warned her not to fight, but she wouldn't listen. As a result, the man who snuck up to her helplessly held R2 by the neck for questioning. If they don't state their business properly, he threatened to finish her off. Leo cited that they were told to come to this place. When pressed for more specific information, he name-dropped doppelganger Aaron. Upon hearing that, the man let go of Lady R2 and asked Leo to take the girl and follow him. The man led them to a shack where they could stay the night. Tomorrow morning, they'll continue talking. Now that things had chilled out a little, Leo went out to look at the damned sky. To this day, staring into the abyss above gives him chills. Judging by the hazy view beyond Lysar's boundary, the hero page might have limited activity within the city. During the midterm incident, the objective didn't pop out until he defeated Shubarn. The current conditions rule out a rampage. The key to opening a hero's world is typically the hero themselves, or an object deeply tied to them. Leo's recent experience suggests that there's another type of key, a person with deep ties with the hero on the page. Of course, it's all speculation at this point, but if Aaron's world did open because of his presence, it would explain a lot. It made Leo ponder if his reincarnation with memories intact was really just a coincidence. If hero records exist for the next great hero to be reborn in the future, then the complete subjugation of Erebus might be possible. The night passed silently, and Leo was woken by his loud cat-girl roommate. She assured the Black Rabbit that her sturdy body was fine after last night's attack. He filled her in on the misunderstanding and the peace talks that happened afterward. Speaking of the devil, the man who attacked R2 visited them bright and early. His name was Aegon, guardian of the azure sky, a hero from the Age of Calamity. He was quite surprised by the girl's absurdly rapid recovery. Aegon also came over to apologize for what happened last night. He didn't see how young the two were in the dark. He prepared some breakfast to make up for his rashness. If he's kind enough to offer breakfast, then he's gotta be a good person, right? Still, R2 had her doubts as they vigilantly followed the man outside. Leo knew who Aegon was during the Age of Calamity. He was a father figure to Aaron, a valiant hero they tried to recruit into the subjugation force. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the Aegon he met back then was a broken man. Compared to the empty shell of a man Leo met back then, the Aegon in this hero page seems fine. Something must have happened to him over the course of a month. The long walk with Aegon led R2 and Leo to a surprising sight. Street kids have gathered around their uncle Aegon to get breakfast started. He introduced the pair of beast folk as guests and politely asked the kids to get them a meal. R2 passionately stepped forward and apologized for misjudging Aegon's character before mixing in with the street kids. Among Aegon's abandoned children was someone special. It had been a while since Leo last saw him. A mischievous force of nature was hiding among the kids. 5,000 years ago, a plague ravaged the refugee city of Lysar. When Leo's squad arrived, the ghost town had turned more ghostly with all the freshly dug graves. They found the guard of the azure sky in a miserable and unkempt state. Regardless, Lysinus gave him the sales pitch to join the subjugation force. Aegon slumped and rejected their invitation, defeatedly asking them to leave. Luna tried to push Aegon to reconsider, but Leo could tell that the man's will was already broken. There was nothing they could do. While a broken will can be revived, someone embraced by hatred can no longer save the world. Before they left, Aegon recommended that they look for his disciple, Aaron. They weren't able to get more information other than a name, but since the name was recommended by the guardian of the azure sky, Leo thought it would be worth pursuing. On the way out of the city, Lysinus sensed the presence of a shadow spirit. That was the first time they met Elsie. Leo didn't expect to see her again inside this hero page. He was meant to meet her while the subjugation force is taking shape a year from now. Perhaps it would be better to avoid her. He got his bowl of stew and sat with Aegon and R2. While chowing on some hot meal, Leo asked the hero if he knew where Aaron was. Unfortunately, Aegon had no idea. The last time he saw or heard from that foolish disciple of his was half a year ago. This was R2's first time hearing that Aegon was her idol's master. The Guardian of Azure Sky wasn't too proud of his student, though. But in R2's eyes, the noble, great, and brave hero from history books must have been raised by a humble master. But Aegon openly talked shit about his disciple. He basically called the Beastman symbol a cowardly bum. Even so, he admitted that Eren was remarkably powerful for his age. His cowardice makes him unworthy of that talent. Eren left Lysa because he wanted to avoid fighting. Hearing slanderous first-hand accounts about her role model was breaking R2's brain. She had to run out of there to collect her emotions, leaving the boys to discuss more important things. Although it was half-truth, Leo shared that Eren saved him before. He concurred that the man was a coward, but in ways that matter, he saved many people. If Aegon could see how that coward would grow into an honorable hero, he would see that Eren was a disciple he should be proud of. Leo's words were genuine, and Aegon wanted to believe. After giving the Guardian of Azure Sky something to be proud of, Leo tended to the shell-shocked R2. The reason she could not accept the accusations that Aran was a coward was that he was the one who gave her courage. When she was younger, Lady R was timid and easily scared. She wanted to give up on her training, but her father told her that she was named after Lord Eren. Something clicked, and little R worked hard to become confident and brave like the legendary hero. Leo reminded her that as cowardly as Eren was, he saved the world. That coward was the bravest when everyone else was wallowing in despair. That's why the gods proclaimed him a hero. Shouldn't his flaws make him even more admirable? Hearing Leo's point of view revitalized the lively cat girl. She is very easily swayed. Come to think of it, Leo never saw any other children on his previous visit to this ominous city. By the time his squad arrived, Aegon was the sole survivor of the plague. That means something will happen, and all the kids Aegon takes care of will die in a month. The death toll piled up too quickly to attribute the deaths to a plague, no matter how severe. Right then and there, a close aide of Lord Levite Lacer walked over with his head held high as if looking down on filth. In the age of calamity, not everyone fought against evil. The turbulent world was divided. Most times, the enemies within were more troublesome than external adversaries. Mr. Aide gave Lord Aegon a phony greeting. Leo had seen people like this before, trash who chased merits and played at being a hero. Today, Mr. Aide came by to try to convince Aegon to stop rotting away in this cursed land. They have been trying to end his long seclusion to make him join the Hero Legion. Every time they come, Aegon gives them the same answer. If the Lord guarantees the safety and well-being of the children, he will consider the offer. Mr. Aide promised to report back to his superiors. However, he is under strict orders to retrieve the sword that devours darkness, Shatton. Leo was familiar with said weapon. It was one of the strongest blades during his era after all. Eren never mentioned that his master was Shatton's wielder. That blade was the type of weapon that was supposed to be inherited by the disciple. Aegon sighed and insisted that Shatton broke in battle 10 years ago. Mr. Aide interpreted his lack of cooperation as a sign of personal greed. The Guardian of the Azure Sky's patience was running thin. Even if he was lying, he dared the snaky bastard to do something about it. Leaking some of his aura made Mr. Aide recoil in terror. That was his sign to retreat with his tail tucked between his legs. But as long as Aegon remains in Lysar, the Lord's harassment will undoubtedly continue. Once the uninvited guests were out, Aegon apologized to the kids for showing something unpleasant. They didn't mind at all. R2 was curious about the Hero Legion the bastard mentioned. Aegon explained that the Legion is an army gearing up to fight Erebus, simple as that. When asked why he repeatedly refused to lend his talent to that cause, Aegon's reasoning was simple. If he joins the Hero Legion, there would be no one left to take care of the children. R2 protested that orphans were supposed to be cared for by the state, but the higher-ups of Lysar would rather abandon the kids than waste resources on them. They would rather sacrifice a vulnerable few for the many. R2 was incensed by everything she was hearing. Her definition of heroism was being put to the test. Aegon pointed out that she was speaking like she hadn't lived a day in the age of calamity. Perhaps being able to cling to such dreamlike ideals is a privilege of the young. In a perfect world, Aegon would love to live life with that mindset. It doesn't matter if it's naive. Leo believes that Aegon was already walking that path. He wouldn't be taking care of the orphans if he weren't a little bit of an idealist. Leo's words touched Aegon. The rabbit boy might look young, but his words carried depth and wisdom. Realizing that they hadn't introduced themselves, R took the liberty to introduce herself and her buddy, Black Rabbit Kyle. Aegon knew of a man who went by the same name, the one they call Surviving Hero. At that moment, R2 realized that the hero most people dismissed as a myth might have truly existed. Before she could derail the conversation with her endless questions, Leo snagged her tail and made her sit her ass back down. He whispered that straying away from their mission with pointless talk could ruin their strategy. Aegon had been living in the shade of the right path for too long. He welcomed the youngsters to stay until Eren returns. Even though his disciple had been missing for months, Lysar is still his home. He will return sooner or later. They must have triggered one condition that unlocked the strategy objective to meet Eren, who will return in 3 days. As expected, Leo's plan to go through Aegon was the right call. Unable to contain herself any longer, R2 chased after the ancient hero to ask more questions. Unbeknownst to her, Leo just received a hidden objective to save the Guardian of the Azure Sky. The text implied that he must help to keep Agon's will to live intact. Within the 3 days they were given, something bad is bound to happen. Leo was deep in thought, strategizing, when one of the kids asked him how he knew she wasn't human. Of course it was the Great Spirit, Elsie. Unlike the Elsie he came to know, this version was still capable of smiling. One look was all it took for her to connect the dots. An amazing spirit summoner with an all-class category, this boy must be the surviving hero, Kyle. No matter what he says, Elsie won't be fooled. The last and biggest tell was the orb of light in his possession. Only a companion of Lysina's could have such a thing in their person. It was a bit of a misunderstanding, but Elsie wasn't too far off from the truth. Apparently, she heard rumors that Lysina's left Guardsron to subjugate Erebus. She approached Kyle for that very reason. Obviously, the vibrant Elsie wanted to do her part and help save the world. The way she was acting was completely different from the shadow spirit he ended up contracting with. As a spirit born in the Age of Calamity, she had never seen the stars in a clear night sky. She's heard stories about how dazzlingly beautiful they were. Elsie is excited to form a contract with Lysina's after hearing rumors about how she defeated the Legion commander, Jormungand. She finds Lysina's ambition and abilities perfect. She keeps yapping on and on about Lysina's, but Elsie ended up choosing Kyle as her contractor for some unknown reason. Stirring the pot further, she whispered a little secret in Kyle's ears. The sword that devours darkness, Shatton, is none other than her. In the Lysar Lord's castle, reports about Aegon's constant refusal were relayed to the man on top. These days, Lord Rodion often stresses over securing more power to protect his city. His aide brought up Aegon's soft spot for the orphans of the cursed land, riling up the Lord. Rodion took it as an insult that someone wouldn't follow his greater cause to the point of shielding trivial things. The aide pounced on his lord's displeasure and informed him about the plague spreading across the cursed land. If a breakout explodes among the refugees, the city will be shaken. But if they cut it off before the sickness spreads further, they'll have an answer to their homeless orphan problem. Naturally, Aegon won't just stand by. That's why Mr. Aide planted rumors about the plague's spread earlier. They were banking on the belief that a hero won't do something foolish and endanger a city full of people, no matter what. Lord Rodion was a dumbass, completely under the control of his corrupt aide, Levaton. After just a few words, he was ready to entrust full authority over Lysar's security. Levaton's silver tongue and ability to cozy up to his boss were a dangerous combo. After Levaton's last visit to Agon's shelter, the paranoia about the plague seeped through the city. Meanwhile, Kyle was still thinking about the night he contracted with Elsie. After endlessly glazing Lysina's, she asked Kyle a serious question. Do you think the world is worth saving? Surprisingly, Kyle didn't give a concrete answer. He would rather think about that question once they are done saving the world. The Elsie he met back then was disillusioned with the world. She wasn't as bright as the Elsie hanging out in Aegon's shelter. Kyle was finally certain that the kids did not die from a plague. When he met up with R2 again, he asked her where the Guardian was. Unfortunately, Aegon has left. He was summoned by order of Lord Rodin. Once the shield was gone, the operation to purge the source of the plague ensued. The kids politely tried to drive away the soldiers deployed by the city. Their pleading was met with violence. These soldiers saw the orphans as nothing but plague-ridden rats. The situation could have turned bloody and sad real quick, but history won't be repeating itself. R2 swooped in just in time to save a helpless little girl from getting sliced apart. Leo instructed her to prioritize the children's safety, while he squared up with the deplorable soldiers. At the forefront was Jaren of the Laser Hero Knights. In her eyes, interfering with their work is akin to defying the Lord's orders. Leo knew better than anyone that this was Levaton's move. It was obvious that they were using the excuse of a non-existent plague to kill a bunch of kids and retrieve Shatton somehow. Leo cannot stand people who call themselves heroes, but fail to uphold even a minimum line. These people are living insults to those who truly risk their lives saving the world. Jaren knew she was cooked, so she raised her spear and attacked. The rabbit boy easily deflected her spear tip. The parry was quickly followed by trash talk. He showed off his fire attribute aura, an unusual ability in the Age of Calamity. Jaren was confident that her shield would render the flames useless. She quickly found out that overconfidence is a hell of a drug. Leo blew her the fuck up with pure flaming aura. One attack was all it took to melt her shield and burn her armor. Both her skill and equipment were trash. While Leo was literally cooking his foe, R2 showed off her combat skills too. Fully accessing her beastly savagery, she drop-kicked one of the pathetic armored knights. After knocking one out, she glided through the air to reposition on top of the biggest enemy clump. When her feet and knees dropped, the incompetent soldiers followed. Leo was very much impressed by R's proficient use of the elasticity aura. Now that they are fighting side by side, she's even more excited to take on Leo's flame aura soon. The burn victim leading the operation bitterly growled that Lord Levaton would avenge her. She even cursed at Aegon's kids for being filthy orphans. R did not like that at all. At that moment, Leo asked R to take the kids to safety for a bit while he dealt with the trash. She gathered the children and led them away, knowing that shit's about to go down. Jaren asked if the boy was ready to surrender and beg for his life. That could not be farther from what Leo had in mind. He just told R to evacuate the kids, because what he's about to do would traumatize any child who saw it. Jaren tried to beg for her life at the last moment before her head was separated from her body. The captain was beheaded, and the soldiers were damn near paralyzed from the beating. Still unsatisfied, Leo stabbed the fraudulent hero's body repeatedly. Elsie watched the gory scene all the way through. She respected Leo's decisiveness when dealing with evil. This Elsie is still young and inexperienced as a great spirit. This was her first time seeing the ugly side of the world. Even so, she ultimately sacrificed herself to save the world in the end. The last time he saw her as Kyle was a bittersweet moment. As the last embers of her life burned out, she asked her contractor one thing. Elsie asked Kyle to continue looking for a reason to save the world. All she really wanted was to see the starlit night sky that existed before the calamity. In a way, her wish was fulfilled, but she was no longer there to bask in starlight. She saved a world worth saving. Leo thoroughly cleaned up the scene and burned the bodies to ashes. Despite the fight, the clear condition hasn't been met yet. It implies that Aegon's shelter wasn't safe yet. Aegon is stuck in the Lord's castle, but Elsie alone should have been fully capable of dealing with Levaton's untrained thugs. In other words, the kids will face a threat that even a great spirit could not stop. If that's the case, Leo wasn't fully confident that he could measure up to the task just yet. As he theorized, Elsie just sensed stronger enemies heading their direction. Since they stopped the first wave of the attack, a trickier challenge lies ahead. Protecting the kids while holding out won't be easy, but Leo came up with a way to solve their firepower problem. They need to find Aaron. According to their clear objective, Aaron won't reach Lacer for 3 more days, but Leo knew better. Last night, he confirmed the restriction zone of the hero's world. Surely the page owner had already spawned in. He told her to play it slowly while avoiding taking any more risks. Knowing the Black Rabbit, R2 doubted that he would stick to that safe play plan. She came to dream of being a hero because of Lord Aaron the Brave. There was no way in hell someone like R would back down when meeting her idol was within reach. Furthermore, she doesn't want Rabbit Boy to hog all the glory. The revised plan is for Leo to head and search for the Beastman hero while R holds the fort. Back in Leo's subjugation days, Aaron was notoriously strong yet timid. He could take down giants but was deathly afraid of the demon race. Even so, he's always had the urge to fight. One day, he decided to gather his courage at a place that overlooks his hometown, Lysar. Aside from demons, he was also terrified of heights. But that night, he was overcome with the desire to protect his city. Recalling that conversation, Leo headed for the highest peak within Lacer and climbed it. At the top of the concrete lighthouse, he saw a face he hadn't seen in 5,000 years. The only great hero born during the Age of Calamity, ridiculously bashful, yet immensely courageous, Aaron the Brave. Leo knew that all he had to say was that Aaron's siblings at Aegon's shelter were in danger. Without his strength, those kids might suffer a terrible fate. Believing every word Leo said, Aaron's power manifested. It had been a while since Leo had seen a comrade in action. Just from the radiant aura alone, you already know Aaron is going to be a menace. Before hopping off the lighthouse, the Beastman asked the Rabbit Boy if they'd met somewhere before. Leo honestly answered that they will, in a not-so-distant future. With that in mind, Aaron blasted off like a rocket. Leo was glad to see that his old friend hadn't changed. Back then and now, he's always running full speed ahead for the sake of someone precious. R2 stashed the orphans in one of the vacant houses nearby, and they were quickly found by the second wave of attackers. Right now, she's tangling with a pissed-off Lord Levaton, who was forced to dirty his hands thanks to his incompetent army. R was making a fool of him for his sloppy attacks with nothing but brute strength. She was doing really well until a wild bolt of concentrated mana knocked her off her game. She shamed Levaton for being a mage pretending to be a warrior. Levaton did not account for the beastfolk kids interfering with his plan. He thought he was in the clear as long as Aegon was restrained. Once more, R aggressively pressed her attacks. She cannot stand bitches who only borrow power from magical armaments instead of using actual skill. That hate manifested in her kick that slammed the corrupt aide to the wall. The fight looked one-sided, no matter how you look at it. Neutralizing a fraud was as easy as pie, even for R2. But her impressive showing of force attracted the attention of the real problem. Talatania, demon of Tartarus and daughter of the monster queen Silitana, joined the fray. Still feeling herself from the recent stomp, R2 readily charged at the unknown enemy, intent on blowing her away. Princess Talatania found her little kitten attack cute. The demon's clothes started to rip, her body morphed and grew, reshaping itself. R2 failed to pick up on her demonic scent. Now she is screwed. Talatania was quite proud of her scent-hiding trait. She got it after biting off the Fairy King's arm after all. The giant Spider-Woman was not deployed to deal with some tasteless cat girl. R could die for all she cares. She tried to crush R2 with her spider legs, but someone interrupted. Shatton finally decided to step in. If it hadn't been for Elsie, R would have been crushed into meat paste. Elsie corrected the demon princess about her name. Shatton was just the name of the sword she once wielded. Talatania doesn't really care. All she cared about was getting a taste of the great shadow spirit. The princess tried to break free from Elsie's dark hold, but it was surprisingly tough to do so. As soon as Elsie's shadow secured a tight grip, Talatania's huge body stopped moving. the shadow tendrils quickly multiplied, completely immobilizing the threat. It was a repeat of their fight 10 years ago, when Elsie defeated the princess alongside Aegon. R2 didn't even know that one of the kids was a great spirit in disguise. Unfortunately, Talitania had learned her lesson from her previous defeat. She was able to free one of her freshly sharpened legs and stab Elsie's body. The impact of the stab pushed R2 away while Talitania was completely freed from her restraints. Being a great spirit, a single stab on the body doesn't mean game over. Elsie still had more shadow juice to grind down the spider. She had gone all out, but Talitania came out alive, completely mangled but still alive. While regenerating her head in full, she asserted that an immature great spirit without a contractor cannot possibly beat the daughter of the monster queen. There is nothing stopping her from biting into that spiritual flesh. While the spider princess was focused on Elsie, R2 seized the opening to kick her head off. The foot dealt some damage, but not nearly enough to knock a giant spider woman out. All it did was make the princess hungry for catgirl meat. Absolutely terrified of being monster food, R2's mind wandered to the coward who saved the world. If she wanted to chase after Lord Aaron, this was her chance. She refused to stand, trembling in terror. She would rather try an attack than succumb to fear. R2 thought she could scratch her way to subjugate a named demon. She was horribly mistaken. All she was in Talitania's eyes was a juicy, furry dessert reserved for later. R's injuries were severe. She wanted to get up, but she couldn't. She prayed and forced her legs to move, but they didn't. She was in a miserable condition until the whole area was suddenly lit up with bright lights. At the epicenter of the light in the middle of the night was a younger version of the man that every beastman revered. Meanwhile, Elsie was reaching her limit from continuously swatting away the spider's attempts to consume her. Talitania stopped only when Lord Aaron stepped in to handle the problem himself. Right in front of R2, he used Beast Transformation, the lost signature skill. The princess was intrigued. She had never heard of a beastman transforming without the full moon's influence. With an appearance somewhere between man and wolf, Aaron menacingly walked towards the big bug. Princess Talitania swatted him away using a single leg, but it was blocked and held in place by Aaron's raw strength. Taking him a bit more seriously, the princess added more spider legs to the mix. Aaron breezed through her attempts like they were nothing. He successfully closed the gap and put the monster queen's daughter in a firm chokehold. In one flashy finishing blow, he forcefully made that spider eat concrete. After a one-sided beatdown, Aaron emerged from the dust with Elsie in tow. When she woke up, he gently asked if she was hurt anywhere. Elsie was fine, all things considered, but the spider princess was still breathing, and she was very pissed off. The great shadow spirit wanted the killing blow for herself, but Talitania refused to let that happen. Morphing into a more demonic form, she lunged at the beastman while looking like venom. Aaron won't just sit by and wait for her attack to reach completion, though. His body radiated once more. He used the bright lights swirling around him as deadly weapons. The light solidified, forming intricate columns with ancient engravings. The rugged pillars of light finally sentenced the foe to shut the hell up. Meanwhile, the man behind the shit show was fleeing to the southern region of Lysar. Lord Levaton had no idea that he was conspiring with a demon woman. Collusion with humanity's enemy is a crime punishable by death. In his desperate attempt to escape his offenses, he failed to account for another person. While running, one of his hands fell off without warning. His ugly stump squirted blood, and the pain made him halt his run. Leo wanted to be the one to pass judgment on this parasite. In the past, he had a particular way of disposing of traitors to humanity. Once again, he was being pushed to cut heads and kill bastards. Levaton pathetically offered him status and fame, but what's the value of those things if the world is ending? Out in Aegon's shelter, the night sky had turned bright thanks to Aaron's luminous display of skill. With the spider lady out of the way, the cat girl came out to play. R2 was fangirling hard on the younger version of Aaron in front of her. Leo reconvened with everyone else and checked on Elsie. Despite sustaining a big hole in her stomach earlier, she was already fully healed. More importantly, she was proud of the part she played in defeating the Spider Princess. It was W in her eyes, but Leo knew better. Princess Talitania won't die so easily. She's a monster that destroyed kingdoms. It would take a hell of a lot more firepower to eliminate her completely. Elsie proposed that they should recommend that Aaron join the subjugation with Lycinas and everyone. Leo responded by ruffling her hair and agreeing to her idea. Today, the great shadow spirit realized something. She no longer wanted Lycinas. She wanted to form a contract with Kyle instead. She changed her mind solely because she grew to like him over a short period of time. Although he was honored, Leo does not have the authority to enter into a new contract at this time. He also confessed that he wasn't exactly the surviving hero. Elsie was surprisingly receptive to his absurd reason since he lacks power despite being an all-class fighter. Even so, she still wanted to make a contract with him. She wanted to bet her future on him since she's quite certain that he has the sauce to defeat Erebus. Leo didn't fight her any longer and accepted. Spirit and human touched each other's hands as Elsie commenced with the ritual. It was faint, but her shadow seeped through his flesh, marking his soul. She vowed to be his sword and shield as long as the contract lasts. Leo assumed that the contract would likely break when the hero's world ended, but contracting Elsie felt strangely nostalgic. While he was reminiscing, R2 was shamelessly clinging to Aaron like a rabid fan. Aaron was too polite to push her away, but the arrival of a familiar figure stopped everyone on their tracks. Agan had returned and saw his wayward student after half a year of no contact. Leo and R met Eren and saved the Guardian of Azure Sky. Mission objectives were completed. Agan welcomed his stupid disciple with a tight hug around the Beast Boy's neck. He didn't even pay proper respect to his master, and he should have said hi to his siblings. Now that the threats have been neutralized, the kids ran to the comfort of Uncle Aegon's presence. Leo was satisfied just watching what could have been from the sidelines. It is a relief to see the past change, even for just a moment. Agan and Aran personally thanked Leo and R, while Elsie had already hidden herself somewhere. Even the Guardian of Azure Sky was quite disturbed by the young lady's attachment to Eren. He thought she must have hit her head or something. Agan wanted to repay Leo for all that he had done, but all he could offer was a tome chronicling his personal aura cultivation method. It was the same method Eren used to gain the ability to beast transform at will. Leo was astounded by the value of the ragged tome. In his hands was the original version of Hero's Breath. As soon as he received his reward, he informed R that they had to go now. If she has anything to say to Eren, she had better say it now. The hero world can only stay intact for so long. She was naturally reluctant to go. She wanted to stay with Lord Eren a little bit longer, but she would settle with a pat on the head to cheer her on. Eren was confused by her request, but Leo just gestured at him to do it. Clueless and awkward, he gave his biggest fan the head pat she wanted along with a few kind words. That day, Lady R2 took an oath to never wash her hair again. As the hero world collapsed, Leo spent his last moments talking to his old friend. He warned young Eren that life is about to get a whole lot harder. There will be people they can't protect. There will be despair and endless trials. But he assured Eren that he would make it. After all, he's braver than everyone else. There is nothing more courageous than sacrificing oneself to save the world. Quietly, Leo promised to do his part to the best of his abilities. Out in the real world, Instructor Burga too had grown frustrated by the lack of progress in shutting down the hero's world. Thankfully, the professors of Lumerne left their front row seats to calm Burga down. Since the issue concerns hero worlds, it would be good to share experiences, especially these days when Lumerne just went through several unfortunate incidents the past semester. Professor Ain added that one of Lumerne's students is also involved in today's situation. Before he could explain further, the stone tablet's light covered the whole area. This type of reaction means either a hero world clear or the page is closed due to the challenger's death. Fortunately, this light signified the former. R2 and Leo were gently spat out by the page. Now that they're back, Burga ran up to his baby girl and enveloped her in a tearful hug. He wanted to know if she was hurt. Not only was she fine, but she also cleared Lord Eren's world. While Burga was scolding his daughter, Leo fished something peculiar out of his pocket. He pulled out a pendant that wasn't supposed to be there. Inside was none other than the slumbering Elsie. R2 proudly credited the Black Rabbit Boy for the successful clear. Instructor Burga was glad to have another promising prospect entering Azonia. Regardless of the method, R and Leo cleared Lord Eren's world. That alone proved that they are worthy of becoming heroes of Azonia. Before Burga could get carried away, Miss Yura interjected. With thinly veiled anger, she asked what in the world Leo was thinking. He tried to play dumb, pretending not to know his summoning professor, but Miss Yura wasn't playing. She grabbed him by his magic ears and scolded the boy relentlessly. Professor Ain had to explain what was really happening. It's a mystery how the kid snuck through Azonia's selection process, but the jig is up. Leo Plov disabled his disguise, showed his true appearance, and reintroduced himself as Lumerne's first-year representative. Back in Leo's family home, Lady Reyna was informed that a guest had arrived. It was a young woman claiming to be the young master's school friend. Since the young lady didn't flaunt her family name, Reyna allowed the girl to be escorted into her home. She took it as a sign that they must be truly close to her son. The mystery guest was Chelsea Llewellyn. Reyna knew her as the kid who teamed up with her son during the entrance exam. Chelsea brought a scrumptious strawberry cake as a gift. It was the perfect way to get in Reyna's good graces. She recognized the box from Rodrin Royal Bakery. It's been a while since she's been to that store. While sharing cake, Reyna informed Chelsea that Leo is away from home for several days. The young lady didn't mind at all. She was planning to stay in Delard during summer break anyway. Luckily, she didn't have to wait for long. Leo just got home. After washing off the long journey back home, he invited Chelsea back to his room. Her heart was pounding out of her chest when she entered Leo's room. The tension she felt quickly dissipated when she saw just how plain and ordinary his room was. What really interested her was the story of how Leo sneaked into the Azonia entrance ceremony. He told her the story of how great hero Eren's record suddenly came to life. Leo even told her about Miss Yura and Professor Ain's involvement. Hearing all about his adventures made her fired up, so she demanded a special training session from Leo. She was welcome to sleep over and do whatever she liked. At night, when everyone else was sleeping, Leo pondered the pendant he received. Lately, every hero's world clearly rewards him with things he could never dream of. But Elsie is supposed to be a being from the past. She wasn't supposed to cross from the page into reality. The only plausible reason for this anomaly is his connection to the past as Kyle. First, he wanted to check on the Great Spirit's condition. As soon as he opened the pendant, shadows and light exploded within his room. Elsie slowly opened her eyes and asked him where they were and where the rabbit ears went. Strangely enough, she felt stifled. Something was holding her back from using her full power. As expected, she's not in perfect condition. Still, The implications of her crossing from the distant past into the present were a mystery. Looking around the room, Elsie saw a moon that wasn't blood red through the window. She also saw the strange specks of light in the night sky. It was exactly like the starlight she had only heard about in stories. Leo took this chance to explain to Elsie that she's in the future now. Believe it or not, she somehow crossed over to a world 5,000 years after her era. He also told her that in this life, his name is Leo Plav, rather than his old name, the hero who survived, Kyle. Finally, he was able to truthfully share how he defeated Erebus and reincarnated into the current era. It was a lot to take in, but seeing the night sky made Elsie believe his every word. After all the struggle, she is now in an age of peace. It's not completely peaceful, though. Erebus was defeated, but he hasn't vanished completely. Tartarus is still scheming in the dark. Leo will need Elsie's help to defeat them once and for all. If this is now her reality, then fate must have a hand in it. She will be in Leo Plav's care once more. A day later, Leo's father pointed out how close Chelsea and Raina have grown. Interrupting their father and son stroll, a butler informed the head of the house that another guest from Lumerne had arrived. Hearing that reminded Leo of something he forgot to tell his parents. Today was the day scheduled for Professor Harlan's home visit. He wasn't expecting to see another student of his in Plav family's home at all. Chelsea was quite pleased to see a familiar face, but Harlan warned her to head straight home soon, since she's next on the list for his summer home visits. Leo and his father met up with the rest out in the yard, and Harlan politely thanked the man of the house for the warm welcome. Lady Raina, on the other hand, was excited to see Professor Harlan for a different reason. She was eager to tease and mess with Harlan like an annoying little sister. When the parent-teacher meeting officially started, Harlan spoke frankly about Leo's record. There is no doubt that the boy has all the qualities one could ask of a hero candidate. He is truly unmatched. Leo's mom and dad were floating on cloud nine, hearing their boy receive such high praise. Harlan handed Raina Leo's results in night studies, magic studies, and summoning studies, all of which were marked with top-tier grades across all three departments. Leo's leadership is also exceptionally strong, but in Harlan's personal opinion, the kid faces incoming crises far too readily. Throughout Lumerne's history, there have been very few students who could hold a candle to Leo's potential. He's a 15-year-old boy accomplishing feats comparable to full-pledged heroes one after another. It sounds like a good thing on paper, but even Raina could see how that can't be purely good. To achieve heroic feats usually means risking one's life, and Leo had been involved in far too many extreme cases in just one semester. Raina had not voiced her concerns, but she's truly worried about her son's safety. So Professor Harlan asked why Leo keeps pushing himself so hard. The kid eloquently stated that trials are unavoidable on the path to becoming a hero. He is not the type who merely idolizes the heroes of old. Harlan knew better than anyone that this psycho is truly dead set on the complete annihilation of Erebus. After the home visit wrapped up, summer break flew by in the blink of an eye. Leo had returned to Lumeria City to take in the lively vibe. On his casual walk around town, he came across Hero's Rest, a cafe managed by the Academy. Outside the cafe, a pair of youngsters wearing Lumerne uniforms were making a scene after being kicked out for not having student IDs. They insisted that they had left their identification behind, and they had been hanging out in this cafe all semester anyway. Leo reckoned that Dumb and Dumber here must be hero candidates who were advised to withdraw after the final exams. He could see that the argument was on the brink of escalation. One of the kickouts threatened to use force if he wasn't allowed entry. Suddenly, Leo felt the world stop spinning as a man clad in black drip appeared beside him. The man outrightly stated that Lumerne does not give second chances to those who can't cut it. He stared the youngsters down and strongly encouraged them to give up and walk their own paths. The road to becoming a hero doesn't stop at Lumerne. His words did not have any effect on the Dumb and Dumber. Since they refused to listen, the man just sent them to the Shadow Realm right away. The man was briefed about how impressive this year's freshmen were, but seeing dropouts shamelessly rampaging gave him a bad first impression. When asked where he sent the kids, the GigaChad answered that they are now somewhere far away. Leo just held his breath and watched the whole thing happen. He was 100% certain that this enigmatic man was a genuine dragon in disguise. After coming across a mythical beast in human form, Leo headed to the port where he met up with Celia. The start of the semester felt more real by the minute. Chloe Muller found Leo and Celia and joined them in waiting to ask about their vacations. Celia's vacation wasn't the best. She was swamped with family issues and such. Leo says his vacation was normal, but Celia outed his secret outing in the Azonia entrance ceremony. Finally, the best bro arrived. Always on the lookout for profit, Carl arrived at the port with a massive bag filled with wares to sell. Not long after, their little group had grown big when Ilyana and the others joined up. Now that everyone had arrived, the man Leo encountered at the cafe emerged from out of nowhere. He gave greetings to his cadets and introduced himself as Riven, the vice principal of Lumerne Academy. The only thing cadets knew about the principal was his 5-year absence from Lumerne. Getting right down to official business, Riven counted 346 of 440 students who made it to the second semester, a high survival rate. Riven has heard murmurs about the first-year batch being called the Golden Generation. He's not the type to believe rumors until he sees for himself. Today, the surviving cadets will demonstrate their capabilities to the Vice Principal. He already canceled the ship that was supposed to take them to the academy. Vice Principal Riven vanished into a puff of dark smoke. He will be waiting for the kids at the front gate of the school. Before vanishing completely, he warned the kids that crossing the lake wouldn't be easy. Perhaps no one will make it across. Summer is over, and daily life in Lumerne has officially restarted. Leo's lake crossing method was straightforward. Just pump aura and fly over the water. Staring at the lake below him, he recalled that this area wasn't filled with water before the Age of Calamity. This place used to be the center of the world. Though Lumerne Academy now occupies the territory, it was originally said to be the land of dragons. It was the first area attacked when Erebus appeared. Leo's historical musings were interrupted by a hostile bolt of lightning coming from behind. Duran chased after him with a singular goal in mind: defeating Leo Plav. Before he could properly get his hands on his one-sided rival, the lake water below them created a massive wall of separation. The culprit was Eliza and her pink dolphin summon. Similar to Duran, she's been chasing after Leo to settle their unfinished duel from before. Chinsia saw the commotion and laughed. She was just having a fun time out there. A few other cadets gathered around the interesting spectacle, intentionally slowing down to watch. Eliza and her pink dolphin rode the cooling wave towards Leo. Without footing, he can't dodge this one. So he improvised and froze the water in place. Eliza expected that he'd have a method to counter her every move. So she showed him something he had never seen before: a pink dolphin firing beams of energy from its mouth. The pink beam tracked his position and diligently followed Leo. It was a pain in the ass to take in raw. Eliza was very pleased with herself. For a minute there, it looked like she had the upper hand. But Duran was still sparking off in the distance, and he is very territorial when it comes to his prey. He was down to play dirty and struck Eliza Hergen from behind. As a result, Leo was freed from hostility, while Eliza and Duran argued about who got to fight him first. To stop them from bickering, Leo proposed a compromise. Just like a tournament, they should fight, and whoever wins will get to fight Leo fair and square. They were so competitive that both of them readily agreed. Eliza came out of the gate swinging with a showcase of her Delphinus's Dominion ability. Her Aqua Gorgos turned the water itself into a troublesome weapon. Duran was no slouch either. And if we're talking in Pokemon terms, Electric owns water types. With both pursuers distracted by each other, Leo snuck out and continued crossing the lake. At the rate they were going, everyone should make it to campus safely. Ilyana was cruising in the air, and even Carl dared to tempt fate by asking for a Kraken to appear and dare to stop him. Even so, the man overseeing this test is a dragon old enough to have lived a long life. Leo wasn't worried for nothing. Suddenly, thick fog rolled over the lake and swallowed every cadet whole. They initially dismissed it as naturally occurring fog, but quickly realized it was highly irregular. Consumed by the fog, they were separated from one another and trapped in a pitch-black space. Ilyana sensed a presence standing before her and immediately drew her blade. In front of her was Professor Harland, but he looked a little off, a bit illusory. Leo was the only one who knew for sure what was happening. The fog was a type of dragon speech magic. Long ago, one of the powerful forces of Tartarus created a potent dragon clan curse. They called it Nightmare. This curse forces the victim to confront the last person they would want to fight. In Leo's case, as expected, his nightmare was facing off against his dear comrade, Lysinus herself. While he was stuck in the pitch-black curse, most of his fellow cadets were face down and out on the water. The academy arranged for dive teams to retrieve the unconscious freshman from the water. Riven's illusion magic was just too much. Most professors don't like the vice principal's inelegant method, but it was very effective. They were completely unaware that one of the cadets was having a tender moment with a great hero. Instead of absolutely smashing him to bits, the illusion of Lysinus let him out of the dark freely. Leo knew she would do something like that. He was very grateful. Vice Principal Riven, just like he said, was waiting for the cadets at the other side of the lake. While he was watching the water, Leo reached the finish line while criticizing the old dragon for making up an impossible test. Riven was legitimately shocked that one youngster pulled through. He asked Leo to sit down and have a chat with him. Riven has been serving Lumerne for a long time now. In doing so, he had seen many students become heroes. But no one dreamed of something beyond being a hero. The vice principal had grown bored of watching the world stagnate for so long. He overlooked Leo's potential, and for that, he apologized. With just the two of them sitting on the bench facing the lake, the old dragon asked the kid what his dream was. Consistent with his goal, he answered the complete annihilation of Erebus. He truly understood why Riven had grown disillusioned after working at Lumerne for so many years. But he reminded the vice principal that the King of Wisdom once saved the world and never gave up. Even if he was frustrated and disappointed, he saw no reason to give up. If Riven is a legitimate descendant of the King of Wisdom, then Leo's advice was to follow the king's example. He basically confessed to the old dragon that he knew about Riven's true identity. In truth, Leo is looking forward to working with the great King of Wisdom from now on. Vice Principal Riven was left with countless questions about who Leo Plav really was. One thing was for sure, he felt a familiar will oozing from that kid. Some say that to this day, Eliza and Duran are still fighting in the lake. Once everyone was rescued and awake, the Lumerne Academy opening ceremony commenced. Leo met up with his senior class representatives and was cheerfully swarmed by Lil Luce, the second-year representative. She was a big fan. She lamented the fact that she's squeezed between outstanding seniors and juniors, even though Monster Girl Lil is the undisputed #1 in her batch. Lil doesn't like the Monster Girl nickname and scolds Hark for pouring poison in Leo's ears. As far as Leo knows, Hark Ligward possesses the accumulation aura trait. He stores up power and pours it all out during battle. It's a rare trait that keeps him perpetually sleepy. While Hark naps, Lil tries to convince Leo to use her other nickname, Spirit Master of the Gale. Third-year representative Elena Duran arrived just in time to insist that Monster Girl was a better fit. She was also in the mood to finally grant Leo the favor he wanted to ask. But in return, he must promise to grant Elena a favor down the line. Hark heard her voice and woke up angry from his nap. He low-key hates her for real. Thankfully, the most senior representative arrived just in time to defuse the situation with a smile. He led the other representatives out of the tent, leaving Hark and Leo inside. Hark gave his junior a fair warning to be careful of Elena Duran. Ever since she was young, she's had a habit of treating the people around her like toys. Leo was aware of her willful personality. Everyone was. But the real problem comes when that girl finds a toy that she finds particularly special. Her eyes are on Leo now. He genuinely appreciated Hark's advice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but Sleepy Boy was quite welcoming to his junior. Headmaster Kalian stood on the podium to address the whole academy. It was a pretty boring speech. During the yap session, Leo was preoccupied with thinking about the heightened threat of Tartarus, now that he's made too much noise to get their attention. Hell, the hidden traitor in the academy might even try to eliminate him directly. No matter what, he must stay sharp. After what seemed like forever, the headmaster's welcome speech concluded, and the cadets filtered to their assigned classes. On the first day of the second semester, Carl was already complaining. The first lecture was led by the terror professor hiding under a kind smile. Apparently, they must cover a new issue that cropped up in the field of hero studies. As most cadets know, for the first time ever, the prologue page of Aaron the Brave was cleared during the Azonia entrance ceremony. Those who cleared the page were certain that a certain name was mentioned in the scenario. For the first time in the world of great heroes, the hero of the beginning, Kyle, was officially mentioned in the record. Leo reckoned R2 must have included this tidbit in her report. Today, they must ponder whether the man with no known hero record was a real person. They must manage their expectations carefully. All they have right now is a single mention of a name. On that note, Chloe Muller raised her hand and asked what would happen if the hero of the beginning was proven to be real. In that case, the entire landscape of hero studies would be overturned. Among the many hero pages with unknown owners, some may belong to Kyle. That would mean humanity would also have a great hero to look up to. Leo felt a bit complicated, given that he was the topic of discussion. To this day, 5 races exist on the surface, namely humans, elves, beastmen, dwarves, and dragons. Among them, only the humans had no great hero to praise. For the past 5,000 years, humanity has lived with an inferiority complex toward other races. If his existence was revealed and proven, then humanity might finally be able to stand proud. According to the professor, there's a high probability that Kyle would have been an all-class fighter. After all, they now know how powerful an all-class can be thanks to a certain student in their school. The lesson about the hero of the beginning went on for far too long. By the end of the school day, Carl and Leo washed up before heading back to the dorms. Given the lecture earlier, Carl was quite curious why Kyle was labeled the surviving hero. It can be interpreted as a symbol of strength that survived many battles. That interpretation is partially true, but more precisely speaking, it was because he was the lone survivor while countless heroes were massacred. Before bedtime, Leo checked on Elsie, opening her cozy pendant. Even now, the great shadow spirit couldn't stop herself from admiring the bright night sky. It's about time for her to meet Leo's other summons. He also asked her not to tell them about his true identity for now. Free at last, Kieran stretched his wings while Fiora politely gave her contractor a practiced bow. They immediately noticed Elsie sitting by the window and turned to their master with questions. Leo explained the bare minimum and let his summons sort themselves out. Kieran immediately tried to make Elsie believe that he was the captain among Leo's summons, but Fiora also wanted to be captain. She was Leo's first contract after all. Kieran sees himself as the most dignified and highest-ranking summon, so naturally he should be captain. The Phoenix and Fairy Prince bickered like children in front of Elsie, making her chuckle. She liked how full of life her fellow summons were. Elsie calls them lively. Leo calls them immature. The next day's classes kicked off in the Magic Department's outdoor lecture hall, led by the popular Professor Len. During the break, he gave a lot of thought to how the second semester should go. This year's freshman batch is receiving a great deal of attention from the school. To answer why that is, Professor Len pointed at Carl Thomas to discuss. The reason was quite straightforward. It's partly because this batch is exceptionally outstanding. In addition, the upcoming Lucijan is generating quite a buzz. Previously, the Magic Department's seniors in second, third, and fourth years had never won once. As far as Leo knows, Lucijan was the friendly match between Siren and Lumerne. For the past 3 years, Lumerne's Magic Department has suffered L after L, but not anymore. With Professor Len at the helm of the department, he aims to prevent a fourth consecutive year of humiliation. For the second semester, he prepared lessons to condition his students for the Lucijan at the end of the term. Starting today, they will be diving into the majestic world of hero magic. Great mages of history each possessed a unique magic that symbolized them. The deeply personal nature of unique magic makes it difficult to pass down and inherit. There are exceptional methods, such as bloodlines or secret techniques handed down through institutions. But there actually exists a method that could drastically reduce the difficulty of the learning curve. As Chloe Muller pointed out, life could be easier with the help of hero skills. When one clears a hero record, one can be rewarded with a unique magic inheritance. Mages have researched how to turn those unique magic rewards into a mass-produced spell for more widespread use, and eventually came up with hero magic. The unique abilities once used by mighty heroes have been reimagined and deconstructed for anyone to learn. It sounds awfully convenient, but a mismatch in mana affinity would result in activation failure. Before the class officially began, Professor Len wanted to check on the magical dueling abilities of his students. Magic duels are a good way to assess a mage and how well they can handle hero magic down the line. When he asked for volunteers to go first, Ilyana enthusiastically raised her hand and stepped forward. Some people in the class view her as a traitor simply because she trains with the Knight department. Ilyana wasn't too bothered by it. Haters were just hating on her for being a dual class. For her opponent, Professor Len went out of his way to provide the best possible special instructor for the job. That's right, blonde-haired Gojo Satu is back to terrorize some first-year kids. Professor Albi promised that he wouldn't go all out, but the cadets are free to go ape shit. Albi Giron is widely considered the strongest magic duelist in the academy. Just seeing him in action was a privilege. Believing that the key to victory was attacking first, Ilyana formed her golden magic swords as fast as she could. Shining blades surrounded Albi, yet he did not react. He just stood still and let the sword tips clash against his imperceptible barrier until they lost power. Carl questioned her ineffective method, but Leo told his buddy to watch a little bit closer. The blades of light that should have returned to mana are maintaining their form even in a shattered state around Albi's foot. If Leo could see it, the professor surely does as well. Ilyana Raiden's trump card is now in play. Recycling the broken blades scattered all over the field, she formed a massive attack right above Professor Albi. She's very proud of this unique magic she perfected during vacation. Professor Len was impressed. Ilyana had some overly extreme offensive tendencies before. She compensated for her weakness by doubling down on more offensive power. Chaining off shining blades, she summoned Shining Rain. Albi watched the drops of destruction heading his way, observing each one with great interest. Ilyana braced for impact as the downpour of shining rain devastated the field. The professor's response left Leo feeling uneasy. Limited by the limits of a human body, it shouldn't be possible for Albi to use the Fairy King's magic, Mirror Force, to clone an enemy. When the dust settled, there were two Ilyanas on the field. The clone flashed the original a cocky grin, and it was on. Ilyana couldn't stand being mocked by her own clone. Like everyone, she assumed that Albi was using illusion magic. To deal with an illusion, she reckoned blasting it with a big orb of pure energy should do the trick. But the clone matched her freak by casting the same spell, and it was slightly stronger. Seeing that she was growing more frustrated, Professor Albi reminded Ilyana to stay focused until the end. All it takes is a lapse of judgment for a single moment to turn the tide of battle. The clone casually used the unique magic she had worked on so hard. An even more powerful, colorful downpour of shining rain brought Ilyana Raiden to her knees. Even though she lost, Albi complimented her performance. Professor Len turned to his class to get the next volunteer, but Professor Albi had a better idea. Instead of beating up helpless kids, he called on Leo Plav to come forward. Leo didn't see any reason to refuse, so he readily joined Professor Albi in the ring. Albi has the Fairy King's illusion magic, and Leo has the Elven Star magic in his arsenal. Right away, the cunning professor used Mirror Force to clone Leo. The Fairy King's magic was designed purely for combat. Albi's clones draw out the copied target's power and amp it up to the limit. To test out how accurate Albi's Mirror Force was, Leo used Star magic right out of the gate. Anyone who devoted their life to magic would know how rare and powerful elven magic was. Leo's magic, in particular, looked like he was summoning an entire constellation of heavenly bodies in the palm of his hand. The bright and overwhelming mixture of different hues was a product of casting multiple spells at once. Now that it's the second semester, Leo has grown a little bolder when it comes to showing off the extent of his power. On the other side, Professor Albi's clone of Leo casts the exact same magic as him. As the flashing stars fly toward our boy to absolutely cook him, Professor Ren gets chills from the sheer power of his senior's spell. You see, Professor Albi's cracked Mirror Force spell creates a perfect clone of whatever target he chooses, but the clone can only use the caster's magic, not the target's own abilities. In response, Leo defends himself with a double-layered barrier. Everyone watches as the insanely powerful magic explodes on impact and lights up the battlefield with destructive force. What shocks Professor Ren the most is that Leo can actually keep up with his professor. With skill like that at his age, there is no doubt in his mind this kid is destined to become a hero. He has the talent to leave a deep mark and carve his name into Lumerne Academy's history books. As the stars explode around him, Professor Blonde Gojo silently evaluates the skill level of his opponent. While he is not sure what words could describe him, he knows the first year dueling him is definitely no average NPC. Meanwhile, Leo prepares his counterattack by casting a barrage of fireballs to distract the clone for a short moment. Naturally, his balls are not average. They are boosted by multiple layers of magic enhancement spells to make them hit hard. Seeing that, the professor thinks Leo is a complete clown if he believes such simple magic will actually do anything useful. However, Leo reminds him that the clone was never his real target. The duel was always between them from the start. Fired up by the cocky little remark, Albie decides it is finally time to give this smug first year the beatdown of his life. Still, Leo already knows the best way to beat someone using Mirror Force is to distract the caster and attack when he least expects it. While his fireballs keep the clone busy, he rushes straight into its face, which forces it to defensively cast Firewall. That still is not a problem for him because our boy never skips leg day. He leaps right over the flames. Combining Cinder Explosion with Windstorm, he unleashes a combo attack that his clone definitely will not forget. Watching the entire exchange from afar, Professor Albie is left stunned. He quickly realizes Lumerne Academy's star student will overwhelm the clone despite their massive gap in experience. After the devastating combo spell lands, Leo finishes the duel by instantly closing the distance and grabbing the clone by the face and reducing it to ash. After that, he stands confidently face to face with his professor, casually telling the man that he knows elven magic too. Professor Gojo is impressed by how he did not try to cancel the firewall like a normal person. Instead, he blocked his vision and used a timing window tighter than Dark Souls dodge frames to dispel his clone. Albie reluctantly admits that it is no wonder the other professors treat him like the biggest prodigy in his class. Inwardly, he is convinced our boy is talented enough to surpass him before even graduating from the academy. Later that day inside the tower, Vice Principal Riven stares out the window with a deep look in his eyes. The headmaster asks if he has eyes on some baddie that caught his attention, but the vice principal explains he is watching the first years show off their skills. Curious about his opinion, the headmaster asks what he thinks of them. Turning from the shadows, the vice principal shares that he has high hopes. They are not just good, they are the brightest batch the academy has seen in decades. Appearing before the headmaster, he hands over a report on everything he found about hero dungeons during his travels. He has spent the last 4 years searching across the world for any clues about them. Riven admits he still is not sure whether they truly exist, but one thing is certain. Revealing their existence would definitely benefit the students greatly. Holding 4 years of his blood, sweat, and tears in his hands, the headmaster thanks him from the bottom of his heart. Anyways, the vice principal hopes he was not called here just to watch some first years. He understands the real reason for the meeting is the news that a traitor is also hiding inside Seirin Academy. The headmaster grows frustrated hearing that, admitting Tartarus is becoming more and more active lately. At his age, he is no longer capable of keeping them fully under control anymore. In fact, he believes the era of swordsmen and his influence as the Sword Saint will soon be over. He asks the vice principal if he truly believes Gen Z can handle the endless disasters plaguing their era. But Riven simply throws a question back at him, asking whether he himself can place all his trust in the new generation. With a smile brighter than gold, the headmaster says there is nothing he trusts more than his proud students. The next day, Professor Harland announces to the class that their next event will involve training through a real mission. As future heroes, it is only natural they are expected to at least make a difference against the threats around the world. Of course, the academy will cover every expense since this is only a training exercise. They will even earn credits from it, making it a win-win situation. However, he warns them not to get cocky and choose some mission clearly above their pay grade. On the battlefield, there are no save points or respawns. If they screw up, they die. That brutally honest statement leaves some students trembling in their boots. Right as class ends, everyone stampedes toward the bulletin board covered in requests. A crowd quickly gathers as the students search for the right mission to pick. Chelsea notices Leo there too, but she looks surprised that he plans to take a mission in some dogwater village sitting in the middle of Alabama. She comments that a bandit subjugation sounds like boring grunt work that will only become annoying. But he responds that he has always wanted to visit that place. Right then, the two freeze when they hear a snobby voice behind them. As expected, it is Queen Elena of Lumerne Academy, and she is visibly disappointed by Leo's pathetic mission choice. Ignoring the squawking harlot, he does not even bother making eye contact as he tells the princess not to judge a book by its cover. In reality, the place where he chose his mission is somewhere not mentioned even in history books. No one knows that the location used to be the legendary city of Gardzron 5,000 years ago. That also happens to be where he first met Rashina's. Somewhere nearby, 2 first-year students rush toward the first floor to grab their very first practice mission before all the decent ones get snatched up. In their hurry, they slam straight into a massive senior. The freshmen instantly go pale when they realize they just crashed into an upperclassman. The tall dude glares straight into their souls and barks at them to watch where they are going properly. A bright blue pin carrying the crest of the moon and clouds shines against his otherwise dull outfit. As the mysterious guy walks away, The first years point out how weird it is for a senior to be hanging around the first year building lately. After talking more, they realize he and several others belong to the Blue Moon Party, led by the third-year representative Elena herself. Just hearing that name sends a shiver through the juniors like somebody name-dropped a serial killer. They find it strange that the Queen of Lumerne would come to such a pitiful place, unless she had some personal interest there. The scene then shifts to the first floor, where our boy is already talking with the Queen herself. Leo asks why Elena came to him out of everyone there. Elena bluntly replies that her party is going on a dungeon raid and wants to take our boy along personally. Without even thinking twice, Leo rejects the blondie on the spot, leaving her completely stunned, speechless. A pink aura spreads around them as the Queen asks him to repeat himself again, but her shock is immeasurable when Chad's answer remains exactly the same. Meanwhile, Carl and Chelsea secretly eavesdrop on the argument and are blown away by their classmates' audacity completely. Elena strengthens her ability as her eyes glow bright pink and her aura intensifies, demanding that he explains himself properly now. Leo slides a crisp paper toward the senior, saying he already picked his mission beforehand. He is afraid to share that Her Highness would never care about a backwards village, so the mission is meaningless for her. Without waiting for any reply, he strolls off with his friends and leaves the Queen of Lumerne hanging. Around her, the juniors completely lose it and start yelling at our boy just to earn Elena's approval desperately. Elena, however, smiles while staring at Leo like a middle schooler in love. She keeps thinking about how he resisted her subjugation ability without the slightest struggle whatsoever, making her even more interested in this junior now. Not long after that, news about Elena getting rejected spreads across the academy like wildfire through the school newspaper. Back in the classroom, our boy thinks over the day's events. At his side, Carl has a naughty grin on his face as he asks how it feels to humiliate the Queen of Lumerne. But he shrugs off the question. He realizes that he needs Elena's good graces eventually to get access to the Forbidden Library, but for now his priority is to expose the traitor inside the academy. His thoughts are interrupted by the professor asking everyone whether they chose their practice missions yet. All the students respond with an affirmative, and he commands the class to prepare for their expedition ahead. A few days later in the Garin province, Leo steps through the teleporter. He examines the new landscape, which looks to be a desolate grassland with no civilization in sight. Concerned for his safety, an old man approaches him asking what brought him to the remote area. He instantly recognizes the uniform he is wearing and is even more confused. Leo explains that he is there to resolve a request regarding bandits in the area. The old man is relieved and escorts him to the town nearby. He observes the architecture and remarks how it used to be part of the city of Guardsron. As he approaches the castle doors, Leo is stopped by two nervous guards who demand he state his purpose to visit the place. Our hero pulls out a paper stating the request to deal with the bandits. The two men almost faint from shock when they realize he is from Lumerne Academy. He smiles innocently as they allow entry without any check. Inside, he is seated in a lavish room and served a Gordon Ramsay-approved brunch. The manager urges our boy to rest at their lodgings, but he politely refuses. He gets straight to the point and asks where the bandits are, so the blonde pulls out an ancient map showing the exact location of the bandits. Mid-discussion, a servant bursts through the door demanding the attention of the manager. He states that more hero candidates have come to the castle. This news catches everyone off guard, prompting the host to ask our boy if he had other members with him coming along. The servant announces that the new arrivals are from Seirun Academy. Right on cue, several elves enter the room dressed in white and black uniforms. At their head is a tall elf with flowing black hair and a mean expression named Haden Dirtian. Leo is at a loss at this sudden development, but the moment is interrupted by a red-headed elf, Runia, who recognizes him immediately. Blushing, she starts talking with our boy like they're best buds. Hearing his name from Runia, the others realize who he is. Tensions begin to rise as they remember he deciphered the Founder's magic. Leo tells Runia that he is here on a mission to subjugate the local bandits, which sparks an idea in her mind to rid herself of her annoying seniors. Wasting no time, the redhead exaggerates the seriousness of his mission and offers to help our boy with his dangerous mission personally. Her classmates are against the stupid decision, but she argues that innocent lives are currently at stake, so she takes off running while dragging Leo with her whether he likes it or not. Once the two finally leave, Hadin calmly seats himself opposite the host and asks his lackeys to step outside before he speaks privately. The elf explains that he and his team came here to investigate the wildlife and natural habitats in the area. This explanation leaves the manager confused, and Hadin coldly continues by demanding permission to freely explore the lands without any restrictions. His deadpan expression sends chills straight down the manager's spine. The man quickly prepare the required documents, allowing their expedition to officially begin. Meanwhile, inside the castle garden, the remaining Seirin students loaf around. They discuss how it's outrageous to send just one first-year student on a mission in such a remote region alone. They fear that Lumerne may have the same classified info as Siren about the hidden hero dungeon that exists in that region. One of the four comments that even if that actually were true, it would still be unbelievably stupid to send such a low-ranked hero candidate alone. In response, a pink-haired second-year student laughs and mocks that the students at Lumerne are a complete joke. Out of nowhere, Elena suddenly appears directly behind her and scares the soul of her body. Elena feels bad for Lily, who failed to show her own abilities because she was busy supporting her class. The siren group freezes up nervously, confused about what business the Queen of Lumerne has with them. Furious at the outsiders insulting her people on her turf, Elena activates her ability. Her glowing pink eyes shine intensely as she orders the juniors to kneel down and bow before her as punishment for the disrespectful garbage they spewed earlier carelessly. Reluctantly, she questions why the hell she should kneel to another student. The siren student fires back that even a blind person could tell the siren's second years are cooking Lumerne's team alive. Their cute little representative Lily should actually do something instead of sitting around like a pretty doll. The girl challenges Elena to prove her judgment wrong if she really thinks she has the skills. That blatant invitation to fight immediately gets Elena fired up. She steps forward and gives the fool one last chance to take back that filthy comment if they value their life. When they refuse her generous offer, she reminds them they were the ones who started it first. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoes throughout the academy, catching the staff members off guard. They rush outside in a panic to find the source of the massive boom. Seeing the siren students lying on the ground knocked out cold beside a cloud of smoke, they wonder who the hell did all this damage. Right then, one of them spots the shining golden hair of the Queen of Lumerne. However, Her Highness seems to be doing something absolutely unhinged in public. With her foot stomping on the poor girl's head, she degrades that clown and reminds her she is nothing. She has zero right to dump on her academy. At that moment, another siren student arrives on the scene who seems to know the cold-blooded queen. Elena casually keeps her foot planted on the poor girl's head as she greets Hadin. Flashing a devilish grin, she mocks that he did such a garbage job disciplining his juniors about respect that she had to beat the lesson into them herself. The elf is seriously ticked off by her comment. Meanwhile, at the bandit subjugation, Runia is going completely feral on all those poor suckers. They run from the rampaging witch who blasts them with fire and throws out every curse in the dictionary. Watching it all from afar, our boy realizes he probably will not need to help the mad woman in the fight. Instead, he focuses on the ruin standing before him. While hundreds of years weathered it down, he believes it should not be possible that there are barely any remnants of the fortress of Guardsrun left behind. Placing his hand on the cracked walls, he feels something strange is definitely going on here. Right at that moment, he senses traces of dark mana leaking from the wall, which means Tartarus is no doubt behind it somehow. That is when it finally hits him that the fortress of Guardsrun did not disappear anywhere. What he sees is only the tip of the iceberg, while the rest of it is buried deep underground beneath them. At night, Runia starts a campfire with 2 logs for the both of them to enjoy a comfy little camp night together. Seeing that he isn't back yet, she remembers he mentioned that he came on a practical mission from the academy. That makes her wonder if he will return to the academy once he is done, or if she should invite him to enter the hero dungeon alongside her instead. After she finally finds him next to the ruins, he tells her he was investigating something strange about the fortress. Deep in thought, he remembers that the citizens of Guardsrun had to move out in search of new homes. That is because the fortress was attacked and overtaken by Tartarus, who dragged it deep beneath the earth. Anyways, he calls it a day and returns to camp with Runia. There, the two are completely shocked to see the most cursed couple in academy history sitting together, Hadin and Elena. Inviting them to sit down for what feels like an interrogation, the queen straight up asks if she accidentally blocked their little date night. Runia immediately turns into a blushing mess on hearing that, which does not help her case either. After that, Elena officially introduces herself as Leo's senior from Lumerne. Confused, our boy asks the princess what she is doing here considering her party was supposed to explore some dungeon. She was against wandering around this boring place. Elena smiles and says she ditched them because she finds quality time with him way more interesting than some dusty dungeon. That gives Runia all kinds of dangerous ideas, and she asks what happened to the seniors who were with Hayden earlier. While Elena breathes down his neck with that smug, haughty laugh of hers, he explains that a certain psycho sent them to the infirmary. Leo is quick to sense some drama definitely went down between these two. Moving on, Runia asks Hayden what this means for their dungeon exploration mission. Hayden explains that it changes nothing. The two of them are more than enough for the mission, but Queen Elena suddenly grabs his face shamelessly and questions if he might be talking about a certain hero dungeon instead. Hadin realizes the queen has spies everywhere, so it seems Lumerne already had insider information on the newly discovered hero dungeon. With the most punchable grin imaginable, Elena reveals his juniors leaked everything about the newly discovered hero dungeon. She grabs our boy up like her Gucci handbag and declares they will explore it together the next day. Girl completely ignores the fact he still has a subjugation mission to finish first. Elena is somehow 4 steps ahead already and says she wiped them out on the way, so they're cooking. A thick atmosphere of competition fills the camp. Runia stares at them and swears she will find the hero dungeon first no matter what. On a rainy morning the next day, our boy demonstrates some of his abilities to Elena, who looks genuinely impressed by his performance. She is surprised to see he completely outclasses most first years by a landslide. Feeling weirded out by her bubbly girl personality, he questions what happened to her usual stuck-up queen bee attitude from the academy. In return, she ambushes him with a sudden headpat attack. The queen finds it adorable that he used to see her that way before. She asks him to describe her personality now, to which Leo instantly replies dumb as bricks, and she bursts out laughing. On the other hand, Runya is surprised to see the two of them have spent quality time together. Staying focused, Hadin reminds her they need to stay extremely cautious. They will be forcibly dragged into the dungeon if they fail to detect the mana signal correctly. Later, Elena gets tired of waiting after finishing the exploration on her side first. She calls Hadin pretty slow for someone who talks like a know-it-all genius. But the elf fires back that he actually does his job thoroughly, unlike her. After that, the two teams head out together. Elena tells Leo that Hadin is a massive nerd who gets tilted way too easily whenever she flames him. Suddenly, he senses a powerful mana reaction nearby. The squad is shocked when he suddenly says he might have found the dungeon while standing directly in the middle of a strange magic circle. He activates what he remembers was a teleportation gate from Guardsron itself. This is massive news, because if the gate is somehow still intact, that means Guardsron might not have collapsed underground after all. Staring in complete awe, Hadin questions how a first year managed to decipher what he senses is ancient magic. Leo claims he analyzed the magic formula earlier, which appeared to be a teleportation gate, and luckily his guess was correct. Since it opened successfully, he believes the other side should still be active too. Runya hesitates to step inside, but Elena says they cannot know where it leads without entering first themselves. She asks her favorite junior to come with her immediately. Leo, however, has serious doubts about whether Guardsron could still be erect that deep underground after all this time. That is when Elena suddenly touches the gate. She accidentally activates some ancient system that announces the hero world has officially been unlocked. It declares that the first record to play is the prologue of Varharun. A bright flash of light bursts out from the newly opened gate. The squad freaks out when they realize they are not being transported into some normal dungeon. It's a one-way train to a hero world instead. A glitchy interface pops up in front of Leo and Elena. Beneath the glitched-out name, the chapter title appears as Prologue Varharun. The moment he reads that name, cold sweat starts pouring down our boy's face. He stares blankly into the endless light pouring from the portal before it swallows him whole. When he wakes up, Leo suddenly finds himself standing inside a fancy hallway beside a massive window with warm sunlight shining through. Our hero quickly checks the user display for his mission objective, but as expected, the screen is blank because of the nature of this dungeon. Snapping back to reality, he decides the first thing he needs to do is regroup with the other three immediately. Not a second later, a short girl carrying a dangerously huge stack of books crashes straight into him. The poor elf girl instantly drops to her knees in panic while scrambling to pick up her books and apologizing over and over for the accident. When he looks down at the kneeling girl, he is flabbergasted. It is the founder, Luna. The two stare at each other awkwardly for a brief second before Luna suddenly turns pale and screams an apology to Professor Archant. The fact she knows his name catches him by surprise. The panicking girl swears that she only skipped class because she was busy researching magic again. Only then does Leo realize this is a possession-type hero world. So he has possessed a professor, and everyone sees him as Professor Archant. He remembers that the man was a legendary historical figure who taught the founder Luna magic. He practically raised her like a daughter. While handing the books back, our professor asks the elf where she is heading in such a rush. Confused by his calm reaction, Luna nervously asks if he is not going to scold her. He replies that this is probably not the first time she ditched class, and definitely not the last either. With that, the two begin walking toward the library together. As he watches her happily bounce along beside him, our professor realizes her perspective on life is surprisingly simple. The easy-to-please girl is overflowing with joy just because she did not get flamed by him. If the modern elves ever saw their legendary founder acting like this, they would never believe she becomes the same historic figure they worship. Luna leads our boy toward a nearby table where he places the books down for her research. She clumsily drops herself onto the chair while thanking the professor, but the goofball gets cut off halfway through when the chair leg snaps under her non-existent weight and sends her crashing to the floor. Our boy can only smirk at Luna's disaster class level clumsiness before excusing himself. He tells her he would love to stay and chat longer, but he has more urgent business to handle first. Staying focused, he needs to find more information and regroup with the other three members to clear the dungeon. As he walks through the halls, the professor mentally reviews the basic mechanics behind hero dungeons. A normal dungeon forms when a hero record becomes unstable. It starts distorting reality around it enough to create an entrance. However, if the rampage continues too long, the record can merge with reality. What scares him most is the possibility that ancient monsters could also spill into their world, leading to casualties beyond imagination. His thoughts drift to Luna next. He isn't sure yet if this entire world truly revolves around the founder's story, and wonders how old she is in this chapter. What's disturbing him, he still has no clue what the objective of this hero world is supposed to be. Suddenly, the professor's thoughts get interrupted when a student loudly calls him, demanding to know why he is wandering around there in the first place. Confused, our boy turns toward the panicked young elf like he doesn't know who Archant is. The student hurriedly blurts out that he is late for class, and the students are throwing a riot over being ignored. Realizing he cannot afford to break character if he wants to clear the hero world, Leo decides to roll with it and asks the nervous elf to guide him. The two rush to a massive open arena together. Along the way, he remembers that Var Harun was the ancient elf city that existed before the Great Calamity. There, it served as an elite academy where the strongest young elves were trained into absolute monsters. Crossing the arena, Leo enters a massive dark room with several hundred elf nobility awaiting his arrival in tense silence. As soon as he steps in and apologizes for being a little late, the crowd erupts in anger, screaming that this was a completely unacceptable thing he did. One of the members goes on to say that they are all candidates for the elf throne. A bold student steps forward toward our professor, screaming just like the rest. The elf has short curly hair and a fierce sharp look in his eyes. The scrawny elf shouts that such a teacher cannot be trusted and must be replaced immediately. The crowd echoes whatever the lad says as if he is leading them like a commander. Leo asks who the person was, and he responds with clear surprise. He is told he is speaking to Herkian Besron. The name sparks a new wave of anger in the MC as he remembers all the crimes this scumbag committed. He recalls Herkian betrayed his own people and allowed Tartarus to invade the ancient city. The elf was a disgrace to his race. He controls his anger and politely asks Herkian why being late demands replacement, knowing there is something deeper and darker behind the riot. Upon further pressing, the boy reveals that they all think the professor is incompetent because he is babying Luna. She is a disgrace everyone frowned upon in elf society. From behind, another elf responds to what Herkian just said. He goes on to insult the man, saying that he speaks absolute nonsense. This strikes a nerve in Herkian, and his eyes start glowing bright red as he asks if Zira just dared raise his voice at him. The two quickly get into a fight, grabbing each other's shirt collars aggressively. The curly-haired dude asks what relation Zira has to Luna to justify such anger. At the same time, Leo is quietly watching the drama unfold. He deduces that Herkian must be a senior from third year who was offended by Zira, who must be a junior student. The snobby elf roars that he wants to discipline the guy, but he can't do much due to school rules and needing permission to duel. Without a care, our professor suddenly declares that he gives full permission for the duel. This move leaves both elves in visible shock, and he further elaborates that since both parties want to fight, then who is he to refuse it? The elf states that this kind of behavior does not suit the professor, and with a sly smile he gets ready for action. Later outside, the students cheer Herkian to kick Hadin's teeth in and get the disgrace expelled already. Staring him down like a demon, the loser swears he will demonstrate what a real mage actually looks like. Casually fixing his glasses, our boy marks the official start of the duel. Herkian goes completely all out from the beginning. He bombards his opponent non-stop with magic attacks. Unable to understand how any of this is impressive, Hadin looks slightly disappointed instead. Leo knows that he is a third year at Siren Academy. At his level, there is basically no type of magic he does not already know compared to some bargain bin king like Herkian. Before the Age of Calamity, high elves like him were nearly wiped. The reason being they became spoiled by peace and comfort. With an arrogant smirk, Herkian is already making plans about how he should finish his opponent dramatically in front of everyone watching. However, that smug grin gets erased from his face when his student suddenly forms a powerful aura around his body. Watching his magic get blown away by a mere second year, Herkian is left stunned. Even Zira's classmates stare in disbelief at how the heck he is using such an advanced technique. Seeing that, Leo realizes Hadin openly used a technique the body he possessed never could have handled before. After all, lazy bum elves from back then never trained both sword and wand together like the current generation does now. Rather, magic was not considered important enough for an elf to physically train with. Even then, Herkian shouts that cheap aura training will never help against his advanced magic. He launches 2 more slimy magic missiles, and Hayden senses that the king's raw power output is impressive. That said, it is still pathetic compared to what he has handled before. He draws his sword and rushes straight forward to make the king regret ever crossing him in the first place. His aura shatters Herkian's barrier in one giant explosion. When the dust clears, the loser is sitting flat on the ground with a blade pointed directly at his neck. Furious, Hadin mocks him for having zero real skill, yet still daring to insult their founder Luna publicly. That causes an uproar because a disgrace to the elves like Luna could never possibly be their founder in their eyes. Hadin is pissed off by the sheer nerve of this man who keeps talking trash despite already getting cooked. Then he does what nobody expected, and kicks the elf king right in the mug. Warning Herkian that he brought this humiliation upon himself, the student climbs on top of him and starts beating the daylight out of him. Before he goes too far, Leo intervenes. He brings the guy back to his senses and tells him he has already gone far enough. Still not satisfied with the blasphemer's punishment, Hadin requests permission to pound him just a little bit more. There is honestly nothing he would enjoy more than that. However, he reminds him it would seriously mess up their progress in clearing the hero dungeon later. Hearing that, the elf instantly realizes that he is actually Leo. Our boy offers to share information, but first they need to move somewhere more private. As Professor Archant, he declares that the duel is officially over and orders some students to drag Herkian straight to the infirmary. Meanwhile, he takes Hadin with him. The only problem is, he has absolutely no clue where his room is located. So the clever guy orders a nearby staff member to escort him, and the man leads him right to Professor Archant's study room. A nearby student overhears him saying he will personally punish Zira later himself. But this silver-haired baddie is not actually a real student, and she figures out they probably do not belong in this world either. Inside the professor's study room, Hadin throws a complete tantrum over the nerve that bastard had to insult their founder lady openly. But our boy explains that it is actually a natural thing to hear during the time period they are currently in. Hadin asks in confusion what exactly he means by that, so Leo gives him a reality check that their hero world is actually thousands of years in the past before the Age of Calamity. His senior finds that incredibly hard to believe since the hero records from that era were supposedly wiped out completely. The only exception would be if this is the world of a great hero, and the elf suddenly shoots up in shock after remembering the only hero from that exact period. He confirms that it is the world of the founder of star magic herself, Lady Luna. Still completely stunned, his senior demands to see some kind of proof that the world they entered truly belongs to Luna. So my guy drops the bomb that he saw her a few minutes ago, no cap. That news hits his senior like a lightning strike. Man instantly becomes desperate to know what the legendary elf shoddy actually looked like in person. In his mind, he pictures her like the petal of a blooming flower, or maybe an innocent beauty even the stars would kneel before. His thirsty senior grabs him and shakes him back and forth, dying from suspense to know. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to see his idol. But disappointment smacks him like a truck when he learns what she is really like. Leo comforts the poor guy by saying she is still pretty cute at least. Regardless, it is a fact that they are inside the Founder's world. Tartarus should not even exist here because the organization only came into being after the Age of Calamity. Returning to the mission, his senior figures their objective must be something huge, since they are not inside the world of some average hero. While he is still unsure, the elf senior suggests they avoid using modern magic since it does not even exist during this era. The moment Leo hears him mention magic, everything instantly clicks in his head. Back when Founder Luna was still a student, this was the very beginning of her research into star magic she later became famous for. He realizes his objective must be to assist her research into star magic while acting as Professor Archant. Right then, a knock on the door suddenly snaps him out of his thoughts. The staff from before informs him that the headmaster would like to meet with him personally. Bro genuinely asks what he did to make the headmaster angry at him. The man explains it is because of the huge fiasco he caused earlier. Even the higher authorities of Varharun are getting involved. They have strict orders for Student Zero to be placed under arrest immediately. Realizing it is best to play along for now, Hadin agrees to go to jail without causing more chaos. Our professor also figures out he's going to have to deal with this smartly. After that, he accompanies the man toward the headmaster's tower. Inside, he walks alone through the eerily silent tower, with not a single soul anywhere around him. Suddenly, he sees something he never imagined could actually exist standing before his eyes. The staff of Polium rests on a pedestal right within his reach. It is explained that the staff was one of the greatest treasures of the elves before the Age of Calamity. It is a sentient weapon that chose its own master. The staff only acknowledged Founder Luna as worthy, and it shattered alongside her at the time of her death. Unable to hold himself back anymore, Leo slowly reaches out to touch the mythical rarity item. That is when he suddenly hears a voice from above calling him interesting. His eyes widen in complete shock as he looks up and sees the mysterious person. However, it is not too surprising though. There is a demigod on Earth as the headmaster in the times before the Age of Calamity. The demigods are supreme beings who the common laws of nature don't apply to. Before the Great Calamity, these beings freely roam in the mortal world. After seeing Fibua, our professor politely greets him, but Fibua tells him that there is no need to be formal. Then he explains that the deities who come to the mortal world can't use their powers, so the only thing which they can provide the mortals is knowledge. After that, he asks our boy if he is receiving blessings from the deities, but our boy counter-questions him to reveal how much he actually knows. The deity is surprised to see that this guy knows how to deal with a deity on equal terms. Impressed, the headmaster understands Leo is not an ordinary guy and is the current user of the record system. He introduces himself as Fibua, the current headmaster of Varharun, and Leo also introduces himself back. The headmaster, being curious, asks our boy how a low-life person like him can become the master of the record system. He asks him if he is talking about the power which can remake the past. The deity is astonished to see that our boy doesn't even have a full understanding of his own powers. He explains that the deity who gave him this power was seriously irresponsible. So the headmaster asks him how much he knows about his powers. Our professor explains to him that first this power records the accomplishments of the people which are recognized by the deities. Then it recreates the past and rewards are granted to him if he clears them. Fibua explains that something like this is not possible. When that happens, it means that the system is really powerful and isn't created by a single entity. Curious, he asks Leo how he got his hands on this power, to which he replies that he saved the world. He was the one who defeated Erebus. Hearing that name, the deity cannot believe that a mortal can beat such a beast. Our boy asks him why the supreme beings didn't kill Erebus in the first place. The headmaster explains to him that the beast has powers rivaling the deities, and the mortals cannot even put a scratch on it. But since it's the darkness of this world, it can't be separated from it. The deities cannot defeat it, but they have supported mortals, and with their help, they were able to push it into the darkness to maintain the balance between the light and the dark. but when the light shines brighter, the darkness also gets stronger. So Erebus is restoring his power, and with time it will get so strong that no deity or mortal will be able to defeat it. Finally, that is the mark of the Age of Calamity. But Leo did something which even the demigods weren't able to do. Then our boy asks if it was really that important, because the only thing that happened to him was that he lost his memory. The headmaster thinks that it's really sad, but he replies that he's gotten used to it. After all, he has something much more important to do. Fibua asks next what he wants to do, to which he declares his real goal is to completely annihilate Erebus. The deity understands he must have gone through hell and back when he was trying to defeat Erebus the first time. Yet now he is reborn, which was not expected by the deities. So he always has the option of leaving the rest to the future generations and living a peaceful life. Fibua questions if he really wants to go through all that pain for the second time. Leo tells him he has already made his decision and is going through with it. The headmaster says the deities gifted him this world for a reason. Our hero remarks that this world belongs to Luna. Fibua argues that the deities gave the hero record to him, meaning in other words the record belongs to him too. That is the main reason why he is the only one to receive the rewards in this world. Fibua reveals the staff is an accumulation of his knowledge, so he should take it since it will definitely help him. Our hero asks him if it is really okay for him to have an elven treasure. The deity simply answers that the Polium has chosen him as its master. With that, he tells him to go and advises him to be careful. While he can't explain it, something bad is going to happen to this world, and he prays that his path is full of blessings. Meanwhile, somewhere else, some Tartarus demons are possessing bodies. Wiener says the commander told them that the elves of this era were already corrupted. It's no wonder this rotten city makes her feel comfortable. The corruption makes her feel more at home than disturbed for their mission ahead. Sid says they should not lower defenses because elves from this era defeated many commanders and also played a major role in taking down the Great Being. Then, Sid and Sarman ask Venner why she suddenly called them out here for an emergency meeting. She tells them that an outsider has entered the dungeon. Sid shrugs it off as it is probably some weakling from the academy. Sarman asks her if she has any information about them, and she says that one of them is a student named Zira who is currently in the underground prison. If he finds a chance, it's his job to eliminate him. Sarman, however, theorizes there must be more than just one. Confident in herself, Viner sees that as a big win if there are more, since that means more fun for her. She wants to see the look on their faces when they see that page of their great hero burn and disappear. While they had some setbacks in the mission to conquer this world, they are going to overcome that. It is all so that they can fulfill the wish of their lord Erebus. Sodom. In the past, the hero world came into existence when a small part of Erebus was revived. After subduing it, the hero record was divided into 5 parts, and that is how the 5 hero academies were formed. The main reason behind dividing the hero record was to acquire Kyle's page. But in the end, the main question remains, how could Tartarus influence a hero record made by the deity? Our boy decides that he will go and have a look at the forbidden archives. But before doing that, he has to get Hadin out of the prison and find Runia and Elena. Suddenly, Luna appears in front of him and says that today is Elf King Ergin's birthday, so there is a party in the World Tree Plaza. She says that he did not receive an invitation, and asks her favorite professor if she can go with him. But in reality, our boy also did not get an invite either. After hearing this, he notes that Luna was not from a noble family, but she got into the academy because she has got great skill and talent. She told everyone that due to her overwhelming talent, the Elf King also supported her. So he asks her that if she is supported by the Elf King, then why did she not get an invite at all? To his shock, the poor girl tells him that the Elf King has stopped supporting her almost a month ago. The only thought which comes to his mind after this is that history has been changed. He thinks that they only got here a few hours ago, so there is no way history can be changed like this so fast. That's when he remembers that Fibua told him that the darkness has already fallen upon this world. The thought crosses his mind that Tartarus might have entered the hero world as well. Meanwhile, in the prison cell, Hadin thinks that it was foolish of him to get involved in that fight. They must be very cautious with every single action. But according to him, the elves were messed up to have jails for their own kind. He wonders if the past was really this different, and when he gets back to Siren, he has to report a lot of things in detail. Suddenly, 2 girls pass by his cell and he asks them who they are. The orange-haired girl leaves him speechless when she tells him that they are slaves. Hearing this, he gets angry and calls that impossible in the city of elves. But she acts like it's the most normal thing ever. All half-elves are slaves from the moment they are born. Hadin cannot believe how far they have fallen that they even enslave their own kind. At that moment, Sarman rolls up out of nowhere and starts kicking the girls. Saying the slave is lacking manners, he beats her up in front of Hadin. The poor guy asks if he's ducked in the head, but Sarman nonchalantly questions what is the problem in punishing a slave. The scumbag taunts him, asking if he can't accept that his forefathers did such horrible things. His reaction confirms he is from Seiren. So while Sarman has no clue how he got here, the one thing is sure that it's time for Hadin to log out permanently. Hadin tries to use his mana, but the restraints don't allow him to use it. Suddenly, Sarman tries to attack him, but Elena appears out of nowhere and stops him. She launches an attack that almost kills him instantly on the spot. Turning around in a mocking tone, She asks Hadin why he is in such a bad state. He is forced to admit that she's definitely gotten a lot stronger. While acting all arrogant, she says that he should just wait for the upcoming loose battle. The other slave asks Elena how she can use magic. She explains to the girl that she is not her friend Marin. She possessed Marin's body so she can punish the bad guys. The girl believes she is an angel, but Elena tells her to close her eyes until she tells her to open them. Since Sarman is not dead, he tries to restore himself. But Elena warns the bastard that she might have passed by him without even noticing him if he just stayed down. Enraged by her arrogant comment, the half-rotten demon swears that he will hunt down every last hero candidate. The story shifts back 2 years ago when Hadin and Elena were just newcomers in the academy. Back then, they had a fight right from the get-go. She was stuck up as usual and did not bother to even look at Hadin, so he decided that he would force her to look at him. But the cold-blooded Queen of Lumerne easily overpowered him. It was at that time he realized some people are born to become heroes, and Elena was one of them. Meanwhile, in the present, Elena tells Sarman that this time she is going to give him a painful death. She fires a mana beam on him, which leaves Sarman in disbelief that someone like him is going to be defeated by a pathetic hero candidate. He takes the attack head-on, which turns out to be a big mistake. Elena drops some advice that they should at least bring a legion commander if they want to defeat her then. Low-level trash demons like him are a waste of her precious time. After seeing Sarman off to the gates of hell, Elena tells Marin that now she can open her eyes. When the girl opens her eyes, she sees a glimmer of hope. Elena assures her that she will guide her forward. Meanwhile, at the royal castle, the princess's butler asks Her Highness Sergia to stop being so stressed. He tells her to keep her back straight and her smile more dignified. She finally fixes her goofy expression. Only then, her butler looks satisfied that the little girl remembers how to smile like a proper princess. Inside the princess's body, Runia is really annoyed that she is still stuck having to act like a refined lady like she did at Seiren. Next, the butler chops the overly excited maids into action. They get way too into it, playing dress-up with the princess's body like she is a doll with no rights. At this point, Runia is completely tired of sitting for hours on her holy rump just to get prepared for a party. She was honestly surprised when she woke up inside a noble's body, with an army of maids at her beck and call, yet she never expected she would become a princess, since elves do not even run monarchies like that. That signals to her she is way too far back in the past. Anyways, her butler explains that she will privately meet King Ergen in the audience chamber before his birthday party begins. The princess is confused and asks where that is. So her butler explains it is the core of Varharun, built by carving elven architecture directly into the world tree's trunk. He reminds her to stay dignified, since it is sacred ground reserved only for the king's guests. Noticing she is getting sloppy again, her butler sends her off with another stern warning. On the way to the audience chamber, he constantly berates her sloppy habits. So she realizes the strict manners enforced at Seiron were nothing compared to this nonsense. From what she has picked up, she figures out she is in the hero world inside elven territory. As she works on a way to find the others, she quietly plays her role. Suddenly, the audience chamber doors burst open, and a terrifying pressure explodes outwards. At first, she tries to pin down where it's coming from, but the evil aura is so disturbing that her mind goes completely blank, and she fails to find words that describe it. A demonic face with crimson red eyes flashes before her, leaving her paralyzed in fear. Her butler's voice finally snaps her out of it. Seeing the chamber return to normal, she wonders if she is the only one going crazy. She walks down the aisle leading to the throne, crested with so many jewels it shines so brightly you can barely look at it. With a creepy smirk, the king invites his daughter to come closer. Runia plays her role as the princess and congratulates him on yet another birthday. Noticing the distressed expression on her face, the majestic elf king asks his dear daughter if there were any problems during her journey. Playing along, she states that all the maids took great care of her, and looks up. That turns out to be a mistake, because reality itself shifts and twists into a disturbing scene. She cannot hear a single word the elf king speaks. Her body is drenched in sweat from the horrifying feeling crawling over her skin as she watches a giant creature looming over the throne. All of a sudden, she realizes this is not her first time seeing this thing. That huge mother trucker hovering over the throne looks exactly like the description of Erebus found in the storybooks. Shifting back to Luna, the poor elf girl asks her professor if she was unworthy of Varharun like the others say after all. While she hates to admit it, the struggle is getting to her. She has started getting second thoughts. She's not sure the type of magic she chose was really the right choice. Luna's despair makes it clear to our professor that her world has been tampered with. He gets furious at the Tartarus scum whose plan of changing history and ruining the founder's life worked like a charm. With unwavering resolve, her professor Archant tells his dear student that she will become the most famous elf in history. He believes she has it in her, and as her professor he bets on it and guarantees it. To seal the deal, he hits the founders with her famous quote, saying she is a hero destined to shine bright like a star in the night sky. His words leave Luna stunned and speechless. Brimming with newfound confidence, the cutie brags that she is a twinkling star and she knows it, darn it. With that, he invites her to join him at the king's birthday party as his +1. That brings Luna closer to the king, and he gets to annihilate Tartarus. 2 birds with 1 stone. At the party, a bunch of gaudy guests irritate Runia since she is the princess. She tries her best to deal with them, but the pressure starts getting to her. Even now, she still shudders when the flashbacks of that beast she saw in the audience chamber come to mind. What really terrifies her most is that she is the only one who can actually sense that thing. Deep in gloomy thoughts, she snaps out of it when she hears a shaky voice greet her from behind. As soon as she hears Luna's voice, our princess realizes it is someone special. When she turns around, her despair gets overwritten by hope for the future. She berates herself for not realizing sooner that it was their legendary founder's world. After Lady Luna introduces herself, the two quickly get along. Watching them get along a little too well, the Tartarus demon observing from afar gets annoyed, wondering why that eyesore Luna is here. As the possessor of the vice principal's body, he knows full well her name was not on the invite list. Suddenly, our professor appears from behind and reveals he knows the smell of a sewer rat when he sees one. No matter what timeline it is, he can always recognize that sweaty, slimy stench of Tartarus trash. The vice principal tries to play dumb, but Leo swears he will make them beg for death as punishment for messing with a hero's world. The vice principal laughs arrogantly, reminding him there is no one with more influence than him in this filthy city of elves. There is nothing a fool possessing a professor's body can do here. As the vice principal walks away, he tells Leo and his friends to enjoy watching their favorite hero's world come crashing down. Our professor wishes he could decapitate that son of a gun right there and then, but there are countless eyes on him, including Luna. The little elf is overjoyed as she shares that the princess is a completely different person now. She used to treat Luna like toilet paper before, but now she chatted with her like they're best buds. Hearing that, our boy realizes he has just found an ally. Wasting no time, he introduces himself to Her Highness Sergia when she is alone. While he respectfully bows to the princess, he smoothly sneaks in a question, asking if she happens to know anything about a place called Lumerne. Runia instantly figures out that Professor Archant is actually Leo. Our hero smiles to himself and thinks that her being the princess will definitely make things a lot smoother. Just then, someone loudly announces that His Highness has arrived. Everyone immediately turns toward the royal delegation and starts laying the compliments on thick, wishing the king a happy birthday as if their lives depend on it. At that moment, Luna suddenly says that she is leaving, and our boy decides to dip too. Prince Ergen walks around greeting everyone one by one and tells the guests to enjoy the special occasion. Meanwhile, Leo teases Luna, saying that she looks insanely nervous. She fires back that this is her one chance to get sponsored by the prince, so obviously she has to lock in. A red-haired woman suddenly appears and grabs Leo's arm, asking him for a dance. Seeing that it is Runia, he calmly replies that he would be delighted to. Meanwhile, Luna is standing there completely confused by what just happened. As the two dance, the redhead quietly confirms that he is indeed Leo and asks how much information he has gathered about this world. Our hero replies that this place is Luna's world before the Age of Calamity ever happened. Runia admits that she expected as much and instead asks about the conditions needed to clear this world. Leo then drops the bomb that Luna originally created star magic in the future, yet in this world, no such thing exists. He continues that agents from Tartarus most likely infiltrated this place too, and there is a good chance some of them are even attending this party. The redhead gets surprised and asks if he means the Tartarus from the past. However, our boy denies it and explains that the demons broke into this world from the outside as well. Recalling what she witnessed in the audience chamber earlier, Runia agrees that it is completely possible. She then tells him not to freak out before casually dropping another nuclear bomb that Erebus somehow managed to reach this world too. Meanwhile, back at the dungeon, Elena snaps her fingers and unleashes a giant lightning spell. She complains that this fight is getting boring since they are only chipping away at each other. The third-year representative then orders Hadin to clean up the trash already. Without wasting time, he launches a massive sword slash that tears through the demons with ease. Elena gets even more annoyed and asks why they cannot just go all out already. Hadin reminds her that people live nearby, but the blonde instantly claps back that the place looks like a dump anyway. Just then, a voice suddenly calls out, saying that Elena is a giant pile of horse manure and a hypocrite pretending to be a hero. The blonde girl's mood instantly improves as she fires back that a cockroach somehow crawled out of the sewers. The demon girl from before mocks Elena and tells her to keep talking while she still can, since everyone here is about to die anyway. Elena immediately claps back, saying that no matter how disgusting cockroaches are, bugs can never kill humans. Viner declares that only human blood will be spilled because their lord is finally about to wake soon. That catches Elena's attention as she guesses that the lord they keep talking about must be Erebus. The demon instantly gets offended and tells her not to stain their lord's holy name with her filthy mouth. Elena starts rage-baiting her even harder, bragging that she brushes her teeth at least 3 times a day and not everyone smells like expired roadkill. The blonde then asks if the disgusting smell is coming from the demon herself or from the corpses nearby, before wondering if maybe they are the same. That finally makes Viner snap completely as she screams that she will tear every human here to pieces. Giant tentacles suddenly form in the sky and rush toward Elena at full speed. Hadin instantly creates a defensive shield and asks the slave girl if she is alright. The girl takes a moment to recover, but then her eyes suddenly widen in horror. She screams Elena's name while staring at the giant pile of rubble and bones. Viner starts mocking the blonde, saying she was all talk and zero substance. The demon proudly introduces herself as Bone-Eating Viner and brags that she has been running fades with hero candidates for over 100 years while building a terrifying kill streak. The poor slave girl looks seconds away from going into cardiac arrest, but Hadin calmly reassures her that everything is fine. Viner keeps teasing the little girl for worrying about Elena while she herself is standing right there. The elf immediately claps back that the demon should be the one worrying instead. On the inside, he tells himself that if Elena really went down that easily, then she was never worth surpassing in the first place. Suddenly, the giant pile of rubble starts glowing bright pink before a massive explosion rocks the entire area. Wiener notices the pink aura and desperately tries to remember where she saw it before. But just as realization finally hits her that this is the famous Elena Giron, her body suddenly loses connection with her head, like somebody unplugged the Wi-Fi router. The blonde casually announces "Winner, winner, chicken dinner," while the slave girl watches Viner's head roll across the ground. However, the demon suddenly starts laughing like an absolute maniac, and rambles that she can hear the voice inside her head. A moment later, Viner regenerates like nothing even happened. The two seniors exchange serious looks and conclude that she is definitely referring to Erebus. Staring at the giant snake-like monster, Hadin quietly states that there is clearly more to this place than simply clearing the hero's objective. The scene then shifts back to our boy, who asks Runia if she is absolutely sure about Erebus returning. The redhead confirms that even though she has never personally seen him before, she instantly recognized his terrifying presence. Just then, her eyes widen in shock as she tells Leo to look at himself. Our boy looks down and realizes that he has returned to his original body. Runia then notices that her own hair is slowly changing back to red as well, leaving the two completely confused about what is happening. Suddenly, dark demonic energy floods the sky, and Leo instantly recognizes it as the flames of Erebus. The elves attending the party immediately start panicking and shouting, demanding to know where these intruders came from and what they did to the princess. Our boy clicks his tongue and realizes that the situation is rapidly spiraling out of control. Runia asks what they are even supposed to do now, while the long-haired elf from earlier starts accusing them of infiltrating the celebration. Leo finally pieces everything together and realizes that this world itself is collapsing alongside Luna's memories. Just as he wonders how he should handle this mess, Luna suddenly steps forward and demands to know who he really is and what he did to Professor Archant. At that point, our hero figures that clearing the dungeon is not in their best interest for now. Staring at the glowing sign on his hand, he thinks that there is only one thing left to do now: defeat Erebus. A sudden bright flash of light fills the area. Leo holds the folium in his hands and tells Luna that they need to save the world, and he needs her help for that. Confused, she accepts the staff from him, but then realizes that she is holding the mighty folium in her hands. Luna wonders why it is reacting to her. In her mind, she feels that the human standing in front of her is strange, someone who should technically be her enemy. However, for some reason, it also feels like she has known him for countless lifetimes. While she is still trying to process those feelings, our hero asks for her help yet again. After a few moments of silence, she finally agrees while tightly holding the staff. The bystanders immediately start arguing about what the reject is doing with their holy relic. Meanwhile, the demon starts sweating bullets since he never expected the elf girl to side with our hero. However, he quickly calms himself down because in the end, since Erebus is still going to destroy this world regardless. Runia, on the other hand, wisely decides to stay silent and not interrupt the moment between the two. But the second she processes that they are planning to fight Erebus, her brain nearly short-circuits as she wonders if the two have completely lost their minds. Leo reassures her not to panic because the Erebus of this world is basically a cheap Temu version. That catches Runia by surprise, but our boy explains that the original Erebus had max aura and people would probably faint just from standing near him. Meanwhile, the Erebus of this world has not fully revived yet, and is at best just a tiny fragment of the real thing. If that is true, then maybe they actually stand a chance at winning this fight. Runia suddenly realizes that they have not even introduced themselves yet. Just as Leo is about to speak, she immediately cuts him off and starts fangirling at full speed about how honored she is to meet the progenitor herself. Luna gets confused and wonders if she is really that important. Runia instantly replies that she absolutely is. That praise immediately gets to Luna's head as she starts acting all smug while the redhead keeps on crushing on her hard like she just met her favorite idol. The entire scene reminds Leo of another crazy fangirl he knew before. The progenitor then asks the two what exactly she is supposed to do, and mentions the darkness infecting the world tree. Leo confirms that there is a monster hiding inside it, and they absolutely need to take it down. Luna confidently replies that slaying a monster would definitely make for a great first achievement. Our hero tells everyone to get ready before opening the massive door. The moment they step inside, both girls instantly freeze in shock as a giant horde of monsters rushes toward them. Leo summons his sword and calmly states that Erebus definitely turned this place into a full monster den. Runia also gets fired up, determined to show how much effort she put into improving her own skills. Luna refuses to fall behind either and says that she will do whatever she can while preparing her magic. Hearing that confident reply, the redhead starts fangirling so hard in the background that she almost forgets there is a battle happening. Leo then concentrates mana into his hand and tells himself that there is something else he needs to do first. He fires the energy into the sky like a giant flare and figures that Elena and Hadeen should be able to spot the signal. After that, he tells the two girls that it is time to move out. Luna asks if he is taking the lead before declaring that she will support him with buff magic. The elf girl immediately activates her magic, which catches Leo completely by surprise, since he never expected to experience fighting alongside her again. The monsters grow impatient and charge at the squad. Leo instantly jumps into action and starts slicing through them at ridiculous speed. Our boy basically starts playing Fruit Ninja with them. Luna becomes completely mesmerized by the scene while Runia stands there flabbergasted that our hero somehow became even stronger than before. That only motivates her more as she decides to flex her own perfected magic too. Flames erupt around her body as she activates her Crimson Frisbee skill. Massive fire pillars rise into the sky before she launches them straight into the monster horde, instantly turning the battlefield into a giant barbecue party. Seeing how skilled those two are, Luna declares that she refuses to get left behind. Runia's imagination starts running wild as she wonders what kind of legendary magic the progenitor is about to unleash. However, her excitement instantly turns into confusion when Luna only summons a tiny basic fireball. The monsters continue closing in, but the elf girl simply smirks before activating a multiplication spell that creates a near-endless amount of fireballs across the sky. Leo sighs while recalling that it has been ages since he witnessed such a simple unga-bunga brute force spell strategy. Luna confidently tells him to move aside before snapping her fingers and launching the massive swarm of fireballs forward at insane speed. The entire battlefield instantly lights up as burning monsters start running around like living torches. Meanwhile, Runia watches in complete awe as she finally understands why Luna is called the progenitor in the first place. After the entire monster horde gets wiped out, the white hair elf simply stands there proudly with her chest puffed out, as if waiting for something. Runia wonders what exactly she wants. Just then, Leo steps forward and pats Luna on the head, telling her she did a great job. At first, Luna happily accepts the praise, but a second later she realizes what just happened and immediately scolds him for treating her like a child. The redhead looks completely confused since the two honestly act more like old childhood friends than strangers. Meanwhile, Luna aggressively starts rubbing our hero's head in revenge while declaring that he is the real child in this party. Meanwhile, Viner summons a gross pile of skeletons and tries to escape by rising high into the sky. Elena calls her a disgusting piece of trash and fires a pink magic beam straight through the mass. Hadin warns her that the demon will not go down that easily, to which she agrees. However, the demon girl starts throwing out every unholy insult imaginable and promises that she will eat them alive before launching a giant magic orb at them. Elena immediately gets alert as she realizes the demon has somehow gotten way faster and wonders if Erebus waking up caused this boost. Hadeen suddenly shouts her name as a massive ball of dark energy forms right in front of her face. She barely manages to summon her shield in time before the attack crashes into her. On the inside, Elena wonders how the hell the demon suddenly became this strong, like she just ate a Mario mushroom power-up. Wiener mocks her for thinking she only got faster and keeps yapping non-stop while Elena admits the attack actually hurt a little. With just a flick of her finger, the blonde instantly tears through the attack like paper. Meanwhile, Hadin points out that the world around them is slowly falling apart. Elena corrects him, saying that it is not collapsing but fading away entirely. Even the slave girl starts glitching out of existence. On the inside, Elena realizes this is not happening because someone cleared the world, but because the world itself is dying. Just then, the star magic flare our hero launched lights up the sky and Elena immediately recognizes it as Leo's signal. At that moment, Hadin cuts her off and places a hand on her shoulder, telling her to go while he handles things here. She asks if he will really be fine alone since the demon got way stronger. At the same time, Viner starts screaming at her own subordinates for failing to kill the two hero candidates. Hadin calmly tells Elena that he can handle the demon himself. The blonde finally agrees and flies off after wishing him luck. When she sees the flash of pink in the sky, Viner loses her mind. She declares that she will not let Elena escape and charges another attack. But before she can finish, her vision suddenly tilts sideways as her body splits clean in half like a Kit Kat bar. Hadin gives her the most disrespectful side-eye imaginable and asks where exactly she thinks she is going. He calmly informs her that he is her opponent for now. Meanwhile, back at the castle, our hero slices through another monster and asks where the audience chamber is located. Luna jumps ahead while blasting monsters apart with endless fireballs and yells that it is this way. After that, the group rushes through the hallway while Runia starts wheezing halfway through like an asthma patient and wonders when Leo became Usain Bolt. Luna is also confused because they only met less than a day ago, yet somehow it feels like they have been battle companions for years. A few moments later, they finally arrive before a pair of golden doors and Luna announces that the room is straight ahead. Our hero tells her to prepare her spell, but he is suddenly cut off as a figure appears before them and orders everyone to stop. It turns out to be the demon from earlier. Sid immediately starts powering up as dark tentacles of dark energy surround him. He begins monologuing about filthy inferior beings not being allowed to enter, but Leo does not let him finish that sentence. Our boy instantly vanishes from sight and slashes the demon's head clean off mid-speech before asking why demons always talk so much. The body crashes onto the floor, but the head still refuses to die. Sid realizes the human brat is way more battle-hardened than expected, and guesses the others must have already been defeated. Putting his head back on like Lego pieces, the demon declares that he will now use his full power. Screaming like a complete maniac, he thanks Erebus for granting him strength and launches dark energy blades at the group. However, Leo claps back immediately and declares that trash will always stink no matter how strong it gets. He promises to burn the demon into ash. Sid still acts fearless and claims all resistance is meaningless, but a giant explosion immediately cuts him off. As the smoke clears, Leo stands there completely unharmed. Sid gets utterly shocked and wonders how a human obtained the flames of a phoenix. Our hero then reveals that he formed a contract with one. Meanwhile, Runia gets stunned too, and realizes Leo's mana is now insanely similar to her family's secret magic. Before the demon can recover, our boy closes the distance instantly and swings his sword, ending Sid right there on the spot. After taking out the trash, the group finally reaches the throne room. The moment they enter, Runia suddenly feels terrified for some reason, while Luna asks where the strange noises are coming from. Leo keeps staring dead ahead and calmly thinks they finally meet face to face again. Runia then notices something alarming and points out that Leo's hands are badly burned. He brushes it off and says he expected this after copying her technique. Using healing magic on his hands, he restores the damage while Luna stands there, completely flabbergasted that such overwhelming power was only a weak imitation. Luna walks ahead confidently and asks if this ugly thing is the monster they were talking about. While they wonder what to do, she declares that the answer is simple, before summoning countless glowing white magic circles around her. Runia tells her to wait because charging in recklessly might backfire horribly. However, Luna ignores every single word and snaps her fingers H. A gigantic explosion engulfs the throne room, leaving Runia completely stunned. The progenitor confidently declares that this was nothing at all, but instantly freezes when she realizes Erebus took absolutely zero damage. She immediately rolls up her sleeves and prepares to throw hands personally, only for Runia to latch onto her and beg her to stop. On the inside, the redhead feels completely devastated because her legendary idol is not acting like a graceful ancient hero at all, but like an aggressive teenage gremlin. Meanwhile, Luna declares that she is going to smash that piece of trash herself, while Leo silently watches the entire disaster unfold. Our hero recalls that whenever Luna gets like this, nobody can stop her until she completely burns herself out. Thankfully, he already developed a secret anti-gremlin technique specifically for moments like this. Without hesitation, Leo delivers a clean hand chop right onto Luna's head, which nearly gives Runia a heart attack on the spot. The redhead instantly rushes toward the progenitor and demands to know how our hero could do such a thing. However, Leo answers that she was about to turn into a complete hooligan. That immediately snaps Luna out of it as she grabs him by the collar and demands to know who exactly he is calling a hooligan. Grabbing her hand, our boy bluntly explains that she cannot expect to defeat Erebus by charging in like a barbarian with zero planning. While telling her to take a chill pill, he secretly wonders why Luna's magic failed earlier. Even if she has not developed star magic yet, her raw power alone should still have damaged Erebus, considering this thing is only a fragment. Just then, a furious voice interrupts them and calls the group arrogant filth. The progenitor gets surprised since she did not expect the demon to still be alive. Sid starts screaming like a lunatic, asking how they dared insult his lord. He desperately begs Erebus for forgiveness, but suddenly gets flattened into a pancake as Elena crashes into the room with perfect timing. The blonde announces that she rushed over because she was worried, but calms down after seeing everyone still alive. She then walks toward Luna and immediately recognizes her as the progenitor. Meanwhile, the white-haired elf has absolutely no clue what that title even means, but still thinks it sounds insanely cool. The two girls quickly introduce themselves before Elena notices that her little crush got injured and starts huffing that she should have arrived sooner. At the same time, the two elves standing nearby become even more confused than before. Getting serious again, Elena points at the giant abomination in front of them and asks what the hell that thing even is. Suddenly, everything clicks in her head about what the other demons were rambling about earlier. Leo confirms her fears and reveals that the creature is indeed Erebus, or rather a sleeping fragment of him. That answer alone is enough for Elena, as she immediately powers up her spell and declares that they should destroy it before Erebus fully awakens. As stubborn as a cockroach, Sid still refuses to die and starts yelling at them to stop. The demon instantly begins throwing insults again, which annoys Elena beyond belief. She wonders if all villains attend the same academy because they have the same lines. The blonde then declares that she will reduce him to atoms, so he can never come back again. However, her body suddenly freezes as an overwhelming wave of ominous energy floods the throne room. Everyone stands frozen in shock as a giant red ring appears in the sky. Dark flames slowly gather together while ancient language scripts echo throughout the surroundings. The demon starts celebrating like a Madrid fan after Messi missed a penalty and taunts the hero candidates that their time is finally up. But just as he starts to introduce his lord, a giant hand slams down from above and finally turns the demon into roadkill for good. The dark energy slowly starts taking shape into a massive figure. Suddenly, glowing red eyes open, unleashing another terrifying wave of pressure that makes both Elena and Runia break into cold sweats as they close their eyes. A few seconds later, a voice then quietly asks if everyone is alright. Runia opens her eyes only to realize Luna protected them all with a gigantic barrier shield. The progenitor calmly states that the monster really is terrifying after all. To the redhead's surprise, Luna seems almost completely unaffected. That instantly reminds Runia once again that the title of progenitor is not for show. Meanwhile, Elena gets irritated as she admits to herself that there is no way she herself could have blocked that attack alone. Runia then quickly looks around and asks where Leo went. Elena silently points ahead toward the front lines. Our boy stands there alone like an actual final boss protagonist while facing Erebus head-on without even flinching. As the dust finally settles, the two sides stare each other down in silence. In the ancient era, the stars were still young when darkness seeped into the world and unleashed endless waves of terror across the lands. Erebus finally awakens completely while Elena asks the biggest question of them all. She wonders how they are even supposed to fight something like this. However, Luna simply smiles as if the answer is obvious. The progenitor and Leo both turn toward the others with reassuring smiles and declare that they simply have to defeat the abomination standing before them. Elena's eyes widen in surprise and she quietly whispers that this feeling is strangely familiar. She finally understands what the first years probably felt during the Gigantes tournament when they watched someone completely absurd fight in front of them. Playing with a strand of her hair, the blonde admits that maybe this feeling of admiration is not so bad after all. Just then, Hadin suddenly drops down from the sky and immediately asks what kind of nightmare they are fighting. Elena answers that it is Erebus, which nearly blows the socks off the poor elf. Luna then notices they somehow gained another random ally out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Hadin's brain practically short-circuits the moment he realizes he is standing before the progenitor herself. Before the guy can completely tweak out, Elena cuts him off and says they can save the fanboy session for later. Instead, she asks Leo what the actual plan is. Our hero quickly explains that he and Luna will handle the front lines while Hadin focuses on defense and protecting the supports. Elena and Runia will stay in the back and assist whenever possible. Hadin immediately objects and asks whether the progenitor should not stay behind as a mage while the swordsmen fight up front. However, Luna summons her staff and instantly shuts him down by saying she hates sitting in the back as support. Besides, the only people here who will not wet themselves against Erebus's attacks are her and Leo. Seeing his idol stand there with absolute confidence instantly turns Hayden red like a tomato, and the guy mindlessly agrees with everything she says. After finalizing the plan, Luna excitedly shouts that it is finally time to crush that ugly thing. However, Leo suddenly warns everyone to avoid the black flames at all costs because absolutely nothing can stop them from burning once touched. Not able to contain herself anymore, Luna immediately launches into the sky and unleashes her Hellfire attack, causing a gigantic explosion across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the scene suddenly shifts toward the headmaster's office where the celestial being tells himself that the world will collapse very soon. However, he then adds that it no longer matters anymore. Holding an hourglass in his hands, the headmaster looks at our hero and challenges him to prove what exactly makes him worthy of being called a true hero.